Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Was set by Holmes, and the payoff pitch swung on in a deep drive to left. That ball is way, way back. That ball is history. A walk-off slam for Wyatt Langford. How about that? The Rangers stream out of the dugout and await the arrival of the rookie who has hit both Ranger grand slams this year. Unbelievable.
And with that, we start the Hump Day edition already in the middle of the week here with Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Pepe on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, your home of the World Series champs. And the number one question is, did RJ Choppy stay for the very end and the walk-off?
I did not. Normally we stay. Normally we are stayers. But,
hiss, boo.
Yeah,
wow.
I was not under control in this one. That was the 11-year-old. He goes, Dad, my bedtime's at 10 o'clock. And
how old is your 11-year-old? 60?
Nah, he gets up at like 5 a.m. now for for whatever pre-day sports thing. So I'm like, yeah, we're not staying that long. We'll leave. He's like, I want to see Judge it again. And I was like, all right, well, now it's like they're in the middle of an inning. Let's just wait till the end. So we left at the top of the eighth, after the top of the eighth.
Oh!
Yeah, top of the eighth.
Oh.
So.
And did you listen to it on the way home?
A little bit.
Be
but
honest, Dawson.
What's that?
Be honest, Dawson.
Oh. Yeah, we listened to a very, very little bit, and then he wanted to play me this new song. I don't know what the song was. So he played that, and then we dropped him off.
When did you find out the walk-off was hit?
Right before I went to bed. I went right before I went to bed. It was a while.
Didn't even listen to post game after dropping off. Didn't tune into old Jared Sandler.
No, did not tune into Jared Sandler. No, just that's okay. I was Team Dawson on that one, but no, yeah, it was. I don't usually leave games early. It's it's a big pet peeve of mine, huge issue. But when the kid's got to get for school, and he's a cranky mofo when he doesn't, and I got to deal with him today because Wednesdays are my day with the kids. I was not going to deal with a cranky 11-year-old.
Ugh. Wyatt Langford, the 7th youngest player in baseball history with a walk-off grand slam, and the youngest player in American League history with a walk-off grand slam. He is the Ranger that you have won it up besides Seager in big-time moments. Most walk-off hits, courtesy of Jared Sandler, in baseball this year. Nick Castellanos has 4. Wyatt Langford has 3. So promising for the future. Yesterday we were talking about him, AL Rookie of the Year race. The overall conversation of, has Wyatt Langford met expectations, been a little bit of a disappointment or not? And last night, an epic walk-off win for the good guys.
And I like him in that 2-hole. It's not every day. It's not every game that he's in that 2-hole. But I do think that is like the future spot for him. Eventually he'll be, that's obviously the goal, the future 2 or 3-hole hitter at some point, depending on how they want to mix up, match up the righties and lefties, if they wanted to keep doing that. But, generally the new way in baseball is the 2-hole is your best hitter, and when Seager's not in there, he's probably your best hitter.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a disappointment overall. I think where he's been at. Even with the
Sandler might call in.
Look, I don't want that, certainly. I'll just have to side text him. I think the issue is that he's even an OPS below 700 is not meeting expectations. Even if you had tempered ones and said, hey, he's not going to be Mike Trout right out of the gate, or he's not even going to be, a big-time hitter right out of the gate. An OPS under 700 is still below, I think, what you would have hoped for him this year. But I will say, it's not just those big moments. Like, when you think of some of the most exciting moments that have happened this year, period, for the Rangers at the plate, he's been involved in a lot of them.
And I think I just saw first rookie of the Grand Slam since 2018. The Rangers were down 4-1 in the 8th inning, but fortunately they were able to face Clay Holmes, who was way off. And Choppy, you weren't able to see this while leaving the stadium, but man, were the Rangers getting squeezed. A criminal job by this umpire with Jonah Heim. Wyatt Langford took an early strike that was really, really high. You could hear Dave Raymond getting ready to lose his mind. And here's Holmes with a major league leading 11th blown save in 40 chances.
Yeah, and I have to remember it was this year or last year, because he's been pretty bad, but there was a time in like I said, I think it was this year, where he was like incredible early on. And it has been just a disaster for him. I don't know how they still have him as their closer. It's obviously a lack of options.
Third straight win at home for the Rangers in walk-off fashion. They lead baseball, or they're tied with 9 overall walk-offs. One in their final at-bats Saturday and Sunday against Oakland before losing the season opener against the Yankees. A double blow to New York because the Orioles won their game as well in the race for the American League East. The Rangers are 9.5 games back. Seattle is 6.5 back. They've lost 4 straight, and the Astros, they're coming off a 1-game losing streak. They are 12 games over, so they're 6.5 up on Seattle.
Do you have the count, Chop? Have you kept the active count of what they need to go down the stretch, the Rangers, to get into the playoffs?
Just basically undefeated. Just go undefeated.
No, it's not impossible. 23-0 the rest of the way.
8.5 back in the wild card, and of course, I'm really interested to hear what Wyatt Langford says in a post game. Peyton Russell, fortunately, has it for us.
You know, I don't really know yet. I think still kind of going through right now, but man, it's awesome.
That's twice as much as he normally says.
Yeah, Emily Jones has like 14 questions ready, like just waiting on deck for Wyatt Langford to throw out to him.
I think that's what I told you guys the first time you sat down with Pollard. I was like, have 30 questions ready for Tony Pollard because he will give you 10-second answers.
Hey, what do you think about your dad's barbecue business? I didn't even know he had one.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
I don't know.
They use flames? Do they use fire or do they use infrared? What is that? In Clay Holmes' first 30 appearances this year, he put up 0 runs in 29 of them. And since then, he has blown 11 saves.
What else? What else jumped out being there?
Okay, so I've been to maybe, I think, 3 or 4 games this year.
Well,
and I never noticed this, but up on the scoreboard,
this was crazy.
This threw me big time. And I don't know if this is something they did mid-year or they did it all year. I hadn't noticed it until yesterday. They no longer, when they put the lineup up on the top left and the top right, and they got just the player's last name, and then they usually have like just the batting average. They don't throw the batting average up. The only number they throw up now is OPS. They don't throw up batting average. They now.
So it wasn't just like a one-time instance.
No, like the entire game, like this. It's the lineup is set on the left side of the scoreboard. Upper left, upper right. Upper left was the Yankees, and upper right was the Rangers. And the entire time, it just had OPS. It did not have batting average, which
is that for everyone to just see higher numbers up there.
It might be. It might be a participation. Like I think if Peyton, right, participation trophy of you got to see the higher numbers. Everyone wants to see 800s or 700s instead of 240. But that is to me one of the most. I remember distinctly when ESPN they added OPS to their little chyron right underneath the batter. When the batter would come up, they would have their name and they would flash. Just for 100 years, it was average, home runs, RBIs. And then ESPN added OPS. Now everybody does OPS. So they added a fourth one. But I've never seen this at a ballpark.
I had to go back and look. Kristen went to a game in June, and she was buzzing pretty hard and was having trouble figuring out who was winning the game. And I was like, literally take a picture of the scoreboard and send it to me. I'll tell you who's winning. So when she sent the picture, I just had to look. And, yeah, all the way back in June, it was OPS down the line for the Mets.
Wow.
And then,
that's so sad.
If there's an individual batter up, it shows the average right underneath their name. But on the line at the end, it's all OPS.
Yeah, when the batter's up, it'll show average hits, walks, home runs. It'll show everything throughout the course of the year.
When only a quarter of the stadium maybe can tell you what OPS is.
Yeah.
Go around next time, Pepe, when there's a fan night, and just interview 5 random fans and be like, those numbers up there, what does that actually mean? And that's not calling out the fans or anything. It's just a little bit confusing.
They're ops, bruh. They're ops.
So the Rangers win in Wyatt Langford walk-off fashion. Apparently, Ranger fans cannot be trusted because there has been repeated theft over baseball history.
Yeah, so the plaque where Aaron Judge's 62nd home run landed in 2022, which is the front row of the left field lower bowl. It's not like this was an upper deck tank. There was a photo that the interim play-by-play announcer for the Yankees posted. And it is like, this is where the home run was. I went to go look at it, and it was gone. And he talked to the Rangers PR, and they said that it was stolen. They replaced it, and it was stolen again, and now they're just not going to replace it. And like, who walks out with a plaque? This is not a small plaque.
How did you get it out?
Exactly. That maybe it
Sounds
was
like an inside job.
Could be an inside job. Could be a stadium worker.
Brandon Hurtado.
Could be, absolutely. I have no idea how you get that out of there. If you're just a fan at the game, certainly someone would have a video of that.
I mean, is that a Yankee hater? Is that like, I'm not going to have a monument to somebody else here in our ballpark?
Or a memorabilia collector.
Could
be it. It's tough to move, though. You're going to have to move it in the dark underworld of like stolen art and stuff.
That's right. So it gets stolen twice, and the Rangers say, we're not putting out a third.
No, we're not going to put out a third one. I don't know. Just like change this color of the seat. Like the Red Sox made a red seat for Ted Williams, right? Just make a seat change. They can't steal a whole seat.
I hate that, though. That makes us look bad. If that was a story like out of Philadelphia or out of California, we'd be like, scum of the earth.
But they would shine a light on it. They'd be like, that's right. We wouldn't, and that's what their argument would be. They'd say, we would never put up a monument to another player. Only St. Louis would do that.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. In order to hit us up, Bobby Belt, I guess welcome back.
Thank you.
With the absence yesterday, what happened?
So Kristen was, I don't know what I can say yet. I need to ask her.
Oh my God, just freaking say it. No one cares.
Okay, fine. I can't give details, but she was part of the Yellowstone thing. When Yellowstone was coming to town and was
what is
filming.
it? What does that mean?
They were filming scenes for Yellowstone, and she got picked as one of the extras. So I think she's got like an NDA where she's not allowed to say what was being done in the episode or anything else. But yeah, she was not allowed to disclose where it was. I think it's fine now that it's over, but I'm not going to risk her $110 payment she's supposed to get or whatever it was.
Whoa.
Yeah, she finally contributed to the bottom line. Thank you. But it was, she was gone 12 hours. She was
12 hours, and how long does she think she's going to be on camera?
She said, I think I got in one shot. I was like, okay, all right. Well, that was worth it.
What did she wear? Where did she go for her?
She had to wear like multiple
things. Go to
Lucchese
and
right. She had to wear like multiple things. I think Amanda gave her something on Sunday, like, oh, here, try, wear this. And so she had like a bunch of different outfits that she was doing because they wanted to shoot different things. But it was like they got 45,000 applications and they picked 1,500 people or something. So she got picked, but that was just all weekend. It was.
Is she hyped up?
I don't know what to. No, she was panicking. Like, what do I wear? What do I wear? It's like, this was supposed to be fun. This was not supposed to be like you turning into an anxious mess.
She was binge watching Yellowstone, so she didn't go in blind as if that mattered.
Which she loves it now. Now she loves it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, now she's all about it. She was up late last night, like, even though she was dead tired watching more. She's almost done with season 3.
So was Costner there?
He's out.
He's out.
He's out.
He's out in the final season.
He's not. He announced on Instagram that he's walking away, and he got kind of roasted for that. He got kind of roasted for that. Yeah, so he's not in the final half season.
So you can't tell us like episode that she's in or anything.
I don't think she knows which episode it is, but she can't, like, there's no details she can share about the episode or the cast or anybody else.
Mike McCarthy shared his details yesterday. Every year he apparently lays out a plan week by week of what is going to happen for the Dallas Cowboys season. What is in the 2024 Mike McCarthy plan? We go inside the Star with the entire morning family back together again for the Hump Day edition. Just getting started on Sean and RJ. All right, let me go ahead and get you set up with Frankel and Frankel. Got some rain for the first time.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, quick.
Amigos, and head to Mexican Bar Company in Plano. Voted Best Mexican Restaurant and Margarita in Plano 2024. Visit MexBars.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Your home of America's team, where the other day, Mike McCarthy apparently unveiled his plan, his 2024 season plan for the football team. 21-week design that has them finishing in the Super Bowl.
Whoa.
So does this mean like he's a prognosticator? Like week 1 we're going to lose. Week 2 we're going to go on a 3-game winning streak. Like what is the week by week aspect
or it's
of
very
this?
like it's very Howard Dean. You remember that, Chop? We're going to go to Florida. We're going to go to North Carolina. We're going to beat the Patriots. Yeah.
He said we have to have a plan, and I have them for 21. We have a 21-game plan, laid it out today in the team meeting, just the overview of it. It's the way I've always done it.
Yeah, I think it's less about prognostication and more about logistics and how they would practice throughout the week, given, where they would go. And so it's more just a, stay ready so you don't have to get ready kind of thing, where he's just making sure that they have things laid out. Did it happen to say what like Latin phrase he came up with this year that they're going to lean into and really buy in on and then lose by 16 to the Packers?
Oh, did they get rid of the mojo moment? Like,
I did not notice the mojo moment at camp. They said they still did it, but I didn't see it.
They did it. They didn't have the announcement. It's time for a mojo, but they were still doing that.
Well,
but it's just it was
not a mojo moment.
No, it doesn't count. And so
you've got to have the music.
Look, he drew a line in the sand, and he's like, after last year, no more mojo moments for you guys.
Clarence Hill unveiling more of his conversation with Jerry Jones on the status of Mike McCarthy. Part 1 was about Jerry saying no effing GM could come in here and do as good a job as me, which of course is a hilarious joke. But I'll bring you some of what Chill wrote. When asked at the start of training camp why he didn't give McCarthy a contract extension, by the way, Mike McCarthy will join us live Friday at 6:30 for the first of his weekly sessions throughout the year. Jerry's response back was Green Bay. Quote, I admit this, the Green Bay thing. When we lost to them, we basically had everyone say, okay, what are you going to do about this? This wasn't just a game. What are you going to do about it? And so it got the attention of everything we do. Jones started the offseason talking about being all in and ended training camp trying to weed out complacency and turning up the heat on his team. So the overall idea in this, and Bobby even said he went back and listened to the breaking news of McCarthy returning and our reaction and the rage and the anger and the disbelief throughout the Metroplex. What are you going to do, Jerry Jones? What are the changes? You can't stand for this. Stop just sitting there and being okay with not making the NFC Championship game in 30 years. So Jerry's thought was, I'm not going to dramatically change the team. I'm going to turn up the heat on everyone. That's what's coming through in this piece. Quote, I don't know that there's any more urgency. So he's trying to kind of do this for the fan base, like in terms of telling you, we're not going to reward people with contracts that don't deserve them. I'm going to have everyone on edge. Everyone is on notice. So I kind of understand. I found myself agreeing a lot with what Jerry Jones was telling Clarence Hill in this, because if they gave McCarthy the extension, we would have lost our minds. Choppy probably would have understood it like a little bit more just in terms of not having that lame duck coach. You give Dak Prescott that immediate extension, many of us except for Bobby are losing our minds. You reward people. So this is his way of trying to threaten them with this uneasiness heading into the year.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like, and that's what it sounds like he's telling Clarence specifically, but that runs completely counter to what he said after the last preseason game, where they were talking about, hey, how have you noticed McCarthy handling this being on a one-year deal? And he tried to go, I've never known somebody to change their ways just because they don't have a contract. What are you talking about? That's crazy.
Right.
And so it's a little bit inconsistent. I'll say this. He keeps mentioning Green Bay. In previous years, they kept mentioning San Francisco. So 2 examples of people who hear the noise here in Dallas in a good way and a bad way are Trayvon Diggs and, in the past, Taco Charlton. Taco Charlton heard criticism, had rabbit ears, and it would just destroy his confidence. Trayvon Diggs hears it, and it levels him up, and he internalizes it and goes, screw you, I'll show you. And there's 2 different reactions to it. At what point do you say, talking about San Francisco, talking about Green Bay, when does it cross over from motivating factor to you're obsessed and distracted now?
I don't think they're obsessed with Green Bay.
I think Jerry might be.
No,
who cares? Who's burned out, man?
He's trying to. He's just trying to. I think he's trying to appease the fan base, and he's trying to let it be known to us. I'm not just filing it away.
Yeah.
This is a scar. It was embarrassing. I want you to know I'm humiliated by it, and I'm going to act upon it. I think it's a little bit more of a PR thing.
I don't think the players or the team is obsessed with Green Bay. They still are. I would think far more obsessed with San Francisco than Green Bay.
Agreed.
I don't
obsessed with the team, but not obsessed with Green Bay as a team, but obsessed with that result and what happened that day.
I mean, they're like.
Well, do you not think that the Mavericks were obsessed with the first round playoff loss to the Warriors?
Sure, yeah, that's why I say I think it can be good. It's just when does it cross over from motivating factor to you're now distracted by it?
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know.
If they're distracted by it, then that's on them. They need to be distracted by it or obsessed.
It won't matter. Like, it won't matter when they're playing a team they're better than. because they beat those teams always. They have,
except when it's January.
Yeah, except when it's January or the other quarterback just plays out of his mind.
Jerry continues with Clarence Hill. I don't know that there's any more urgency, but I have tried to look at places that we are complacent or ways not to be complacent. I'm looking for ways to make sure they can't say that I've got some kind of structure that breeds complacency. It can be contracts, it can be conversations, it can be player decisions. But here's the overall thing I have heard from fans with even more emotion after the Green Bay game and still hearing from. You need to make some changes, and I'm still hearing it. I didn't make many changes, but within the realm of not making those changes, totally changing people out, I tried to turn up the heat on myself and everyone involved, and I think that's what's being discussed. I think that's why the angst was there. I think we've all put ourselves in an uneasy spot, and you guys in the media have helped us. Be uneasy. And I don't know that we all deliberately set out to say our motto is don't be comfortable, be uneasy. I don't believe we've said that, but boy, to some degree, we have done it.
What's the Latin for that? Don't be comfortable, be uneasy. That sounds like a lot.
Jones is as fond of McCarthy as any coach he's had. Quote, he's one of the ones. He relates to players, and the players relate with him as well as anyone I've ever been around, coach or otherwise. Whether in my college or professional life, he has a special understanding of our pro game. He's certainly been schooled and indoctrinated in the NFL. He has very good credentials. He's done it. I like his game day management. I personally am impressed with his game day management, and he's a very hard worker. He's a Super Bowl winning coach. I can see why. So that's Jerry with his PR messages and his Mike McCarthy pats on the back while Mike is on a 1-year deal.
It's a lot of talking. It's a lot of talking there.
A lot of words there.
Not just there, but in general. Like, it's an off season of words. It's not an off season of production. It's not an off season of change. It's an off season of words.
I think he thinks he's doing the fan base a solid by saying, look, I'm not going to reward these guys. Pressure needs to be on them. And if they come up short again, then we're going to have changes around here. I think that's the message.
And I think he would...
Which I would like from a fan point of view.
What I don't know if he would be willing to say publicly, but I think is the reality is part of rewarding them in his mind would be paying them to go sit on a beach. Like, no, you're not going to be, you're not just going to get a year off fully paid. You're going to see this through, and you're going to see this through to the end. I'm not paying you to do nothing for me. You're going to contribute to this, and you're going to fix it is what you're going to do.
Choppy, you are what?
The Franklin injury attorney's fan text from the 817. Jerry is turning into the Russell Wilson of GMs, and he's oblivious to it.
Oblivious to what?
That he's turned into the Russell Wilson of GMs.
Oh.
Like I can take that two ways. One, good start to the career, and then torpedoing at the end, or just a talker, a corny talker, a fraud, whatever you want to say.
I mean, I don't see how any of that applies. I don't see. I mean, Russell Wilson.
I think he's a better GM now than he's been for most of the time he's been.
Actually, he really is. Like that is true, because their roster is very, very good, and it has been for, I don't know.
And you were studying the roster, the final depth chart, or the latest released depth chart.
Yes. Does it even matter, though? Because they had released their first unofficial, whatever, official depth chart, and Zeke is the starter at running back, as predicted. And he will get the first carry of the year, as predicted. I don't care who the depth chart is. I care who gets the most carries or who plays the most important snaps. I don't care who starts the game. That's more of a pat on the back kind of thing, right? But if Zeke gets 20 carries and the other guys combine for 4, we got ourselves a problem.
Yeah, I mean, Julius Jones was the starting running back on this team in 2007, and he was not the team's main running back. That was Marion Barber. And that was something where it was Julius Jones basically got the first quarter and nothing else. I do think Zeke's going to get more than the first quarter, and it'll probably be pretty close to a 50-50 split with Dowdle, but I don't know. Over the course of training camp, my thought has shifted a little, and I've thought Zeke would be a little behind Dowdle. I think he might be a little ahead of him now in terms of workload.
Does it matter that Leofau is ahead of Overshown?
You okay, Sean?
It's just like you have gone into the year sabotaging your entire run game.
Mm-hmm.
You basically went and took a gun in the running back room and shot one person in the foot And you're like, go out there and produce and help out our passing
Cheddar
game.
Bob.
Just because he runs like that doesn't mean he was actually shot in the foot.
It's like, when's the last time we've ever gone into a Cowboys? Is it Joseph Randle? We even had more hope with that. When's the last time you were as down on their running game?
Oh, I think there was way more hope with Randall. He was meat on the bone for a reason. Like, people thought, like, he's going to get his chance and he's going to step up and he's going to do this now. And people were mad at DeMarco Murray. So this is similar. We've made the comparison all offseason, but it feels very much like the approach to the receiver room in 2018 after they let Dez go.
They tried to go new school with the running back approach. They just completely misread the handbook. You're supposed to go cheap and young. Right?
Yeah.
Cheap and young, not cheap and old. You want cheap and young. You want guys like who have never you want guys who barely played a year of college football. That's what you want.
Where are the Cowboys going to finish this year? Hot take, prediction time, in rushing yards per game. Top, middle, bottom of the league.
Half. They'll be in
the top half.
Yeah, because they're going to have 12 wins or 11 wins, and by default, that's going to have more rushing attempts.
Ooh.
So, yeah, now yards per carry, maybe not, but, yeah, they'll be in the top half of yards.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of total yards, I could see them being in the top half just because of a stubbornness to run the ball. But, yeah, in terms of efficiency, like how well they are carrying the bottom third.
Yeah.
Bottom third. Last year, Tampa Bay was the worst in the league, 3.4 yards a carry, 89 yards a game. Then Cincinnati at 89.8 at 4 yards a carry. Then you had the Raiders, Vikings, Seattle, Commanders, New England as the worst rushing teams in football. They're going to be bottom third.
Well, that was 3.4 for the Buccaneers, right? Okay, well, Dalvin Cook last year got 3.2 and Zeke got 3.5. So sounds like a good middle there.
They'll be in that 3-something per carry. Their total yards, though, will be higher.
Let's relive the baseball fight yesterday on the G-Bag Nation. Gavin Dawson versus Jared Sandler. The audio next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. You know, interest rates are skyrocketing all over the world, but
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On-time experts help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It's a deep drive to left. Verdugo back at the wall. That ball is history. Josh Young with the Rangers' first hit breaks the scoreless tie. It's 1-0 Rangers in the bottom of the fourth.
And, of course, it would be Wyatt Langford as the hero. Josh Young, the only offense of the night until the very end as the Rangers get a thrilling win, 7-4 walk-off fashion against the New York Yankees. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again.
Boy, how nice is it? Josh Young, Wyatt Langford, just having first-round picks come through. Like how clutch is that and living up to expectations?
Well, that's a good segue, Bob, because before all that, and the game heard right here on The Fan, and Choppy was there until the very end.
Not quite.
Not quite. They were talking about another young prospect and player, and that would be Jack Leiter, a conversation on the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah, and Jack Leiter, I was listening to the Sean and RJ morning show yesterday, and I heard Choppy make the point that Sandler has really been adopting, which is the idea of like Jack Leiter pitched better than his box score showed. Like it was not as troubling an outing as it looks if you're just looking at the box score.
If you look at the box score and you see a run an inning, that's not good.
Yeah, right. 7 hits, 5 runs, 2 strikeouts in 5 innings or whatever it was. It doesn't look great, but it was a little bit more nuanced than that. So this is during the first segment yesterday, and this was Dawson kind of recapping the Leiter start, and he took a quick little side swipe at Jared.
Rangers are back in action tonight after watching Jack Leiter struggle yesterday. It's clear he's got to make big progress, and maybe another season in the minors next year. But I mean, he's going to be 25 next year, and I love Jared Sandler for defending Jack and saying, "Hey, this has been a great year. You struggled in Double-A last year, and this year, you had a good year in Triple-A. That's great, But if it's not so amazing next year that it propels him into the big leagues where he pitches with confidence, it's going to be time for a little bullpen experiment."
So that's not that bad.
No.
But if you say Jared's name, you will be, it's like Beetlejuice. He will appear. Like you will get a text pretty quickly. And that was going into the first break. And in the course of going into the first break and coming back from break, he got that text from Jared. I don't know what it said specifically, or we didn't know at the time, but Dawson brings it back from break and is a little chippy with the Sandler text.
All right, I stand corrected there from Jared Sandler at the break. Apparently, Jack Leiter was great yesterday, giving up 5 runs and 7 hits in 5 innings. So that's my bad. Jack Leiter's going to join us coming up at 3:20 here for the Rangers Player Show.
He's your guy.
He's your guy, which is the code word on G-Bag, as they've talked about before, for like, oh, that's my guy. What do you mean? Like that Dawson will say, that's my guy when he's criticizing somebody. It's like an ongoing bit, but that's the indication. It's like you're not a big Jack Leiter fan, and I think you can tell in his voice there. Dawson was not pleased with the side text. Whatever it said, he did not appreciate being corrected in the way that he was.
Now, should we unveil what the side text was?
I think it'll say in this cut here. So this is Jared then calls in and basically tells Lucius, like, I want to talk.
So this is before, like, his scheduled pregame segment.
Yeah, this is 2 minutes after Dawson says this, coming in at 2:20. They're talking about NFL, and they got to interrupt Chiafalo because Jared Sandler's on the line.
Oh, we got Jared?
I think.
Yeah, he got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh, he wants
He
to
got
get
some smoke
spicy.
with Dawson, yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. Wait, so this is true or far true? Jared's here. I think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected, was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text. Not sound like a total.
Okay, so you say you're trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
Okay.
Oh boy.
You hear that soft? Oh, okay. Oh, from Dawson. This is Mickey Spagnola energy building here.
That's a tough thing to come back from when you admit. Props to Dawson for the honesty, but when you admit you didn't watch it, it's going to be hard for me to look away from an L, a big capitalized L in your category, because we talk about this with analytics all the time. We're like, okay, this number and this metric can say this, but if you actually watched it, sometimes it's not an exact representation.
They don't always match up.
There's a lot of times it doesn't match up. So when you admit you didn't actually see it and you're just looking at the box score, that's an early L for Gavin, in my opinion.
Both can be true. Dawson was wrong in that his take was wrong, in my opinion, and he lost the road because he didn't watch the game. But Sandler has no tact in his text. Okay, I've said that many times. He does not engage in tactful texting during the show. That's just the way it is.
I love how Dawson. So there's this old rule in radio. It really goes for bosses. If you're gonna correct us or if you're mad about something, just don't do it in the middle of a segment. I love how Dawson applied that to Jared, and he's like, don't do that in the middle of my segment because that's just gonna change the mood and change my mindset.
I do understand where Dawson's coming from though, because like you said, props to Dawson for being honest and saying no, didn't watch it. And that's the thing. I think he kind of.
But Dawson, but Jared did do him a favor by texting it versus just calling in and going, "Did you watch the game?" and putting him on blast like over the phone, just like that, versus side texting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just Dawson clearly didn't like the insinuation that like he would need to be honest and he would potentially lie. So like the directive would need to be given at the front of the text. I get why that would set him off. As somebody who misinterpreted a Jared text in California, several of them. I get misunderstanding that a little bit. Dawson and Sandler really start to go back and forth, though, about what the expectation originally was for Jack Leiter.
If you watch the game, there were a number of things that were impressive that looked way better than what they looked or how they looked over his first start. That's all.
Yeah, but none of that is bigger than the fact that it's a failed second overall draft pick. Like, he might be salvaging this into somehow progressing to be a number 3 at his absolute peak right now, but it's a massive disappointment. And like,
Gavin, I'd love
taking
to
baby
Chris
steps.
420.
Taking baby steps.
Do you feel like that's a fail?
I don't care what he would say. He wouldn't answer that correctly.
No,
he wouldn't answer that honestly.
Well, Gavin, can I ask you a question? Why is this failed? Is it failed because he hasn't come up yet and established himself?
Well,
why is it failed?
It's failed because he was a number 2 overall pick multiple years ago, and he's struggling mightily every time he gets a sniff at the major leagues. He's going to be 25 years old the first month of next baseball season. So you've had a significant amount of time where it doesn't look like he's going to be able to consistently get guys out to the point that you even admitted he's not going to be an ace. End of story. We agree on this, Jared.
He was never going to be. When he was drafted, Gavin, he wasn't said to be an ace. We talked about this. I know. I don't know if you've listened or not, but I've told you that when he was drafted second overall, no one said Jack Leiter future ace.
Okay, so I agree with Dawson in this department. whether it was the last name or us in the media being guilty of overhyping, to me, Jack Leiter has definitely felt like a disappointment. I'm worried about him.
Yeah.
Like, we're all more excited about Kumar Rocker right now. Jack Leiter has been a big disappointment on this level. Choppy, you can maybe refresh and recall what he was supposed to be, but there was a ton of hype and a ton of excitement. Again, maybe a lot of that had to do with the last name. Maybe that had to do with where he was picked. When you're picked that high with that last name, we're going to get really, really excited about it. I am not thinking Jack Leiter is being drafted to be a number 3 pitcher in your starting rotation moving forward. We're all saying Leiter and Rocker. It's the 1-2 of the future. So I disagree with Jared on that.
Baseball America, I just pulled this up. His scouting report coming out from Baseball America read, like the summary said, while Leiter might not project as an ace, scouts see a pitcher who should fit in a number 2 or number 3 role and pitch in the big leagues for a long time. Yeah. I would say even by that standard, though, he hasn't met it. Like, and it's concerning now whether he can stick in a rotation at all.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, I do think that we get skewed by the NFL. And we take the same approach with baseball draft picks as we do NFL draft picks. The hit rate in baseball is much, much lower. It's if you make the major,
unless you're going against Jack Leiter,
right? If you make the major league roster, if you get called up, you're a successful draft pick. Now, maybe not at the 2nd overall pick or the 3rd overall pick or a high 1st round pick. The bar's a little bit higher, but the point remains. Like, you are. Bassick has talked about this. College baseball really does stink. It's not that. It's not very good. So he's dominating players who will never sniff. Even in the SEC, it's still below A-ball. Look, and high school is obviously even worse.
Jared is right that he's just 25. There's a long time left. But if you were to buy, hold, or sell Jack Leiter stock right now, I'm not buying it. I don't know anyone who would buy it. I think that's Dawson's point, and I agree with him on it.
All right, this is Jared continues his point here and continues to go back and forth on the expectations, and then Dawson's just had enough.
He's 24 years old. He was a draft-eligible sophomore. He lost 1 year because of COVID. I mean, Jesus, this guy, he's 24. He's not 34. If he becomes a regular in your rotation to where you can slot him into the 3 spot, is he a Hall of Fame-bound pitcher? No, but that's not a failure. I think we're closing. It's like we're writing his final chapter way too soon here.
I mean, is he even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second insult you've given me in the last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.
See you in Oxford.
Woo!
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
That's the news. See you in Oxford.
Oh, man. How do I score this?
Wow.
Loss on Dawson for not watching. Loss on Jared for the expectation talk. I'm kind of at a draw here. I might give a slight nod towards Gavin for the overall argument of Leiter.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
I think
he's got an 11.78 ERA.
I think that's probably right. Like, that's how I view it. I think there is there's things each person can check in their favor. Maybe it's my misunderstanding too. I was expecting him to be an ace. Clearly, the Baseball America scouting reports are different. But also to me, it's like, okay, well, if he's not an ace, then you shouldn't have taken him at number 2.
Right.
That's how I look at it.
Right.
If you knew he wasn't going to be, then that sounds like a waste of a pick. But
it's been a disappointment. We can all agree he's been disappointing so far.
It's way too early to call him a bust.
Oh yeah,
like way too early.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just hasn't happened at the speed that we would have liked.
Let's just agree on one statement. It's been a disappointment.
Yes,
and you would not buy. I would not buy stock, but it's been a disappointment. So
Mr. Stock Guy, this is the time to buy it.
Careful.
Right? Super low?
Careful, Sean's not allowed to talk about stocks on the air anymore.
That's right. You go right to Zach and Eric. Leave it to the experts. We have a ludicrous ticket giveaway coming up during the 720 commercial-free expressway. Speaking of firing shots, My favorite basketball player in DFW is doing it again around the rest of the NFL. And Mary Kay Cabot previews the Browns at 8 o'clock. We're going to hook you up and go around the NFL next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy hump day to you. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Bell back with us. We got Peyton running things behind the glass live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. A ludicrous ticket giveaway in the 720 commercial-free expressway. Mary Kay Cabot, one of the best insiders on the beat. And she's working in Cleveland. She'll preview Browns Cowboys at 8 o'clock. We will also chop it up. But let's go around the rest of the NFL real quick. The San Francisco 49ers are becoming more whole as they finally got Trent Williams done. It's a restructured 3-year, $82 million deal that includes $48 million at signing and a $25 million signing bonus. So he's going to make $27 in cash this year. His agency says that is the most of any offensive lineman at the age of 36 years old. No talk anywhere that Trent Williams is too old for this type of money. No one worried about that whatsoever, as he accrued more than $4 million in fines for missing the entire preseason. Maybe this is why no one questioned his age, because he was ranked as the best pass blocking tackle last year with a 96% pass block win rate. They average 6 yards per carry when running to his side. They average 4.5 on all other rushing attempts. He missed 2 games last year, played only 12 snaps in a meaningless Week 18 game. The Niners were 0-4 in those games and 12-1 in all the others.
He's ended more careers with dirty play than he has probably holding calls in his career. But he is a tremendous player.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no, I mean, nothing has...
Is he more of a Hall of Famer than Tyron?
Yes, 100%. He's better than Tyron. He's got better longevity than Tyron. He is, I mean, still to this day, probably the best run blocking and pass blocking tackle in the NFL.
So, all joking aside, is he though really a dirty player?
No, I don't think so. I don't think of him that way. He's kind of a D, and that I think gives him reputation. But
he's an enforcer.
He slapped Richard Sherman. I would think that would cause people to love him, but I guess not.
Who was the Raiders crazy? It was Incognito. People thought
Richie
was dirty.
Incognito was nuts.
Richie Incognito was the one that got pushed out of Miami for the Jonathan Martin stuff with all those texts and everything that had come out. But yeah, Incognito was the same sort of way.
All right, Gerard Mayo is trying to clarify. Why did you say that Drake May outplayed Jacoby Brissett, and then you named Jacoby Brissett the starter? And he said, quote, I should have given more context to the comments. Drake had more playing time in the preseason than Jacoby, and that was intentional. Man, being a New England fan heading in this year, how depressing is that to start off with Jacoby Brissett? But basically, Gerard Mayo is trying to talk about protecting the psyche of your rookie player. If you're not playing well, if he's not giving the best chance to win games, no matter the position, we have to look at a different position. And we talk about at practice, those mental reps. And knowing what every play is, he'll make his checks and stuff on the sideline and continue to develop that way, and he'll develop through practice. He'll get reps still with the first team and also the show team. So that's Gerard Mayo trying to clean up a lot of confusion over the Patriots quarterback.
Stunning. A Belichick assistant who got a head coaching job and is now having to quickly walk back something he said about personnel or anything else. This guy has, for somebody who's very Belichick-like, know your role, don't give the competition
I don't think he is
anything.
very Belichick-like.
No, but
he's way different than some of the other guys if you listen to him speak.
Right. I just mean in terms of Belichick's approach of just like, don't give the opponent anything, like don't stick your foot in your mouth. His assistants consistently do. Like they have issues that I don't know if it's because they try to be Bill at all. I mean, Mayo, like you said, doesn't feel like one of those guys, but I don't know if it's they try to be Bill and people just don't respect it and it causes problems.
I know someone's go ahead.
There's no equity there. Like Bill had equity. You know, he could do that. He can get away with that with the players. The other guys have accomplished nothing. Much harder to get away with it.
A former Patriot is very happy that a former Patriot is not in the running between Jacoby Brissett and Drake May. Rob Ninkovich from the Belichick teams on the Dan and Nico show, not a fan of Mac Jones.
You don't like us either.
Oh yeah, no, he don't like you.
I don't give.
He
a
does not like
you. Think
you.
I'll smack the shit out of.
He
Mac
does
Jones.
not like you.
I don't care.
I'm fine with him. He does not like you.
I don't care. Do you care if somebody doesn't like you?
No.
Exactly.
I'm just telling you.
I hope he has a great career as a backup. And he makes a ton of money.
Well, that's the I just love how everybody's like, he's gonna look at him. We should never have got rid of him.
Who?
Like,
oh, God.
There's people that are out there.
It didn't work out. It didn't work out. They needed to change the demeanor alone between Mac Jones and Drake May are completely different.
Oh yeah.
Like I could listen to I just got to keep working and got to get better and I'm just going to keep working hard and we're just everybody together and it wasn't my best and I got to be better and over and over and over and over again. I'd rather listen to Drake May talk than my modeling career didn't work out, so now I'm back down here in Jacksonville and
I gotta go. My mom's picking me up.
It's just I'm a nice guy too. I'm a nice guy.
I know you got a freaking bicycle club.
I'm in a bike club. I needed some more nuts.
There you go. That's an ender.
That's a great drop.
That's a great
So
way.
there's Rob Ninkovich saying I'll slap the hell out of Mac Jones. Bobby, should we be worried about a play calling change in the NFC East?
It's a legitimate question, I think. Brian Daboll is officially taking over play calling duties with the New York Giants, and that's something that had been expected given how they were approaching everything this offseason. But he officially had confirmed that yesterday with reporters. And we all think of Daboll as like an idiot at this point, I think, or kind of a dope, and just a guy who doesn't know how to manage personalities and everything else. He got this job in New York, and he got the prominence that he did because of what he was doing as a play caller in Buffalo, and before that, what he was doing as a play caller at Alabama. And so, in the 2 years he's been in New York, he has not had play calling duties. He turned him over to Mike Kafka, so he's taken back over now. So, is this something where we got to open up a new dimension? Look at Daboll as a different kind of personality and a different kind of coach, and now we can evaluate him, or is it more just like, no, he's still a dope and he's got to prove otherwise?
Who's the quarterback?
There
Daniel
you go.
Jones.
Then
Thank
no.
you.
For now, it's Dak Prescott.
No worry.
Thank you. That's it. Yeah, he got the job. He didn't get the job because of his play calling. He got the job because of Josh Allen.
Well, he got the job because he helped foster Josh Allen, a guy who a lot of people felt had the talent, but was going to teeter depending on who was bringing him up.
Yeah.
And Ken Dorsey lost Josh Allen coordinator job, right? Was he the slammer?
Mm-hmm.
The headset slammer? So that's Brian Daboll. Skinny Daboll taking over. I love, though, how he projected the weight gain back. He's like, I'll probably gain it back during the year.
Yeah.
Just to let you know.
That's what I'll do.
Yeah.
I'm losing the weight now, and then once football season hits, it's all over.
College football season has hit, and let's talk about a shakeup within the rankings.
Okay, the top 25 was released yesterday. Usually it comes out on like Sunday or Monday, but because of the Labor Day and because there was games all the time, Florida State took a plummet, quite the tumble. They were 10th, and now they are, let's see, others receiving votes. You got James Madison in there. You got UTSA. Congrats to the Roadrunners. Air for Liberty. Liberty's in there. Tulane. SMU, 19 votes. No sign. Coastal Carolina and App State and Texas State. No sign of Florida State. They have completely tumbled. Texas has a first place vote. They are number 3 in the coaches poll. So it goes Georgia, Ohio State, Texas, Bama, then Ole Miss, Oregon, Notre Dame, Penn State, Michigan, and Missouri, rounding out your top 10.
It's wild having Florida State and Clemson both tumble out of the top 25.
Well, Clemson's at 22.
Clemson,
they are.
Clemson went from 50-1 to 40-1 due to Florida State's 2 conference losses.
Yes.
And Florida State went from 66-1 to 500-1.
Okay, so because now if you're in, because of the 12-team playoff, if you win the conference, you get an automatic bid to the playoff. So Clemson's road to the college football playoff is much, much easier today because of Florida State. Now, there's certainly a possibility that a team like Boston College or Miami or Georgia Tech even winds up winning the ACC outside of Clemson.
Bob, is there anything you wanted to throw in since you missed yesterday with college football's big weekend?
Yeah, it's a joke to have Clemson anywhere in the top 25. Like, anybody voting Clemson in the top 25 this is the same sort of thing that annoyed me last year about where Bama was at the start of the season. Like, there's no justification for. I don't care that you stuck with Georgia for half a game. Like, that doesn't matter to me. You got your ass kicked. Cade Klubnik continues to be a bad quarterback, just like DJ was there. Like, in Dabo, the shine's off of him. As soon as Dabo doesn't have Deshaun Watson or Trevor Lawrence or whatever else, it's amazing in the NIL era how he can't coach very well. ACC was just weak last year. He goes 9-4 with a weak schedule. Mm-hmm. No justification for it. Gets throttled by Georgia. There's no way you can have Clemson in the top 25.
It's like, look, there's a situation like I'm okay with them letting them give Dabo the opportunity to do it his way. He's done it his way. It's failed. He's earned the right not to be fired, but he has not earned the right not to be forced to get into the NIL and the transfer portal space. That's the ultimatum. Either do it our way or you're gone. Like, he's earned that right. I get it. It's cool, but that's where they are.
That's also a steep drop for Oregon.
Absolutely.
Oregon preseason was receiving votes for number 1, and they go all the way to 7, even though they won. It was a struggle, but they won, and they go all the way to 7.
Everyone wanted to see if it would be Deion against Matt Rule 2.0 after Shador and Deion had a big problem with Matt Rule and Nebraska last year. Yesterday, Deion was all praise, saying, I love Matt Rule. I respect Matt Rule. Matt Rule talking about the atmosphere he wants to see for the rematch.
Yeah, I think it'll be a great atmosphere. Night game. People have all day to kind of get themselves ready for the game, and it should be loud, and it should be a home field advantage. Sunday, let's all be Nebraska nice on Sunday. You know what I'm saying? But it should be a loud, raucous atmosphere.
All right, I need someone to explain to me what the slogan and term Nebraska nice means.
I think Nebraska is just known as because
is that code for let's get rowdy, or let's be the St. Louis Cardinals?
No, so like he said on Sunday, be Nebraska nice on Sunday because the game's on Saturday, right? So because Nebraska fans, and I could they are the nicest fans. They come into your stadium or you go to their stadium. Like, apparently, it is the nicest group. I've seen them at a bowl game. They're fantastic people. Like, they're super, like, gracious.
Like Green Bay Packer fans. Like
exactly
like
that.
Southern hospitality. Yeah. Like just, oh, thanks for coming. We appreciate you.
Yeah. People were guiding me in my parking spot at Lambeau. Like, here you go. Don't worry. We'll move our grills. We'll get this stuff out of the way.
You can park in the lawn. It's no problem.
Yeah. Was that an accent?
You want some cheese curds?
Yeah, I love cheese curds. Rankings coming in, or excuse me, ratings.
Yes, and this is... If y'all try to coerce me into talking about anything other than football forever on this show, just remind me to bring this up. Miami, Florida was a 41-17 destruction, $6.5 million. Georgia, Clemson, a 34-3 destruction, $8 million. A&M, Notre Dame, 23-13, $8.2 million. USC, LSU, a game that DirecTV fans did not have.
Yeah.
$9.2 million. Ooh. NBA Finals clincher was $12 million. World Series clincher was $11 million. Like, we're talking about a game that nobody could watch, LSU and USC, and it had almost the same rating. You had a 34-3 game have $3 million less than the World Series game.
Hold my hand. Hold it like this.
This is weird.
We're one. We're a football one finally.
Yes, sir.
Here on the show, we have RJ Choppy, the 1,000% convert, whether it's college or pro. There it is, everything you need to know for the Wednesday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Bobby has the refs for us to blame for the Cowboys opener, and we have the first 2024 edition of our NFL Power Rankings, along with a ludicrous ticket giveaway. Commercial-free Expressway is next.
Let's get you losing some weight, boys and girls. SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. I let go of those 30 pounds. I don't know where they've gone.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And the on-time experts help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts.
We are commercial free. We're going to have a ludicrous ticket giveaway during the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The great insider from the Cleveland Browns, Mary Kay Cabot, at 8, right after Chopping It Up at 7:40. It's a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman getting you ready for your tailgate, the first tailgate of the season, coming up at 8:20, and Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show. But Bob, let's put the referees on blast, who the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy will probably blame if things don't go right Sunday in Cleveland.
Yeah, look, I mean, that is that's a long-standing proverb, is that, you know, when things don't go your way, look externally for who you can blame. And that's typically been the referees for, I think, fans, players, and coaches alike in recent years. And we've got our built-in excuse, baby.
All right.
Clete Blakeman and his crew will be officiating Sunday's game between the Cowboys and the Browns. Not great. Dallas won both games with Blakeman last year. So why would it be an issue if they won with him both those times? What's the big deal? Well, they were at home. And if you're the home team, it's usually a good thing to have Clete Blakeman. Home teams over the last 3 years across the NFL have won games 54% of the time. So that's regular season and playoffs since 2021 through 2023, 54% of the time the home team wins. When Clete Blakeman is officiating the game, that jumps over the last 3 years to 63% of the time the home team wins. He is on the upper side, like upper half of the league in terms of flags thrown in the last couple of years. Seattle was one of the games he did last year for Dallas. You remember that was a game where I think each team had like 11 penalties. It was just one of those like, okay, y'all gonna make it all about yourselves. So Clete Blakeman is typically in favor of some home cooking, and that might just be what the Browns get. So that'll be the officiating crew that the Cowboys have in week 1.
We have Cowboy awards that people are either selecting or omitting them for this upcoming season.
Yep. NFL executives are predicting the award winners for 2024. This is another one of the Jeremy Fowler articles. I don't know that I've ever seen a Jeremy Fowler article that was not just, I crowdsourced some stuff.
Yeah.
I think he's good, and he's got some connections, but like it's all just, here's what other people are saying. MVP.
What these reporters, I think, do is, right, they have, it's like what Clarence is doing with Jerry, and it makes sense. You sit down for a 1 hour discussion, and then you release your articles in weeks at a time. It's not just all one thing. So installment number 1 was GM Jerry. Installment number 2 was McCarthy. We'll see if he has anything left in the tank.
And you know where probably all these interviews took place, Sean?
Jerry's office?
No, I mean these ones that like Fowler does, for instance.
Combine.
Indy. Combine, baby. Yeah. That's got to be the next angle.
We put in the call.
Indy's got to be the angle. MVP, Patrick Mahomes runs away with the executive vote. Talking about Xavier Worthy, who's there in the room. One NFC executive said he'll be even better next year. I think they have the speed to help Mahomes get his deep ball back. He and Kelsey seem very motivated by a three-peat and the pressure that comes with it. What they add here is, if you're looking for a good sleeper, this quote on Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott from that same NFC exec is intriguing. I think he's going to have an FU season, shut everybody up, and win an MVP. So there you go. You were trying to figure out yesterday, Chop, why are the odds so low on Dak Prescott?
18-1.
Why are you even given odds on Patrick Mahomes? Why are you allowed to get 5-1 on Mahomes? This NFC executive would agree on both those.
Look, I mean, obviously Mahomes is the favorite, and he's going to be the favorite basically every year of his career. But giving him odds is that just doesn't make any sense. And then 18-1. Look, there are a couple of guys like if the Jets make the playoffs, Aaron Rodgers at 25-1 is a live bet. Like that's just the reality of it. And if the Lions are the 1 seed or the Niners are the 1 seed. Purdy and Goff at 18-1, or Dak and the Cowboys are the 1 seed. Those are all live. Like that's just the reality of it. Basically, to win the MVP now, you got to be a quarterback on a very good team.
I think Dak will be as good roughly as he was last year. I don't think statistically it's going to look like that though. Like it's going
to be hard.
I think that there's going to be a lot of, hey, we're trying to salvage jobs here. Like let's make sure we're not taking any unnecessary risks. Like I don't think it's going to be this cutthroat like pedal to the metal thing.
That?
The coaching staff and the way they're calling these games. Like I think it's going to be called
in a more conservative game plan.
Yeah, overall for the course of the year. I think it'll look somewhere in between what it looked like in the first 5 weeks of the season last year when
that's a hot take.
McCarthy got his way, and then the last end of the season when Dak said, "No, I'm taking over the offense and we're going to do what we're going to do."
Why would they go back to the first 5 weeks?
No, I think it falls in between that, between the first 5 weeks and what they were the rest of the year. I just don't think they're going to be nearly as prolific. The offensive line is going to have issues pass protecting in all likelihood. That's going to have some growing pains. There's going to be a lot of just targeting. You're going to have Tolbert and Cooks and guys like that step up. I think they're going to run the ball more. So all of those are kind of factors there.
You think they're going to run the ball more
than they did last year? Yeah. I do. NFL executives.
I need to put some of these on the wall here.
Yeah,
and I don't want Bobby twisting it in the wind when Well, I said this, but then I said that. And I said it could be right in the middle.
No. I've got my bailout. If they overperform, be like, that's how good Dak is.
Yeah.
There's always an out, Sean. Come on. You got to understand that. Defensive Player of the Year, the winner of the executive vote was Micah Parsons.
That's right, baby. Not
yes,
TJ Watt.
Indeed. Boy, Broadus, we were recording last night. He was saying some stuff that might get you upset, Choppy. He's like, yeah, I think Parsons is going to be like a legitimate linebacker in the defense this year.
What?
Like he's going to rush a lot, but he's going to play a lot of linebacker is what Broadus thought.
Okay, if he plays linebacker as long as
Mike Zimmer will be back on that beach sooner than we thought.
As long as he's rushing the passer.
As long as he gives us an exit interview. I thought this quote on Micah winning the depoy was kind of funny from this executive. They say the whole Cowboys defense is built around him, and they're going to move him all over the place to isolate matchups, and he's in a contract year of sorts, so the motivation will be there to really break out. And I guess the guy they're talking to, just all he means is Micah is their best player, or that's the guy that has kind of been the crux of it, but I don't know how anyone can claim that Zimmer has built the defense or the scheme around Micah, because we don't know what it looks like yet, and typically Zimmer's defenses are not built around one stud player, and I don't mean that in any sort of a critical way. Like, I think a lot of people go, well, obviously it's not built. There are a lot of defensive schemes that are built around what one player can do for you, and then everything funnels behind that. I think it's more about how does Micah fit into what I do rather than how does the defense fit into what we can do with Micah. And so I think making any assumption that, well, that the whole defense, it's built around him, just feels like a little flippant free talk, because I don't know that they know what they want to do with him totally.
Is that it?
Yes, that's the Cowboys on there.
NFL awards with the predictions from around the league. Yeah, so write down for Bobby. The Cowboys are going to rush it more than last year.
Mm-hmm. Okay, more. They will run the ball more than last year. Is that a total number? We got it because this guy
per game. I mean, they're going to play the same number of games, so yeah.
The Cowboys' approach will be semi-conservative.
I think those blend.
That fair?
Yeah. And more conservative than last year.
More conservative than last year. Offensive line with pass pro issues.
Growing pains. Probably better in the second half of the season than it is in the first.
All right, so there's everything. 877-881-1053. Normally, during Wednesdays, 8 o'clock, that is when we unveil the morning show power rankings. This morning, we have Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland to preview Browns Cowboys. So that means we hit the intro right now.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
It's finally time for ours. We've gone around the league. Bobby even compiled some around the country. Power rankings, where the Cowboys belong and everyone else, 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Put them down on the Franklin & Franco Injury Attorney text line, as we will do every single week to hold each other accountable on Sean and RJ. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And I do have to say, I struggled mightily. When it came to 3 through 5 or 4 and 5, I still don't have 2 or 3 of these teams written down for power rankings. And I also don't know whether to cheat. The way I'm considering cheating is to try to look good after week 1, which would pick the opponent and look at the schedule versus the teams I just think are better right now versus having the better record after week 1 based upon who they're playing.
Yeah, it was a struggle to figure out how I wanted to do this because the
Miami Dolphins for me are a team that always come out of the gate fast. Tua's going to put up 400 yards.
6-0.
They're going to score 40 points, but they're playing Jacksonville, a little bit tough. I thought about Houston, in a grouping here. Houston has Indianapolis. That could be a nice jump out of the gate, depending on Richardson. So I didn't know how to approach it.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to go ahead and pick the team that I just think overall is better, not cheat.
It's good.
Yeah,
be honest.
Yeah, it's it's not necessarily the best record or whatever. There's some respect thrown in here too. There's some of last year thrown in here.
And I guess I should go last because yesterday after Carter Freeman put out the results of all of our fantasy football drafts, and I get it, I understand it. My team is very boring, very blasé, and Peyton Russell was getting a ton of props for his squad that he picked in fantasy.
Best draft I've ever had. 12-team league, and I somehow was able to get Mahomes in, I believe, the 5th round, maybe.
Well, whoop-de-doo. Like,
Yeah,
quarterbacks are going around there. You're not freaking Chris Ballard over here.
But if I got him in the 5th round, that means I went heavy talent-wise in the first 4 rounds. I went running backs my first 3 picks.
That just means we let you have him. We could all had him. We just said we recognize and realize the depth of everything.
I mean, the depth of the quarterback position is wild right now.
And I don't know if you got the email. Carter said it's a $150 league this year. So
did he?
No, he didn't. I'm just saying that because I'm projected to win it. But
add to my takes, Chop. Peyton will finish below 500 in fantasy.
That's that's an easy take every year. He's that guy every year. It's like my boy Brian Goldberg. I love my team. Love him. And Peyton, have you made the playoffs like recently in the fan? And everyone's crapping on my team. I always make the playoffs. I'm always there. Sandler is a top dog.
I'm always there.
Always. Josh Clark, web guy. Carter does pretty well, but I'm always there. Usually a first or second round exit. The Baltimore Ravens of fantasy.
I don't think I made the playoffs in any fantasy football since probably 04.
All right.
And I won it my first year playing. Won the whole league.
Because you had Fish as a co-manager.
No. This was like 04. Oh. I rode the backs of Marshall Falk and Amon Green, and then that's it.
Oh, my gosh.
I won fantasy the first year I played and never won it again. First year I played, it was around that time. It was Priest Holmes I had on my team the year he scored 28 touchdowns.
All right, let's go 1 through 5. Start off with numero uno. Do we all have Kansas City?
I have Kansas City. I'm very disappointed in myself. I let you guys, talk me out of the You bullied me out of. I had Kansas City 1 all year last year until about week 14, and then you said, you can't have them there. They're not going to win the Super Bowl.
No.
Or you said something
week to week. You did a projection of who's going to.
Yes.
And you're like, eventually it's going to be right, so I'm just going to keep them there.
So
that's why we busted your balls.
They could be 0-16 this year, and I'm going to have them number 1. I'm just letting you guys know they're going to be number 1 every single week.
Right, so we should just cancel the power rankings then. There's no point in it.
No, because they're the best. We know they're the best. We know they're going to win the Super
Bowl. Like Basketball Hall of Fame,
Yeah. So I got KC.
Kansas City, number 1. Yeah, slam dunk.
I did not go Kansas City.
Whoa!
I went San Francisco.
Whoa!
This offseason, they got the Trent Williams stuff figured out. Brandon Ayuk, they brought him back. They still have Debo, Kittle. Another full season of McCaffrey if he isn't injured. I really find it hard that anyone in the NFC is going to beat them this year. And Brock Purdy, look, you can hate him for his.
Detroit had them beat last year.
Close, but you got to win all. You got to beat him after 4 quarters.
Wow, is that how it works?
Yeah, that's how it goes. And so Brock Purdy, look, you can hate him because of his talent. I know it's not all there, but he gets the job done. So I have San Francisco 1.
All right, I like it.
You have KC.
Early hot take: Kansas City 1. I'll just give it away. San Francisco 2 for me.
Okay, I have Detroit 2.
Oh,
the amount of people picking Detroit.
And you're wearing Lions blue. You loving that Dan Campbell Applebee's commercial?
I did like the commercial. I thought it was a little bit overrated. I think it was as funny as everybody said it was.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was funny, but it was just like, oh my God, this guy is the next Tom Cruise. Yeah. Like, I don't think his acting chops are all that.
Yeah.
But the amount of people picking them to win the NFC this year is either going to be the obvious pick that everyone gets right, or the pick that everyone looks back on and says they were just the chic pick that everybody took and they regret it. But 14 indoor games for one of the best indoor quarterbacks in the league is a good thing.
San Francisco is number 2 for me, and you threw out the number earlier about what their record is with Trent Williams. There are some of those games there where Trent Williams came out early, or the NFC Championship game, Brock Purdy came out early. Since Brock Purdy entered the game against Miami in 23, when Brock Purdy and Trent Williams both play at least 50% of the snaps, they are 22-2. One of the losses is the Super Bowl, and then another one was that Cleveland game where it was a last-second field goal. So, I mean, they are just basically inches away from being 24-0 with Trent Williams and Brock Purdy in the lineup together. And so San Francisco is the best challenge to Kansas City. They're number 2.
And I have Kansas City, would be 1B, but yeah, number 2 for me for obvious reasons.
Number 3 for me is going to be, again, they're the best in the regular season, one of the best. I'm going to the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay.
I know what's going to happen in the postseason in terms of flaming out, but I know what they do during the regular season. Baltimore, number 3.
It's like the Bristol bias. Here's your Maryland bias coming through for the Baltimore Ravens.
I have San Fran.
I hate the Ravens, by the way. I was a Redskin fan growing up, and I hated the Ravens.
That's politically incorrect.
It does pain me. Commanders.
I have
Guardians.
San Fran number 3, and I'll tell you, this is. I'm not going to go Will Chambers here, but this placement is just out of respect. I think they have themselves a down year
And what's the Will Chambers mention?
On the board, they will miss the playoffs with 9-8 record. That's what Will Chambers says. I don't believe that's the case. I do think, though, they are 10-7, and they do not win the NFC West.
A lot of people down on San Francisco.
Yeah.
If you just the preseason power rankings of the 5 I looked at yesterday, only one of them had them number 2 in the power rankings. Everybody else had them CBS 3rd, Athletic 5th.
What?
SI 6th, Yahoo 3rd.
Why?
Don't know. So Detroit ended up ahead of San Francisco collectively there.
Their O-line is a little bit banged up.
Well, I think also, like, I don't know. I don't want to say the thing's crumbling, but, like, you know, the Ayuk situation dragged on, just like CD did, and Dak, and the Trent Williams situation dragged on.
Maybe they'll be like early rust.
But they've done that.
They did
it with Debo and Nick Bosa recently. Like the same thing.
Their offseason was not all that dissimilar to ours from a dysfunctional with the contracts.
Yeah, I just look at San Francisco and I say that
They're very good.
When you say whenever the quarterback's healthy, the Cowboys have been successful. Whenever San Francisco's been healthy with Kyle Shanahan, they win. And that's just been where it's at. I've got Detroit, number 3. That's the best challenger in the NFC right now. Offensive line is probably the best in the NFL. So give me the Lions at 3.
I copied Sean here, number 3. I picked the Baltimore Ravens. I'm not sold that, it's their division to lose here because I'm not sold on Cincinnati. Joe Burrow has to finish the whole year without being injured. Yeah. Jamar Chase, that contract situation, he could miss week 1, against the Patriots. So, and then the Steelers are going to be the Steelers. They'll be 9-8, 8-9 around there. So I don't know about the Browns this year. Defense is great, but I have Baltimore number 3 here.
Cincinnati is a pain in the ass to figure out. Mm-hmm. And I drafted Burrow with Tua as a backup.
Well.
But yeah, the Jamar Chase thing, he's injured. I'm going Lions 4 for me.
Okay.
The Detroit Lions 4, but I am struggling with 4 and 5 here. Lions 4.
I have Baltimore 4. I'm interested to see how the North shakes out with Cincinnati and Cleveland. Obviously, I don't think Pittsburgh's a threat at all. I saw somebody had Pittsburgh as the 9th best team in the league in the power rankings yesterday, which was just lunacy to me. But this is, I think, the Ravens' division to lose. I don't think there's a question about it.
I'm curious, when you said Detroit, you're struggling with 4 and 5, did that mean you were struggling with placement for Detroit, or you were struggling even putting them in the top 5?
No, a placement.
Okay, so you just couldn't figure out which order. I'm going Houston at number 4, adding Stephon Diggs. That defense has a lot of really good young playmakers that are going to be another year into this. And so Houston to me, Stroud, I think he's going to continue his ascent, and Houston's going to be a big-time player in the AFC.
I once again copied Sean. I saw his list, so I went Detroit, number 4 here.
Beer pong champs.
Undefeated.
That's right.
You got the hands for it.
I wrote down as options Miami, Buffalo has not even gotten a sniff in these conversations. Dallas, Philadelphia, Green Bay, but I am going to go with the armpit at 5 and the Houston Texans. So my 1 through 5, Kansas City, San Fran, Baltimore, Detroit, armpit.
I'm going with Cincy.
Ooh.
Not because I think the team is great. I just like
they host New England week 1.
Yeah, Joe Burrow is that dude. As long as he can walk, he remains the only quarterback in the NFL that can beat Patrick Mahomes in a big moment. He's it. He's the only guy.
And I got him in round 8. What did you
got? Yeah,
wow.
I know. Look at that, Peyton. Yeah.
That means you picked 7 skill players. Did you pick 7 running backs before that? Because that's the only way it's good, according to Peyton.
So, yeah, that's it for me. It's just like Burrow. He's the only one that can do it. He's the only one I believe in the whole league that can beat Mahomes.
Again, curious, why are you such a big believer on Burrow when you lean so heavily on QBR? And Burrow has historically been one of the lower QBR of the top guys.
Because QBR isn't the only one I lean on. I lean on DVOA and adjusted net yards per attempt. Yeah, you got to factor them all in.
Fair enough. Baltimore is number 5. I really didn't want to put them even in the top 5 just to kind of dig in, as Brian Broaddus would accuse me of doing. But Baltimore is Baltimore's just a very complete team, and I have too many questions about what is Cincinnati on the rebound. Is Green Bay going to continue the ascent? Baltimore's just the only one I feel comfortable with right now in the top 5.
This one I struggled with. I went back and forth with Philly and Houston, but ultimately I hate Philly this year at least. So I went with Houston for number 5.
Man, my little protege, my payday.
Were you even considering Philly in the top 5?
Yeah, he listed them.
Yeah, I thought about it for a second.
W.I. Peyton over there.
I mean, Philly, Green Bay. I mean, that's gonna be a fun one to start off Friday in Brazil. if Darius Slay can make it to the stadium.
I saw Slater just running the streets of Brazil on her Instagram story yesterday.
Also, just like Uptown.
Yeah, exactly.
So she's in Brazil?
Yeah, she's covering the Philly game.
She'll come back with a boyfriend in Brazil. She's like, I want to make it work. We'll
boyfriend
fly
and
back
pink
and
eye.
forth. A boyfriend and pink eye.
Isn't that where Costas got it? Was it Brazil, right?
Who?
When Costas got pink eye
Bob
during
Costas?
the Olympics?
I
That
have
was
no
the Brazil Olympics, I think, where you got the pink eye for the poop water.
From swimming in the France River.
877-881-1053 to get in your first official power rankings of 2024 on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. We are going to chop it up. Mary Kay Cabot previews Browns Cowboys after this.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ludacris at the Windsor World Casino and Resort on October 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881.
Get swung on.
Great giveaway. Thank you to the promo department. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on Twitch, YouTube, FanCam, Odyssey app, and the radio. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Parents with children. I think all parents have children, but people with children, I should say.
Easy, JD.
Huh?
JD Vance. It's a JD Vance.
Oh, I didn't hear. I don't know what he said.
Come on. Keep up.
When you say JD, I think John. I think John Daniels. If you have children in school, you are having major flashbacks. They're not hallucinations. They are flashbacks about what your child has in their backpack that you are recognizing from your youth. These are the items that are back in style. Item. That we used to have. Let me tell me if you remember these things. The Bic 4-colored pen.
Yes. Or like the thing like this?
Yeah, it had the 4 different ones that went around. The red, green, blue, whatever.
Yeah.
It looked so much cooler than its functionality, I felt like.
I'm going to ask you a serious question.
I knew you were going here. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to insult. Did you really go school supply shopping at home school? Oh,
yeah, we did. But even still, like, even if it wasn't for school, like, everybody had those pens for just whatever.
Yeah, that's true. They did. So those things are back in style. The other thing that is back in style this year is the old school Trapper Keeper.
Oh, yes.
I just think of South Park. Cartman. I don't want to wait for my Trapper Keeper be over.
Yes. I loved them.
Oh, they were great.
Oh, yeah.
And you had to get the special colors. Then did you leave?
I had a red one.
And then how long was it where you left the initial piece of paper in the sleeve?
On the left side?
Because I had to think on the side. Like, some people would take it out, write designs, draw something on it, whatever, put a picture. I had a picture of Jennifer Capriati in mine.
Oh.
Back when I was 12 years old.
When you guys school shop, is it like when we think a winter freeze is coming? Is it like empty on the shelves? How early do you have to start versus things just running out? Because I went to get Ollie a pair of like kids' scissors the other day. Like, we're all out of scissors.
Well, so they will a lot of times at the end. I don't know if they do it at your age shop, but they will a lot of times the school at the end of the year will offer like, hey, if you're coming back to the school next year, you can buy your school supplies now in the spring, and we'll have like everything packaged for you.
Yeah.
So they get there on their first day, and they've already got everything packaged out. But Kristen did that last year. This year, she was like, no, I didn't like the way that went last year. But she's one of these ones who she'll shop for things in spring and then stick them in a closet.
Yeah, we Janet does most. My ex-wife does most of the back to school stuff because she's a teacher, so she knows exactly what they need. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's just not available if you get too late.
What's like the cool hot school supply that the kid has to have, whether it's a pen or a binder or a backpack or a what? Is there something?
The backpack is like the thing that like I'm going to be judged by, at least for my kids at their schools. They're the ones there where it's like, I got to have this backpack. I can't have this one. This one looks weird.
What's cool?
It just
JanSport?
I mean, I'll tell you what's weird is going to these middle schools and high schools, and you'll see like high school boys walking around with like My Little Pony backpacks or whatever. And they're like, it's like kind of counterculture, like this is funny, but that kind of stuff has become popular among high schoolers.
For my older one, it's like they will only wear Nike. It's like uncool. They don't wear Nike.
Okay.
I hate this Nike backpack.
Way to go, Phil
How
Knight.
much is it?
Nah, it's like $95. Not that bad.
It's like $95. I don't even spend $95 on my own backpacks. I don't know if it was something for you. All right. How about the composition books, the black and white kind of panda-looking composition books.
The Harriet the Spy book.
The hot item this year, the hottest of all, is the classic TI-84 calculator.
Oh, I smashed my calculator like Gronk as soon as I took my final math class in college. Get this thing out of here.
That's what they look like now. They look way different.
That's sweet. That is sweet.
That is very cool looking. So that is the must-have.
We have an advanced like iPhones. Like I thought I had the TI-83. We're only at the 84. Like we're not at 94, 97. Like we don't go up in calculators.
Yeah, I think I had the 82, TI-82. But I was terrible in math.
I didn't even bother with a calculator when Jacob was going through high school. I downloaded Photomath, which is an app you can literally draw a problem out and then hover your phone over it and it takes it. And it
like a Bank America deposit check?
It instantly gives you the answer and then it says, here's the work. Here's how to show the work.
Wow.
And so that just helped me verify, like, all right, this is getting too high. Like, I don't know how to, like, go through this.
What last year, gentlemen, was the hot... Now, it wasn't necessarily an item for school, but everybody had to have one of these.
For kids?
In general, but kids...
Stanley Cup?
Stanley Cup. They are not...
Low T center, baby.
They are not the in-style cup anymore.
Oh.
So if you spent your $600 on a pink Stanley, it's already out of style. The Hydro Flash, the Lululemon one, and the Awala are the big cups, mugs, whatever, this year.
I just can't.
There you go.
I can't fathom, and I just can't understand that kids take like their own cup to school.
Oh yeah, they have a Gatorade squirt bottle, water bottle.
You
thing.
can put whatever you want in it.
I mean, it's like
Does
water.
it have to be water?
I guess it doesn't have to be water, but that's my kids put in it.
Addison, on her very first day of school this year, lost her Stanley. And so Kristen was not happy about that. Somebody like found it and picked it up and gave it to one of the teachers or something. But Kristen was about ready to lose her mind because she's like, you begged for that all year. And now you have it and you lose it the first day.
Is that the one from the Super Bowl?
No. This is one that she got, like, Kristen bought her one. It was like a pink one.
Also, the big thing this year is denim. Jean jackets are back. Jean shorts, jean skirts, everything denim, everything jeans is back in style. So that is the hot back-to-school items that you might be seeing or you see in your kids. You're like getting you a little flashback from our youth. Chopping it up here on 105 through the Fan. Next up, and if this is not taking advantage of modern society, I don't know what is. There are companies popping up everywhere, though, that are there solely to quit your job for you because you are too unable to have any form of communication with another human being that you won't even go put 2 weeks notice in. So they put your 2 weeks notice in for you.
So is this quiet quitting?
No, this not be quiet quitting. This is just quitting.
Quitting.
This is but
coward quitting.
What's that?
Yes.
Coward quitting.
Coward quitting. Yes, coward quitting. But yeah, so we just had the Great Resignation, which you would think is easy to.
Is that
quit.
Biden?
No, that was in the post-pandemic era. People were like, I'm not going to work for the man. I'm going to go drop ship. By the way, my kid won't shut up about now.
Drop ship?
He wants to drop ship everything. I found these floor mats I want to sell. I can buy them for $6 and sell them for $18.
Oh,
thrifty.
Okay.
Yeah. Is this necessary that, like, do they do the face-to-face interaction for you, or they're saying, like, we'll draft the letter and send it over? Because, I mean, the ChatGPT can do that.
They draft it and they send it for you from their account. So you never have to. So they send, like, so you'll get an email from, what's this one company called? Exit. The company's called Exit. Right? So your boss will get an email from Exit and says, this letter is informing you that Bobby Belt is submitting his 2 weeks resignation.
As if you're not going to get a phone call or a follow-up email from the boss or a text.
But what people do is they just deny the call. And
then just quit. Just quit and, like, don't show up to work.
Yeah, and part of the thing they're saying is, and this is a common quote in this, that many people believe colleagues aren't worth saying bye to.
Oh, it's the RJ Choppy principle.
Wait, I said goodbye.
No, you said something about
you say goodbye forever.
When I was out, you said something like you're not supposed to be friends with us or something.
You're not supposed to be friends with your coworkers.
That's what I was taught as a kid, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up like that.
Chat GPT, by the way, this is their suggestion on how to quit. You say, I have decided to pursue a new direction that aligns more closely with my personal and professional goals. That's a nice way to say I quit.
That is a way to say I quit.
Yeah.
That's basically it. And then one more thing. This is not a story, but I do want to tell you about my day at Billy Bob's, Sean.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
this was on Saturday, and I was asked to interview a young up-and-coming musician, country music artist, Kat Hasty. And she has
Hasty?
Yeah. She has her first music video coming out, and she filmed it at Billy Bob's that day on Saturday. And I'll be a part of I won't be in the video, but I did like an interview with her, so I'm going to get completely cut out of the video.
Yeah, I see why you did this.
I'm going to get completely cut out of this video. But it's very cool. I got her
digits.
I got her to cry. You did? I pulled a Roy Firestone on her.
What'd you do?
I got her to cry. I asked
Talked
her
about her daddy?
No. I asked her about her boots.
Oh.
Her old gringo boots.
There you go.
And she started crying.
On the fan cam, Pepe.
Yep.
Have you already
I'll
looked
take
her
a little
up?
sip.
I bet you would.
Follow her Instagram.
Yeah, so that was cool. I was.
Why did you get chosen for this? Because you bought a truck and now wear cowboy boots?
No,
and a hat?
I knew the producer. The producer of that is Joe Chavez. You know Joe.
Oh, yeah.
He's a Tolo. He came out to one of our Firehouse events, and I got this opportunity for it. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it, man. I just drove down. It was 8 a.m.
Did you listen to one of her songs?
On the way there.
Okay.
On the way there, I listened to a couple
Just like
of them.
Bobby's wife watching Yellowstone.
Yes, absolutely. I did. I did a little, I had to prepare some questions for this, but it's mostly about her new album.
And where's this going to air?
Well, it's going to be all music videos now are basically, they debut basically on YouTube.
So this is going to be
on her, in
a music video.
No, well, the whole music video is going to be like a 10-minute video part. It'll be music and then interview question thrown in, and then more music, then interview question thrown in, something like that. So
like on MTV or something.
Does MTV still even show music video? I think it's just a challenge.
So this interview is part of her music video.
Yeah, it's part of the whole relaunch or the launch of the music video. Yeah.
Wow.
Very cool. Yeah, I was cool. I was cool. I was happy to be a part of it.
So what did they was Billy Bob's empty and?
Oh yeah, it was 8 a.m. on a Saturday.
Yeah.
It was completely empty.
What'd you wear?
I just wore jeans and a black shirt.
Okay.
And they wanted me to. They wanted me to wear
the Pat McAfee bolo.
I'm sorry.
Brown Texas.
I'm sorry. They did give me a bolo to put on. They did. I don't have one. The guys were like, here, you got to wear this. And I was like, okay.
So you wore a bolo.
I did. I had a black T-shirt and a polo on.
Lord.
I did. They wanted to dive in. They really wanted to dive in on this.
Is there a picture?
Yeah, I've got a picture somewhere.
All right, chopping it up. Hump Day edition, along with a ludicrous ticket giveaway. She is one of the best local beat reporters in the business, maybe the best. Definitely better than the one we have in this room. Mary Kay Cabot previews Browns Cowboys next on the Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Clean way, a green way, zero res way. It is.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hours. We try to get you to the NFL openers as quickly as possible. And, of course, on Sunday, this radio station, being the home of the Cowboys, has Cowboys Browns. On DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, joined by one of the best insiders in the business on the D&M Leasing Hotline is Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland with a Browns preview, cleveland.com, the plain dealer. Good morning, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Doing pretty well. Having a hard time with this game. It kind of feels like a defensive, ugly toss-up. How are you feeling about it?
You know, I don't know about it being a defensive game because I really do look out there and see a lot of weapons on both sides of the ball. I think you've got Deshaun Watson ready to show that he's got these great weapons and Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku, and then, of course, you've got Dak and CD's ready to roll. So I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a defensive sort of game, although the defenses are both really, really good. So you're right. It is hard to predict, and I guess it just depends on which way it gets started and if it turns into somewhat of a shootout the way the last meeting did.
What is Deshaun Watson now? I don't think anybody would say that he's met expectations there. Is there do they see him resurrecting his career the way that he was in Houston and what they expected to get?
Well, here's the thing about Deshaun Watson. I think people have a tendency to forget that he was injured most of last season. It was in week 3 where he first suffered the shoulder injury. It was first diagnosed as a rotator cuff. Later on, after he suffered the fractured shoulder and underwent surgery, I did ask him, he alluded to the fact that he had been playing on this fractured shoulder for a couple of games, and I asked him, is it possible he could have fractured it all the way back in week 3? And he said, it's possible. Now, the Browns have maintained that he fractured the shoulder on November 12th against the Baltimore Ravens, but it's probably a little bit hard to say how it all went down in there. But nevertheless, he was injured almost the whole entire season. And so I don't think people can really judge his performance based on much of what we saw last year. So now that he looks pretty healthy, I think he should be a lot better this year.
how much of, you talk about the health issue there. Does anything look like a guy whose confidence has been shaken when you watch him, though, or does he remain kind of resolved in that sense?
I think the thing is he has not forgotten how to play football, and people seem to think that he has forgotten how to play football. But I think if he's healthy and his weapons around him are healthy and he likes this new offense and can adapt to it pretty quickly, I think he's going to be just fine. I just don't think just because he hasn't played a full season since 2020, I just think there's so much good football in him that it's in there. And it's just a matter of pulling it out of there, and we'll see if that gets going this season.
Was his off season and all the practices you attended, did they really stand out? Like, oh, this is the franchise quarterback that people used to talk about? Is this as well as he looked while covering him this past offseason in camp?
Well, he did not start throwing in 11-on-11s until training camp. He just didn't really do that. So, so that was the first time that we really saw him get going was in training camp. There might have been some in mini camp too, a little bit in 11-on-11s, but throughout the off-season program and OTAs and whatnot, he was not throwing in 11-on-11s yet, coming off of this shoulder surgery. So we don't have a huge body of work to base anything on. But he did look, I thought, pretty good in training camp. The thing about training camp is that he never had his full complement of receivers and tight ends around him. I think I remember one practice where I looked out there and saw all of those guys that I mentioned previously out there on the field with him. So they haven't had a lot of time on task, and I think that could be a little bit of a problem early on because they just haven't done it. And then he never played in the preseason games, so his preseason action for the first time since November 12th is going to be coming early on against Dallas on Sunday.
Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland previewing Browns boys here on 105.3 The Fan. In Houston, he was maybe the next face of the NFL. Dabo Swinney calling him Michael Jordan, Boy Scout reputation. Then all the controversy happened. What's he been like to deal with personally? Is he guarded? Is he jaded? Or is the old Deshaun Watson personality flowing?
Well, first of all, I can take credit for that Michael Jordan quote because I elicited that from Dabo Swinney at the Senior Bowl that year when I asked him, what would happen if the Browns pass on Deshaun Watson? And he looked right at me. I have it on my phone, and I tweeted it out like that. And he said it would be like they're passing on Michael Jordan. So it was a quote heard around the world that spring. And so I get to take a little bit of credit for that. But he's been okay to deal with. I think he is a little bit guarded. I will say that. He is a little bit guarded because of all of his off-the-field issues. I think that's caused him to perhaps be a little bit more buttoned up in terms of just how he deals with the media than he used to be in Houston. I think he was probably a lot more forthcoming, and now I think he's kind of, having to watch it a little bit because in part, he doesn't always get well received by everybody that's asking the questions. I mean, some people still have, such an issue with everything that went on that I think it can be a little bit contentious at times. And so I just think nationally and locally to a certain extent that he's still working through all of the off-the-field stuff.
Speaking of personalities, a very interesting one here when he played for the Cowboys was Amari Cooper. What are your impressions of Amari? Do you think he's happy there? And is he long for Cleveland with a lot of the San Francisco and off-season rumors and his contract status?
Well, Amari has been absolutely terrific here. That was such a great pickup by the Cleveland Browns for him to come in here and have back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. He's just been fantastic. Set the record, single-season record with 265 yards last year for the Cleveland Browns. And he's just been great. He's been great to deal with and fantastic in every other way. And, of course, as you mentioned, there was the flap a couple of weeks ago or a month ago or whatever when it was reported that the Browns were willing to trade him to San Francisco for Brandon Ayuk. Amari did put out there on Twitter that he would not have minded. We haven't talked to him yet, so it will be interesting to see what he has to say about that this week. But he's a professional. He held out throughout the offseason for a new contract. He skipped the mandatory minicamp, and he knew the Browns didn't hold that against him, so I'm sure he's not going to hold this against them. But you're right, it is his last year on this contract, and I'm sure that he said he wants to finish his career in Cleveland when we asked him that at the Greenbrier. So we'll see where this is going to go.
What is the Browns' ceiling this year, or is it totally dependent on what Deshaun is?
I think it's largely dependent on what Deshaun is, but it's a pretty talented and loaded roster. The defense ranked number 1 in the NFL last year, and I think they're better this year. They should be better. The only thing is that they're playing much better quarterbacks than they played last year throughout the whole entire season. I mean, they've got just some of the best quarterbacks in the NFL coming here and on the road. And so we'll see how the defense holds up. But it seems right now like they will be as good as last year, maybe even better. And I think that will help. But, of course, so much of it comes down to your quarterback and how he plays, and that's kind of an unknown right now.
Mary Kay, tell us about give us a defensive education on this roster besides Myles Garrett. Why else are they so good?
Well, all across the line, you've got really good guys. On the other side, on the opposite side of Myles, you've got Zadarius Smith, and then you go inside, and you've got some good defensive tackles in this 4-3 defense. You've got Dalvin Tomlinson, and then they also acquired Quentin Jefferson at defensive tackle. He had 6 sacks last season. Then you move back to linebacker. You've got J.O.K., who was actually added to the Pro Bowl roster last year, but really had a Pro Bowl caliber season in his own right. And then they added Jordan Hicks to the mix there, good veteran middle linebacker. And then you get back to the secondary, and really they're pretty loaded in the secondary with Pro Bowler Denzel Ward. You've got Martin Emerson, who's one of the up-and-coming cornerbacks in the NFL. You've got Greg Newsome, who starts outside but moves inside in the slot. He's a really good cornerback, first-round pick. The safeties, Juan Thornhill and Grant Delpit, are good, can get some hands on interceptions, and so it's a good crew.
When we look at the Browns offensive line, Jedrick Wills, obviously there's a question about his availability. It looks like Jack Conklin would have to step in and play left tackle if he's not able to go, but Conklin's coming off of a big knee injury. What exactly is the plan at left tackle, and what do you think the chances are that Wills actually goes in this game?
It's hard to say. We haven't seen Wills out there yet on the practice field, but Jack hasn't been out there much either. So I don't know if when we get out there today, if Jed's going to be out there practicing and in his spot at left tackle. I would be kind of surprised if it's going to go that way because Jack's been out there practicing for the past couple of days at least, maybe 3 days or so, coming off of his knee injury. So one of those guys I think will be out there. Right now it looks like Jack has the inside track for that just because we haven't seen Jed yet.
Browns beat writer Mary Kay Cabot joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Dallas is going to be playing around a lot with Micah Parsons, like where he's lining up and the areas that he'll attack. Given what you know about the Browns offensive line heading into this game, where would you expect to see Mike Zimmer try and attack with Micah Parsons?
Well, where he starts out, might be not where he finishes up. As you mentioned, Mike Zimmer will move him around. So he's going to try to find the most favorable matchup for Micah Parsons, and I'm sure he will surprise the Browns on some snaps. But I would imagine that he'll start over Jack Conklin, see how that goes, see if he can't exploit a guy coming off of a very, very serious knee injury. But those are two first-team All-Pros. So, so no matter what, Jack is going to be good at that spot. We'll just have to see if, the knee can hold up and he's ready for that kind of action right away. But I'm sure that's where Mike Zimmer will go to test it out.
What do you think is the Cowboys' biggest advantage against Cleveland matchup-wise?
That's a good one. The Browns are, as I mentioned, the Browns are pretty loaded on defense all the way through. So that is a really good question. Maybe CD Lamb, but again, the Browns have really good cornerbacks. So I think it's an evenly matched game pretty much across the board. The Browns actually, I think, are going to have an advantage with the fact that the Cowboys are starting two rookie offensive linemen. So Myles Garrett against Tyler Guyton is really something that I'm going to have my eyes on. And, of course, then they have a rookie center as well that never played center in college, as you know. And when you match these guys up across the line from this Browns very stout defensive line, I think that's going to be an area where one team has an advantage over the other.
How's the weather looking?
It's been really, really beautiful. This is one of the nicest times of year here. It's starting to cool down a little bit. I haven't checked the Sunday forecast yet, but it's been 70s and sunny, so just a beautiful day at the lakefront probably.
Keep up the fantastic work. We've been following you for years, and thank you so much for the time this morning, and enjoy this season.
Sounds good. You too. Thanks a lot.
Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's get your first tailgate ready. A brand new way for you to cook your ribs. He's barbecuing for Jalen Tolbert and Tolo, Brandon Aubrey, and he may be a little college football celebrity this weekend as well. It's a Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman next on The Fan. Let's get you over to play.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Say the All Weight Loss. That's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today, KarsForKids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What perfect timing on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube to get you ready for your first tailgate of the football season. And we do it on a Meet Church Wednesday with our boy Matt Pittman on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. He texts Bobby about barbecue instead of me now. Bobby making butter burgers yesterday on his day off.
Yeah, I went with the butter burgers again, and the only thing I messed up, I didn't toast the buns the first time. I made one at night again, and I toasted the bun there. But man, just seasoned some Blanco on the patties, and then
so your wife
them up.
couldn't have them.
No, exactly. Like, that's how I make sure she's not like, I just want one bite. So I just seasoned some Blanco on there because of her MSG allergy. She can't have it.
So you shred butter into the burger.
Yeah, you freeze the stick of butter, and then you kind of shred it up, and then you can put it into the patty, and then put some Blanco on it. Made some burger sauce. It was fantastic.
The Bobby Lucy.
Matt, we have you cooking with Jalen Tolbert, Brandon Aubrey, celebrity for college football this weekend. But we need to know what is on the tailgate first. What's on the first week installment of the Matt Pittman Meet Church tailgate menu?
Well, we kick off our annual tailgate stuff on our YouTube channel, our Wednesday show that comes out today at 10 with party ribs. And so that's what we're going to do this weekend. We're probably going to do it next weekend at the home game as well. But, it's not a brand new thing. It's something that was really trendy this year, where you take a rack of ribs raw and you cut them up individually, season and cook them individually so they cook in like a third of the normal rib cook time, and you get total caramelization around the entire rib.
Ooh.
I was a big naysayer, did it this summer, and was like kind of blown away. So a little late to the party, but that's what we're doing.
So you're cutting the ribs individually raw. That way it's going to get the color and everything and the rub on the inside that you wouldn't get before.
Exactly. And in the video, I actually mention, it reminds me of like pork belly burn ends. If you cube up a pork belly and you season the entire cube, where you get caramelization around the whole thing. So that's what you get. So it's really pretty. You get more seasoning because you're getting it, like you said, on the inside of the cut. And then, the crazy thing is at 275 degrees, they cook in 2 hours and 20 minutes which honestly, that's like one of the biggest things for me because, if you got a noon kickoff, a lot of people don't want to get up and throw their ribs on at 5 or 6 in the morning. And I'm not just saying this for clicks. It is shockingly very good. And the downside is, you're cooking them in a pan at the end after you wrap it. And so, you're not watching the entire rack to perfection. So I had 1 or 2 bones. The meat was kind of coming off the bone, but there's somebody in your party that wants them fall off the bones. So it was no big deal. So I'm a big fan.
The worry for me, it'd be kind of a brisket. I'm like, why not just separate? I've always wondered, why not just separate the point and the flat? Because the flat choppy
sure, of course.
is it's leaner and it's not as good to me. Where the point is like the fattier part. So why not just separate the brisket beforehand, cook them separate, and you pull off the lean part earlier than you would the fatty part? But you have a lot of people say keep the whole thing together because you'll lose like juice out of it. So is that affect for the ribs, a rib rack? If you cook them individually, is that going to affect the moisture?
Well, in this case, you cook them for 90 minutes. And they get to about 165, 170, look really pretty. You throw them in a pan and you do a normal wrap. So I did butter, brown sugar, agave, barbecue sauce, toss it up. So you got a ton of moisture in there, and you're covering it with foil, throwing it back in. So you're braising them effectively and all that moisture. The thing with brisket, Aaron Franklin kind of said probably 8 or 10 years ago, when you separate those two muscles without the fat in between the point and the flat, they just cook different. And then the flat has hardly any fat on it. I'm not a fan of just cooking a flat, so I prefer to cook the traditional way of a whole packer. But there's certainly benefits. If you're in competition, guys separate them to cook them. Same can be said with a steak, like on a ribeye. I actually think separating a ribeye, taking the spinalis off and cooking it separate gives you a more superior steak bite. So
is that the cap? Is that the ribeye cap?
Yeah, exactly.
Spinalis.
But I think we should probably turn this to Bobby, the new cooking expert.
That is I.
Take it over.
That's me. I am the cooking expert. I actually had a question based on Sean's cookout the other day, or not cookout, his party where he got some really great like prepackaged mac and cheese that you can just like stick in the oven and warm up. I'm curious because mac and cheese is such a crucial part of that kind of a cookout to me. Is there a mac and cheese you think could level up or beat the one that Sean got, which was just super easy?
It was
like
Costco.
For the ease of it.
Costco.
And are you a meat and macaroni guy, like a bacon or anything like that?
Pulled pork.
Oh, I mean, I definitely love brisket and mac and cheese. I've got a brisket mac and cheese recipe, and my dad had a triple bypass last fall, and about 3 weeks later sent me a text, can you make me some of that brisket mac and cheese? Wait just a minute, but 100% chop brisket up and throw it in there, and it's hard to beat.
The official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys, as we broke that news the last time he was on, Matt Pittman here on 105.3 The Fan. And what about wings? Do we have a different seasoning coming out for some wings for this Sunday?
Yeah, last week we released our hickory all-purpose, and it's really good. It's honestly, I'm not just saying that. It's super delicious. It's what I used on these ribs this week, and it's fantastic on pork and chicken. It's great on a lot of things, but I think it shines on pork and chicken. So you can get it at your local Ace Hardware. You can get it at meatchurch.com or our barbecue splash shop. It's an Ace exclusive product, and it is quite good. It's beautiful on wings. I describe it as like a southwestern flavor with a little hickory added to it. So everybody in Texas will love it.
185 on those wings, right? 185. I remember that.
At least.
I think hickory is taken over as my wood of choice. I think that's my number one seed. I know that we're in post oak territory, but I think hickory is my favorite.
I tell people that if you could only pick one wood, I think you just buy all hickory. I mean, I know, like you said, we're in Texas, so we got to be traditional, but hickory is definitely what I say is like, if you only could do one, that's the one to get.
All right, let's talk about why you are grilling with Jalen Tolbert and Brandon Aubrey. What's going on over there?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. These are just, some personal relationships I've developed with the guys since last year. And Butter reached out and said, hey, I'm bringing all the specialists to my house. Would you be willing to come over and show us a few things? So they bring the families over, which to me, that's what it's all about. They're bringing their wives and their kids, and it turned into a little potluck. So, we had all the specialists from, the punter, kicker, deep snapper, and then Bones coach came, which was awesome. And JT got wind of it. And so he and the Goodwin came out. So we had 5 players. Cowboys filmed it. And basically, I prepared a brisket in advance, but then I took over some of the salmon I always talk to you guys about that I catch in Canada. And I did salmon 3 ways, just kind of trying to show them something light to eat during the season, because obviously these guys aren't going to eat brisket all the time. And it ended up being a ton of fun. So that was Friday night, super enjoyable. And then, Tolbert he actually already had a Traeger coming on his own because he had one in college at South Alabama. So we've been talking a lot about it, and it just happened to come in last week, and I offered to come up and help him put it together. It can be kind of daunting for someone that it's not really daunting, but, players
There's a way for you to get in.
He's a good dude. So he eats super light, though. These, I've always told you guys, most of my customers are linemen. So to break out and get some specialty guys and get a receiver, pretty big for the meat church. So went and built his Traeger last night and got him rolling, and apparently he'll be eating a lot of fish and chicken during the season, so I'm pumped for that.
Do you find, were you profiling because they're kickers that you didn't think they were going to eat brisket? The kickers got to go with a fish, or are they more likely to go tofu? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's more my experience that, like, traditionally my guys around the league are linemen. They got to pack in the calories, so they can care less what they eat. But like in Tolbert's case, he's trying to eat light and stay lean and fast, which he said he got a lot of direction from Brandon Cooks on what to eat during the season. So he's been telling me for a while, like for a long time, that he mostly eats fish during the season. So a lot of guys don't know how to grill fish. We've talked about that on here before. So, with a pellet grill, I was just showing them how you can put it on a piece of butcher paper. I also did some teriyaki salmon on planks, just giving them different options of, here's how you turn this thing on. I connect it to his phone, and I'm like, it's going to taste way better in here than cooking it in your kitchen. It's not going to stink your house up. And he ate so much salmon Friday night, he told me he left heavy, and I don't think it's possible to eat enough fish to leave heavy. So I guess it was all right.
All right, Matt. So every week for the Cowboys home games in the press box, the halftime meal is something relating to the opposing city. So like if it's Philly in town, then they've got cheesesteaks up there and, so on and so forth. So I was curious yesterday. I was just looking around at some stuff and I discovered there's a thing called Cleveland style barbecue, which I've never heard of. But apparently this has its own take on barbecue. It's often characterized by a mix of Eastern European flavors, such as kielbasa sausages or smoked meats with unique local sauces. And their sides include sauerkraut, potato pancakes, and even cabbage rolls. So have you ever heard of Cleveland-style barbecue? And if this is your first time hearing of it, how disgusting does that sound? And how would you trick that up if you were Cleveland? How would you fix that?
I think you just validated why the term Cleveland barbecue isn't a thing. I've never heard of that, surprisingly. And I'd love to give it a shot, but I don't. That doesn't sound super amazing to me. So,
not a big cabbage roll guy.
No, not historically. I mean, I'm known to eat anything. So I'll try anything once, but I would not be looking too forward to that.
The celebrity of the game for SMU BYU is Matt Pittman here on 105.3 The Fan. What are you going to be doing?
Man, yeah, kind of crazy. So apparently they have this new Mustang convertible, I guess, to like go out on the field before the game. And
Dickerson's.
Well, yeah. So I'll tell you about that in a second. And then you end up showing up back of house with the team. So I'm pretty excited about that. I don't know that my name belongs in the sentence with the other guys doing it this year, but Dickerson, Clark Hunt, Troy Aikman, they're all doing it. I'm honored to be there. You guys know I'm real close friends with the athletic director, Rick Hard, and then I know Coach Lashley really well also. So, yeah, my daughter went to the SMU I don't know if y'all know, big historic win over, they swept number 2 ranked Nebraska last night in volleyball, 3-0. So we're big SMU fans due to our friendships with those guys. So, anything I can do to help. I don't know if anybody will know who I am, but I'm certainly excited to go out there and do it.
You should see where SMU's, I never thought I would see the day. I was out there with the old Phil Bennett. They are a 10.5-point favorite over BYU. I did not think I would see that day.
So, Matt, you're the perfect one to ask about this because of where you're from and where you live. I have a decision to make on going to see my godson play at Vanderbilt. And I have to pick between the Alabama game or the Texas game. And the wife is kind of leaning towards Texas, but Alabama plays them first, and I don't have enough patience. I want to go to Nashville, and I want to see it. So Alabama at Vanderbilt, the Longhorns at Vanderbilt. Help me decide.
I mean, I'm going to tell you Alabama.
Yeah, you want to see Vanderbilt win.
Hey, don't you remember Vanderbilt's quote last time about, bring them on and Bama rolled them? So, yeah, I wouldn't want to wait either. Get up there, get it over with. Go see Bama. Go see a brand new coach. Go see DeBoer and his team and, come back and tell me how big of a fan you are.
But the crowd difference is like Bama's showing up there versus the Longhorns going there.
Oh, that's easy. All right. So Alabama fans are known to be some of the nicest in the country. And no disrespect to my friends in Texas, they are not known to be some of the nicest in the country, despite our Southern hospitality. But I'll give you an example. I was in Tuscaloosa when Johnny Manziel beat Alabama, and all my A&M friends were like, I can't believe how nice these Bama fans are to us after. So there's nothing like the true Southern hospitality. So if you're talking fan base, I'm not even being mean or making this up. That is a no contest there.
When are you guys going to have that running back stop playing quarterback and play his natural position at running back?
Here we go.
I mean, are we this early in the season?
Butterbelt over here.
Butterburger and seafood. Sorry, that's right. We're linked.
I take back all my compliments I gave you.
All right. I want to see individual ribs cooked this weekend. I'm pumped up for that. I always like trying out new things. Individual ribs. We got hickory wings, SMU, BYU, Jalen Tolbert, Brandon Aubrey. I think I got everything in there from the official pitmaster of the Cowboys, Matt Pittman. Keep killing it.
Hey, we're going to try. And hey, little parting shot. The Dak deal is closer than it is further away.
Oh, wow. Oh.
You think like before the season starts?
Oh, he left.
He left.
What a walk-off.
Oh, wow.
Let's talk about that. We have breaking news in the NFL with a contract and the rich history between the Browns and the Cowboys. That's next. And below the belt, how about that drop from Matt Pittman right here on The Fan?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Ooh, somebody just got paid and reset the market in a big way. More on that in just a second. First, Below the Belt is brought to you by #1 Air.
Yes, it is.
See what I bring a lot to the table, guys, including sponsorships.
Until Babe Laufenberg takes it away tomorrow at 8:40.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I'm going to say that that's just coincidental that Babe's segment starts tomorrow and the sponsorship came in. I don't think that's reflective of me or the quality of this segment at all. But, yeah, that's probably actually got everything to do with it. Patrick Surtain, a former target of the Dallas Cowboys, who if he would have been there at pick number 10 a couple years ago, Patrick Surtain would have been a Dallas Cowboy. Patrick Surtain with the Denver Broncos, one of the worst teams in the NFL, has a new extension, 4 years, $96 million a year. Or $96 million total, not a year. That's $24 million a year. Total guaranteed is $77.5 million. So Patrick Surtain resets the market by $6 million in guaranteed money. And the average annual value is $3 million more than anybody in the secondary has gotten so far. Jair Alexander set the market a couple years ago. It had kind of stayed there. Diggs got a new deal. A couple other corners have gone since then. It hasn't moved. Surtain, this is a genuine reset. To go from 21 annually to 24, that's kind of pushing
This
things
is the
up.
right guy to do it, though.
Yeah, he's best corner in the game, probably.
I would hate this so much if I was other teams.
That they did it?
Like going outside the market, like going that far away from the market.
Yeah, I would too, but, I would hate it. I hate it less. I'm sorry, I would hate it more if it was not the best player at the position.
Yeah.
Like, this is a fair, if he's the best player at the position, then it's fair. If somebody who's not the best at the position jumped it, then...
Because the corners not leapfrog like wideouts and quarterbacks?
So they would leapfrog by a little bit throughout history. In recent years, it hasn't for some reason. It's kind of gone stagnant. So for this to be not only a jump, a new number, but this is a significant new number, that pushes up the market, which who comes open for a contract extension next year? Deron Bland becomes eligible for a contract extension. And at that point, the Cowboys probably have to make a decision. Do they want to pay Deron Bland and trade Trayvon Diggs, because I doubt they're going to sink top two money into both their corners, or do they stick with Diggs and say either trade or let Deron Bland walk at the end of his contract? But I very seriously doubt that in 2-3 years we're looking at Bland and Diggs both being here, even if they're both top of the market.
And in case you missed it, at the very end of the Meat Church Matt Pittman segment, he dropped a little tease on us saying the Dak Prescott deal is closer versus being farther away. And he does a lot of cooking, a lot of events with Dak Prescott. So I would now double down and give Nick Eatman more credit and more credence when Eatman was on Friday saying he thinks he's going to guess the Dak deal gets done before the Browns game. I'm now going to sign up for that after what Matt Pittman just said.
I would too.
Take it for what it's worth.
I would too. It's not just throwing that one out there. That's not the way it is. So, yeah, look, that makes sense as the most obvious scenario that all parties would want to do. You would think they would want to get all the affairs in order before the season starts and not have to worry about that after. Not always the case that it works like that, but you would think that would be their primary preference.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that if Diana Rossini's report is right, that it's just years that's got the difference, that would definitely feel like it's closer than we thought.
What did you make of that? Because we thought it should be opposite, with Rossini saying that, who wants shorter years versus longer years, that the team might want shorter years and Dak longer, when we're like, okay, just get back to the market a third time if you're Dak, unless you don't want to go through all this crap and drama.
Doesn't make any sense
right?
From either perspective. Cowboys save money if they can get him on a longer deal. because they can structure it. They can do all the cap gymnastics they need. Dak can get to the market sooner again, get paid again. We just saw Cousins get paid in his mid-30s coming off a big injury.
Yeah.
So
Rossini, I said yesterday on the show's had a little rough offseason.
Yeah, I think she honestly, what I'm going to guess is she just, it was not a written column. It was something she said in a podcast. I think she mixed her words up potentially. Like she may have just in the course of talking about it, she may have just kind of offhand like, ooh, I didn't realize I said the opposite of what it is.
That's a good theory because why would she not have tweeted that or wrote about it? It would have blown up.
Yeah. And so, I don't know, maybe she'll write something on it and we'll see specifics. She's saying something similar, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know why they would want that. All right, so the Cowboys are going to play week number 1 of the NFL season this Sunday against one of their historic rivals, the Cleveland Browns. And I think that that's something that probably sounds a little bit odd to a lot of people, especially younger fans.
This is Choppy's childhood team.
That's right.
Not the Jets.
Nope, the Browns.
No, the Jets were awful.
But my dad was a huge Browns fan. He was he loved Jim Brown. So he became a Browns fan.
Yeah, because he's a guy.
Right. Well, he was. I think.
That's why Jim Brown loved him.
Right. Maybe. So he loved the Browns. So I mean, this whole from Brian Sipe to Bernie Kosar, Bud Carson. What an awful coach he was. Marty Ball.
Lot of pain that you grew up around then with those 80s Browns teams. But it does seem odd at this point to look at it and say they've got like a deep history with each other. The Cowboys and Browns played each other 19 times in the first decade of the Cowboys' existence. There was no team they played more than the Browns in the first 10 years of the franchise's existence. Since that time, they've played 13 times in the 55 years since. So this will be game number 14 in the last 55 years after they went the first 10 years. Pretty much, a little bit after. And so it was one of those things where they were in the same division for a number of years. They met each other in the playoffs 3 years in a row. So there's actually like a lot of deep history there. And the first big pivotal moment in Cowboys-Browns history is going to be of special interest to RJ Choppy when the Cowboys traveled to Cleveland on November 24th, 1963.
Oh, man.
Why is that pivotal?
1963.
November 24th, 1963.
That was Jim Brown's last game.
No. This was
Leroy Kelly.
2 days after Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas.
Duh.
And the Cowboys, by all accounts, were trying. Getting it stuck. Cowboys were trying to kind of lobby like privately, like, please don't make us play football. Like, don't make us go on the road right after. So Cleveland was about as deep Kennedy support as you were going to find in the state of Ohio at the time. 10 counties in Ohio in 1960 voted for JFK. He won Cuyahoga County by over 140,000 votes. He won the other 9 counties in Ohio by a combined 64,000 votes.
Oh, wow.
Which means this was as Kennedy supporting as you can get outside of the state of Massachusetts. And the Cowboys traveled out there, and History.com actually wrote about this a couple years ago about their trip to Cleveland and how when they pulled up to the stadium, they had to carry when they pulled up to the hotel, they had to carry their own bags, and the bellhops turned their backs to the Cowboys players.
Yeah, what kind of loser do you have to be to blame, to even remotely place any blame or anger towards people who a football player who had nothing to do with that? What kind of absolute loser do you have to be?
It was something that was held like against the city at the time. Pettis Norman, who was the Cowboys tight end, said they took the field that day and they were hearing all day from what was not a capacity crowd. This game was played at the same time as the JFK funeral was going on in D.C. And they took the field, and Pettis Norman said the entire game they were hearing nothing but murderers, killers, you killed the president.
Oh, my.
Just aggressive. And
hell is the matter with people?
Eddie LeBaron, the Cowboys' backup quarterback, had told everybody, he was a veteran, he told everybody, he's like, do not take your helmets off today. He's like, don't take them off. Don't let them see your face. Don't take that protection off your head, because as soon as that comes off, somebody is throwing a beer bottle at your head. Like, somebody's coming for you. And it was just a hostile, and that was the rest of the season. Gil Brandt talked about it years later, but that first game in Cleveland was about as bad of a road trip, like city they could have taken in the wake of that, as possible. Another game that was pretty significant, December 24th, 1967, Christmas Eve. This was Dallas just destroying Cleveland in the playoffs, 52-14. Why is this significant? Well, because at the time, Cleveland and Green Bay were kind of competing as the team of the last 15 years or so. They both had 4 titles at the time, and this would have been an opportunity for the Browns to go on and play the Packers in what became the Ice Bowl. Cleveland, like years later, a lot of the players talked about how if we would have gone up to there, we're built to play in that weather. We were prepared. We'd been doing it all year. We would have been able to handle Green Bay. And Cleveland would have potentially been able to get to the Super Bowl, win another title, and the team of the decade, the team of the 50s and 60s, could look wildly different. It could look more like Cleveland is who we're talking about, and Cleveland would have had potentially their first Super Bowl after that. So a lot of players were held this beat down at the hands of the Cowboys really personally from Cleveland. December 10th, 1994. This is Bill Belichick and Nick Saban coming to town with the Cleveland Browns, and
Antonio Langham.
This completely changed the trajectory of the 94 playoffs because Dallas loses this game 19-14. They're down 16-14 with 3 minutes left. Aikman fumbles a snap on 4th and 1. Cleveland collects it, kicks a field goal. When Kevin Williams returns the kick to midfield, they hit Alvin Harper. Last play of the game, they throw it to Jay Novacek, and he slips on the turf right in front of the goal line and gets a touchdown, and they lose. And if they win this game, they're likely in the driver's seat to get home field advantage throughout the playoffs. They lose it on this game, and that's when San Francisco took hold of it. That was the 94 NFC Championship game in San Francisco that a lot of people felt like whoever was going to be at home for that game was going to win it and was going to have that advantage. And so Cleveland, Saban, Belichick coming in here, a lot of good luck down the stretch, kind of shifted the trajectory of what the Cowboys dynasty could have been. We would have been looking potentially at 3 in a row if that's a little different.
That was and Bernie was already here, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He had already been cut by Bill like that earlier that season, or the season before, I guess. And that was he was already here.
Yep. One more, November 6th, 2016. This is the game that ended Tony Romo's career in Dallas. It was actually the week before Dak had struggled for much of the primetime game against the Eagles. He has a great fourth quarter, sends it into overtime, has like magician moments in overtime. They win the game, and Jerry was really impressed, talked about after the game how he rallied and how he battled. Well, this following week, Dak played the best game of his career at that point. He went 21-27, 247, 3 touchdowns, no picks. His passer rating was 141.8, best of his career at that point. About 10 days later is when Tony actually stood up at the podium and said, Dak has earned the right to be our quarterback. But fun fact that maybe a lot of people don't know, after this game is when they made the decision internally that it was going to stay with Dak. And so got a lot of history here. The JFK game, Belichick and Saban changing the course of the 90s Cowboys, and then Dak Prescott solidifying the job.
Below the belt with a little history lesson to get you ready for Sunday on your home of America's team. We have a rookie walk-off grand slam and a perfect game coming to your home of the Rangers. We'll explain. Final hour, Hump Day edition is next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The set by Holmes and the payoff pitch swung on and a deep drive to left. That ball is way, way back. That ball is history. A walk-off slam for Wyatt Langford. How about that? The Rangers stream out of the dugout and await the arrival of the rookie who has hit both Ranger grand slams this year. Unbelievable.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt Hump Day edition. We got more rain,
Hump
baby.
Day.
We got more rain. I like it.
Last day, though.
Well, that's fine.
That's what it says. But we need it. We needed the rain.
Needed it.
All my plants in the backyard, my marigolds.
Man, you want a tree to die? Send it to me. I'll kill a tree faster than anybody.
Yeah.
I almost think that my landscaping guy just gave me some dead ones. It's ugly out there.
You've seen the meme before, right? That they say the surest sign that you've become an old man is when it rains. You say, "Boy, we needed this. Or
Yep.
We needed the rain." That's where you're at, man.
12-year-old me would have said this.
Yeah, if you had any trees, you'd say it too.
Yeah, if you had a water bill.
I have an entire landscape and everything. It's beautiful.
I had to write the city yesterday because my water bill
too high.
I noticed, by the way, you pressured these two into saying what their number started with, and then you didn't say your own.
Well, I didn't get it till yesterday.
What's the number? Or what does it start with?
A 5.
Oh no, it doesn't.
Oh,
There's a
that
leak.
hurts.
You got to leak.
$50?
$5.98.
$5.90. How many times a week do you water?
Well, it's also the refill of the pool. The evaporation of the water.
Yeah.
So like 30 minutes here and there.
You have an autofill?
Yeah.
How much do you think the little rain shower costs you?
A $600 water bill. I had to write the city back.
Seems high.
Seems
high. Like
Did you have water evaporate in your pool to like refill it?
It evaporates all the time. Yeah. I mean, it happens.
That's what water does.
It does. Like when we got back.
I'm talking to fellow pool owner here.
Yeah, it's got.
Sorry, I was going to give you my homeschool intelligence.
It's got an autofill thing. It's got an autofill.
Stay in your pantry over there.
Yeah, it has the autofill, so it does it every day. It should never be that high though. Like I know you got a lot of land. I know you got a lot of, but I don't know.
A lot of land, a lot of ceiling. There's just a lot at the Sean Mahal.
You know what it is? It's also that stupid damn kids water slide. Keeping that thing on for like pool parties, like for 5 or 6 hours.
That'll do it. Also, there's a way if it is a legitimate water bill and it's not a mistake, I would just program your backyard zones, the far back ones, like once a week instead of 3 times a week.
972 says you have a leak, bro.
Yeah,
they're convinced you have a leak if it's that
probably
high.
Do.
972, that's too high.
I'd be surprised if you could rack up a $600 water bill without a leak.
See, not so bad being in an apartment, is it?
Well, ask your family.
He'd be under
wants to
warranty.
sleep over my house all the time.
Yeah,
He'll be under
Sean.
warranty.
I just hear Sean cackling from upstairs when I was walking downstairs at his house the other day. I was like, "What was that about?" And apparently, he was like making a mocking joke. He's like, "Your dad's rich." And then Addison looked over and went, "We live in an apartment."
The little girl says that, and they start chanting, "Let us stay, let us stay."
Ollie got it going.
They wanted to sleep over. All right, Wyatt Langford last night, the 7th youngest player in history with a walk-off grand slam, and the youngest player in American League history with a walk-off granny. You want him up in these moments throughout baseball this year because Nick Castellanos has the most walk-off hits with 4, and Wyatt Langford now holds the second spot with 3 as the Rangers come back and beat the Yankees 7-4 with the epic walk-off, and you walked out and missed it.
Yeah, we left in the 8th inning. My youngest, my oldest was sick, so he didn't go to the game. My youngest went, and he's like, he had to get up for school. So after the 8th inning, he wanted to leave like earlier. I was like, no, we're staying.
Your eldest had to get up for school too, right?
That's a problem. we're dealing with that as well. But yeah, so he's like, I gotta go. I gotta get up for school. I was like, all right, bud, we'll go. Which I hate. We never leave games early. We literally never leave games early. And the one time we leave the game early, it is just an incredible finish.
So yesterday we had the conversation. Well, we didn't. Sorry, G-Bag and Jared Sandler had the conversation over Jack.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
Jack Leiter.
Conversation. That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, maybe we'll relive that at 9:40. Hagelin, are you reacting to that? Okay, he's listening. He just made a face, and I was like, all right, they got the show on in the prep room over there. Maybe we'll replay that at 9:40 and have some fun. Where are we now with Langford's rookie year? Sandler, don't call in if you disagree.
Okay, look, my expectations for his rookie year, admittedly, I was like, this guy's the next Mike Trout. I need to see
After you lectured all of us for the hype and you got mad at everyone.
I did. But I was like, this guy is I did a 943 OPS.
Which you said that's what they show at the games now instead of batting average?
Yeah, and I did not realize because
that's shocking.
This was, like I said, this was like my 4th or 5th game this year that I've been to, and I never remember seeing this year on the scoreboard next to the player's name on the lineup, just on the lineup, that they show OPS. I don't remember seeing that before. I saw it last night. I was like, whoa, that shows you where we are in Major League Baseball.
So here are the numbers just before you give your opinion on the Franklin injury attorney text line on Wyatt Langford's rookie year. 243 average. Before you scoff at that, remember it's today's baseball.
Yeah.
So that's tied for 97th in the sport. 10 home runs, 60 runs batted in. The OPS is 695. He has 12 stolen bases.
695 OPS is really difficult to say that's a good season. It's not a good number. For a rookie, I mean, look, it's obviously what you're looking for is the flash, and can you see it? Can you see what they saw? And you can in certain parts.
Let me say this. If Wyatt Langford's rookie year was a 253 batting average, his OPS was 744. He hit 18 home runs, had 100 RBIs, 33 doubles, 6 triples. Is that a year you're happy with as a rookie?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a rookie, yeah.
That's his 162 game pace since he returned from injury in May. So since he came back from, because that first month of the season was brutal, and he came back from injury in late May, and he's been a decent major league hitter. I mean, a 744 OPS, is it optimal? No, but as a rookie, first year, and like I said, his pace is, if you extrapolate that 79 game stretch over 162 games, that's 100 RBIs, it's 18 home runs, it's 33 doubles. That's acceptable to me.
Yeah, look, is it Barry Bonds' rookie year? I mean, maybe not. Although Barry Bonds' rookie year, actually, it is kind of Barry. It was a 746 OPS.
Oh, okay.
In Bonds' rookie year, and his average was 223 in 113 games. Finished 6th in Rookie of the Year. It's fine. It's not. Is it expectations? No, but I think our expectations were higher than they needed to be.
Where are you at with it?
I think since he returned, like I said, I think you got to break it down into what has he been since he came back from injury, because it's a different player to me than what he was early in the year. So has he been below expectations? Yeah, but I think we've seen enough that makes me say next year he's going to be a really good hitter. I think. I don't know that he'll be an all-star, but I think he's going to be a. I would be disappointed if he's under an 800 OPS next year.
C+ on the season or B-?
I'll give him B-.
B-. His speed really jumps out at you too.
Yes.
It really
I didn't
does.
even have that portion on there. He would have, at this rate, since he came back from injury, he would have 25 steals in a season too.
And I'm not even worried about the steals necessarily. His ability to go first to third on just about anything to the outfield that isn't, to left field. His ability and his willingness to take the extra base and be aggressive on the base paths. I think it's you could see the 5 tools.
All right, as everyone is texting me water bill advice, really depressing here to kick off the final hour.
And by the way, a lot of people are asking OPS. OPS is on base plus slugging percentage. You just add the on base percentage and the slugging percentage, and it's the OPS, and they value that probably more than they value any singular stat in the baseball circle.
So not only did we get the walk-off grand slam from the rookie, apparently we're getting a perfect game as well.
Yeah, how about that? So DeGrom is obviously, they're tinkering with the idea of bringing him back and, pitching him this week, next week, whatever. Well, they were doing some predictions, MLB September predictions on ESPN, and one of the predictions was about Jake DeGrom, and this was just a throw-in. It was like they asked all their analysts, hey, throw one bold prediction our way. And the bold prediction here from one analyst is Jake DeGrom makes his season debut on September 12th. That's Seattle. So that's next week. He throws 6 perfect innings. And then Latz, Robertson, and Yates finish off the first official combined shared perfect game of the season, or in Major League history. I should say. Major League hit. There's been combined no-hitters, but never a combined perfect game. And that was just a little funny, bold prediction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you want to talk about getting us set for next year with that? Woo.
I don't know how you are able to convince him to come out of I don't know how you'd ever be able to convince a pitcher to come out of a perfect game. No matter what the pitch count was. Also, if you're in a perfect game, that means you're not walking guys. You're probably not really high on the pitch count. I do remember the Rangers in or 2010. In 2010, Rich Harden had a combined perfect or no hitter all the way up through like the 9th inning, and Rich Harden had to come out of this game because in 5 innings he had thrown 120 pitches.
Yeah, so you got to come out of that one. There's no way you can. You're not going to
5 walks and
that.
6 strikeouts.
Yeah, you're not going to do that.
All right, we got some leftover in the college keg.
All right, so I don't know if you saw this. They need to continue to do this at Northwestern. Northwestern is, basically renovating their stadium. They got to stop. They did a makeshift stadium that they're going to use this year. It's right on the Lake Michigan. It is awesome. Take a look at this thing. That looks so cool. Northwestern has nothing going for it. Nothing going for it. All these stands are in the end zone. They got a little bit on the sideline. It just looks very, very cool. Do this instead of doing that stupid, crappy stadium that you normally are going to go back to. I don't want to see that anymore. We have to find this coward, and I do mean coward.
Very Chris Russo-esque.
Yes. This is the guy whose Twitter handle is @321Null. And on August the 27th at 11:42 a.m., he tweeted, "If Florida State loses to Boston College this weekend, I will eat dog poop out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. Book it."
Wow.
Well, this coward has deleted his account.
Human fecal matter.
He writes a tweet. I'll catch y'all next season. My time on X is done. Good luck to everyone. And he is gonzo. So he tucked his tail and he ran. He ran.
Gotta find him.
Why can't you just, like, if you're posting a video of it, you can find something that looks like it and you get even more clout, I would think. It doesn't have to actually be it. And I do wonder all the time whenever somebody does one of these, retweet this, here's my lotto ticket, and if I win, I'm going to share the winnings with you. I've wondered before, if they did win and refused to, could you, like, legally do something about that? Like, the guy said that he would share it if I retweeted it, and he didn't.
It's in writing.
So ML Football tweeted this about a Cowboy fan. Jordan Garnett, we follow each other on social media.
Not as good as Dirk.
This fan says he will eat human S of anyone's choosing if the Cowboys do not win the Super Bowl this year. The fan got a Cowboys Super Bowl 51 tattoo on his arm after the team did not make the Super Bowl as he guaranteed. And I'm like, that looks like a fake picture. That doesn't look like a real tattoo. And when you go to the guy's name on Twitter, it says the best comedian alive.
I mean, look, dogs do it. Can't be that bad, right? They eat their own.
You used to eat dog food.
I've seen a video of people doing it.
Eating, yeah, I have too.
A couple girls.
But dogs. If dogs can eat it, it's probably safe for us, right? Safe consumption. Not going to die. Be disgusting. It might smell bad.
So you want to show bet to
Absolutely
do it?
not.
I mean, dogs
Absolutely
get worms. Like,
not.
I wouldn't compare us to them. Peyton would.
Real quick, Stephen F. Austin, shout out. They were beating this college called North American. They were beating an entire continent. They beat an entire continent. They were up 70-0 at halftime, and they decided to play 5-minute quarters in the second half. And they wound up.
You can just do that. You can just be like, let's change the rule of how long quarters
they basically
are.
Like, hey, guys, running clock, 5-minute quarters. Let's go. Let's get out of here. And they beat North American 77-0.
Let's preview the Browns with Cowboys insider Nick Eatman and ask him what he thinks of Meet Church as an NFL insider after he said the Dak deal was really, really close. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, right after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us every hump day. Hey. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Did you enjoy the last weekend off before it all gets started?
Oh yeah. It was nice. I didn't do anything. I've been counting my steps, at training camp, and I do a lot of walking at camp, but it definitely went down dramatically this weekend, which was good though. I didn't feel guilty about it because I'm about to go all over the place. So, speaking of walking though, how about the walk-off home run last night? I was at the game last night. It was
Did you leave early like RJ Choppy?
No, I did not. Even though my 9-year-old was about the fifth inning, he was asking about halftime, and I was like, nah, we hung in there. And, it was awesome.
I was going to say, was that because I saw the Instagram photo, you had the 3 generations of Eatmans at the ballpark yesterday. Was that the final send-off before football takes over your life?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it didn't really plan it that way, but the way it's kind of worked out. Yeah. Anytime you go dad, brother, son to the game, the Yankees, I mean, all of that was great before the game even started. And then to end it like that. And, you know how it is games like that. There's a ton of Yankee fans there, and it's a good atmosphere. Ton.
It was 75%.
Yeah, it was loud. It was definitely, it felt like one of those Cowboy games when you're playing I don't know, in Charlotte or something like that, where it's you can't tell.
Do you have the same level of excitement heading into this weekend as normal, or is it a little bit down like mine is in so much of the Metroplex.
No, I mean, and I don't know how yours is or whatever, but for me, it's as high as ever. I mean, when you think about when you just think about that feeling of, and I think it's the worst loss that I've ever experienced by working for the Cowboys. It was the last one because it was a blowout loss against a team you thought that the Cowboys might blow out, and they were never in the game really. And it was just it was, you know, you've had tough losses before. Dez caught it, and all these other Romo dropped the snap, but those were just really tight games. This was a blowout loss. So all of that, you know, and all the offseason and the draft and training camp to get to this point, I'm as excited as ever to see. There's so many things about it. There's 3 rookies starting at holy crap positions, you know, like corner, left tackle, and center. I know the Cowboys have 4 rookies on their depth chart. Leah Fowles, I guess, considered a starter, but I don't know how they'll rotate that. But you know, these other 3 are starting, and I don't know. I mean, I'm as excited as ever about it. I think it's going to be a great matchup and just a great test. Finally, get to see what football's like.
Nick, power rank your concerns heading into this game among these 3. Tyler Guyton across from Myles Garrett. Kalen Carson going up against whichever of the 3 receivers the Browns want to stick on him, or Cooper Beebe snapping the ball in shotgun.
I love that because I was prepared for this because we have a mailbag question yesterday about which one worries you the most. And I said, a mailbag on our website, and I said that Cooper Beebe worries me the most of the 3. Not that I don't have, you know, confidence in him. I think he's going to be fine, but just all of the things that he has to do, you know, with you know, just the pre-snap and then the calls and then the snap and then blocking the guys up the front, up the middle and all that. Like, this is a position he's never played in a meaningful game. He's played it a little bit in the 2 preseason games, but he never played center at Kansas State. So this, to me, I just think it's one of the biggest challenges now. To be flanked by 2 all-pro guards, yeah, that's nice. They're all going to get help in their own way, but that one probably worries me the most. But then it might be a 1A, 1B, 1C type thing because it's not like all 3 of them aren't going to have their struggles.
That makes that makes it even all the more curious that they just didn't even bother playing him in the final preseason game, that it was that much of a, hey, he's the starter. Because, like, if that's your biggest concern, that would not lead me to believe that should have been a decision that was a no-doubter 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know what else that he was going to prove. I mean, yeah, you're right. He could have gotten more snaps in that last game. But I think that that was one of the biggest jumps I've ever seen. It was like he just catapulted over Brock Hoffman when after week 1 of preseason, it looked like there really wasn't a competition anymore. And then next thing you know, he's getting first team reps and then he takes the job. So that just, to me, just tells you how long training camp is. Maybe too long, like for the guy to go that long and then all of a sudden pass him over. But the credit to him and the coaches and scouts see something in Cooper Beebe that a lot of teams didn't see.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com, and the 10 storylines for the game are up on the website, and one of them is Myles Garrett help. How do you expect them to approach this? Do you wait for Guyton to possibly get overmatched twice? Do you wait 4 plays? Because this is something we're going to be talking about on Monday. If it happens, like, why didn't you give help earlier? How do you expect this to go?
I think you have to, like with anything you're doing, you have to show them that it's going to be a little bit of everything and sometimes nothing and sometimes, all of it. I mean, that's just, you have to keep mixing up the bag. And again, I'm not as familiar with how he moves around. He might do that. And I mean, it's not like, Terrence Steele will because he's played 5 years is going to be, walk in the park. If he has to go up against him, I mean, like, he'll go anywhere and everywhere, and it'll be a tough matchup. So I think the Cowboys have to be smart about, helping anybody that he goes up against. They could go right over the center, and that's going to be a challenge for Beebe. So I think he's one of those players that Dak has to recognize every time he lines up, and it's a tight end at times. It's a running back. It's both. But Mike McCarthy said this after the press conference, I believe Monday. He said, he said Tyler won't get help every play. It's impossible. He's going to have to man up and do it and step up to the challenge. I mean, it is what it is. And so there's going to be times where it's just him one-on-one. What I like about that is that even though, he's a bull rusher, he's a speed rusher, he's a combination of everything, I do like the fact that just like in a boxing match, if you've got length, if you've got a reach, that combined with feet, he should be in decent shape. He's going to see some things he's never seen before, but I think he's going to be up for the challenge. I really do.
Given the potential need of chipping Myles Garrett, should we expect that Zeke's snaps might actually be higher this week than what we'll see on average throughout the year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think running back is the who does the best across the board, who runs the ball the best, who blocks the best, who catches it. And I think that when you're looking at all the players on the in the running back room and checking the boxes, I think Zeke still does that more than others. And for what you're alluding to, obviously, is pass pro. I think that's a smart thing to do. And I think Zeke's got something to prove as well. I think he might be a guy that surprises some people, but yeah, I think he's out there the most. Short yardage running is another thing. I think he's the guy that's proven that. I still think Rico Dowdle is going to be interesting. I think he's going to have some really big plays, explosive plays. But yeah, I think I would see Zeke out there to start and probably out there more than the others.
Can he hit 4 yards a carry? Is he still capable of that?
What did he finish last year? Was he under that?
3.5.
And 3.8.
Yeah, when you say surprise how?
Well, I think he'll play them the most. I think he'll be their option to play. And I don't know if that's surprising. I don't know who that would be surprising. It would surprise me. How about that? I mean, it would just be, if he's the guy that's out there the most. I keep thinking that there was going to be someone else brought in here, and there was with Dalvin Cook. I don't know how that stands, but yardage to me probably not. I think 4 yards a carry would be tough because he's going to split carries and he's going to get the bulk of these 3rd and 1s, 3rd and goals, short yardage situations. Those, it's 3rd and 1 and you pick up 1 yard, you did your job and you killed your average at the same time. We know that. Now, to offset that, you got to bust a 30, 40-yard run, and they haven't done that. And I've noted on here before, I think I've told y'all this, nobody on this team, well, that changed now with Cook, but he's not technically on the team, but no running back on this team has a 30-yard run in the last 4 years. Oh. Like nobody's done that. And when Royce Freeman was here, like he had never done that. So that was all of training camp. Rico doesn't have a 30-yard run. I believe it's been 21 or so maybe for Zeke. So nobody has ripped off a 30-yard run before. Now, Dalvin Cook obviously has. I'm assuming, maybe not in the last 3 years. His numbers are similar, but I would imagine he probably has. But explosive runs, that's what I wonder. Who's going to be able to take that? Can Rico do that? Can Deuce do that? I don't know.
Are you a barbecue guy or griller?
Oh yes. Not well griller. I mean, barbecue. Like I'll consume it, but I mean the grilling. We'll see.
Okay. Well,
what's going on? What's happening?
Last Friday.
You inviting me? Okay.
I'm not inviting. I just requested you on Instagram, so I invited you on that. Last Friday, you dropped a little Dak prediction that got us very excited. And 1 hour ago, the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys, Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, who was over at Dak's house a while back cooking crawfish, dropped this at the end of our interview.
Hey, little parting shot. The Dak deal is closer than it is further away.
Then hung up on us. So you're aligned with a barbecue guy as Cowboys insider. Just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, I mean, now my prediction is, let's see, when would I hate it? I'll tell you when I would hate for this to go down. This was like 12:15 on Saturday. I'm working on getting my bag packed. We're going to the charter. I'll be keeping 1 eye and a half on Arkansas, Oklahoma State, and mad that I'm not there. All of that stuff happening, and then boom, about to get in the car. something like that will break. So that's my prediction. It's always when I absolutely don't want it to happen. It's never like, when I hang up here at 9:35 on a Wednesday. It won't be that.
Yes.
It'll be some other time. But I still believe that. I believe that. I've heard that as well. I think they want to get this done. I just believe that this will happen. This is the kind of shot in the arm I think would be good. The CD one helped. This team has been struggling for good news for a while, and I think that helped uplift things in that practice there at the Star. I think this would be huge, going into the season. Here's your leader. He's been your leader for the last almost decade. He's the guy, and let's go get this done. And I just feel like it's going to happen.
Nick, really quickly, we got the debut of Cowboys Crosstalk for this season tonight, 7 p.m. right here on The Fan and on DallasCowboys.com. Who's the guest? Who am I chatting with?
You're chatting with probably one of the most underrated cornerbacks of all time for the Cowboys, and Everson Walls. And in my opinion, a guy that needs to be in the Ring of Honor for many reasons, not just for what he did on the field, but, you talk about the ultimate, the ultimate move, what he did for a teammate, and the late Ron Springs, and just what he was to him as a friend. I mean, there's nothing that screams Ring of Honor more than Everson Walls. I love talking with him. He'll be a lot of fun, especially him and Nate. You guys should have a lot of fun.
Well said. Thank you, brother. We'll talk on Friday.
See you guys. Okay.
Nick Eatman, maybe my new Instagram friend here on 105.3 The Fan. Who did KMC declare the winner between Gavin Dawson and Jared Sandler? Crosstalk is next. But first, I'm declaring the barbecue winner, and that is
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
He swings and hits a deep drive to left. Verdugo back at the wall. That ball is history. Josh Young with the Rangers' first hit breaks the scoreless tie. It's 1-0 Rangers in the bottom of the fourth.
And, of course, that was the only run until the kids stepped up. Wyatt Langford, walk-off grand slam. Mike Bassick was in the house. I know that because my boy Andrew took a photo with you. Thank you for doing that. And
you can see me in the background of the home run with, like, arms out. As
with
it's coming
arms wide open. It's like Charles Barkley during the NCAA tournament. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with another broken microphone for Corey Majors. What keeps happening to that microphone?
How you doing over there, Corey?
I don't know.
You good?
So, Kevin, what's coming up?
Man, I'm really trying to figure out what's happening with that microphone. All right, we're going to do some NFL overreaction or not, part 2. We're going to go through more questions that will determine the fate of the NFL season. And at 12:20, we have Bruce Bochy.
Well,
whose side do you fall on in the Gavin Dawson, Jared Sandler, Jack Leiter debate that happened yesterday on G-Bag?
Well, I'm sure I have no idea what you're speaking of.
You don't know?
No, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, did you hear it live?
No, I did not. But I, of course, went back and listened after I was informed of it.
They were all talking about it on the fan Reddit yesterday, too.
Really?
I've stayed away from that ever since. Corey goes, you do not want to read what's on there.
Don't worry. They say the most mean stuff about me, so it's okay.
What did you think, Mike? Be the Ranger referee here.
Well, I talked yesterday, actually, about how I really like the way that Jack Leiter threw the ball. I watched his sequencing. I watched how he threw the ball. I watched how he backed guys off the plate.
First 2 innings were really efficient.
I watched his effectiveness at times with the curveball. Sure, he can get better. He's 24 years old. In fact, today, during Mike Likes It, I'm going to go over the 2021 draft. Because if Gavin Dawson feels like it's the flop failure.
At 24. 24 seems really early. You're not even in your prime he's still got 2 years for his prime at least.
Right. And so we can go over that draft, which we will at 12:45 to be like, all right, well, let's look at this draft right now. I'll just give you a preview. #1 overall pick, Henry Davis. You heard of that dude yet?
No.
Love him.
Well, I mean,
he stinks.
He was horrible with Pittsburgh. It doesn't mean he's going to be horrible, but he was the #1 overall pick out of college. And so you have to I feel like if you're going to do this, you have to start comparing, okay, where are we at here? But
all right, for those, let's kind of relive it all together, and then we'll get into the debates back and forth. Bobby, you pulled the audio, so go ahead.
All right, we'll start with cut 5 here, Peyton. So Gavin Dawson had started the show by saying Jack Leiter just wasn't very good yesterday, and he said, I know Jared Sandler. I appreciate Jared Sandler coming to his defense and trying to talk about how impressive he's been this year, but he just wasn't very good. So whenever we said it earlier, he's like Beetlejuice. Whenever you say Jared Sandler's name, he appears. And he appeared in Gavin Dawson's text messages during the break, and Dawson did not appreciate that.
All right, I stand corrected there from Jared Sandler at the break. Apparently, Jack Leiter was great yesterday, giving up 5 runs and 7 hits in 5 innings. So that's my bad. Jack Leiter's going to join us coming up at 3:20 here for the Rangers Player Show.
He's your guy.
So
First of all, I like the tone. I'm very much of a big fan of let's take the facts and say them sarcastically to undercut. I'm a big fan of that.
So Jared heard this, and texting was no longer enough. So Jared decided, I think I'm just going to call in the middle of their football segment.
Oh, we got Jared?
I think
he got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh,
he wants to get
some
spicy. With Dawson, yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. This is true or true, Jared's here. I think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected, was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard
we need
the
to replay
drive-by
that
shot
too.
There. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text. Knocked down like a total
Okay, so you say you're trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out, because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
So, real quick, Dawson said he was suggesting that he was being dishonest when he asked him if he watched the game. No, he was suggesting that you didn't watch the game. Not that you were being dishonest.
I think he said, when he says be honest, I think Dawson's taking that as like, why do you feel the need to give me that caveat? Why not just ask me, did you watch the game? Why do you have to say be honest?
If he would have just said, did you watch the game?
That's what Dawson seemed to be upset about.
Well, look, let's be honest.
Oh, dear.
The first admission of not watching it, that's an L for Dawson in the fight, in the debate. Right?
Sure.
Because there are many sporting events, and this is a classic like Bassick versus RJ analytics, watch the game argument, that it doesn't always translate. You know what I mean? Jack clearly felt better about the performance. He was calmer. And everyone's overall review who watched it was, this is best start up here at the bigs. When you admit you don't watch it and go at him, you leave yourself exposed if that reality comes out.
Yeah, and analytics doesn't promote not watching it, because you have to get the nuance.
I saw Moneyball. It does.
Right? You have to get the nuance of what goes on.
Yeah, just forcing old poor Grady out. Now, they go back and forth for a little bit on expectations for Leiter. Dawson just says like, hey, this is the number 2 overall pick. He's been a disappointment as the number 2 overall pick, which
now, by the way, that is not inaccurate.
No,
that is very correct.
So that's where I want to defend Dawson. Mike, I want to bring you in on this. I don't know whether Dawson's overall point was to bury like Jack moving forward or just say it's been a disappointment. Because I did disagree with Jared over what Leiter has been so far. Do you agree that Jack Leiter has been disappointing so far?
In a black and white, I have to answer yes or I have to answer no. Then I'll answer yes if it's just that black and white. But it is tough. That's why
it's early.
At 12:45, I'm just going to give you another preview. There's only one player who's done anything in baseball that's been a top 10 pick, and I'll go top 11 because the 10th pick in that draft was Kumar Rocker, who's absolutely done nothing, right?
From that draft.
Right, that's because he was the 10th overall pick.
It's so early.
But that's the follow-up question. It's like, should that change the way we evaluate Leiter or look at it through a different lens of it? And did we overhype? Was it a result of the last name? I'm sure that had something to do with it. The number 2 pick, but we were, and maybe it's the media's fault.
Great at Vanderbilt.
In college, yeah.
I'm just,
but Jared was trying to argue he was never projected as like a superstar or like an ace possibility.
I will say I agree that did happen because after the draft, I have high expectations for Jack Leiter, and I'm going to tell you, I see a guy who can maybe not be a number 1, but I see a guy who can be a top of the rotation guy. I see it. Can you put together those pitches for 100 straight pitches? That takes some time, I think. Now, it doesn't for Paul Skeens. It doesn't for Ben McDonald. I know I'm going way back.
Oreos!
But like, there are certain guys that come into the league. Kerry Wood, you know what? At 20 years old, the dude struck out 20 guys. Unfortunately, he got hurt, and it changed his career trajectory tremendously. So it's...
I don't disagree with Dawson, though, on what he feels Leiter is now. I'm not burying him. Obviously, it's early.
Way too early. Yeah, because go back to 1999. And not even the second overall pick. The first overall pick. Less than half of the first overall picks have even made an all-star team. Like, it is a crap. Like, outside of a 4-year stretch, which is probably the best 4-year number 1 stretch ever, which was Strasburg, Harper, Cole, and Correa. Like, other than that, those are 4 straight years.
His last 3 are really
I guess what
good.
I'm trying to say, though, is like, and you did point out earlier in the show, we should look at baseball differently from the NFL. If the Cowboys have the number 3 pick and all the rest of the top 10 picks fail, I'm not giving the Cowboys a pass for making their wrong pick just because everyone else isn't doing anything. Do you know what I mean? Or does it speak to the difficulty of the baseball draft pick?
And there are good classes and bad classes. Like, there's like they project 5, 6, 7 years out. Oh man, that class is going to be really, really good, or that class has got nothing. There's good and bad classes.
Here's the biggest thing that I would say, just to the idea of like him being a disappointment to this point. I will say that, yeah, there's a lot of top 5 picks who haven't had success yet or whatever else. It's not common, is it, though, that like 2 years after being picked, they put you on the developmental list and they basically say you need to go away and work on things. Like, that's not common, right?
It is if the Rangers
like
draft
Brock Porter type situation.
Or like Jack Leiter was put on the developmental list last year and away from the team.
And they redid a lot of things with him, and it's starting to work. But he is definitely not an instant success story. So the question, like, it becomes nuanced. I think this is the tough part where I fall on Sandler's side. Sunday afternoon, I'm going to give you over-under. Dak Prescott throws for over 400 yards.
Over.
And he throws for over 2 touchdowns.
Over.
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't that be a great game?
Yes.
Wouldn't the Cowboys win that game easily?
I think so.
I just gave you the
Not the
exact
last time they played
numbers.
the
I
Browns.
just gave you the exact numbers of his playoff game against the Green Bay Packers.
Exactly.
So if you didn't watch the Packer playoff game, and I just told you Dak Prescott threw for 403 yards and 3 touchdowns and ran for 45. So he had a day where he had almost 450 yards of throwing and running. You would say, my gosh, the Cowboys are never going to lose. And that game was a blowout and wasn't close. So if you don't watch the game, it's very tough to have a strong opinion. You can say, here are the stats. I didn't watch.
Yeah.
They don't look good to me, but I can't give you good or bad because there are nuances to just the stats.
One more. Here is the kiss-off from Sandler and Dawson yesterday.
He's 24 years old. He was a draft-eligible sophomore. He lost 1 year because of COVID. I mean, Jesus, this guy, he's 24. He's not 34. If he becomes a regular in your rotation to where you can slot him into the 3 spot, is he a Hall of Fame-bound pitcher? No, but that's not a failure. I think we're closing. It's like we're writing his final chapter way too soon here.
I mean, is he even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second insult you've given me in the
last.
last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye. There it is.
Wow. See you in surprise, sir. I'll see you in surprise. We're back tomorrow morning. Corey made the best points of all in that segment. Did you guys do a little Aggie matching T-shirt text before the show?
Man, I wish.
KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous, so famous, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. We will try to keep things civil today. Let's start.
I'm going to be an antagonist.
We were civil. Our show was the most civilized.
That's true.
We're like Walter Pennington. Bring in Sir Walter Pennington.
Who would have guessed? All right, so we're going to start with the next phase of NFL overreaction or reality? Are you guys ready?
Oh man,
say no, and then let's see.
That is.
I'm not sure if I'm ready or
concerning.
not because it's been raining and there's just lots of things going on.
We're not ready, Kevin. Go to break.
Yep.
Alec, I warned you this could happen yesterday. I am prepared. Are you ready for overreaction or reality?
Which side are you on?
You should pick the right side, Alec. There's a reason producers keep going away. You know what I'm saying?
Telling them who to vote for in November?
No. By the way, never mind. I
He
won't
did
tell
say
that
the
about my
right,
vote.
so that's interesting.
No.
Hold on. Well, I don't know. Let's ask the Twitch, man. The Twitch is always usually really responsive on this. Do they want us to be prepared?
Mike.
Do they want us to kind of do? I don't
Hey,
know.
Twitch. I might need you to answer these questions, all right? Or the fan text, Franklin Frankly, injury attorney, fan text, 877-881-1053. All right, I'm going to give it a shot. I don't know if you guys are ready or not, but we're going to give it a shot. NFL overreaction or reality, the Packers will leapfrog the Lions in the NFC North.
I don't think that's reality.
Of course you don't.
Yeah, of course I don't, because I feel like the Detroit Lions they added to an already good team that made it to that championship last year. And I don't think that last year's, that wasn't a fluke, like the Rangers World Series. It wasn't a fluke at all. They were a good offense. They knew their defense wasn't good most of the season. They had holes that were problems for them. And then they get to that point and that defense becomes that problem for them. So they go out this year and fix it. Now, the Packers continue to grow the way that they are, but I just don't think they're quite there yet. So I think that the Lions still have that. By the way, somebody said, nah, it's raining. This is from Baseball Jesus. It's raining. Goof off Mike and Corey. So there you go. That's on Twitch.
Another
Thanks,
person
Twitch.
said they're going to Kenny and Quinlan's funeral, so we need to bring the heat.
Okay.
Out of respect for Kenny.
I'm going to ask questions back on this question.
Great.
Who has the better defense, Detroit or Green Bay?
Detroit.
All right. Who has the better weapons for their quarterback, Detroit or Green Bay?
I would probably argue Detroit as well.
I'm with you on those. I don't think they're far off.
Who has the better quarterback?
I think Green Bay.
Okay, and that's why I was curious. But
Yeah.
I'm
You think
inclined.
Love's better than Goff right now? Because I can see Love having a better career.
I would say I'm predicting that in 2024, Love to me showed a lot in the Dallas game, in the San Francisco playoff game, where I'm like, wow, he might end up being kind of in that top 5 quarterback. I don't think Jared Goff can ever get there. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that Jared Goff is in, I hate saying this, sorry, Cowboy fans, I think he's in the Dak Prescott category.
Yep. Where
you're like, once you start paying him a ton of money, you're in big trouble because they're not good enough to carry a team. So I lean towards no, that Green Bay can't, because the defense is better for Detroit. The weapons are better for Detroit. And I don't think Jordan Love is ready to go into Patrick Mahomes status. I don't think he ever will, by the way. But so that's why I lean that way.
I'm inclined to agree with y'all. All right, NFL overreaction or reality? Maybe it'll be before the season. Maybe it won't. But at some point, the Cowboys will make Dak Prescott the highest paid quarterback in the league.
My quick answer is yes. I don't. This is an easy decision for Jerry Jones. He does not make tough decisions. He makes tough decisions, but they're not football related.
Look, I listen to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton. All right, I love
Good
that show
nugget today.
And Meat Church was on, and as Meat Church said, "See you later." He said, "The Dak Prescott contract is closer than it is far away." So I'm just gonna go Meat Church. He's at Dak's house all the time, cooking for him in the offensive line and Zeke. And so he's always doing stuff. So he's got to know something, right? He wouldn't just throw that out there for no reason. Or is it all hope from his heart? Is that all hope from his heart? I think that they will. And it's going to be a short-lived highest paid quarterback in the NFL until the next one. And by the way, when I threw out the fluke thing about the Rangers, it was a joke. But at the same time,
dude, what are you doing?
It's just throwaway
Just
joke.
set it up.
For anybody that's texting in and saying, hey, man, what are you
They've
doing?
had 3 comeback wins on this homestand, and you're going to take a shot at the Texas Rangers.
That was so much fun. We'll get to that later, but that was so
You know
much
what?
fun
Because
last
you
night.
said a throwaway joke, I got a throwaway overreaction to reality for you.
I dare you.
Spencer Rattler will eventually replace Derek Carr this season. Man, the disgusted look on Mike.
You don't like Spencer Rattler?
I think it's just because he's like,
Or
who
is
the
it
crap
Derek
are we
Carr?
talking about?
What's
Gerson
that face?
Garabito or Chase Anderson. Like I'm not
I could see that.
I don't care.
Wow. I think that's our first ever not yes or no overreaction or reality. I don't care.
At some point this season, you say?
Yes.
I'm
I do
curious
say.
on how long their head coach sticks around. Because if the Saints don't have a good season, and about halfway through, Dennis Allen's already in that area, right? He's already in that spot where they're like, man, we could get rid of this guy.
Sure.
And so if they're not having a good season and they cut bait with him, do they go to an interim head coach, or do they say whoever this guy is going to be our next head coach too? And does he say, I'm connecting myself to that quarterback for the rest of my career here, or I'm going with a younger player here and I can maybe get my own quarterback? So I think that's a very big possibility that it could happen. I'm also not a huge Carr fan anyway, so.
Now, Mike, I'm going to get you back on board with this next question, I hope. NFL overreaction or reality, Bijan Robinson will win Offensive Player of the Year. So check this out. Last year, he had more than 1,400 yards total offense, and that was with Desmond Ridder as his quarterback. And under
Three's Company.
Yeah, it's John Ritter with a T, and Arthur Smith, who perpetually had stagnant offenses. This feels like I know the leading candidates, but this feels like a person who's ready to blow up.
Can I tell you I'm shocked that he had that many yards? It felt like he was getting 10 carries a game.
So he had almost 500 yards receiving and then about 976 yards rushing. So total offense, he had more than 1,400 yards.
How many carries did he get per game?
Ooh, the number was low, and people were complaining all season about how much they used him.
I think that he can be, I think he'll be in the top 5 in that category with the possibility of winning if they give him the ball about 20 carries a game.
12.6 carries per game.
You need to give him 6 to 7 more carries a game, and he can do this.
And about 4 receptions per game.
Okay.
So, Kevin, there were times last year, the reason I drafted him so high in my fantasy draft last year, because I was like, Arthur Smith loves to run the ball.
Sure.
However, Arthur Smith was like, hey, this Algier kid, I really like him around the goal line. And I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
There were times when Bijan made defensive players look foolish. There were also times where Arthur Smith said, I'm not running you one time today. You're not even getting on the field today. You're not getting any touches. I didn't understand exactly what that was. Like, what's the purpose of keeping your best player from touching the football? So I think
I'm with you.
I'm absolutely on the
fired.
Yeah, he did end up getting fired. So
I mean, look, he had to kind of.
It was on its way. But yeah, I feel like he has the talent to be that. He's in a backfield with Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins doesn't love being the center of attention, so he'd be happy to turn around and throw it to Bijan Robinson.
A significant upgrade over Ritter.
I'm asking you, Kevin, if they're both healthy, who's going to have a better year, Bijan Robinson or Saquon Barkley?
I think Bijan Robinson.
By a lot?
No, just because I do think fully healthy Saquon has a high ceiling. But at this point, man, I love Bijan Robinson. I know he's a Texas kid, but he's awesome.
Do you think Bijan is going to have a better year than Christian McCaffrey?
That is tough.
No, just because
like those are the 3 running backs that can win offensive.
Like, hey, a quarterback is going to have the MVP, and McCaffrey has a better season. Doesn't he deserve Offensive Player of the Year?
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey. I would put Bijan right behind.
So McCaffrey, Bijan, Barkley is the way you'd rank them.
I could see
because you believe that McCaffrey will play 17 games
or at least 15. Let's go with that because you got to get at least 14 or 15 in there.
Okay,
all 17. Whoa, I don't know about all that.
Why, Kevin?
Just because he already has a calf injury.
Don't do it. You know better.
The preseason.
You know that family. They'll come after us.
Oh, I didn't say anything about I don't want him to get hurt.
He's just trying.
I'm just concerned.
He's battling through that injury, like you said.
NFL overreaction or reality, Kalen Carson or Jordan Lewis will make an early season impact for the Cowboys. Now, I asked you yesterday about Marshawn.
Because I know Cheryl Swoops would say definitely no to anybody who's close to
that. Is Caitlin Clark, not Kalen Carson. We will get back around to Caitlin Clark in a little bit, but Kalen Carson and or Jordan Lewis will make an early season impact for the Cowboys.
I think Kalen Carson, I'm kind of curious. I haven't seen how they're playing that. Is Carson on the outside?
Yep, I believe that is correct.
I think that he will. I think he'll make an impact pretty quickly. And what's interesting too is there was a fan that kept texting us and saying, "Why do y'all keep talking about Kalen Carson? He's going to sit the bench the entire season."
Whoops.
And look, you can change that just a little bit, and it's we kind of did say at some point injuries happen. It does.
And by the way, even if Deron Bland didn't get hurt, he was not going to sit the bench.
Yeah, he was going to have opportunities. There were going to be plenty of opportunities for him. But yeah, I think he stands a better chance to make an immediate impact, positively and negatively, because he is a rookie. A negative impact can come from it.
I think he's going to get picked on.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to get better as the year progresses.
Should pick on him.
But I think, the Cleveland Browns, when they are putting together their game plan, which probably they already have, it's Wednesday.
I would think so.
That they are going to target him. So I will say that for Jordan Lewis, in a weird way, I think he's a solid player. I just think that the Browns, they're not going to pass the ball a ton. They're going to try to first see if they can establish tempo, flow through the run game, and see if the Cowboys actually are better at it. But then when they pass, I think they're going to try to pick on.
Do you remember when Amari Cooper lined up across from James Bradbury,
Yes.
when James Bradbury's rookie season, and nothing had even happened, and James Bradbury fell down before the snap, and Amari goes, "Are you okay?"
That's intimidation.
That's going to
right
happen
there.
at some point. Kalen Carson's going to be lined up across from Amari Cooper and be like, "Crap, I got to deal with this guy today. This isn't going to be fun." So get prepared for that one.
I also wonder, I definitely hear what y'all are saying, and Mike, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. But that also theoretically gives Carson more of an opportunity to make a positive impact. I realize how it could go bad.
I don't think he's going to have no impact. It's either going to be positive or negative to start the year where we're like, oh, crap.
And it could be both.
Picking on him.
It could be both.
Holy cow, I can't believe that, you get to week 3 and they're still trying to pick on this kid because he's really doing a great job.
And a couple of things. I know people are bringing up Breece Hall as running back number 3. I understand that. I know in fantasy drafts, because of what he can do, both rushing and receiving, that is a promising pick. And then somebody asked this. I didn't mean this to be a shot at Texas.
It sounded like one.
When I said I know Bijan is a Texas kid, I was throwing that out there because people think I'm biased against the University of Texas. So I'm saying that kid is flat out awesome. That man is flat out awesome.
I do want to point out I didn't take part in the fantasy draft this year. I had my hands full with some kids. I woke up the next morning though, and I saw that I had Breece Hall, and then I also saw that I had B. Robinson, and I was like, "Holy crap! How did I get both Breece Hall and Bijan Robinson?" It was Brian Robinson for sure.
Fair.
But for a moment, I was like, "I won this league, y'all, already."
Well, speaking of that, what a great transition. You're a broadcasting expert.
Damn right.
Sometimes the way you phrase sentences about children makes me nervous,
That was
but
weird.
that was a damn fine transition right there. Coming up next, what's the worst fantasy football punishment you've ever had to do? And have you ever kicked a friend out of your league? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Well, if you
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
McCaffrey up the middle, inside the 10, a stiff arm at the 5, and in for the touchdown! Christian McCaffrey barreling in for 6, and San Francisco has the early lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you have fantasy football questions, maybe we'll try to answer those as well. But this is based on a specific bet payoff and then something my older son said that really fascinated me. So the questions are twofold right here. What's the worst fantasy football punishment you've ever had to do? And have you ever kicked a friend out of a league. Now, I don't know how this punishment would compare, but what do you think about this? A fantasy football player had to go out on the street. Now, he was able to wear underwear underneath in a diaper and held a sign up that said, "I S the bed in fantasy football." Like at a street corner. Like this was a traffic light. And so it seemed pretty busy. And so that felt like a pretty brutal payoff.
I think you can have some fun with that, though.
Sure.
Look, people are honking at you. Nobody's taking it seriously. They're seeing that sign. They're like, okay, at least it's not a political sign.
Fair.
And then so, but you send somebody like that into the office, and they got to go into their work like that. Now that could scar them for life. That could be because then it's going to be that's going to be tough to deal with.
Well, and to go along with that, then I was talking to Brandon about this year's fantasy football, and he said he kicked one of his best friends out. They kicked him out of the league because he just flat out didn't do his punishment. And they're like, dude, you have until the season starts. And he just wouldn't do it. So they booted him out. Maybe it's for that reason. Maybe it's for a totally different reason. Have you ever booted someone out of your fantasy football league?
No. We've kicked some people out of our league for just sucking, like not being good parts of the group, Like,
does that mean they don't chat or they're not good or?
Yeah, they're not part of it at all. They just weren't even.
Is it like people like a wide receiver's out for the year and he's still starting them for 3 straight weeks?
Yes,
you're not even
stuff like
trying,
that too.
dude.
Okay, I got you.
That being said, all the guys that are currently in this one fantasy group that I've been with for almost 18 years now, like all the guys that have been in that, I guess 16 years, we've known each other since like middle school.
Sure.
So since we were at Gaston Warriors, we've known each other that long, so we're all pretty tight now. Like we used to get some random people would join, and we were like, I don't know, man. I don't even know if I like that guy or not, but I'll take his money. So that's the way to it. But here's
how poker-esque of you,
Kevin. I do have a list from one of the guys in our leagues in his work league. Here are the 3 options for the loser.
Ooh.
Marvel or Looney Tunes tattoo. Number 2, both nipples pierced for 2 weeks.
Like you're doing physical
Shout out to
harm.
Alec.
For 2 weeks. Yeah, shout out to Alec.
I saw him at the pool party. He did not either A, have his nipples pierced, or B, have
his
any
rings in.
appearance
Yeah.
that he had his nipples pierced.
He didn't want to show them off that day. And you have to have it for 2 weeks. And you'll have random checks, unannounced random checks to make sure they're still pierced. But I mean, if you're getting them pierced, you're leaving them, right? You're not going to be like, oh, they're pierced, and now I have these holes in my nipples. And then the third one is you can buy out for $3,000 that's going to be split amongst the group, so you don't have to do that.
Here's what I've learned. That, and this is an important lesson, that fantasy football league is too high stakes for me because I don't want to get a tattoo. I don't want to get my nipples pierced, and I don't want to have to give anybody $3,000. So that's what I learned in that moment. That is too high stakes for me. From the 817, I kicked my brother-in-law out of our league because him and someone else didn't participate in the group chat. In fact, he left the chat. And so they're talking, and he's like, you know what? The hell is this? I'm not even participating. For the 972, I had to kick a friend out of the league because he kept sliding into the DMs of all the women in our league and then said uncomfortable, creepy things.
Yes, you absolutely have to kick that guy out.
I did not realize
Sorry,
that
buddy.
was an issue. I'm not saying I get it. Don't do that.
Especially if you had to talk with him already. You chatted with him, and you're like, hey, man, stop this. Like, you got to stop this, man.
Oh, my gosh. From the 817, this will be heavily censored. Not censored. Worst punishment. I had to wear a football helmet with 6 Ditos attached and a shoulder pad with some B plugs and march through the front door of a bar and stay out there for 1 solid minute. That sounds awful.
Have you ever heard John Hamm's story about his fantasy league? Yes, he was in Mad Men.
Found a couple of Pittsburgh Pirates pitchers overseas.
That was a movie. I don't think he's actually the one who found
Darwin Ham or Darvin Ham is what you're.
No, it's John Hamm.
Oh, he broke the backboard against North Carolina.
There you go. John Hamm was in a fantasy league, and the winner gets to pick every year the winner gets to pick one person to kick out of the league.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he shows up to his fantasy draft, and whoever had won the previous year kicks him out. Just, sorry, buddy, you're out of here, and just kicked him out. Or he kicked somebody out. The day of the draft, they get all their stuff set out, lay it all out. They're getting ready to do the draft, and they're like, see you later, man, you're out of here. That one, that's kind of tough because you've spent a whole, all this time researching and doing all this stuff, and then you're gone, man.
Does this happen as well then? From the 682, had to kick a guy out a few seasons ago after he traded me Jefferson for Chase, give or take, and then Chase immediately got hurt and he just kept whining and begging for the trade to be undone.
Yeah, I mean, once it's domino laid, domino played, right?
Yes.
So that's the once the trade is done, you can try to convince them to trade it back to you, but that's done. That's already taken care of.
From the 806, 2 years ago, I had to become an Uber driver until I made $500. Then that money was used to cover the league's bar tab at the next draft. See, I think I'm more okay with that than some of these other things. I would rather put in the time and the work to do something than to be straight up embarrassed. I really think I would. And Alec, I'm going to ask you about this in just 1 second. For the 945, I love my league. I lost my league last year, and I still have to get an old school Cowboys logo, and that person said they're an Eagles fan.
Okay, well,
dang, I don't want to be in a tattoo league, but that's also because I don't have any tattoos.
You also don't want to be an Eagles fan, and so that's already tough on that person.
Well, he rooted for him in a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that is true. F Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? That's from the 803 punishment. Stand up on amateur night at a comedy club. I will tell you this.
I want to see Mike do that.
I'd kill it.
I believe it, Mike. I believe you would just walk up there and you'd be like, I got this. I tried it once very early on, and I got up there, and Adrian and I were dating at the time.
Okay.
And she brought a girl from our high school that I could never get to laugh. I could never even get this girl to smile. And after the first joke, I looked over and saw her, and she just was not laughing. And I went, and I froze. And I was and that's it.
Did you prepare?
What's that?
What did you say?
Yeah, what happened at the end of that?
I didn't hear what
sentence?
you said, Mike.
I'm done with my question.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
See, okay, Mike, this is how I envision your stand-up going. Tell me if you think this is accurate
I
at all.
haven't prepared yet.
Okay, but I think you're going to like this.
Okay.
See, I just think it depends on the audience. Because if you just get a bunch of rando people who maybe don't know the show or they're not baseball fans, I could just see you starting with a Todd Van Poppel. You know what I'm saying? And then just everyone looks at him. He's like, he should have got more Todd Van Pop-ups when he's pitching, you know? That's how I envision.
That's not going to fly.
Not in his act.
That's how I envision part of your stand-up.
Hey, Mike,
going.
is your act R-rated, or is it going to be pretty clean?
I'm going to try to make it clean.
Like a Nate Bargatze kind of guy?
Yes.
All right.
I'll work on it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Zach Wolchuk texted us,
I would like to hear any of these jokes at literally any time.
I'm letting him work on it right now. Zach texted and said his best friend has gotten last place both years in their league. He did the NFL draft combine the night before their draft as his punishment. This year, the league voted, and his punishment was 5 minutes of stand-up comedy. He did not do it and wouldn't do it. Should they have banned him?
Yes. You got to kick that person out of the league, it sounds like.
They're not going to do the payoff. You got to do it.
I will give credit.
point?
I'm pretty sure in the old fan league, I think it was KT who had the pitch for, we said his name. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
KT Turner, or Kevin Turner, not KT Turner. That's silly.
That's redundant.
All right. So KT, I think it was him who wanted not a punishment for the loser, but a reward for the winner, where we all had to go to the showroom and listen to an hour-long presentation about whatever the winner wanted, and you couldn't leave, and
you had to listen to whatever it was.
I just think it would have been
the blue
amazing.
Whale. Here's why I love the blue whale.
Yeah, or mine would have been about wrestling. KT would have taken a deep dive on some music stuff. It would have been awesome, but we could not get everybody to
I like that idea.
Everybody to agree on that. All right, Alec, quick question. Since you do have tattoos, do you think that would make you any more likely to accept a tattoo fantasy league payoff, or would it perhaps even make you less likely because you're like, these tattoos all mean something to me?
I mean, I do have a Star Wars tattoo, so I think that's kind of out the window. It would really depend on the circumstances because, one, I'm kind of running out of room on the arm. So, like, the location matters, the design matters. Am I paying for it? Are you sending me to some place that was on Ink Master and they charge $800 for an hour session? You know, that's happened to me. So, yeah.
I can tell by the way you said that.
Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Get a tattoo removed.
I heard that is very.
That's not fun.
Your favorite tattoo. They get to pick your favorite tattoo.
Oh man, I think that's a better payoff than you have to get this other tattoo.
That's unconstitutional. That's cruel and unusual.
This tattoo. It's going to be painful,
No.
and then if you want it back, you got to redo it again and pay for it
in the same area.
Oh man,
is that allowed?
All right, Mike, you have about 1 minute. Do you have a joke prepared for us now?
Not at all.
All right, Kevin, back to you.
I don't know why you said something about you didn't do well at the comedy club, so the butt thing was over.
Oh, we're done with that again. Back to you, Kevin.
But you did say that, right?
What?
Yeah,
I have
what?
no clue what y'all are saying.
Well, you said it on the air and then just dropped it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on, well, man, okay. Some of these are really, really tough. I misread one of these at first, and I thought it said, my wife became my ex-wife because of a fantasy payoff, but that was actually a shout-out to your middle school. So
512
I got really nervous.
loser in my league has to hand wash and vacuum the top 3 finishers' cars.
I like that.
In a thong bikini in the driveway. Of course you would like that, Kevin.
Oh, man. Hey, Mike.
What's coming up?
Did I ever tell you that one time I spilled spot remover on my dog, and now he's gone?
His name was Spot.
Oh, wow. Did you shoot him? Or, like, how did you kill the dog?
Spot remover.
Oh, I thought that's what you tell your kids.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
We had to kill one of our dogs. Oh my
What the hell? How is that the tease going into baseball nuggets?
I thought we were talking about have you ever killed a dog? I thought that's what we were doing.
I saw a dog get hit by a car once.
Oh my dear God. Coming up next, hopefully just baseball nuggets.
My dear dog. Hey, Wyatt Langford, Grand Slam. We'll talk about it next.
A secure
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Langford stays right in the box, waiting at 3-2. The set by Holmes, and the payoff pitch swung on, and a deep drive to left. That ball is way, way back. That ball is history. A walk-off slam for Wyatt Langford.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Amazing moment last night right here on your home of the Texas Rangers. And now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
That was an awesome moment. I'm not even sure if 50% of the fans there were still Ranger fans because the Rangers were losing most of the game. They had one hit through 6 innings, which was a solo home run by Josh Young, and then they got a single by Ezekiel Duran in the 7th. So going into the 8th inning, you had 1 run on 2 hits.
Yeah.
And at that point, I would say 20% of the Ranger fan base had left, where most of the Yankee fan base was still there because it was going to be probably another Yankees win.
Yeah, a lot of pinstripes there.
And so it was an exciting moment. I have this question about Wyatt Langford and the Grand Slam, and I believe that's his third walk. Well, might be second walk-off.
I think it is his third walk-off.
But that Boston Red Sox at Fenway home run was huge. Obviously, you can't walk it off on the road. You can only take the lead for your team in a big situation. All right. I want you guys to rank right now who you want up to bat with the game on the line for the Texas Rangers. You can just top 3. Don't go through 14 guys, please.
Seager.
All right. I agree. Seager's my number 1 still.
And right now, Young and Wyatt Langford.
It
would have been. It was Adolis last year. Like any time, I would want Adolis up, even if he's struck out 4 straight times. I'm like, all right, throw that dude up there in a big moment. He's going to deliver. I just don't trust him right now. But those are my 3.
I mean, I'm going to put Wyatt Langford second just because the last 3 days he's been going crazy. So
all right,
I would put him second. And do you think I'm a chump if I still kind of wonder about Simeon? I know he's had a tough year.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't put him third. I would put, and it's not, I mean, Josh Young's barely played this year, but I think the choice would be your third guy. I agree with you both that I want Wyatt Langford. It's weird. Yeah. Wyatt Langford's not even having a great year, but I would have him, and the Rangers are having a really bad offensive year, but I would put him second behind Seager. I think your choice is between Josh Young, who's barely played, and Josh Smith.
Yeah. Which is not a good reflection on the offense.
Yeah, I think
Josh Smith was very patient last night, too, in his approach, and then
got on base, right?
The hurdle moment was great. Yeah, but drawing the walk. But that's one of the reasons I want Langford up is because he's a patient hitter.
Yeah.
He waited through crappy strike calls and got the pitch he wanted.
That would have been the story last night. Now, look, it would have been the Yankees win nationally, but what the crap, man? Like, those balls weren't even close to Langford to put him into a 2-strike situation.
Feels like the story of his year, too.
They weren't close. Like, that was 4 inches above the zone and then 4 inches wide of the zone on the 2-strike calls against him. And I'm just like, I don't get it. He's not showing up the umpire as far as we can tell. Like, and he doesn't turn back to the umpire and say anything derogatory. I don't know. It's weird. You brought up as we were talking about this off the air, like you could see that possibly happen to Evan Carter.
Absolutely, I could. And I think Evan Carter is a lovely human, but he will definitely look back at the ump and be like, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Or what did you see
Disdain.
there?
Yeah. So this is good news on Wyatt Langford, is that we feel like he can handle the big moment and come through sometimes in it. I know Ellis Valentine texted me this morning, and he really, if you don't know who Ellis Valentine is, he's a former All-Star. I think he was with the Expos. He made the All-Star team. He played for the Rangers for a second, lives in town. A lot of former players live in town, but it's great when I get to hear from those guys because I love their opinions. And I want to see Wyatt Langford turn it loose like that a little bit more. It feels like to me he's tried to push the ball the opposite field, and I know he's working on his game. He's right out of college still pretty much, and he's got to play pretty much the whole season. He went on the injured list a little bit, but he's got a lot of at-bats this year at the major leagues, and I'm hoping, like I said yesterday, I want to see in the month of September 5 home runs and 5 other extra base hits. And so, great news, he hit a grand slam last night. And so you're looking for those extra base hits the night before. He had a homer and a double. Because I need the Rangers, even going into the playoffs last year, didn't feel like they had a 3 and 4 hole hitter.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, they felt like, hey, we really like Simeon at 1, and now we questioned that yesterday going into the future. Seager's locked in at number 2. We know when he's healthy, he's locked in. And from what rumors is yesterday wasn't just a day off. Is that he might be, I have no clue what's bugging him, but there might be something injury-wise bugging him. I guess we'll find out more like tonight, as long as he's in the lineup against Stroman.
Can I ask Bochy today?
Yeah, you can ask. We can ask Bochy today at 12:20. Hey, Corey Seager, do you think he can finish off the season on your active roster, or are there concerns that you're just going to have to, at the last week of the season's on the road, or you just like shut him down? Let's make sure, we don't hurt him any more than what he is, type of a deal. But we got Boch at 12:20. Now, I thought this was interesting, Corey. I guess I said I don't know if I want to talk about this on the air, but we can. Yesterday it was interesting. Andrew Heaney was great again.
He was.
And once again, he doesn't get a win.
He was painting corners, too.
He's going to have like an ERA possibly at 3.5. That might be tough to get to at this point, but his ERA is like
terrible record.
And just have a horrible record. He's going to get paid. I'm going to tell you something. He ain't going to be a Ranger next year. Because I just think there's going to be too many teams that want him in the offseason. I'm not saying the Rangers won't want him in the offseason, but what he's done, I think a lot of teams are going to look at it and go, dude, how many different ways can we use Andrew Heaney? And I think he has a lot left in the tank. But you do know that he's kind of a 5-inning starter because he does not do well a third time through the lineup. So yesterday in a 1-0 game, and I do think you have to give Chase Anderson credit in this. This is where nobody gets any credit. I like giving it to guys because I was Chase Anderson-like guy where you're just like, eat up the innings, we're losing. He pitched 4 innings and threw 82 pitches the other day after Jack Leiter was taken out of the game. Yeah. So your bullpen didn't have to be used after Jack Leiter came out of the game after pitching 5+ innings and giving up 3 runs, second and third, nobody out. Chase Anderson came in. He gave it up. He lost the game in that inning, but he ended up pitching the rest of the game. So then Andrew Heaney, 6th inning, which is, I think he intentionally hit Juan Soto, by the way.
Oh.
Juan Soto on 1-0.
For what reason?
Well, on 1-0, it's the 6th inning, and Jose Leclerc is ready to probably face Aaron Judge no matter what. But he wants him to face Soto. Soto kind of steps out of the box or looks back to the umpire, and then Heaney steps off the rubber with about 3 seconds left on the clock, and the umpire gave him a pitch delay, free ball for Juan Soto. Andrew Heaney argues from the mound for a second. He's like, why am I penalized? He looked back at you and kind of stepped out of the box. Why isn't he penalized? And the umpire's like, you're penalized too. And no, he's like, fine. Bam, you're on base. You know, like, so, I'm done.
You got to oddly respect it, right?
Yeah, he's like, all right. Well, if you're going to penalize me and now I'm 2-0 on Juan Soto, one of the best hitters in the game, he can go to first base. How about that, umpire? And so they take.
How about that, umpire?
They take Andrew Heaney out of the game, bring in Jose Leclerc, and he gets out of the situation. The situation is nobody out, runner on first base. And Jose Leclerc comes in the game. I just thought it was interesting that you have a similar situation. Jack Leiter, who just has struggled at the major league level for all of his starts. He's not struggling against the Yankees, actually pitching pretty well up to that point. If you go just to his box score through 5 innings, it is 4 hits, 2 runs.
Yeah.
Through 5. And he's like, hey, let's have him face Soto and Judge. And Gleyber Torres, you get unlucky, right? Gleyber Torres hits a ground ball. It ends up being a hit, but he took Heaney out. And it was, I think Bruce Bochy saw how it played out the day before and was prepared this time. But I guess he's more prepared for Heaney because he knows what Heaney can and can't do, and he believes that Heaney cannot go through a lineup the third time because he was pitching great the other day against the White Sox, Andrew Heaney. And he's like, I'm not the White Sox. And he's like, he ain't facing the White Sox a third time.
Yeah, and I know he desperately wants to get Heaney a win, and that's something that's like, like, we just can't do it for him for whatever reason. Like, that's part of it too. But, you know, and maybe it is just because Heaney is what Heaney is. They're like, we're just, his cutoff is his cutoff.
Yeah, and I love Andrew Heaney. I hope he is a Ranger next year. It's hard for me to see him being a Ranger next year with the competition.
Because of monetary issues, we feel like.
Monetary. Oh, yes,
Money.
Yeah, monetary. Money issues.
Thanks, Corey.
You're welcome.
My bad.
Yeah, I don't want to use that in my stand-up. People are like, I don't know what this monetary thing is he's talking about. So anyways, the other news is Tyler Mahle, 99% done for the year, which isn't good news for his shoulder. And then John Gray, 100% done for the year. And this does mean for Jack Leiter, he's going to be
safe. You're going to go.
Yeah, he is going to be pitching every 5th day, and I think this is key for him next year. He's never pitched every 5th day in his life. So he pitched on a 5th day against the New York Yankees. Now he's going to pitch. You could have an off day in there, don't get me wrong, where you pitch on a 6th day, but he's going to be part of the 5-man rotation the rest of the way. So that will be good for his development. And my last thing, Aaron Judge stinks in center field. He is the best hitter in the game right now. Watching him play center field, that's a major mistake. And you just watch this. The ball finds you when you're in a position you shouldn't be at.
Yeah.
And I hate bringing this up because I love him. The ball found Michael Young in Game 6 of the World Series at first base.
And at third base against the Giants a couple different times.
And so Aaron Judge in center field, I understand why they do it for their offensive purposes, to have their best offensive lineup in. He's not a center fielder, and I will say this. It will be, they got to do something in the offseason, whether it's move Juan Soto to first base or I don't know what it is, but they can't play Aaron Judge in center field. He's a good right fielder. He's a very good defensive right fielder. I'm not saying he's not a good defensive outfielder. He's just not a good defensive center fielder.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's everything going?
It's going well, and it's going to be going even better if you like this idea. So I know this happened a long time ago, but it has started to recirculate on social media in the last 24 hours.
Oh, God forbid.
I know.
Okay.
I think you're going to like this, though. So it's Thomas Downey High School doing a fake punt. And in this fake punt, they stay in the regular punt formation with the extra blockers on the backside, and the punter throws the ball, but he throws the ball underhanded. Therefore, it looks like the ball is still coming out the same way a punt would. And so if you're on the other special teams, you might not know that ball is live in terms of I need to catch it immediately.
Yeah.
And then the other team, the punting team, caught the ball because they were all looking to get the ball because the other team didn't know it was a punt. Does this sound amazing to you?
So what direction did he throw it?
He threw it exactly like a punt would go, but he wound up his arm and threw it underhanded.
Yeah. How far?
30 yards.
Let's see. It went about, the total punt went about 28 yards.
Fake punt, the total
The fake punt.
Yeah.
28 yards from the line of scrimmage, not from where he kicked it, from the line of scrimmage.
And somebody on his team caught it?
Yes, he did.
I'm trying to picture it.
Oh,
Sorry.
I see it. I see it.
I'll send you the link, Mick.
You're standing there,
Absolutely.
Mickey. You're standing there. You don't really look. You don't see the punt. You're a gunner, and you're trying to you're blocking your gunner. And you turn around, you look up in the air, and you're like, oh, that punt's kind of coming to us. I don't need to touch it because I'm not the returner. But then the other guy on the other side is like, no, I can catch this ball, and I can maybe pick up a first down here.
So somebody got downfield that fast to catch an underhand pass?
They were hustling.
20 yards?
We're gonna send you this link.
All right.
And then when you report back tomorrow, I want you to be like, I understand
Now I get it.
It's genius.
Now I get it.
would like to see the Cowboys try this in a game. I don't know
Let me
if
go down the hallway and pass it along, all right?
Yes, exactly. Now,
that would be one of those unscripted plays McCarthy talks about, right?
I would love it, and I would just need to watch it or listen to it to be like, yes, we helped with that.
All right, make sure you send it to me.
Okay, we will. Now, I know you can take depth charts for whatever you like, take it for or leave it. Did you peruse the Cowboys' unofficial depth chart yesterday, and did anything stand out, or did it play out kind of how we thought it might?
Well, I mean, it's kind of how they've been playing, right? I don't see anything on there that goes, oh my.
Do you
now,
think Mozzie's-
the other one that you've got to consider is the third linebacker, right? Because I think it's going to be a shared position between Leofau and DeMarvion Overshone. But other than that, no. Why?
I was just curious, do you think, and I know your options are what they are, do you think Mozzie Smith is ready for this opportunity?
Well, as Micah Parsons says, he has to be.
Yeah.
Let's see it. Now, again, what are you looking for from him? Are you looking for, 5 tackles a game and 3 tackles for losses? Are you looking for him to hold down the line of scrimmage, take on double teams, and help the linebackers run free to the ball carrier?
That one.
And that's what I think he's done so far. I've seen it in practice. I've seen it in the Rams scrimmages. I mean, he only played one preseason game, right?
Yeah.
That's all you got to see. So I think he has improved. Now, we'll find out if it's enough or if he's getting turned in there. But I think that, and just because he's the starter, doesn't mean he's going to play 45 of 60 snaps.
Sure.
I mean, there's a reason why they brought in Linville Joseph. who is a big man, by the way. And so there'll be somewhat of a rotation in there, but I think they want to see what he's got and kind of believe that he has improved. And again, we'll see. This is the time to start judging. But yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, who else was going to play that spot?
Yeah, I was just curious if they would fast track. Obviously you brought up Joseph. I was just curious if they were going to fast track one of the players that they'd picked up, even if I thought it was unlikely.
But Joseph hadn't even been in training camp.
That is true.
And at 300 and, I don't know, I'm going to guess 39 pounds, 339 maybe. I'm not sure what they're listing him at. Unless he's been out running sprints, and defensive linemen aren't known to go out and run sprints to get in shape. I think you got to, have him ramp up along the way. So, and they put Denzel Daxon on the practice squad. So there really wasn't another guy there. Justin Rogers got released and then picked up.
Yeah.
Process of elimination, he's got to start. Now we'll see if he deserves it.
Mickey, last year it seemed like and for the time that Dan Quinn was here, it seemed like, hey, we're just going to overwhelm you with pass rush pretty much every down. We're gonna send guys. We're gonna try and get after you. And then at one point, Dan Quinn was like, hey, all right, so we're not stopping the run. We got to scale it back just a little bit.
Well, when did he scale it back? Because in 2 of the last 3 games, or whatever, I mean, they gave up, not counting. Well, I got to check on Washington, but Miami and Buffalo went for forever, and Green Bay went for 143 and 3 touchdowns.
Right. And that was, I think it was around something like game 6 or something last year. Dan Quinn was like, look, we're not pass rushing. The guys aren't going to be allowed to until they can prove that they can do this first. And that was kind of a story that was kind of going around there. And then they kind of got back into their old ways. I was kind of curious with Mike Zimmer's defense, how the pass rush is going to look. And is it going to be more like traditional 3rd and 2nd down type stuff is when we'll see Micah line up on the edge? Because he's your best pass rusher. How do you feel like that's going to look?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how they use Micah, right?
Yeah.
Because things that we've basically seen in practice for the last couple weeks, he's kind of been mostly at defensive end. They
oh really?
Did they list him? I didn't even look to see. You guys look at that stuff better than I do.
Yeah, he's still listed as
a starting defensive end.
He's still listed as
they did.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the way they've been playing it, with Nealon coming in with the second wave. Hey, look, I don't know about the pass rush or playing the run, but what game was Arizona last year?
It was like early in the season. Yeah, that was
when they
brutal.
ran for 200 and something.
It was brutal.
So I think that they will use pressure a little bit more from blitzing linebackers, or maybe blitzing a safety, or a corner off the edge or something like that. But I think that when you see a team line up with 2 tight ends, I think you'll see the Cowboys line up with 3 linebackers. Now, who the linebacker is and where they got Micah, yet to be seen. But I think the first priority is stopping the run, and then kind of rely on your defensive ends to create a pass rush. But again, I think they're going to play more of a true matchup. So I don't know that answers your question. If teams are out there with 3 wide receivers, well, they're going to be in nickel. And so now, are you blitzing a linebacker, or can your defensive ends get home? And, don't sell DeMarcus Lawrence short either, by the way.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see him, look revitalized.
I mean, revitalized. A Pro Bowler, what was it, 2 years ago? Last year? I mean, somebody's noticed that he plays the run and plays it well. and I think that's meaningful. So
yes, he absolutely does. The sack numbers,
the sack
are low.
numbers haven't been huge over the last couple years, but he's been a pretty valuable player and a guy that they can move inside. Now they just got to see who they got to, other than Micah Parsons, to put pressure on opposing quarterbacks. They lost their other two guys that were rotating in there, Dorrance Armstrong and Dante Fowler. And then Sam Williams, which still hurts. We forget about it because they lost him so early in training camp, but that one really hurts this defense, not to mention Deron Bland not being there.
If you're Stefanski, are you trying to find a way to match up Amari Cooper on Kalen Carson as often as you can until Carson proves otherwise?
Well, would you consider Trayvon Diggs matching up with Amari Cooper?
If I'm Zimmer, that's what I'm trying to figure out a way to keep that as a situation. I want to I might even say, hey, follow him around.
Well, I think I think he's capable of it, right? Now again, we're talking about a guy that's going to play his first game since September 17th.
Right. Oh yeah. Good point.
Right. So
I'm just assuming that Diggs is going to be Diggs. I'm just giving that assumption. Yeah.
But if I'm going to play my percentages, I'd rather see him coming off an ACL, trying to match up with Amari Cooper wherever Cooper goes. Although I guess if they put him in the slot, that would be a different story. But again, I'd do that than a raw rookie, Kalen Carson, who has played well so far, but this is a different story, right? And as he said, just got to kind of get used to playing before more people and, against bigger, men, not guys in college, but is still playing football. So at least he's got the right attitude. Now we'll see how much he can form, but it's not just stopping Amari. Judy's pretty darn good. The tight end's pretty darn good. So it's more than just trying to stop Amari. But I just think that they've got to consider letting Diggs go wherever number 2 is.
All right, great.
Does that sound? That's right?
Yeah.
And, it's the same thing where, when we talk about Guyton having to go up a Myles Garrett. Well, put a tight end over there. Don't leave that kid hung out to dry as a rookie in his first start.
Send Zeke to Chip.
Well, or the fullback, or put 2 tight ends over there.
Heck yeah. Save the guy if you have to.
Right. Well, just help him out, because it is a chore, and this is a different speed of the game than he's seen so far. So I think those 2 things the Cowboys got to consider going into this game. Now, what do you think Cleveland does with Micah Parsons?
Tries to figure any way out to stop him.
Right?
Send an extra tight
and they're
end.
going to play a backup left tackle.
Good.
So they've got their problems too to have to deal with.
Yeah.
And I understand that they're the reigning number 1 offense in the league. Well, who is the reigning number 1 scoring team in the league? There's the Cowboys,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
So I bet in Cleveland they're probably asking those questions too, right?
Good. As I want them and Derek Holland to experience a whole lot of sadness this on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Not the whole weekend, just Sunday.
Just Sunday.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'll be here. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. We need to make sure we send him that fake punt as well. Coming up next, supposedly we might hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. But more importantly, AM on the FM.
We're going to hear why Derek Lively is the best of all time. Next on The Fan.
You've made us number 1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Join us from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for a Cowboys ticket giveaway.
Plus, enjoy Miller Lite and Coors Light 22-ounce drafts for just $4. Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We might hear from Mike McCarthy in this segment, but what we will definitely hear is AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Kind of scared to leave Jared in that intro after yesterday, not going to lie. Thought about running that again here, but I'm going to avoid the phone call because I'm in control back here from 10 to 2. That's kind of scary, but it's time for AM on the FM, and a tease that we're going to hear from Derek Lively. He was on Theo Pinson's podcast, which I never thought I would say that in my life.
Wow.
But it is quite entertaining. They kind of revisited one of my favorite series that I've ever watched as a Mavericks fan, which was the Western Conference Finals. Partly biased because I was there for a game, but also just because it was really, really fun and really, really good basketball from the Dallas Mavericks. We're going to get to that here in just a second. But, you know, we always start with a question of the day, and the question of the day today can be answered on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube as well. I want to know, What is the last thing that you got an absolute steal of a deal on that you've just been so proud of? Because I don't know if you're like me, but there are certain things that I just get an incredible opportunity or chance, or maybe just like a 75% off blowout sale kind of thing, and I got to show it off after. You got to show the homies. You got to say, look, I got this for dirt cheap, or hey, I found this and it's really rare and nobody wanted it kind of thing.
You got to give me the opportunity to say this. The last 4 cars I bought at Platinum Chevy, all steals of a deal.
I like that. Paying the bills. There we go.
Mine were easily when I bought over $1,000 worth of Evan Carter cards before the season started because he was going to have a great rookie year.
I don't feel like that's the best steal.
They're worth at least $100 right now.
It happens.
Hold on, $100 like total?
Yeah.
I would say
or each one?
say the cards have probably lost 75% of their value.
Why? Because he hasn't played.
Yeah, and he batted.
See, the value
188.
should have stayed the same if he hasn't played, because
he played.
Oh yeah, he did play and it went down for a little.
I think he's going to have a nice year next year, but I don't know why I decided to bring that up on. I just can think of right now the money I've lost. But it happens. It's just money.
It'll come back.
I remember
just inflation.
I remember going into the liquor store one day.
Ooh.
And it happens. And I found
some,
but no, I didn't steal anything.
Steal of a deal.
I'm not Kevin.
What?
He went to jail.
4 cars
for stealing.
So you're telling me?
I am telling you, Kevin was a thief was a thief.
Thank you.
In a past life.
Currently,
not a thief.
Undecided.
Oh my gosh.
There was Buffalo Trace was like $15 for a bottle.
Ooh.
And that is a steal of a deal. And so I bought like 10 of them. I was like, this is something I just can't pass. So gave away a bunch of them too. I was like, I'm giving these away as presents. It was awesome. It was the best deal ever. And that's one of those moments, Kevin, where Adrian's like, how much did you spend on liquor? And I was like, but it was discounted like 70%. So and she was like, but how much did you spend? And I was like, don't worry about that.
See, that's interesting because my steal of a deal went to something that I didn't really want to buy, but I thought my wife would really like it. She wanted these fancy sheets that were at, I don't know, some B&B that we stayed in on a vacation. And she was like, these are the most comfortable sheets, don't you think? And I was like, I don't know. They feel the same as our sheets at home. She's like, you're crazy.
You're like,
you can't feel the thread.
It's like vanilla ice cream too.
Yes, exactly. So she really wanted these sheets. So I bought her the fancy sheets, and they're expensive. And when I was looking at it, I was like, that is so much for sheets. And then it's like the website could sense that I was ready to walk away. And the little pop-up came up and was like, hey, would you like 20% off your first purchase? And I was like, all right, fancy sheet place whose name I forgot. Deal.
Wow, it was Ben.
Kohl's.
Ben Sheets.
No, it's not Kohl's. Kohl's, never mind.
Ben Sheets, man, 2000 U.S. Olympian, pitched for the Milwaukee Brewers. Ben Sheets. I know who he's talking about.
There's a Sheets that plays for the White Sox now, too, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Big Sheets.
Sounds like Mike doesn't give a sheet.
I think he's well, yeah, drop that. I think he's a left-handed hitter, right?
I think yes. Yeah.
Don't ask follow-up questions.
I think so.
I can see him. I just can't think of his first name.
Like in
I thought
your
it was still Ben
mind?
Sheets,
yeah, I
to
can
be honest,
see like
Mike.
he's a heavier guy who's. I mean, look, they've won 31 games.
Gavin Sheets.
Gavin Sheets.
Yeah, baseball first
You
baseman.
know what? I'm sorry, Alec. I don't know if this is allowed. I'm going to ask permission since he brought up the White Sox. Can you play cut number 4? Here's a random White Sox highlight for you since you brought it up.
Yeah, and the truth is, if you have great stuff, you can challenge over the white part of the plate a little bit more and let your stuff just play. If you don't, you better figure out.
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. The White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
I don't know why I don't know why you played that, though, Kevin. Gavin Sheets was not involved in that play.
Yeah.
I know, but it was still three people running into each other.
Now, look, Jose Leclerc might have had a really bad balk last night, which it really didn't matter. The guys were going to be standing on the base by the time the ball got to home plate if he pitched the ball. is I'm watching the Orioles and the White Sox play the other day, and I'm drawing a blank. It was a lefty on the mound. He had replaced Flexen. He was a reliever. First and second, nobody out, and he's pitching to Jackson Holiday. Jackson Holiday squares around a bunt, misses it, strike one. Jackson Holiday squares around a bunt, fouls it off, strike two. Jackson Holiday then hits a one-hopper back to the pitcher. The pitcher forgot there was anybody on base. He's going to throw it to first. Then he realizes, oh my gosh, I forgot. As this guy was trying to sacrifice bunt the last two pitches to move the runners to second and third, there are runners on first and second. Let me now spin the wrong way and see if I can still throw the ball to second. Threw the ball away, and then the bases were loaded. And I'm like, at what point did you forget there were, I mean, obviously when the ball was hit back to him, but like how White Sox is that?
Yeah.
Is that the dude was sacrificing the guys over. You knew that they were trying to sacrifice the runners from first and second to second and third. He did not accomplish it. So now you're going for a strikeout or a ground ball double play. You get the ground ball double play. In fact, you got it so good, it's just hit right back to you. And then you're like, are there runners on base? I don't know. Let's just get hammered here.
That is Soxy.
Oh. This is a new question of the day. Corey, I'm not going to acknowledge that. Nope. New question of the day for another day is, what was your most recent White Sox moment that you suffered? It feels like that happens way too many times to that team, because watching those games against the Rangers in Chicago, what was it, a week ago now? It felt like every game there was at least one moment where all the outfielders and the second baseman almost collided with each other. It feels like that happens every single game with them. It's incredible.
My most recent White Sox moment was I missed the turnoff to get to my house. I don't know.
You live at your house.
I don't know where my head was, but I was like, oh crap. That was
How many times are you on autopilot though? And you start driving to work and you're like, I'm not going to work. What am I doing?
That never happens to me. I know where I'm going. I get in the car and I know where I'm going. Never drive to work on accident.
I knew where I was supposed to be going. I just spaced out at that key moment to make the turn.
I will say, when Adrian was pregnant, she did that. She was on the phone behind me. I exited. She kept going. I said, where are you going right now? And she goes, oh, I just missed my exit. That's pregnancy brain, Kevin. That happens, all right? You're not pregnant from what I know.
I can see it.
Okay, well, from the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, some of the best deals you've gotten that you have to brag about. I love this one because my dad is the exact same way with this. 40 packs of AA batteries were on sale for Black Friday at $6 a pack. Had them for years.
That's what I'm talking about. I always need batteries.
Yes.
Do batteries ever go bad if you don't use them?
I don't think so.
No, those are batteries with a D.
Oh my.
Well, I think my time is getting cut short here, boys, because I do hear the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy,
That's a
in my right
walk-off,
here.
ladies and gentlemen.
This is
So
gonna be great.
I think that means it's time to go to the podium.
This is where they ask no questions until he walks off the podium.
Clarence Hill, All City, Dallas. I don't know how much you put stock into the great depth chart that the PR staff puts out that they do before every game, and I don't know if it's different from preseason or whatever else. Zeke is listed at RB1. Could you just talk about, and Maurice Lauf was listed ahead of Overshawn at linebacker, and I don't know if that's based on conversations from you or what, but can you just talk about those decisions?
Oh, definitely. I approved it, so I don't know how much energy Tad put into it, but no, it's. Hey, let's be honest. You don't just play with 11 on offense or defense, so yeah, I mean, there's usually close to 14 guys you would consider starters. Even this thing even goes further than the depth chart, because when you want to announce an offense or announce the defense, and you can't. It's teams I've been a part of, you never just announce 11 guys. So I think it's a product of that. So it'll take more than one running back to. That's not, this is not the way we want to play. I don't want to get into rotation. I mean, we can talk more about this, next week. But those guys will all play.
And what are you seeing from Maurice? I mean, just a rookie, just to be. I mean, there's so much talk about Overshawn, but for him to be at this point and be announced with the starters.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just a reflection of what he's done since he's been here. He's been available. He's done a really nice job, particularly not only just on defense but on special teams. So yeah, I think Maris has had a very good camp. Very mature. I think when we talked about the positions, because so much of it, so much of having a new defense, how many positions you're going to train, is all part of it too. So just training him at Sam and trying to get the other reps distributed too. So, but no, he's earned that spot on the depth chart.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. With Dak, all players have to be able to compartmentalize things and focus on things in front of them. How good is it Dak at that, especially when you're considering all the contract talk that surrounds him at the moment going into this season?
I think he does an excellent job of it. I think he's got a tremendous support system. Frankly, just left him and from the quarterback and center meeting, and yeah, he's all football. He's dialed in, and he's always been that way. So I think he does an excellent job of that.
How has CD done with, as it's been ramped up as he's gone along, and you do more than Wednesday, Thursday?
Yeah, definitely. There's a number of guys that worked out on their own Sunday, so you calculate that with what we did Monday. Yesterday was an off day, so yeah, we're watching the reps, and we're building up to Sunday.
Saad Yusuf, The Athletic. Mike, how have you seen Brock Hoffman handle the last 3-4 weeks, and even beyond that, just his relationship with Cooper and getting him prepared and all that kind of stuff?
I mean, Brock's a stud all the way through. He's the same. He's the same guy every single day. I mean, he's in there on his off day, getting some special teams work and just the little things. I can't say enough about his attitude, his work ethic, his professionalism. But yeah, Brock's is just kept it, full steam ahead, and he's definitely done an excellent job of helping Cooper.
And we know this from John Fossil's vantage point, but for you, how valuable is C.J. Goodwin, what he brings to the special teams unit and his role on the team?
I mean, C.J.'s extremely valuable. I think, I know just in my time here, having a chance to compete against him, prior to coming here in 2020, C.J. doesn't age. He's just a remarkable athlete, tremendous football player. And not only is he important in the special teams room, but he's a very important member of our locker room.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Last year on the defensive line, you had a little bit of a rotation. How much will that stay in Zim's scheme, or will you just stick with what you got and then have the vets come in occasionally?
Well, I just think like anything, you get into game plans, you have personnel, substitution, situational emphasis. That part won't change. Exactly the numbers. We'll get when we get to the end of the week, we'll have projected play time. Usually do that Saturday morning. Just once again, let the full week of work happen. Make sure everybody's trained and ready to go, and hopefully it doesn't ever happen. But there's sometimes things happen between Saturday and the day of the game.
How big of a jump did Mozzie take this summer in training camp and the whole day as you?
Yeah, I think really, when I look at Mozzie throughout the off-season program, he did a good job with the football part of it, but he was in the pure focus of rehab. But came back where he needed to be in training camp. I thought he did a nice job with the weight, coming back at a nice path there. But yeah, I just think once we got going in the padded work, he's very, very comfortable with what we're asking him to do. I think he's gearing up. He's ready to go.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, facing Myles Garrett this week. What is the specific challenge of somebody like him, and how much does having Micah Parsons help you simulate or prepare for that?
Yeah, definitely. I had a conversation with Micah early in training camp, and just the work that he was going to have against Tyler, and it benefits both ways because obviously Micah will be playing against some tackles this year to Tyler's body type. So and that's the whole component of iron sharpens iron, and so that part's been good. But Myles is a tremendous player. He's been doing it quite some time. Just as he just has it all. He has the physical gifts, he has the motor, the know-how. They do a really good job moving him around. He's not a stationary target. So the different looks, and the things they do to him, the things they do away from him. So that'll be a big challenge Sunday.
Philosophically, do you approach like a star edge rusher like that as someone you have to take out and always follow all throughout the game, or is it just another defensive lineman?
Tell you what, I'm really appreciating the excitement for the game. I'm getting personnel substitution questions. I'm getting scheme questions, and so boy, let's kick that thing off and see what the hell's happening. I mean, we got to play. That's why we play the game, right? So.
Aaron.
Mike Aaron, SloneStarLive.com. Some coaches seem like they like to use past mistakes as like motivation, and some coaches would rather people bury it. Now that you're into the regular season, what's your take on that in regards to how the season ended last year?
I'm a believer in using all experiences. I think that's part of education in life. The power of knowledge. You get that from the experiences that you go through and the experience others share with you. So, and it doesn't draw a line between the pro and the con. So, I've always felt that when you have things that are good that you're trying to teach, a certain cut up or a scheme or a situation that's in there, and the things that are not so good, obviously you got to put them in there too.
And why?
There you go. Mike McCarthy informing us that knowledge is, in fact, power right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time.
I just want to go to that, and I want to stick a mic in his face when they walk off as everybody asks random soft questions. And then for the 20 minutes when they ask their real questions, we record it and put it on the air.
I would enjoy that as well. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you believe in these two wide receivers and Joe Henry? Next, right here on The Fan.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Our heroes at the 23rd Annual Guns N' Hoses Boxing Tournament, Saturday, September 14th, at a terrific venue, the Credit Union of Texas Center in Allen. Police versus fire, going at it in the ring. Proudly supported by Best Buy Windows and Siding and the On Time experts. Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Play action pass. Has time, throws to the left sideline, complete to Diggs, trying to spin away from the tacklers, and he does! 35-30, 25-20, headed to the end zone! Touchdown, Stephon Diggs!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, let's start with Stephon Diggs, because Stephon Diggs had a lot of things to say in the last day or two. First of all, he threw out none of those teams, because he was asked, why do teams keep getting rid of you? And he said, none of those teams wanted to get rid of me. Things had to shake because I kind of wanted them to shake. So first of all, I love that quote. Also, for all the critics he has, he said...
It's a really good quote. They had to shake because I wanted them to shake.
Exactly. He said, I didn't forget how to effing play football. So we'll start with this. Do you believe in Stephon Diggs, or do you think his prime is over and he can still be solid?
Oh, okay. Because I was like, oh, I've seen him. I believe that he's like a person and everything. He has a brother on the Cowboys and everything. Like, let's not pretend he's not alive.
Yes, he is alive. Confirmed.
I still think he's good, but he's not as good. He's past his prime.
Okay.
So I do not think he used to be, Corey, considered a top 5 receiver.
Yes.
I don't think he's considered a top 5 receiver anymore, but he's not like far outside the top 10 or right around 10th. So he's not done, but he's declining.
I'm very curious as to why he kind of got limited in the offense for Buffalo last year.
Yeah.
Was it because of decline? Or was it because of attitude? Was there, what was the meaning for that? And Houston, who has good receivers, was very happy to take him on because they understand that he's a talent to go along with their already talented quarterback. So I do believe he can have just as good of a year as he had last year. But I'm with Mike. I don't think he's a top 5 guy right now anymore. But I really do like that quote, that line of, look, man, it moved because I wanted it to move.
Okay. Do you like that quote better or this quote better? Out of the whole NFL, I want to have the most receiving yards and touchdowns. That was from Jameson Williams. He's going into his 3rd year, the former first-round pick, in case you needed a reminder. He had 1 reception in 6 games his rookie year. And then last year, he had 24 catches for 354 yards. Do you believe that Jameson Williams can have the most receiving yards and touchdowns?
He only has to be 5 times better.
Yeah, that's
no problem.
On Detroit?
Yeah.
That's going to be tough with Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Well, hold on. You didn't hear all the rest of the information.
Okay. Gotcha.
From year 1 to year 2, he caught 24 times as many passes and had 9 times as many yards.
Yeah, he only has to be 5 times better this year.
Yeah. So if you continue at that pace, he's a lock.
125 catches for like 1,700 yards.
Yeah. That's a low end.
I'm not even sure I'm not sure if that gets it done in this NFL.
Kevin, the answer is no.
Okay.
Because, again, you got A, Sam Laporta on that offense. B, you have a running game that they really like.
True.
And C, they have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who they just paid lots of money to in the offseason. So I'm sorry, that's just not gonna happen. But it'd be cool, I guess.
You were asking yesterday about how many quarterbacks are named captains. Now, I thought this was an interesting note to go along with that. Bo Nix has been named a captain for the Broncos. He's the first Broncos rookie to be named captain since 1967.
The first Broncos rookie to be? You know who that was, Mike?
He's going to say Bronco Nagurski, I feel like.
No, I was thinking of the redheaded guy. It's not Mitch Moreland.
Alec?
Keith. What was the Orange Crush dude who used to be like a good defensive player for them? Redheaded guy.
Ben Mecklenburg?
Yeah, Carl Mecklenburg.
Carl Mecklenburg.
Yeah, Carl Mecklenburg. He might have played 40 years in the NFL.
Hold on.
There wasn't even a Denver Bronco in the 60s, was there?
What did you just say? Yes, there was a Broncos in the 60s.
What year were they established?
Can I ask you a question?
Weren't they the Dallas Texans?
I thought that was the Chiefs.
That's right.
You said he's the first rookie to start at quarterback for the Broncos?
No, the first rookie to be named captain.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, because Elway was the...
Yes.
Gotcha,
No.
all right.
First rookie to be named captain.
That's pretty cool.
Since Floyd Little, the Hall of Fame running back.
Oh, Little.
Yeah.
He thinks he's been
Magnitude.
reincarnated on the Panthers.
Because of Bryce Young. Because of Spuds McKenzie Webb over there.
Let's go. Let's go with a couple of contract updates for you. Patrick Surtain has received a 4-year, $96 million guarantee with the Broncos with $77.5 million in guaranteed money. So let me say that a better way than when I just said it. He got a 4-year, $96 million contract with $77.5 million guaranteed. There we go.
Didn't Diggs get $100 million last year? Was that part of like his extension? I saw it was that he's the highest paid cornerback in NFL history.
Because it goes off of the per year.
And I'm always trying to figure out exactly how that lands. You know, like, okay, which one is the most important part? Because I was always told guaranteed money is the most important.
Right.
So I'm always trying to figure that out. But yeah, man, that's he's one of the elite cornerbacks in the NFL. He deserves it. Could have been a Cowboy, you know. That was somebody
true.
they wanted.
There's a song.
Yeah. No, well, that shoulda, but I appreciate that, Mike. He's dead, by the way.
I realized that.
Who?
Toby Keith. He loved that bar.
Kyle Pitts is apparently injured again. Raheem Morris said that he tweaked his hamstring a couple weeks ago. This is the part that is amazing.
Jerry Rice never got hurt.
Well, Raheem Morris said he tweaked his hamstring a couple weeks ago, and it hasn't affected him much today. But he'll be limited much in the last couple weeks, but he'll be limited again today.
Jerry Rice did not get hurt
ever
until 1997.
Oh, wow.
Was 1997 a strike season?
No.
Okay. Then 1997, because that was the first time that he didn't play at least 16 games.
1997 was the year the Cowboys quit. At 6-5, they went to Green Bay and lost by 7 million points. And then they're like, screw this season. Let's just lose out. And then they got the 9th overall pick or 8th overall pick and took Greg Ellis, who ended up being a solid player.
He only started one game that year for Jerry Rice, by the way.
Davis Mills back on a 1-year, $5 million deal with the Texans. Linebacker Devin White will not be traveling to Brazil with the Eagles, so obviously he will be ruled out of that game. And then the 17-year-old who shot Ricky Pearsall, or allegedly, is being charged with attempted murder. I know there was some discussion about, I wonder if it will be under, juvenile discretion in terms of punishment and everything like that. But multiple charges or multiple reports are saying he is being charged with attempted murder. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, besides Patrick Mahomes, which QB would you want right now to start your NFL franchise? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've been peppering folks with NFL questions all week long. I've got one to start, and depending on how it goes, I might have more questions for you.
Are you going to pepper Bochy with NFL questions in the next segment?
Probably not.
All right, we got Bochy coming up at 12:20.
All right. Besides Patrick Mahomes,
ask him if he likes hugs, because Wyatt Langford gave him a hug after the Grand Slam.
Okay.
And I think that if you were a manager, would you have pile drived him into the ground for trying to hug
you? I might have. Besides Patrick Mahomes, which NFL quarterback would you most want to start your franchise with?
Steve DeBerg.
No. And let's just say you're starting your franchise from scratch.
With Steve DeBerg?
Not with Steve DeBerg. How
like
old is Steve DeBerg?
67.
But could he coach like my quarterback? Could he be my quarterback's coach? Yeah. I bet Colby right now would say Steve DeBerg. I guarantee you he would text me and say Steve.
We'll answer this seriously.
Thank you, Mike.
I will lean to Josh Allen and tell him, if you run into people as big or bigger than you, I'm going to kill you myself.
Oh, my.
Wow.
Stop it.
Kill?
Yeah.
That's a threat.
Well, he's trying to ruin my career by putting his body in harm's way too many times.
I did not
So
expect that.
I do like him a lot. I think that he has a lot of great traits. The one thing that I worry about is he's going to really hurt his career by having a major injury.
Colby did text me, Steve DeBerg, by the way.
Why didn't you ever book him for us, Colby? Book him for us now.
He's 70, by the way. I just wanted to throw that.
Well, Colby does his workout and eat good food, it looks like.
Yeah, he is amazing.
He is.
Mike, so you're saying that Josh Allen he's the prototype for you. He's the one that you would want the most.
He has the arm, he has the athleticism, he has the size, he has everything you want. The thing that worries me is he does not seem to take care of his body during the game. He puts it in harm's way, and it scares me that if I pick him, which I just did, that once I did in week 5 of the season, he's going to get a cramp in his calf and his foot's going to be looking, like it's going the wrong way.
Yeah. And like Dak did that time.
It's just a cramp.
That being said, with Josh Allen, a lot of people get really bent out of shape about his turnovers.
Sure.
And if you look at fantasy, he's the leading quarterback points getter in fantasy football. If you look at just overall points and numbers, he gets the most touchdowns scored every year. Like in like the last 3 years, you can look at him and Lamar Jackson. You're like, he gets points. Does he put his team in bad situations because of the turnovers? That's a different kind of conversation there. But he scores a lot. And at some point, Mike's right. You got to think with his career. He's got to stop running so much, and he's got to realize that. Look, I can't keep doing this to myself.
Duke 22 on the Twitch said Joe Burrow.
I have my list of 3.
Okay.
Burrow's 3rd.
Okay.
Caleb Williams is 2.
Oh.
And C.J. Stroud is number 1.
Oh, C.J. Stroud.
Right now, when it comes to arm strength, when it comes to seeing the field, C.J. Stroud did it last year. I want to see him do it again, obviously. I want to see him replicate that, and the Texans still lose in the playoffs so they don't get a Super Bowl.
Sure.
But I want to see the continued growth of him as a quarterback and the reliability of him as a quarterback as well. But he's got the prototype size. He's got the ability to run if he needs to. He's got a big arm, and he understands the game. So I feel like I have a ready-made piece to start with right there.
From the 817, if healthy, Burrow. From the 682, if I take Burrow, do I also get a defensive offensive line, a decent offensive line? That's going to be up to you. From the 972, hot take, but I legitimately think Caleb Williams is the guy, and he'll put up the best rookie numbers we've seen in a decade. He has the talent.
Since Dak, then?
I guess so.
Or was there another quarterback after? Was Stroud? Stroud had a really good rookie season.
It just depends on, are you talking about turnover ratio? Are you talking about yards, winning? There's a couple of different ways to look at that. So this is what was fascinating to me. The Athletic asked 27 NFL coaches and executives who they would pick after Patrick Mahomes. C.J. Stroud led the way, followed by Joe Burrow, followed by Josh Allen, and then tied for 4th, Lamar Jackson and Caleb Williams. And then Brock Purdy got a couple of votes. No other player got more than 1 vote. And so that's the breakdown. Stroud, Burrow, Allen, Lamar Jackson, Caleb Williams, and then Brock Purdy.
Wow, Brock Purdy.
So I look at it, and I think of Joe Burrow, and I get the vote. He's never healthy. I'm worried that my guy, Josh Allen, is going to hurt himself by the way he plays. But Joe Burrow gets hurt so much. I totally get it. When he is healthy, he is probably the pick. The thing about C.J. Stroud is obviously you're looking at more potential than I know. You have seen him play in 17. I guess you count the the playoff games too. And he looks unbelievable. Obviously, Caleb Williams is a complete and total projection. You know who I'm surprised who didn't get votes? Who voted on this again?
Coaches and executives.
I'm surprised that Justin Herbert didn't get a vote or two because of his talent.
Justin Herbert got 1 vote. He was in that group along with Dak, Jaden Daniels, Aaron Rodgers, and Matthew Stafford, which those last 2 are kind of confusing to me. Just because you're starting your franchise, you would think a younger quarterback. But yeah, he only got 1 vote. I'm also surprised that he didn't get more votes. I'm not.
Obviously, we are not huge fans of his because he's never taken the talent and then won the games on the field with that talent.
Now, putting aside who's going to win what award or anything like that, who is the best offensive player in the league that is not a quarterback?
Best offensive player that's not a quarterback, Justin Jefferson.
He comes to mind for sure. I was thinking Tyreek Hill was another player that came into. I think Christian McCaffrey is a guy that's in this conversation.
Bijan Robinson.
Not yet, but could be. I think at the maybe halfway point of this year, he could be in that conversation.
So of those 3 players you started with, they got 24 of the 26 votes. Justin Jefferson got 9, Tyreek Hill 8, Christian McCaffrey 7. The other 2 went to Trent Williams, which I could see, and Jamar Chase. Who is the best defensive player in the league?
Myles Garrett's going to get votes.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons is going to get votes. Do you think TJ Watt, he gets hurt a lot, but he'll get votes because of his talent. Do you think at all Aiden Hutchinson gets votes, or is that too much potential yet and not the production?
He should get
I'll answer
votes.
that one. He did not.
He should, though. That dude's beast, man. I think TJ is Joey or Nick Bosa. Is Nick Bosa in there?
Is there a cornerback that you think deserves to be on this list?
I don't think so. I think everything's gonna. This is very much like quarterback pass rusher is the 2, or receiver pass rusher in that conversation.
Yeah, I could see that.
And defensive tackles aren't going to get the kind of love and stuff like that.
Now that Donald retired, Donald would have got votes.
Chris Jones did get 1 vote, but the other people y'all were all mentioning, Garrett, Watt, Parsons, Bosa, they all got multiple votes. How would you stack those 4? And yes, Max Crosby only got 1 vote. I know that upsets some people. I didn't take this.
At age,
survey.
I think Micah Parsons don't you feel like Micah has the most years left out of the guys we named?
Yeah, that is true. But the question is phrased, who's the league's best defensive player right now?
Right now. Okay.
So,
I thought like starting a franchise.
No,
that was the quarterback question.
Right now.
Right now, who's the best? I'll lean towards the defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I would say that too.
Myles Garrett got half of the votes for everybody. He got 13 votes from the coaches and executives in the NFL. Micah Parsons is 2nd, Nick Bosa 3rd, and TJ Watt is 4th. Does that feel?
Yep, that lines up exactly how we kind of laid it out there.
Okay, who is a team that you think is going to surprise the NFL this season in a good way?
Surprise team in a good way.
All right. No, I want to say Jacksonville. My heart wants to say Jacksonville.
But why won't you?
I mean, everybody thinks Jacksonville's done, right? That they overpaid their quarterback.
Yeah.
They're not that good and will never be that good, right? So wouldn't it be
that's fair.
Wouldn't it be surprising if they came back and won that division this year?
I would be surprised by that.
I think the Broncos will surprise people in a good way because I think Bo Nix is going to look pretty good with Sean Payton. Now, I think, was it 4.5 games that they were slated at win total the other day, Kevin?
Yeah, I think that has been on the rise since then.
Yeah, I think they're gonna demolish that. But I think that they're definitely one of those surprising teams for me.
The Broncos did get a couple of votes, but here's what the top of the chart looks like.
Is the Bears on there too?
They are 6th.
Okay.
So it goes Arizona Cardinals got the most votes.
Because of Harrison?
Or maybe because of Kyler's
Kyler's back, baby.
Atlanta Falcons, Seattle Seahawks, Los Angeles Chargers, and Indianapolis Colts. That's your top 5, and then the Bears are right after.
All right, let's discuss that real quick because how can the Falcons be involved there if Pitts is always injured? Like, that's just it's constant injuries.
Yeah,
there
you
with
lose
that
Rice
guy.
and Gonzalez with that one.
Man.
But if their division lends it to the Falcons winning and going 10-7, like even 11-6, I feel like you'd be like, holy moly!
Yeah, otherwise, 2 quarterbacks.
Baker Mayfield taking over that. With the Chargers, that makes a lot of sense because everybody has thought for a long time that Justin Herbert has these physical tools, just can't figure it out. But the head coach is a good head coach.
Do you feel like the Chargers have already moved back and forth multiple times? Like Jim Harbaugh got there, and then all of a sudden people are like, hell yeah, watch out. Jim Harbaugh with Justin Herbert. Now it feels like people have backed off and been like, the rest of that roster's not very good. It might take them a little while.
Yes, I agree with you. Who's the bigger roll of the dice, the Colts or the Chargers?
I think the Colts.
I think it's the Chargers.
Interesting. I like that.
I don't care for their roster outside of Well, outside of several positions. All right.
And somebody did say Commanders, unfortunately, and I think they can surprise people by just not being crappy, like
Commanders
a walkover team.
Commanders were tied for 7th. All right. Here's the flip side. This is, again, from NFL executives and coaches. Which team will surprise the NFL in a bad way?
I think the Cowboys could be on this list.
I think the Eagles could be on this list, too, because they were really good and then they just fell apart. I'm still kind of curious if they got over whatever it was that started breaking them apart last year.
I know I picked Josh Allen earlier. You start going down their wide receiver room and I'm just like, oh my gosh, who the crap is he passing to?
Yeah.
Okay, here's my question. The Niners, at what point do the Niners start going, dude, we can't get over this hump.
That
and
is
we can't
a
win a
very
Super
fair
Bowl.
question.
And they start questioning themselves.
That is a
They
very
have a
fair
lot of
question.
talent, but I could see them being like, Luke, we got burnt out.
49ers are 5th on the list. 4th,
Interesting.
the Jets, followed by the Bills. The Miami Dolphins are 2nd. The number 1 team on the list,
Packers.
It's right here.
most likely to surprise the NFL in a bad way, the Dallas Cowboys. One executive said, quote, losing the defensive coordinator is going to be a huge deal, and I think it's a big difference in scheme from what they did before. They're plenty talented. It's just a hard place to win. And that's the last part that I know fans are like, yeah, agree.
It's a hard place to win.
Hard place to win.
In the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because they're in the regular season.
Probably.
And against good teams. I mean, that's a valid point, is that against good teams like the Shanahans and the McVays and, whenever those guys come up, they're a little bit better. I understand that completely.
It's just that kind of hurts when the coaches and executives across the league are like, no, it's the Cowboys.
And are they saying hard place to win because of the Jerry circus?
Yep.
Okay, we'll discuss more of that.
Well, actually, you know what? Let me just say, that is my interpretation.
Okay.
It does not say in the quote, because of the Jerry circus.
Yeah, and it is all Jerry, right? He invited that.
Yes.
He's invited the, hey, look at us, as always look at us.
I don't think Will McClay is like, hey, let's drag this out so we can get a little something extra going.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a bit. We're also going to have Mike Likes It as part of the Expressway, but wanted to throw a couple of other things out at you. Obviously, we've talked about the just really awful death of Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew in the car accident that right before their sister's wedding. Supposedly it was a drunk driver that was responsible for this. So a GoFundMe started for the Gaudreau family and the wife and the kiddos and stuff. Its initial goal was $30,000. Thus far, it has raised $589,000. Now, I realize that the family would obviously trade all of that money and much more to have Johnny and Matthew back. So I'm not saying, hey, that's good. But I think it's nice when people are like, I wish I could fix this for you. I know I can't. I'll try my best to support your kiddos and your wife with some money.
Yeah, I can. Like, that's...
You can't imagine it, right?
I had a friend that recently happened to.
Oh, my gosh.
The husband and wife were driving. The kids were at home, and it was raining really hard. There was a wreck on the highway, and the husband passed away. The mother lived, and they recently moved because they couldn't. He worked. He took care of everything, and so they recently moved to be closer to some family. And like it's a very tough situation. We did. I mean, the community grouped together to try and help out any way we could.
I appreciate when people step up like that, even though it's obviously an awful, awful situation. Real quick, Alec, if you can give me that cut number 11, I want to throw one more thing out before we get to Mike Likes It, and then hopefully talk with Bruce Bochy.
Clark gets away with a little push. Holloway buries it. And a little reaction for the crowd.
Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever are going to the playoffs, perhaps even more impressively. Per the Elias Sports Bureau, the Indiana Fever got above 500 for the first time in 189 games, or about 5 seasons. So if you're just looking for the success outside of the box scores and everything for a team and a particular player, first time in 5 years they have gotten their record above 500, and they're going to make the playoffs.
Well, and I think this is kind of interesting because early in the season, remember she got leveled, and all the NBA players, even the other former WNBA players, were like, where are her teammates?
Yeah.
Why are her teammates not stepping up for her? If you're going to hit my person, I'm going to be out there in your face to be involved in that too. That's not going to let that slide. And now it looks like the team has seen the work she's put in, and they're like, look, we're on board. We can win. We can win with her. They're on board, and they're all trying to play. They're playing as a team now. Mike, I did see a stat earlier that there are 17% of the league's flagrant fouls have been called. Is it in favor of
against
Caitlin?
her?
Yeah. When she
against somebody guarding her.
Yeah. And then 80% of those have all come from the Chicago Sky.
Women, jealousy. I saw where they pulled Cheryl Swoops off the Sunday game.
Really?
I guess she's a national analyst, and it was the Dallas Wings game, and they're like, you're not doing this game.
So I've heard conflicting things about that, because I know her and Nancy Lieberman kind of got into it, and she's like, that's not why I wasn't there. You know why I wasn't there, and that might start a whole different other feud.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Okay, so I want to go. Obviously, there was a discussion yesterday here on The Fan between Gavin Dawson and Jared Sandler, and it was based off of Jack Leiter's start the other day. And like I said yesterday, I really liked what I saw from Jack Leiter. I understand the box score does not match up with what I'm saying. I even said on the postgame show on Bally's, I know this is going to sound homerish, but I really liked what I saw from Jack Leiter. I'm watching it from the perspective of, let me see this 24-year-old and let me see his location. Let me see his stuff. Let me see his sequences. Let me see how he's handling certain situations. Runner on third, 2 outs, struck out Aaron Judge. That's a positive sign. Now, in a playoff game, I'm going to go, dude, we got to do better than that.
Yeah.
I get that. I get that perspective of just looking at a box score and not caring at all about the actual process of it. Results matter, especially in playoff situations or in trying to make the playoff situations. But right now, I'm looking at hopefully Jack Leiter getting about 4 more starts and, getting to watch the process of him improving.
All right, let's get back around to that talk in just a little bit. But right now, if you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold and also brings to you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How's it going there?
Well, we're doing great, and we were all super pumped about the Wyatt walk-off yesterday. I'm curious, are you a hug guy, or if somebody hits a game-winning home run, are you like, you can go ahead and hug me? That's great.
Well, I'll say when somebody does something like that, yeah, I become a hug guy. Starters that throw great games. So, yeah, I'll mix in some, probably not as much as a lot of them, but, man, that's a big home run. Great comeback. A lot of frustrating things happened earlier for a couple innings there, but, they fought back and set up that situation. And I tell you, Wyatt's got a knack of coming through, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Was it made all the more impressive by the fact that, I know he's not going to say this, and you probably shouldn't say it either, but it really felt like there was a couple of questionable strike call along the way. It feels even more impressive that he can power through those tough calls that he's experienced all year.
Right. I agree. He did have some tough calls, and we talked about that in the post game last night. The guy just is having a year where, he's getting a lot of tough calls to go against him. And for a young kid, he's just handled it so well. There's been a little frustration at times because you're doing your job up there and you take a 2-strike pitch that's off the plate and you get rung up on it. Yeah, that's not a lot of fun. And but, he doesn't let it affect his next at bat. But last night, I know there was frustration, not just with him. Jonas at bat, he was really frustrated, and that was a big at bat. He had a chance to not just tie the game, but give us a lead with a base hit. And first 2 calls, he was frustrated with.
So, Boch, we get to have fun talking, baseball here and have hypotheticals, and we all agreed that with the game on the line, number 1, we would want Corey Seager up on the Texas Rangers. But we came to the conclusion today, number 2, we want Wyatt Langford up. And we're like, that is just so surprising. We're answering it that way for a kid who was in college last year. He's a rookie, but he seems to handle the moment, whether you fail or succeed. He seems to handle those clutch moments where he doesn't seem overwhelmed by them. Do you feel like he's your second best clutch hitter?
Oh, I'd say he's right up there. I mean, you got to look at Marcus. I know he's going through a little rut right now. Those guys, you're always hoping they come up in a big situation. But when you look at this being his first year, he's right there with I think all of them because he's able to control the moment, the adrenaline that's probably going through you. Fans are, they're into it, they're yelling, and it's all about slowing down the game, and it's not that easy. Sometimes that just takes time, but he's such a. I get back to using this word, and I know it gets overused. He's such a great competitor and wants to win. Whether a game goes well for him or not, you can see after the game when we win, he's excited, and if you play for that reason, usually good things happen. You usually, you want to be up in a big moment, and with that mentality, I think you're seeing good swings come off.
Talk with Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. I realize as the season goes along, it's going to be tough to stay, 100% healthy. Might not be such a thing at this point in the season, but would Corey Seager say he's feeling healthy right now? Are there anything that you feel like might be kind of hindering him?
Yeah. Oh no. There's no doubt. There's something hindering him, and you'll hear soon. We're going to talk about it today. That's why he's getting some time off, and without talking to Corey and see why. That's as much as I can give you, but it's no doubt. It's obvious he's not 100%.
I realize this could be a waste of time, but I got to give it a shot. It's my job. Will he end up on the injured list?
Oh, yeah, very, very good possibility, to be honest. Yeah. And, when you're in a situation, you don't want to risk, having a bigger setback or, another injury. Same with John Gray. I'll put him in that boat. Now, if we were right in the thick of things, probably John might be able to push through it, but this thing was really bothering him, and the concern you have to have when you have an injury, and I'll get back to Gray, even though we're talking about Corey right now, is with that foot. If he alters his delivery, ends up hurting his arm. I think we go back to the Dizzy Dean story, and so this is the best thing you can do for these players is look after them, take care of them.
Now, Boch, I was talking to Mike earlier, and I said, did you see Jack Leiter in the dugout whenever that grand slam was hit to walk off? And Mike goes, yeah, and that's the first time he's ever watched a professional game from the dugout as a player, because he hasn't been, around for that. He's come up and gone back down immediately. I was just kind of curious from your perspective, what can you gain by being a pitcher in that dugout in between games whenever you, like for a Jack Leiter, what can he gain by being around the club, being around those other pitchers and just kind of talking the game?
Oh, I think it's really, really beneficial for these kids to be around these veterans, watch a game, to see a game like last night. Jack, he was put in a tough spot, coming up these spot starts and returning. But it just allows you to get in the flow, not just a game, but, being around your teammates, getting more comfortable, watching the hitters. If you don't have the first game of the series, you get to watch, how your guys are attacking them or any adjustments you need to make. You just feel like you belong more, and that's it's a lot easier than coming in for a game, and it's kind of like a gunslinger. You come in for a game, you go back. So no, this helped him out, I think.
Boch, I want to go back to Wyatt Langford. I know he's playing a little bit of center field. Do you think by the end of this season you will have a better idea if he is a center fielder or left fielder of the future?
Yeah, I think he could play center field right now. We'll see what happens this offseason. As always, you never know. Leo is one of the best center fielders in the game. Carter, he's going to be healthy next year. So, if I looked at the crystal ball, I would say more left field is the plan. But without question, this guy can play center field. I mean, he's a gifted athlete. He can run. He's got great game awareness. I think center field, I think he thinks it's easier too. Yeah, you just have that freedom to move around. You don't have to worry about the walls, on the line. And so I think he's comfortable out there, and he doesn't even think about the move when I put him in center field, even the first game. And he just played a few games there at Florida, but I could tell he's comfortable out there.
It's interesting. I'm listening to some of these answers, and you were talking about some of the issues that Corey Seager's facing, and then it pivoted to John Gray, and you were just talking about Evan Carter, who I know we're optimistic about next year, but is hurt right now. Do you ever look at this slate of injuries? And I know it's your job to figure it out, but do you ever look at it and you're like, what are we supposed to do today? Or what are we supposed to do this week? Because it feels like injury after injury.
Yeah, it's easy to do that. The woe is me, I guess. But, there's no point in it. A lot of teams have injuries, big injuries. Now, if I didn't say this a couple of times, the baseball gods are punishing us for having an incredible year last year.
Yeah.
Because, it just, between the numbers being down with our guys, the injuries and everything, it's like, okay, you're getting us for all the good things that happened the year before. But that's in jest and fun. And, you know what? You always try to look at the silver lining. He does force you to play other guys and all that. So, just gives you a better idea of what you have as you go into the winter.
Boach, do y'all practice hurdling pitchers when running to first base, or is that just something Josh Smith just did instinctually?
Yeah. I saw that on replay. Because he kind of slowed down. I don't know if he was assuming that he was going to catch a ball and tag first, or he's like a pole vaulter. He was getting his timing down to, the ball over him, and it was kind of a different play. In fact, I thought the pitcher even had a shot to throw his glove up and tag him, but he didn't.
So, Boach, being a former catcher, I watch Carson Kelly behind the dish, and he kind of has this, I don't know, energy, spark, grit. I don't know the exact word I'm trying to use, but I feel like he's really emotionally there with the pitcher and working his tail off to make sure that pitcher knows, hey, I like that pitch, or, kind of with the body language. How important is that from your perspective, being a former catcher, that catcher kind of looks like he kind of has that energy and desire behind the plate?
Yeah, Carson's been around. He's, I think he's done a great job here, and he's getting better. Going back to when he was a backup for the Cardinals and Arizona got him. He was trying to find his way there, but I think with experience and everything, he's made himself into a really good catcher, thrower, which he was. But I think the experience has really helped that, drawing that out of him. And but I mean, he's a man. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to him, but he's all in on calling the game and everything, and that's important for the pitcher without question. That's what you want to see, and no, he's done a good job with that, I think.
I know we have the PitchCom now, and Greg Maddux, they just did a documentary on him, and I think everybody knew this, not at the time, but if he caught the ball away from his body, he was telling the catcher, I want a fastball away. If he caught the ball and caught it into his body, he was saying, I want fastball in. If he kind of scratched his cheek with his glove, he wanted a cutter, Was there anybody that you caught that when you threw the ball back to the pitcher catching it, the way he caught the ball or something he did let you know what the next pitch was supposed to be?
Yeah, well, back when I came up, we had a lot of pitchers that, through adding and subtracting, that's kind of along the line what you're talking about. Yeah, they would do that. Not so much where they caught the ball, but if I put down a sign, we had a sequence of signs, and instead of going back through them, if they went up above the belt, they would add, or below the belt, it would subtract the number from where you're from, or, if they went across, then it'd be just the opposite. So, yeah, you had to keep up with it. And that was pretty popular, with that Houston staff back when I came up in late 70s, early 80s.
Talking with Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know you'd said, I believe it was 2 days ago, that the plan for DeGrom was to pitch again on Saturday, and if that goes well, hopefully he'll be ready to join the big club. Is that still on track? Is that still the hope?
Yeah, still on track. Now, we're not going to deviate from our plan. We're going to give him his fourth outing. I think that's the right thing to do, right thing for him, for us. All set there. Scherzer will throw the same day. He'll go to Las Vegas, and get his work in. So we'll have those two knocking on the door after this next outing on Saturday.
And then the last question I have for you, we have Chris Young on our station every week as well, and he talked about self-reflecting this season about what could have been done differently, what he could have done differently to have a more successful season. Do you self-reflect at all during the season, or is that not really possible because you're like, well, we got another game tomorrow and the next day, and you're more focused on that?
Oh no, of course we do. Yeah, that's how you get better. There'll be moments during the game. Yesterday, for example, I mean that can't happen. To have a double steal, end up being a balk, but they had the base. It's happened before with Hosey. I'm talking about Leclerc, but just little things during the game. We just talked about it. The last 2 days about things we want to do different, to get better. Because really, if I'm honest, if you look at all facets of the game that we do, quite hasn't been as sharp as we were last year. So, and that's where it stops with me. And as a staff, this is what we're talking about. This next spring training, what we can do different on the fundamentals, holding runners, bunting, things like that. All these hit and run and more. So I think everybody should self-reflect and see how you can get better. I've said that you never arrive in this game with a player, coach, or manager. I mean, you're always doing what you can to get better.
Excellent stuff, as always. We appreciate it very much. We'll catch up with you again next week.
All right, guys. Always good talking with you. See you.
There you go, Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. And, the Rangers know that big wins come from big plays, and that's why the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold. A couple of things there, Mike. I know we got Mike likes it, but the first thing, obviously, with Corey Seager.
Right, yeah.
And it's just a bummer, and just
led you to the water there.
Yeah. That I was thinking about it when he answered it. The fact that he had to pivot in the same question to talking about a different injured player. I know there's a lot that goes into a season, but that feels like an underlying part of this season.
Yeah, and I think he let us know probably at 4:00 when he's in the dugout talking to the media, or if Chris Young decides to talk to the media today, that we'll know more about Corey Seager, but it wasn't his intention or what he wanted to do at 12:30 today on the radio is to talk about Corey Seager's injury, and then what they're going to plan to do in September at shortstop, and then with Corey Seager. So,
jeez, man, tough for him.
I'm telling you,
tough for us as Rangers fans.
This is my opinion. Mike likes it. My opinion. I don't think he should play shortstop the rest of his career.
Well, for health purposes,
I think he's going to be a Hall of Fame baseball player. I'm going to move him to first base. I'm going to get him off of that position.
Can you walk people? I know it's a physically demanding position. Will you walk people through why?
Well, hamstring, groin, calf, all of those things. He's 6'4" and 230 pounds. I get it. Cal Ripken Jr. changed the game at that size, playing shortstop, and since then there's been plenty of guys. Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez come to mind quickly, as then these two big guys came along and were unbelievable at the position too. And Gunnar Henderson is not as heavy as Corey Seager, but he's close to the height of Corey Seager.
Wasn't Ripken like 200 pounds? At 6'4"?
I would say he was probably 210 to 220.
That's still like Seager looks bulkier.
Yeah,
at this position.
He's a slow moving guy. I mean, let's face it, he's slow. That's why he's not going from first to third on base hits. That's why he's not scoring a lot from second base on base hits. He's not getting any faster at 30 to 40 years old. And I just think that you're dealing with this injury. Remember last year, he missed a lot of time with what were the injuries? They were, hockey term, lower body injuries.
Yeah.
And his body is not built to be a shortstop long term. He's done it from 2016 to 2024. I think from 2025 to 2030-ish, he should be a first baseman and a DH. That's my opinion, and my opinion doesn't matter at all.
Now, I know the two positions are different and they have different nuances. Do you think he would be a fantastic defensive first baseman?
I think he has good hands, right? He has good hands when he's covering second base on a steal and picking the ball. He's using an 11.5 to 11 3/4 inch glove. You go over to first base, it's a 13-inch glove. It's different. It's not easier. It's different.
Yeah.
But you get used to, after a while of the big glove, he would have to work his butt off in the off season, and then in spring training, he'd have to put in extra work. He's a hard worker with the baseball bat. Does he want to be, I'm just throwing it out there, does he want to be that hard of a worker with a first baseman's glove? And then learning all the nuances of first base. He has a good idea. He's been an infielder his whole life. He has a good idea of the responsibilities at first, but I'm going to assume he's never played first base a day in his life.
Probably not, yeah.
And so he would have to work very hard to become a good first baseman, but I think he could. Mark Teixeira wasn't a first baseman. Chris Davis wasn't a first baseman. Jim Thome wasn't a first baseman.
Didn't McLemore play some first base for a minute?
He might have. He played all the positions besides catcher. I don't know how much first he played, but I just look at it and I look at we don't know this, if Corey Seager's missing the whole month of September because of another injury, and he has to miss 2 months a year, because last year he missed 2 months. This year, if he misses September, now you're saying once again he's missing approximately 2 months. And the first month was a very bad month because he was not healthy and ready to play the season. If that's the case, if that's who Corey Seager is, a 6'4", 230-pound, bigger guy who doesn't move very quickly, and I need him to hit 35 to 45 home runs. I need him to bat second almost every day. I need 120 RBIs. If he's batting second, I need about 100 runs scored. I get he's slow, so he's not going to stretch things into extra runs scored. But I need those things. I need a 280 hitter with a 350 plus on base percentage with a 900 OPS. I need that. If his body can't do it at shortstop, I have a position that, let's be honest, I think it's going to be wide open in the offseason at first base for the Rangers. I can do that, and now I know my bigger concern, or I have a concern at shortstop. But if I hang Corey Seager around shortstop for another year or two, I can't fix first base. If I know I'm moving Corey Seager to first base in 2026 or 27, I can't fix first long term, because now I know I got to move him at some point as long as he is willing to do it. And
that's
the thing
a stopgap,
I was there when Alfonso Soriano wasn't willing to move off of second base. I was there twice when he wasn't willing to do it. Buck Showalter tried to do it. We had 3 guys playing second base, Michael Young and Alfonso Soriano in spring training. It was weird. Michael Young talked about that story here with us on The Fan. And then Michael Young went to Buck Showalter and said, look, we don't have a shortstop. It was Manny Alexander at the time, who played most of the year in AAA with me. Michael Young moved to shortstop, and it all worked out. Then Alfonso Soriano went to the Washington Nationals, and he refused to move off a shortstop. And Frank Robinson said, I don't care. You're never playing a day at second base. I don't care what you say. If you don't want to make any more money the rest of your life, go home. But if you want to make money and you want to keep playing baseball, it will be in left field. And Alfonso Soriano hated left field to start off. That year, I think he became the 5th player or 4th player in baseball history to have a 40-40 year, and ended up loving left field, and it somewhat extended his career. He became pretty decent out there. I'll say decent defensively. I don't think he was awesome, but he loved throwing guys out there.
Arm,
And so I don't think Corey Seager wants to. But at some point, and it doesn't have to be this offseason, at some point Chris Young, or whoever the general manager is, or whoever the manager is going to have to sit him down and say, I don't care what you want anymore. This is what's best for the team.
Would you consider Josh Smith at short, or would you look younger in their? I would
look at all my options.
Okay.
Right now, Josh Smith is my in-house option, but could I look outside of the organization? I could. Now look, Sebastian Walcott, maybe that opens not for 2025. Maybe they're like, hey, maybe we do keep him at shortstop, because that's way more of an open position than we thought in 2027 is going to be my guesstimation, is when he's possibly ready to help you out, and he'd be a whole 21 years old by then. So I just look at this news, and with Corey Seager, we don't know how long, we don't know if he's going to go on the injured list, but obviously Bruce Bochy just strongly suggested that he's probably going on the injured list, and it might be, I'm just throwing this out, it might be because they're not in a playoff race for the rest of the year.
I feel like he kind of insinuated that as well.
And if that's the case, if I'm Chris Young, which I am not, if I am Ray Davis, which I am not, if I am Bruce Bochy, which I am not, I have to strongly consider My guy that is the best offensive player on this team, and I owe 7 more years of contract to, if he's only going to play 100 games at shortstop because his body can't handle it, can I get 140 games out of him at another position? That's the question that needs to be asked quickly in this organization.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What an eventful expressway right there. Coming
now,
up next.
The 2021 draft.
Oh, sorry, Mike. Time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
2021 draft.
Oh,
no. Is it really that bad being a Cowboys fan? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. 877-881-1053. Text in and answer the question here. Is it really that bad being a Cowboys fan? And I also do like this from the 817, and I do think this is from Call of Duty Buddy. I think we need to change the saying of bubble wrapping a player and start calling it rhino shielding someone.
Damn right, rhinoshieldtx.com.
There you go. There you go. All right, so I sometimes look at our 12-5 record every year for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And I think to myself, the Cowboys keep using that because they haven't had any postseason success.
Sure.
And I started kind of diving in a little bit more because I was curious about the rest of the league. And do we sometimes, because the Cowboys are our team, they're here, we see all of it. We've lived and died with all of it too. And we've lived and died with all their stories. The off-field stories, the contract problems. By the way, Jamar Chase is practicing right now. So Jamar Chase has made his way onto the practice field. That's drama that the Bengals
For sure.
are dealing with. And I started wondering, is it because this year has probably been the most apathy we've heard from our fan base. Our fan base.
Agreed.
And I'm not saying that our fan base is the only one, because the Cowboys fan base we saw out in Oxnard was different. Like, it was a completely different vibe than we're used to when we're out there. Usually the circus is packed. And I don't think that's going to change anything on game day.
Okay.
I think the Cowboys are going to continue selling that stadium out. They're going to continue selling jerseys. They're going to continue selling things. But people are complaining more, I think, than I've ever heard them complain.
I think that's fair.
And even for me, who has been a lifelong Cowboys fan, and I don't think I'm just positive about the Cowboys. That's why I sometimes get offended by the line homer. I'm pretty optimistic about a lot of things. Like when things are going bad, usually I'm like, hey, we can figure a way out for things to be good. And so I'm usually pretty optimistic, but it's been tough this offseason to be optimistic about things.
Yes.
Because I just didn't agree with some of the moves that the Cowboys made. Now, that being said, they look like getting CeeDee Lamb back into the fold, seeing that these rookies turned out pretty good so far. Look like they had a really good draft class that could supplement not signing free agents. But I started asking more and more, do we just get too caught up in the microscope being on this team, and we don't realize that the rest of the league has its problems too? And somebody texted this in. 25 NFL teams have worse records over the past 5 years than the Cowboys. We are spoiled. We have not won Super Bowls. A lot better going 12-5 year after year than being the Panthers and going 24-59.
How old is that person?
The
Text
Jets,
back in.
And I disagree with that.
The Jets 27-56. The Jags 28-55. The Giants 29-53. The Commanders 39-53-1. And the list goes on. Why do you disagree?
I disagree with that person because the point of sports is not to be like, oh yeah, we had a solid enough season. The point is to win. Like, I hear that person's point.
And in the last 5 years, the Chiefs have won more than anybody.
I think they're young.
They're
I think
in the
this
way.
is a young fan.
Because, for example, the Panthers, they took their shot with Bryce Young. Now, it's only been a year. Maybe it works out. Maybe it doesn't. But the point is, they were like, hey, this doesn't work. Let's try this. And it could fail. Absolutely, it could fail. But with the Cowboys, they continue to do the exact same thing. And when it doesn't work, you're like, well, I don't think it'll work again. At least some of these other teams are like, hey, let's reboot with a new quarterback. I would rather the hope that you're building to something rather than well, we'll be good enough this year.
Did you have anything, Mike, that you wanted
New York Knicks, man, they make the playoffs some. And
would you rather be the Bears or the Cowboys right now? I'm sorry. Would you rather be a Bears fan or a Cowboys fan right now?
This year, probably the Bears.
Okay. And
last year, the Cowboys.
Because you have hope going forward that maybe you can build something. Like for the Cowboys, okay, listen, you keep Dak, you don't keep Dak. And the difference is what? Dak's already been here, and if he leaves, are we going to put in the work to start over again? I hope so.
To me, the Cowboys are just rooting for the most popular team. That's all you're doing is rooting for the most popular. You're not rooting for a successful organization. Just rooting for the most popular team maybe in the world.
The hot team right now is the Texans, right? Like there's
I could see that.
Now, if you went back and looked at the last 10 years of the Texans, would you be like, that was a fun 10 years? Or would you go, that was the stupidest I've ever seen?
Probably.
With the Bill O'Brien era of trading away DeAndre Hopkins, all the crap that they went through. Like that was, can you imagine living through that for that 10 years?
No, absolutely. That would suck. But I mean, on the flip side, then I can say, can you imagine living with the Cowboys for the last, I guess I'll say, let's just focus on since the last Super Bowl. Because when they said, it's the better record than all but these 5 or 6 teams in the last 5 years. True. Go across the entire NFC. The only team that hasn't been to the NFC Championship game in a longer run is Washington. And so, if you're just here to win games, rock on. If you want to win a title, then that sucks too.
What's a more frustrating window than for the Cowboys? The last 5 years with McCarthy, and I'll include this year as well, or the stretch of Jason Garrett where you went 8-8 3 straight seasons, then 12-4 and lost in the division, then back to 4-12, then 13-3, then back to 9-7, then 10-6 and back to 8-8. And you were getting to the playoffs and then the next year not in the playoffs. Is that more frustrating than going to the playoffs 3 straight years?
What were the years on those? The Garrett years?
It was 12-4. Oh, the Garrett's
actual calendar
13.
years?
Let's say 13 to 19.
Okay, I think these years have been more frustrating because at least for the other Garrett years, I can be like, I saw the attempt at a reboot. Now, maybe they didn't want to reboot Tony Romo, but injuries forced it on them, and they went to Dak. And I was like, in 2016, and I know it hasn't worked out. Man, I was stoked in 2016. I was like, Dak is badass. He doesn't make any money. We've drafted Zeke really high. He's badass. We're ready to go get it. And I hope I'm wrong about this year, but I don't know what it is about this team that makes me think we're ready to go get it.
Yeah, in the Dak years.
You're optimistic about this year?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason, I thought at the end there you were saying this year I'm just.
No, I said I don't know what it is about this year that would make me say I'm ready to go get it.
From the 6-8-2, I'm okay with getting with 12-5. It's much more fun to watch that. Here's where I guess I get I'm off on that. I don't feel like whenever in the regular season, whenever we're playing a big opponent, that I feel like the team's going to win. And that's where I feel like you're good. You're a good team, but you're not one of the great teams in the league. And I'm not saying great teams all time. Great teams all time are different. I mean, great teams of all time when you're watching them. But when you're one of the great teams in the league that year, you're either have a winning record against the good teams in the league or you're punishing them. And that's not something that I get whenever I'm watching the Cowboys. But I could also have been the Bengals every year too. And I think that is one of those things where I'm looking around at the league. There's a lot of drama that goes on around the league. A lot of things, a lot of crappy situations that go on around the league. We made fun of the Commanders for quite some time.
Sure.
And that is where it's like, okay, hold on. Is it that bad that I have 12-5 seasons?
I think, I'll go back to, I think it is. I think without question it is. And I go to the Rangers as my example. Rangers have not been good this year. Guess what? The 6 years before the World Series, it was the longest consecutive streak of losing seasons in the history of Rangers baseball. And that's not a storied history as it is. But I don't care. I'm sad that the Rangers aren't playing better this year, but I'm fine. I'll be fine next year. I'll probably be fine the year after that because they won the World Series and gave me love and hope of a baseball team that I had not experienced my entire life. And I think for so many Cowboys fans, I think they would feel different if they got to see the highest peak. Like when people are like, oh, the internet broke. This city feels like it would shut the F down if the Cowboys were in the NFC Championship game. Not even the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship game. And I'll trade the losing and the experimenting for that one run to the top.
The other part, too, is that I think is very frustrating in the way that the Cowboys have lost in the playoffs.
Sure.
The Dak Prescott 14 seconds left, and then you just lose because what just happened?
Yeah.
And then you play against the Niners, and you have a shot, and then what just happened?
Yeah.
And then you're just completely stunned by the Packers. You didn't feel like you showed up. And so that is a frustrating thing to have your team get to the playoffs and not know what they're doing. That's where I think I'm most frustrated is they don't look like they know what they're doing once they finally get to the playoffs. And that's what they work their asses off to try and get to that spot so that they could make a run from there on.
They got tired.
Not just to get there and be like, we're done. We've achieved everything, guys.
Yeah.
We just achieved it. So I am kind of trying to figure that out. Kevin, from the New York Times, otherwise known as The Athletic.
Oh.
There was a hope-o-meter. The NFL fan predictions rankings based on hope.
I like that.
The Cowboys have the lowest amount of hope.
What?
At night. Actually, I'm sorry.
Third lowest.
30th. They are 30th at 19.9% hope. They are just above the New York Giants. Do you agree that the Cowboys are better than the New York Giants?
People think the Giants might be the worst team in football?
Well,
yes,
Kevin,
I do agree.
The Saints have even less hope.
Oh,
at
no.
16% optimism. They are the least optimistic about their franchise. They understand their head coach is probably getting fired. They spent too much money on a quarterback, and they're having to redo the whole thing. And now their wide receiver, Michael Thomas, is going through another situation with
that's their own fault for not knowing that
they got to deal with. But here's some lines, Kevin. Optimist Eric says Dak Prescott will play lights out in a contract year, which I don't disagree. I think he'll be really good in a contract year because he knows what's in front of him. Defensive coordinator Mike Zimmer seems to have found a way to get the best out of Micah Parsons. Have no clue if that's true or not because we haven't seen it on the field yet.
Right.
Like we haven't legitimately seen it. From pessimist Nikhil, poor offseason in terms of strengthening the roster, contract uncertainty on key players, and a useless GM. That's from pessimist Nikhil. Pessimist Bryce, as long as the Jones family is in charge, the team is toxic and there is no hope. Any chatter about the team is pointless. I wish it would all stop. And that's where the Cowboys fan is right now. That's where their mind is Jerry's going to give me things I want to hear and then say things that I completely disagree with that aren't factual in any way, shape, or form. And it's very frustrating because Jerry's going to say these things and act like they're real. And they're probably going to re-sign Dak and say, this is fine. We're good. We're a good team and we want to continue to be good. I do agree with this. Being 12-5 is good because you keep giving yourself to be in that category, being in the playoffs. If you're an 8-8 team, you don't got a crap chance to do it.
Can I ask you a question?
And if you're an 8-8 team every other year, you don't have a crap chance to do it.
Can I ask you a question about that? I'm dead serious about this. You're right. You get in the playoffs and you have a shot. Do you think that is the goal of the Jones family is let's have a shot at the Super Bowl? Or do you think it's more likely that they're like, let's make some more money? I'm seriously asking.
That's why I want a real GM, because the real GM is going to make decisions differently,
which we'll never get. Yeah,
the real GM is going to make. The owner is going to say, "Well, hey, I want you to do this," and the GM is going to say, "Then why the F did you hire me? Do you want me to win these games for you, or do you want me to make you some money? Because I'm here to win these games because that's going to keep me my job." And that's the part that isn't going to work. As long as I don't know. Maybe Steven when he takes over, or, I don't know. Maybe it's Charlotte. I don't know who's going to take over. Maybe like Mike said yesterday. Maybe it's John Steven Jones.
Yeah, not the tight end.
Or Shy, as Choppy was saying. Maybe it's Shy, and maybe they go. You know
not
what?
LaBeouf.
I have a responsibility to the organization to make dollars. I will hire somebody whose responsibility it is to make a winning football team. And Jerry's wanted both of those. So A, he doesn't have to pay the GM and have conflict with that guy. And B, so he can make those decisions and have ambiguity whenever it comes to, why did you do this over this? Well, because I want to win. Well, but it makes more money to do that. But Kevin, I know every fan wants their team. I think Mike McCarthy isn't there to make money. I think Mike McCarthy's there to try and continue his legacy and be the, what's the word? The harborer, the guy who had his hand on the wheel to get this organization back to the Super Bowl. I think that's really, I truly do believe that about Mike McCarthy, that he enjoyed and loved being in a legendary team, being the head coach of that team, and navigating them to a Super Bowl and navigating to them to many years of successful seasons. Unless you consider not winning winning the Super Bowl is the only successful season. Okay, that's fine.
But look, I'll make the argument. When they went 15-1, it got lost in the first round of the playoffs. I do not think that is a successful season.
I can understand that. You were the best team, and you were pretty damn good. But I think that's one of the things.
It was two.
One year they went 15-1. Pretty sure.
Did they lose
the year in 2007 where they lost to the Giants? I think they went 13-3 because they had everything wrapped up and they didn't even try the last 3 weeks of the season. And then they had the bye and then lost.
Eli Manning.
I'm
roll in and he's
99%
like,
sure.
I got this.
I don't think they've ever won 15 games.
99% sure.
Okay. Either way, that being said, I think
in 2011 the Green Bay Packers went 15-1.
I think you're talking about the Cowboys.
No.
The Cowboys have not gone 15-1.
They have not
in recent history that I know of. I can confirm that. In the history of the Cowboys, have they ever gone 15-1?
No.
Have they ever gone 1-15?
Yes.
All right, that's happened.
This is the best year ever.
Because?
Well, we ended up trading Herschel Walker, getting a zillion draft picks. The draft fell in a way where they accidentally took Emmitt Smith, what they didn't want to, but they ended up doing it. And then, I don't know, maybe it didn't matter because in 1993 it didn't matter if he played or not. But he did win the MVP and they won the Super Bowl. But it didn't matter.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to our questions that will shape the 2024 NFL season. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
That was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That's true. The last pick of the
I don't think
draft.
anybody will ever give Brock Purdy any credit. I think he could win 3 Super Bowls in the next 5 years. And I think they'll look at him as Troy Aikman and say worst quarterback in his generation that made the Super Bowl.
Do you think, I know we've talked about some of the people who think that about Aikman. Do you think people who lived through it are less likely to have that opinion, aside from whoever said it on our station at night?
No.
On the weekend, not the get right.
I think a lot of non-Cowboy fans think Troy Aikman was Steve Berline. Just was lucky enough to keep quarterbacking the Cowboys.
That sucks.
When the reality was it was his offense, his team. He understood it. He navigated them through it all.
The tough thing is they will say something like, well, Steve Berline won a playoff game in 91. Bernie Kosar came in. Now, the game was not decided, but the Cowboys had an advantage over the 49ers, and Kosar still won that game in the end. And I think with Brock Purdy, they'll go, well, they made a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, and they made it into another NFC Championship game with Jimmy Garoppolo. Anybody can do this. It's not Brock Purdy. And I think we're seeing the proof in that he's not considered a top 10 quarterback in the NFL yet. After 2 years in the NFL, he's made it to the Final Four both times and the final game one time.
Yep.
And it's like, it doesn't matter. He cannot be good because, unfortunately, everybody's too good around him.
I do feel like, though, if he wins, that you're like, well, I mean, he did win. It's undeniable. Like, he won the Super Bowls. They couldn't win before. They couldn't win it with anybody else, but they did win it with him. So there's got to be something that he was part of.
I hear
that
you.
helped
My
him
favorite
get there.
quarterback of all time is trash to this day. By people that are Cowboy fans too, or supposed Cowboy fans.
For the record, I do not believe that whatsoever. I believe what you just said. I do not believe that Troy Aikman is a bad quarterback by any means.
The 90s era was different football, right? Like that was
sure.
The stats aren't ever going to look
sure.
Just like Roger Staubach's stats didn't look like that.
Yeah.
But the line that I've always gone by and agreed with and I've always heard from every one of the players that played with Troy was he could have had better stats.
Yeah. But he cared about winning instead.
He knew he wanted a gold jacket, not just an MVP. He wanted to win, and getting those 3 Super Bowls was the reason he got the gold jacket.
Agreed.
And hey, there's excuses, but literally after Jimmy left, they didn't have a coach the rest of his career. I hate saying that. They did not have a head coach from 1994 to 2000. They didn't have a head coach. It was Jerry Jones who was acting as head coach.
Will Tom Brady be any good at calling NFL games?
I don't know.
But are you kind of excited to see how it plays out?
Yes. I think the mechanics of it, he's going to have such good breakdowns of the mechanics of things. Because Mike, the other day I saw a video of him sitting on a boat without his shirt on, explaining how he wanted his body to be, the way he wanted it to be every time he threw. And he's talking about where he wanted his shoulders and how he wanted his hips moving. And all those things, I was like, man, mechanically, he understands exactly what he wants to get done. And Mike does a really good job of that. I think Mike does a really good job of dumbing it down for us, too, and explaining something.
Yes.
So that he can be like, look, on your level, here's how I'm going to explain it to you.
There are plenty of times he uses words, and I was like, that was for us.
Yeah, that was exactly, because if he'd have gone bigger with that, he probably would have used the wrong word.
That's going to be the tough thing for Tom Brady. Because what you're saying is correct, but you have 15 seconds at most to get everything in you want to get in. I have to leave things on the cutting floor all of the time during a Ranger game. I can't get to it. The next pitch is coming 10 seconds. This is what I can say right now, and I have to leave it there.
Yeah, and I think all of the broadcasters, when I was at UNT, Kevin, Hank Dickinson out there, he's phenomenal, by the way. He would bring in every broadcaster, Nadell, Brad Sham, all of them. And every single one of them said the same thing. You have a briefcase full of information that you go to the game with.
Yes.
And you use about 10% of it.
Yeah.
And the other 80% is just in case.
I like that.
Just in case the game goes bad. Yeah, just in case the game goes bad. I'm going to have something to throw in here, but I'm not getting to everything today.
Which rookie quarterback do you think is the most pro-ready? So I'm not saying they'll have the best career, but they're most ready to hit the ground running this year.
I'll go with Jaden Daniels.
Okay. I'm really interested to see how
I think Caleb
he does.
Williams runs the crap Oklahoma system. And that does not prepare you for the NFL at all. It does give you unbelievable numbers, and I'm not saying he's not talented and he won't have a great career.
Yeah.
But I don't know, from Sam Bradford on, I think that those guys really struggle their rookie year because they're used to looking over at the sidelines at 4 pictures, like of a duck, a mom birthing a baby,
an Adidas
McDonald's
logo,
Big Mac, and and you're just like, look at those 4 pictures. That's what we're doing. And I don't know. I think the game moves too quick for them early on. So I just don't know how pro ready you can be in kind of I know I say Bob Stoops. I know it's advanced well past that, but in that type of system.
I do love, though, Kevin, those signs. The ones for the quarterbacks in college football. That is one of my favorites because I'm always trying to figure it out. I'm like, what in the hell could that possibly mean? And I would like to see more of that in the NFL for these quarterbacks, Kevin.
Watch a Sign Stealer documentary.
Do they explain it all? Or?
He gives some insight, and
I want to crack codes, man.
It was really interesting to see how he's like, no, that's dumb. Those people are clearly decoys. It was really fascinating. All right. Can Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs rediscover the deep ball? This is what's scary to me. They haven't been going deep as much the last season and a half probably, and they still won the Super Bowl. So I understand an answer could be, either way. But do you think they have the personnel to potentially go deep more frequently?
With Worthy? Yes.
Yeah, people dig him.
I mean, the speed is undeniable. At Texas, everybody was like, he catches about half of those deep balls, if not less. But Mahomes, when he had Tyreek Hill, was like, I'm going to try and out-throw you. And Tyreek Hill was like, you can't, buddy. And I think that they're going to have that same game. Now, here's the thing, though, and this has plagued Dak the last few seasons, and it's plagued Patrick Mahomes the last few seasons in the ability to pad stats. Because teams know that he wants to go deep, they're like, we're not going to let him. We're just going to force him to drive the football down the field. We're not going to let him have big plays because that's where they can really get you. So they go into that shell too high, deep coverage, and they're going to keep trying to force him to pick things up underneath. But I think that they will. I don't think they're going to do it as frequently as they've done it in the past. But man, whenever it opens up, whenever safety comes down because the play calling has led to that safety needing to come down because they know, man, they've been killing us with this all day. Mahomes and Worthy are going to see it, and they're going to strike, and they're going to take advantage of those opportunities.
I agree with you because they also have Brown, and then, I don't know, maybe I'm stupid to give up on Sky Moore this quick, but
I don't know, man.
Maybe he figures out how professional football works out in his third year.
Right.
Yeah, I think their receiving core looks a lot better on paper to start this year than it did at the end of last year.
Okay.
And we also don't know how. Like, I don't think Rashee Rice, I don't think of him as a deep threat. I think of him as a possession receiver.
Sure.
But you also don't know how long he's going to be around.
But it looks like he'll start the season on the field. How much time will it take Jim Harbaugh to win with the Chargers? Like, Keenan Allen's gone, Mike Williams is gone,
Like
Austin Eckler's gone. No, like in terms of seasons.
Oh.
Not to win a game. I mean, in terms of like.
To be a struggle season. I don't know.
Some point this year is my prediction. No, like to really get the franchise on track. Potential playoff success.
I think he can do it in a year, man. I think he did it pretty quickly with San Francisco.
He did.
And he had Alex Smith.
Look, I like Alex Smith, but I get it. I'm not saying he's great.
I think he can do it pretty quickly.
Do you think he could get the bump that Bill Parcells got here? Like, he had Quincy Carter and a bunch of nobodies.
I do kind of wonder
and Quincy
about
Carter,
that.
like, and then they went right back to like, all right, Magic's over, back to 5-11. Like, we got to redo things here. Like, that was magic what worked out there because you didn't have anything that resembled a star wide receiver, a star quarterback, a star running back.
Even Parcells at one point in that year goes, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on.
Yeah,
here.
like could
just always what you want to hear.
Could like his just presence and also his coaching ability, could it like smoke and mirrors their way to the first year being 10-7 or 11-6 and You're like, how did they do this? They don't have the personnel to do this.
I'll tell you, I'll be really impressed if that happens.
I think he can get a team to be a winning record team. I also, Kevin, I think he identifies the NFL player very well. He understands what it means, like what it takes to be an NFL player. Where a lot of people are like, I don't know, I'm still trying to figure this whole thing out. I think he sees guys and he's like, that's an NFL player right there. I want him starting on my team. He's tough. He's physical. Those are the things. And that hasn't been the calling card of the Chargers for a while, as being that tough, overwhelming physical team. But he's going to want that out of his players.
How quickly do you guys think Drake May, maybe I should start with Corey on this. How quickly do you think Drake May can take over for Jacoby Brissett? I didn't say be good. Just take over the starting position for Jacoby Brissett.
I mean, 4 games into the season, if they're 0-4, Drake May is on the board.
Okay.
But if they're kind of winning some games, Mayo's going to want his opportunity to say, look, yeah, man, I'm going to try and win as many games as I can. I'm not sure I can do it with this rookie quarterback.
Best case scenario, he never plays, so nobody knows how bad he is at football.
What do you think of the odds that we never get to see him start a game?
He will play, I would say, at the latest by week 8. I would say more like week 4 or 5 is when they turn to him.
This is one of those Mike extreme takes and predictions.
Watch him
that
be like next Patrick Mahomes.
I really want it to be exactly the way Mike says it, so we can just kick this guy around all season and have fun with it. But I don't want him to be the next Patrick. That would really screw everything up.
I think he's going to be the next.
This is the
Derek
one.
May.
I don't always want Mike's takes to be like super successful.
May.
This one, though, I'm totally in on because it's fun.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today? And real quick, Broadus, I'm going to borrow you for just one of these questions.
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
Sorry, I'm good. I didn't want you to sit down and be disappointed. It is a Broadus-based question. Louisiana's governor wants to bring back the live tiger mascot, and I know vets have expressed their concern and everything like that. Where do you fall on the importance of getting a live mascot back out on the field for the Tigers?
We don't have a live mascot anymore at LSU?
No.
Where's Mike?
We have one. Do we not have one on the campus?
Yeah, on the campus, yes.
He's talking about not bringing it onto the field?
Yes. He wants to bring it back on the field again.
It was a great tradition at one time. I can understand though the little vehicle they bring him around in is not very big at one time. So you do worry about putting a 600-pound Bengal tiger in the back of basically a U-Haul, one of those little U-Haul type devices. So I would be against that. If they had a better way of transporting Mike the Tiger around, I think it'd be cool. I think it's cool that we have a live live mascot on campus.
I'm with you.
Had the ability to feed that one time, Mike the Tiger.
Why would you feed him?
How was that super cool?
It was super cool. I was leaving the football office one night, and the veterinarian student that's responsible for him was feeding, and I walked across the street, and he let me jump in the cage with him.
Cool.
So yeah, it was neat, and it's funny how smart that Bengal tiger was. Like he basically told like, okay, Mike, go. And he knew that if he got away from the cage or went away, he could open the gate and he would get the food. So like he said, go away. And he went up on the rocks and then he opened the cage, slid the food in, put the door down. And then Mike came down off the rocks and got the food.
At some point, did you say you were in the cage?
I was in the cage. They have two cages. They've changed the enclosure now, made it a lot bigger, a lot nicer. But they had a a fence where he stayed inside, and then there was a secondary fence. And so I was inside the fence. I was literally close to like Corey and I standing right, like he was standing right there. So like his head and like was 2 foot away from me while I was standing there watching him. But there was a fence between the two of us there. But they've changed it now. The habitat's a lot better. You're talking about a Bengal tiger in a big area, but not a big enough area.
Sure.
But yeah, they've gotten better. It's gotten better for them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Kevin, I got an idea or a suggestion. How do you think this would
Sedate
go?
the tiger?
No.
Okay,
This
that's what I was
actually.
gonna say.
Do y'all remember the XFL? How they would do the kickoffs?
Hell yeah.
All
You
right.
hate me?
Yeah, you remember they'd say, "You
Yeah.
line up here, you line up here, y'all go to the
Race.
middle." What if you take the Bengal tiger, put it in one end zone, the opposing mascot, whatever it is, I don't know, let's say it's a bird of some
I'm
sort,
gonna resign my
and just
position as
say
opposing
fight to the
mascot.
death, and that decides kickoff for.
Bevo
Yeah.
versus Mike the Tiger.
Yeah, dude, can you imagine what that crowd would be like before that game? They're already hammered anyway, and now they get to watch a live tiger eat something on a field? That'd be awesome.
It would spice up the pregame shows a little bit. As you're like getting closer and closer to kickoff, it's like, well, who's going to win the coin toss?
But PETA's only going to be okay with that if you're eating a student in a costume, right? Like, if you harm Bevo,
Yeah, that's true.
they're like, nah, cool. If you kill Steve, who's majoring in chemistry,
Yeah.
they're going to be like, either way.
It's Sneaky Steve. He deserved it.
I feel like everybody would become either the Grizzlies, the Lions, the Tigers,
Yes.
or
Yes.
maybe
No-
the Gorillas.
no turtles or anything.
Yeah,
like
no,
Wasn't,
they're out.
wasn't there a movie was like Spartacus or one of those movies where the tigers came up out of the ground when they
Yes.
were battling and stuff like
Yes.
that? See, I'd be more interested in that.
That was in Gladiator,
If you're-
too,
the
yeah.
Gladiators. Yeah, if you're like dropping back to pass and all of a sudden the ground opened up and then Mike the Tiger jumped out, maybe you need a stop on defense. Your defense not getting it done. But then you hit the tiger button and it comes up out of the ground.
Tiger button.
Yeah,
Hold
hit the
down.
tiger button. You could use the tiger button
Like twice a game.
Twice a
I was gonna
game.
ask if it's once a game or not.
That or
Going
like
Tiger Analytics.
or activate landmine. Would be another one.
and
I think that would.
I wonder if you could keep
Because
Mahomes.
LSU, I would pick the tiger out of the ground bit. That's what I would pick for
I wonder
our
if you could
defense.
keep the hot shot quarterbacks like, no, I'll come out once they use the tiger. Then
Yeah.
I'll come and play.
Yeah.
After they use the
Well,
tiger,
it'd be strategy. It would be strategy. Well, they've got 2 timeouts and the tiger left. I mean, that's kind of something.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome.
Mahomes is still getting the first down.
He'll figure it out.
Forget they still have one tiger button available. Yeah, that's exactly how it'd be. I love it.
I'm actually really excited
We just
about
invented
that.
like booby trap football.
I love
Yes.
it. I'm surprised that hadn't already happened.
Me too.
Now, we got asked about this in the other crosstalk this morning. Do you have any more thoughts, or have you reflected at all on your disagreement with Jared Sandler?
Screw you, Kevin. Goodbye.
I don't want to get that.
Go F
phone
yourself, Kevin.
What are you trying to do over there,
What an
Kevin? We're
incredible
trying to have a
drop.
good show over here.
It was a great
Yeah?
fight. What a bout that was. And that drop will live on forever. I love it.
That's twice you've insulted me in the last 30 minutes. Bang!
Screw you, Jared.
I
Goodbye.
did-
Why is he still potted up?
That was focus right there when he was like, here we go.
Yeah, I guess that's the difference in opinion. I think being inside an organization, you're much more like family with the guy, and you see his baby steps towards success differently than people outside the organization. I don't want to say Jared is a homer or he was going full Mickey Spagnola.
Did you just call him a homer?
In the way that he interpreted giving up, 5 runs in 5 innings. I wouldn't want to do that. Now, Jared's not that kind of guy. He's not that kind of a homer broadcaster. But I just think it's a different perspective on what happened. And, he was right. I didn't watch the game, which I would freely admit. It's not like I'm trying to hide that fact or anything. Busy life, can't watch all the games. And there was value in the way that Jack Leiter pitched that I didn't see.
Yeah.
So I think Jared was attempting to, correct me or maybe add to the show. He just happened to do it in a very twerpy, kind of way that offended me.
I haven't heard that word in a while.
Yeah.
It's a good use of the word. All right. Couple of questions for you guys. I don't know if you've seen this. It happened a while back, but it's been recirculating on social media and has really caught my attention. The fake punt where they line up in the regular fake punt or the punt formation, and the kicker underhand throws the ball downfield, but it looks like a punt. Maybe not a very good punt, but it looks like a punt. And all of the players on offense are like, we know to go for the ball. Whereas the special teams players on the other side might be just like, don't let the ball hit you, blah, 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 blah. This seems like a genius thing. I don't know why we haven't seen it more.
I think more fake trick plays, I'm all for. Now, once you start doing it, then the opposition now is also going to be looking for the football. So you kind of only have maybe one time to use it, like with the lion button. Now, once you've used it, everyone's aware, my God, this
I
lion's
still
coming
think
out
the
of
lion
nowhere.
button is more effective.
But I love
myself,
it. Like the trickery, let's go, chaos.
I think we're way too paranoid about ball security in football. There's a ton of opportunities to get the defense flowing one way with multiple passes. We need to be much more open-minded to the rule that as long as you're throwing backwards, it's legal. So I gotta throw out to a guy in space. The entire defense is collapsing that way. Here come both the safeties, and boom, I'm throwing to the other sideline. And
I watched the Browns last night against Tennessee throw a double reverse screen pass.
Here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, it allowed the double reverse part of it allowed their linemen, all 5 of them, to get out in front of the screener. And it just, it was like, I was like, whoa, that's some creativity right there.
Defenses have slowed down a lot of the offense to the point now the offense has to throw everything within 5 yards, it seems like.
Now, this story is just coming out, so I don't know if you've heard it yet.
Dak signed?
What's that?
Oh, no, Dak signed? The story's just coming out?
No.
I thought you were announcing some news.
Rael Enteen, the vice president of content for the Washington Commanders.
I did see this.
So he has been suspended for saying that the Commanders players are anti-gay, that Jerry Jones is racist and anti-gay, and that Roger Goodell is a $50 million puppet. He said this to an undercover media group, like he didn't know they were recording him and everything. Does this person keep their job?
No, absolutely not.
Feels probably.
I've seen.
Can you be record? Like, is that illegal?
It depends on which state you're in. Actually.
In this day and age, it really doesn't seem to matter much anymore. But you have to be responsible. They say you're responsible for your actions and your words when you sign that contract.
Yeah,
and they're going to deem that as conduct detrimental to the league, and he will lose his job.
Interesting. All right. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We will be talking college football with Danny Cannell here.
0-2 Florida State Seminole Danny Cannell.
Yeah.
I'm going to remind him of that.
Maybe he's had a tough run of it.
Are you going to ask him if he'll live up to that bet for that guy?
I'm going to ask him how concerned he is about the potential poo curse that could live on for as long as this thing goes.
I cannot wait to hear that exact question. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Broadus. You got Lucius in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here. 75 and Fitzhugh. Woolchuck and Chiafalo are in the house. And, of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. How the heck are you guys doing?
Hey, I want to ask, you make the call. G-Bag, you make the call.
Sure.
My earbud seems to pop out of my thing here.
Dealy
As you
bopper?
notice, yeah. If I put that in my ear, is there a chance I could be electrocuted?
No.
You could try.
I don't think so.
You think? It's kind of like exposed wires and stuff like that.
No, that's audio wire.
With all that hair you got in that ear, I think it'll clog it up.
Okay, let's give it a go.
You're protected.
I mean, those are some pretty high-dollar headphones, weren't they?
They
Earbuds?
were.
Yeah.
They were. Now they're.
Holy
I
cow.
don't know. It's kind of trash.
Like
you get a
Bam
warranty?
Bam, you don't know your own strength.
They're trash.
You definitely
Well,
go
speaking of
viral,
Bam
that's for
Bam,
sure, brother.
Jared didn't get to make the call for us last night.
Oh,
did
yeah,
he?
he doesn't have his headphones on. What am I doing?
Lucius is talking to you.
No, don't worry
I can't
about
hear
it.
you, buddy.
No,
Nah.
Jared did not get a chance to make the play-by-play call, but he was the analyst. Did he get it in? I mean, that's the perfect opportunity to
I wasn't
spice
listening
up the
on
call
the
a little bit
radio
with
last night, though.
Bang
That's
bang.
That bang bang. That would have been you asked me to do that.
Brian wasn't listening
Yeah.
on the radio? This is ridiculous.
I was trying to watch the Cleveland Browns, guys, to be honest with you.
Thank
Lucius,
you.
you had a question for me? You said I'm an idiot? Or...
I was just telling you, if you did get shocked and electrocuted here on the radio,
Yeah.
we'll go viral, brother.
You think so?
We are out of here. We are on Dateline,
Lucius, should I do
Channel
it?
4,
Should I do
6
it?
o'clock news.
Should I do it?
Yeah, ride the lightning.
Local radio host electrocuted while broadcasting. Next at 10. But up first, do you like kittens?
Are you going to throw water on me while the electrocution's going on?
Well, I think that'll help get the sort
conductor.
of start it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
conductor. Thank
Should we
you.
put it on the bet payoff board?
817 says he's been shocked by worn-out earbuds before.
Well, what are we doing?
I think it can happen. Shippy's been shocked by this board before.
Okay, I'm going with the one.
That's a hell of an
I
electrical
remember
current
that day.
running through that situation over there.
I might just have to go with the bad headphones. Like when we bring guests in here, like, hey, we're a professional organization here. Have some bad
Yeah, we
headphones.
gotta stop
Oh,
that. We gotta
yeah.
stop that.
Hey, Frank Caliando. Oh, I'm sorry you can't hear in the right one very well.
Use the other one, Frank.
Hey, Frank, can you hear me?
Well, no doubt the Yankees heard from our guy Bang Bang, Wyatt Langford.
They did.
Last night, grand slam walk-off, 9th inning against the Yankees, 4-3 was the score, and the Rangers end up winning 7-4. Evaldi and Stroman tonight. In that clubhouse, you got to be thinking, can we get back to 500 right now?
Sure.
I think that's one of the goals. But the other goal, just what Langford's kind of been doing, producing some big hits, and has a key spot in the lineup. No matter where they're hitting him right now, I just feel like we need this guy to go on and be that superstar going into year 2 if the Rangers are going to make a big resurgence in 2025. So that was a lot of fun. They've won 6 of the last 8 games now.
Yeah, I was listening to Boach earlier with KMC. It sounds like Corey Seager's probably going to be on the IL later today.
Yeah.
We'll get that announcement. So, I mean, for Wyatt, this is exciting. I think we're all looking for what ways of optimism can we carry into the offseason, and certainly what Wyatt's doing now. I agree with what Mike was throwing around where, hey, who do you want up? Bases loaded, game on the line situation. It's Seager, and then right now I think you do probably have to make a good argument for Wyatt Langford. I think Josh Young's in that conversation, but what Wyatt's done, it's him and Jackie Robinson. That's it in the history of Major League Baseball, to hit a walk-off grand slam, an inside-the-park homer, and hit for the cycle in the same year. So it's awesome what he's doing after struggling at first, and now he's really seeming like he's finding his groove at the big league level.
Superstar makeup. You're watching Shohei go for 50-50. Yeah. What's Langford capable of? Is that 40-40 potential in him?
I think he's got that ability.
Speed.
I mean, he's got tremendous speed. He's fast. I mean, Shohei, long strides, obviously huge, a lot of talent in that body.
So much talent.
It's like a moose.
But Langford is faster, I would say. So
if you told me, like Jared was like, hey, have you ever seen Shohei run? And I was thinking, man, maybe I need to go on YouTube and kind of check him out. But
he's like a freaking racehorse.
He does cover some ground.
He does.
And we're going to talk about an edge rusher for the Browns tomorrow that covers some ground. But it is amazing how that Shohei is stealing these bases. But to me, I do feel like that it's like singles turn into doubles with these guys. If it's hitting the right spot, he immediately is not even thinking about it. He's just running. and he's getting there a lot more often than he's getting out. Yeah. So, good for him. He is the guy. The thing that's going to make me the happiest in the offseason, if we have anything that we can really hang our hat on, is, again, CY getting signed.
Yeah,
that's the one. That's the one that's going to make me the happiest. And I would appreciate some of these guys finishing up the season, with some good positivity going into spring training next year. But get this general manager done. Let's make sure that the guy who's putting all this together is in place for several years, and he can continue to build on and find guys like Wyatt Langford and others.
There's a couple of big time barometers, like, do you bring back Evaldi? Do you bring back CY? And if you do those things, then I think you're well placed to be highly optimistic about what this team could be capable of next year with all the DeGrom, Malley, possibly Rocker. This thing could really be special. It's Dak Watch 2024 though.
I was over there today.
What are
all
we seeing?
Quiet. Sounded all quiet. I asked all the people, asked everybody that would know. This Matt Pittman threw out some. He was on with Sean and RJ this morning, and he's buddies with Dak. I saw them hugging it up pretty good at the when he was there. He's the official pit master of the Dallas Cowboys. He was out there in Oxnard. Nice to spend some time with him. But yeah, he was dropping some knowledge that he felt like that things were pretty close, and then he kind of signed off on that. I tried to circle back to see if he was really a Cowboy insider here.
Follow-up reporting, I like it.
I think there was some momentum building yesterday, possibly. I think the Cowboys would like to
I've
get
reached
this thing
out
done
to
this
people.
week.
I've reached out to some people that would usually contact me back about things, and the fact that they've gone silent a little bit,
that's interesting.
It kind of tells me that maybe I just need to not text them anymore.
I hope the pit man drops that story. I hope he breaks it.
That'd be sick.
So Adam Schefter and everybody has to say his name?
That would be cool, yeah.
Barbecue legend.
Yeah. Matt Pittman. By the way, I got brisket queso you need to look at. But on another news, that's Dak Prescott's favorite queso that I make, and he's going to be signing this year.
Schefter's throwing all 6 of his cell phones around in his office.
Oh, yeah, it's a meltdown. It's a meltdown for sure.
I got scooped by the meat guy.
Yeah.
Meat Church.
Matt's Holy Gospel rub from Meat Church is the rub for the Orange Magic Wings.
Right.
And it was his tutelage years ago that sent me in the direction
He's got
that recipe.
He said he was pushing this morning a hickory seasoning he's using right now. So, that
sounds wonderful.
Soon to be on the shelves. But, they've got a lot of different flavors that you could throw. Those profiles he's got are pretty strong.
So you got the Matt Pittman report.
Yeah, the Matt Pittman report.
You have the Diana Rossini report.
Yeah.
When she said they're only apart in years, that to me says this thing is so close. One side or the other will budge. They're just trying to see if they can get it exactly the way they want it.
Yeah, we'll see if the one team, the team has the history of kind of allowing that to happen. And maybe they're trying to hold ground here. I don't know. It would tell me a lot if I knew which side was thinking of if in fact one is looking for long years and the other's looking for short.
What do you think the number is though? Because I just feel like, man, for Dak it would be pretty cool, because it would just really show how bad did Dak really want to be here. We can talk about how excited we are about, hey, if we have to move on, we have to move on.
Would you be surprised if it came under 50? If it came under like it came at 58?
Yeah,
stunned. If it's under 60 million, I'd be stunned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be.
It would definitely surprise
Dawson?
me.
What is the pecking order right now? Is it Burrow at 55?
I think somebody just...
No, Jordan Love just got the 57 or whatever.
But I'm saying if you put that thing at 58, who's the next quarterback? Who's the next
Purdy.
one? Purdy's the next one in
Next
line.
offseason, it'll be Purdy will be in there, and I'm sure there's 1 or 2 more, but...
The cap has gone up so much. I think it's very realistic to think, 58, 59.
I think they could.
I would say 60 minimum. I would be surprised if the deal gets done and it's not 60. I'd be like, wow, Dak really wanted to be here then.
I'll bet you a meatball sub.
It's less than 60?
It's less than 60.
I'll take the bet.
Okay.
I would take that too.
Okay.
I just want a meatball sub. I'll pay for it if I have to.
We got that. We got that covered for you. Don't worry about it.
Cowboys and Browns Sunday 3:25 here on the Fan. I do believe we're going to have a Dak Prescott deal before then. Maybe even tomorrow night in the pregame show for opening night. Get everybody tuned in talking about a Dak Prescott contract. I could see that.
The NFL would hate that right now.
Would they hate that?
Oh, gosh, yes.
That wouldn't get people fired up to tune in?
They want to focus on the game. They don't remember how during the Super Bowl they never want anybody to ever announce anything for their standalone events and stuff like that.
Because you don't want to show it up.
You don't want to show it up. The whole whole broadcast would be about Dak Prescott signing.
Okay, so what's the best time to announce this then? Saturday afternoon?
Today.
Yeah, today.
Today.
Because they got a game Friday night, too. You got Eagles Packers in Brazil.
Yeah.
So maybe Saturday.
But see, you don't want to do Saturday because that's kind of what we always talk about, the Friday news dump, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so nobody really paying attention on Saturdays. But yeah, you could. I wouldn't be surprised if Jay Glazer on Fox's pregame show, because his relationship with McCarthy and the Joneses, would be the guy that breaks it on a pregame show on Sunday.
That makes some sense.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. We'll see if Schefter and those others can kind of rally. It might be somebody we're not even thinking about. Like we're laughing
Matt
about
Pittman.
Yeah, we're laughing about Matt Pittman. It wouldn't surprise me though if somebody, Jory Epstein might be one that you know
She could do it.
Yeah, because she's really
Good
close.
relationship
She
with
had a
the player.
great relationship with the player. So
Yeah.
they might throw her the opportunity. Yeah.
Maybe it'll be Ed Werder now working for WFAA exclusively. He's on local TV.
Congrats, Ed.
That's cool. Can you still see WFAA TV broadcasts? Like, is that a thing still?
Does it depend on your provider?
No, I'm talking about like you can walk down there and see them actually broadcast. Is that still a thing?
With the window?
Yeah.
They're
That's
at
darn-
Victory Plaza?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Where are they now then?
I don't know where they I think they're across from the Dallas Morning News. I think that's Ed I saw on Twitter posted a video of him walking
Is
into
that
the
space
facilities.
available? Because I'm going to put a podcast studio there.
I think it just got bought.
Oh, did it?
Big bumps, no whammies.
Yeah, they're putting something there.
Oh.
I just read about that actually a few weeks
I
ago.
need to look that up.
You sure do. Early bird gets the
Podcast
worm.
right there at the Victory Plaza.
Yeah, right by the AAC.
They got to have a space for me over there, don't they?
I would imagine.
I mean, you know.
one place or another. They'll
I'm
find
asking
some.
questions.
You know.
I'm asking
We're going
questions.
to run your numbers real quick and see what we can do for you.
Okay.
You're asking the right kind of questions.
Yeah.
That would be a really interesting,
Let me know if
location.
there's space down there.
Carpe Omnia has officially been replaced. We were just talking
By
about it yesterday.
Uprooted?
Just Rooted.
Oh.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy says Rooted is the team's theme for the season. I guess it's based on bamboo. In the fifth year, bamboo grows to full maturity.
Is that what it's really based on? I thought it was
that's what
something to
Todd
do with-
Archer tweeted. Quick
I was
to
thinking it
puberty.
was something to do with trees and roots, and this we're standing, we're holding firm.
It's
He
the
says
bamboo.
it's based on the foundation that's been built here over 5 years. My dad gave me some good advice about living your life in 5-year increments and what you can learn in that time and space, not trying to do too much too fast. It was a life lesson. But yeah, then he talks about the bamboo and stuff. And
This is McCarthy's dad saying this?
yeah, this
I
is
thought his dad
McCarthy
was a
talking about
bartender.
his dad. Well, apparently his dad had some good wisdom.
What, Tiki Hut bar? What are we doing over there?
Man, so sometimes that bartender has great life wisdom.
Yeah.
He just likes slinging
he listens
drinks.
to everybody else.
Yeah.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man.
I see here bamboo is the fastest growing plant on this planet.
Yeah, and it takes over a whole yard, so you got to keep it in check.
Yeah, they say if you
Yeah.
plant it, you better be on top
You
of
got
it.
to keep it in check, brother.
Yeah.
It's been recorded growing at an amazing 47.6 inches in a 24-hour period.
What?
Damn.
Yeah, it explodes in that fifth year. It grows it can grow 80 feet in a year.
Yeah, it'll choke out everything in your yard and just so it can survive.
Yeah, it says it can
It's
be
amazing.
it can be harvested in 3 to 5 years versus 10 to 20 for most softwoods.
Okay.
So just to give you some context.
Okay, very
That's
interesting.
not a softwood.
That fool said softwood.
He did.
Derek Eagleton
It's hard.
has
Hard.
tweeted that the Cowboys has never started 4 rookies in game 1 of a season
They've
since
done-
the 1970 merger.
Okay.
Dude, any
Since the
merger stat,
merger.
I'm all here for.
Okay, see, now I thought
Let's
that-
make history, guys.
I was on their show this morning there at the break, and I thought about the Dirty Dozen in the 70s, the
Okay.
team they had, and then I came up with the team that we had with Parcells, or actually with Dave Campo, where we played Ross,
Oh yeah, Derek Ross at corner.
Bryant, and then Andre
Bryant, yeah.
Gerard.
And
all
Andre
played.
Gerard, yeah.
so
That's
there were
three.
There were
Okay.
3 of the guys.
Derek Ross looked like a player for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 2020 you had Lamb, Steele, and Diggs, and an 0-2 Williams, Gerard, Bryant.
There you go. Yeah.
But yeah, this is the first time that 4 are going. So salute to Guyton, Beebe, Leofau, and Carson being a little piece of history here. More NFL news coming up at 3:00 with your news of the day. But a lot going on, including the viewing for Kenny and Quinlan last night. Unbelievable. You boys were there.
Yeah, we went by and there was a G-bag flag right there. We signed it, and he's got the family had the entire log of all of his what you drinking, what you thinkings that he had written out. I mean, Eric and I were going back reading some. I mean, it meant a lot to the family. The funeral was today at 11 a.m. when he told us they were able to go, and I mean, it was sad. It was tough to see Kenny in the open casket thing. I mean, certainly that's one that a little jarring.
It is. No question. He was looking damn good, though. He really was. And he was just a few feet away from that G-Bag flag. It was nice to, I believe he's going to be actually buried with it.
I believe that's the plan that his son Cody wants to do.
And shout out to Cody. Shout out to Tuesday.
Tuesday. And we met Max and Landon.
Yes, we did. The hockey playing grandsons. Are you kidding me? The red curly lettuce on the older one with a hockey gash like inches long on his forehead. It was fresh. Like that dude needed stitches right then and there. He is a hockey playing mofo. It was awesome. And we got the background, the history on the rock and roll tequila.
Yes, we did.
How it came about.
No way.
He loved that guitar glass.
And it is a badass
It
glass.
is awesome.
Great
it's
bottle.
cool.
Yeah.
And he when he saw it the first time, he was like, yo, what is this? We got to get this. He had a friend who could make lamps out of glass bottles. And so that became the original one. And then that was a staple forever. The rest is history.
So we might be getting a new lamp for Christmas, according to Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday's going to be making some rock and roll lamps.
Oh, very nice.
Well, salute to the whole family. Definitely one of the most significant and iconic flag plants in the history of the G-Bag Nation. Kenny and Quinlan to be buried with a flag. Flagtober 2025, right around the corner.
214 just texted in saying that they went today to the funeral, saw Rodeo Ron, and it was the two of them that folded the flag, I guess, before
That's awesome.
Putting it where it had to go.
Wow. Okay.
Beautiful.
I hope Rodeo had a flask on him.
He did.
I hope he had a flask,
Well,
brother.
Tuesday
It's
said
something on his
Rodeo.
breath.
We just missed Rodeo Ron yesterday when we went to the viewing, and I asked.
You could
did
still
he-
smell him.
Did he
Yeah.
come in drunk? Yeah, we could smell the Jim Beam.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt.
And the T levels. Just reeks off that guy.
Okay, we got to run. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Barnwell gave his playoff predictions. Who's in, who's out. It's next here in the nation.
Fellowship.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car, truck wrecks, and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for your free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. 7 minutes till the G-Bag of the day, Wolchuk. Give us some Barnwell content here. Who's in, who's out of these playoffs?
All right, so Barnwell's made his predictions for the 2024 NFL season. Teams that are returning to the postseason. He's got the Chiefs of Kansas City.
Yeah.
The Ravens.
I'll agree with both of those.
Of Baltimore. Both of them in. The Bills of Buffalo. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. He's got your Dallas Cowboys back in the playoffs as your division champions. The Detroit Lions, the Green Bay Packers, and the San Francisco 49ers, along with their division foe, LA Rams, all back in. Now, these were the tough ones. These were the fringe teams. Who's in? Who's out? Filthy. They're out. Bye-bye.
Out?
Not in. Not
See
in.
ya later.
Not in, according to Barnwell. Get out of here. In, instead of the Eagles, it's the Bears of Chicago.
Wow.
Caleb Williams, as a rookie, leading the Bears into the playoffs.
Matt Eberflus is going to be the head ball coach of a playoff team.
That's what Barnwell believes.
It's tough to believe rookie quarterback can get it done, man.
Tough division.
Tough to believe.
It's a tough division. It is a tough division, but there's a lot of talent on that team. We'll see if Eberflus can put it together.
You got a mic that's off, sir.
Yeah,
see how long
he's got
he'll do
Lions,
this.
Packers,
Hey,
Bears.
I've got different headphones on today.
Let me give you some good headphones.
Hey, by the way, it's nice being with you. If you want me, I'll come back at 3:40, do Krusty's Corner.
You
then
are a
kinda
great
make
guest.
I'll just leave after that.
Is that what you want to do?
These headphones are just kind of like, I'm like
It'll mess
off-kilter.
you up. It's like bad headphones in the gym or something.
I mean,
You're not feeling them?
Whatever you need, Krusty.
no, I'm good.
You got to be in your pocket.
I can't believe I busted my other stuff.
Can we get you like an Afghan and a couch over here? We'll put Wheel of Fortune on. You can
look,
take a nap.
Look,
Wheel of Fortune.
I gave Eric these originally. Yeah, I gave these to Eric, and so now he's like gifting them back.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, that's what
beautiful.
happens when you pay it forward, dude. See, this is
I'm going to give them back to you when this is done today. But anyway, yeah, Chicago Bears 3 out of the division. I hear myself
3 out of the
talking now.
division.
Okay,
there
good.
you go.
Carry on.
Last NFC team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Look how funny those headphones look on his
They
head.
do look goofy. They're way too small.
They're hugging.
The proportion of the
How about
head.
my face is too fat? What do you think about
I
that?
think it's the head. I don't think it's the face.
Yeah, it's just the general.
It's really the headphones. It's not a you thing.
You
It's the
got a little
headphones.
Bochy circumference.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It's sort of an
looking at
it's sort of an all encompassing.
I was looking at your headphones and your face. You know, they were talking
I
about
can't
it.
hear a damn
Evaluating.
thing. I can't hear. This is like
Turn 'em up.
1968 headphones.
You can't hear.
We'll do it live.
You can't hear. We wish we couldn't see you.
Out, we got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're not making the playoffs, according to
Out of here. Yeah, they were fringe last year.
You know who's in, though, in the South as division champs?
Atlanta.
Yeah, it's New Orleans.
What?
This
Really?
might be one of the more ballsy picks he's got. It's the Saints of New Orleans. Black and Gold B, I know you're celebrating with that pick from Barnwell. Derek Carr. Leading the Saints to the playoffs, according to Billy B. All right, AFC.
Derek
out.
Carr will get you to the playoffs.
Really?
Yeah.
We might need to watchdog old Barnwell.
I know. This is going to be. Well, he's usually
Is he a
good
New
with
Orleans
his,
guy?
I don't think he's a New Orleans guy.
Does he? Do we
You
need to know
watchdog
something?
and Bill over there?
Is Barnwell like got a little French something going on in there? I don't know.
I mean, he is a big Frenchman, but I don't think he's from New Orleans. All right, out is Miami. Dolphins not making it, according to Bill. Sorry, Eric.
Wow.
Hey.
Fall from grace.
Don't apologize to me, man.
In the Jets, Jets.
It's a bit now.
Yeah.
He's doing it. Well, I tell you what, the quarterback, right?
Hey, if
Quarterback
Rodgers
stays
is healthy, they got a shot. That
Do
team's. Yeah, of course they do.
If the 40-year-old quarterback off an Achilles in front of a fragile offensive line and a part of a dumpster fire organization can stay healthy, maybe they can make the playoffs.
They definitely could. It's a pretty loaded roster. Out, Cleveland not making it, according to Bill.
Oh,
that is no surprise.
Oh, well, Will Chambers is also a believer in New Orleans. He just texted in. He said, maybe I'm a little crazy. We know that, Will, but he's also a believer.
Well, he's also got the Commanders winning the NFC East the same way you do.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
that's a
also
smart
day
man.
drinking for about the 58th.
You think he's already opened the bottle?
Heck yes.
We got the Bengals in, Browns out, Steelers out, Chargers in. And the final team in the AFC, according to Barnwell, it's the AFC South Division. He's got Houston out. Doesn't believe that they're going to be able to repeat.
Fail, Bill. Fail.
In Jacksonville, the Jags.
Doug Peterson's my friend, and I don't even trust him.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just.
I don't think
know.
the Jacksonville pick's that crazy.
no, I don't think it's that crazy, but I mean, and the Texans do have a very, very difficult
It's a difficult schedule.
and they're finally having to deal with some level of expectations, but
And-
it's hard to imagine that coach, that quarterback, and that roster not getting it done.
That kind of remind me of what we did in Green Bay in the early '90s. We got into the playoffs, and then from that point on, it was just run and go and do it. Because you built the first year, you believe, and you got the right
Yeah,
players.
it's established.
You keep adding bodies.
You get the coach and the quarterback down.
Yeah, you got the coach, the quarterback, the
No
play
doubt.
caller. I mean, I think Bill's wrong about this one.
Yeah, I think Houston's still going to get in, even if they don't win that division. Like, I could see the Jags or even the Colts maybe winning it, but I think Houston's getting in as at least a wild card team. And the Chargers one's interesting to me. I mean, I definitely could see the Chargers maybe sneaking in there
Harbaugh's
with
a winner.
Harbaugh this year.
He's a
He is.
winner.
He absolutely is a winner.
You get him
And
squared away.
I can't believe in the Steelers. I don't think they'll have a losing record because Tomlin never does, but that quarterback deal just seems really, really ugly.
214 says Stroud did it as a rookie last year. You're right, and he was amazing, poised as a veteran. Most of them are just trying to stay above water and get it figured out. And then, year two, you can limit the mistakes and start to put together a career. It's just so rare that Stroud did it. I'd be shocked if we saw it happen 2 years in a row.
Dak, RG3, there's some other ones that come to mind. It's possible. Maybe Caleb Special.
Calling me a crybaby for what? 817?
What's he crying about?
What are you doing there? Also wants to talk about some baseball. So we will. We'll talk baseball. We gave you the update.
He wants you to talk baseball.
He wants you to talk baseball.
Yeah, we got Seager's hurt. Seager's on the injured list. You see that?
I do have some Ranger news that just came out. Elvis Andrews is officially going to retire as a Ranger tomorrow.
Oh man!
So there's an update on your Texas Rangers.
Listen, I'm in line with DFW Sports Fan, and I know 95% of you, unfortunately, are no longer watching or listening. It's not
good.
It's not a fan base that digs in and watches. I'm just a DFW guy. You know,
I'm just a kid, man.
Just
You're just waiting
vibing,
for the
just
playoffs.
vibing with the audience, not watching the Ranger games because they suck. You know. Did I just make it about them?
You did.
Oh, that's my bad.
Why'd you make it personal?
Definitely been a disappointing.
That wasn't personal.
It was personal, Dawson. You've been on this rant lately. You're making everything personal.
I just thought I was talking about the way they played the game.
The views expressed by Gavin Dawson represent Gavin Dawson, Gavin Dawson only.
The look on your face was
Lucius, thank you
terrified.
very much
I was
for that.
terrified.
It's like I was talking about your mom or something. Maybe
He only does that off air.
What?
Maybe you got a little too much Homer in you too.
I do. I'm a real homer.
Can't admit what's
I'm
really
a
going
homer.
on.
Yeah, I'm a homer. I admit it.
Time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Speaking of homers,
your G-bag of the day.
I was thinking of home wrecker.
You're busting my balls here. Oh.
Home wrecker. Let's go to the home wrecker.
No, I've never been that. Never been that.
That I know.
Unless I'm talking about my own home.
I just wrecked my own house. Get me out of here.
All right, so our champion so far of G-Bag of the Day is the playmaker, Michael Irvin. He was on It Is What It Is podcast. That is Ken, Ron, and Mace, former rappers. Well, I shouldn't say former rappers because Mace just did a freestyle that everybody's going crazy for. He done lost 20 pounds. He's looking good in the game, looking like 90s Mace. Cameron, you know Cameron's always rapping, so the rappers and sports guys, Cameron and Mace, they had the playmaker on. He is going to join these guys, I don't know, every Monday and every Friday, I guess.
There you go.
He is their NFL correspondent. Anyway, I don't know who's sequencing these stories, but they are wilding right here. Because soon as Mike dipped, listen to the next story.
We have a lot of weeks to see the progress happen, man. But thanks, Mike. We appreciate you on the first day, baby.
Yeah.
Y'all my brothers, man. I appreciate you, man. Thanks, dog. Salute, baby. All right.
Okay. So before we end the show, we just got a couple more topics to discuss. So Michael Jordan's son, Marcus Jordan, was caught sniffing a white substance in some photos that went viral earlier in the month next to his new girlfriend. Of course, a lot of memes were thrown around, but what was you guys' initial reaction to seeing those pictures?
I wait for Mike to get off talking about that cocaine.
Can't bring that and want to trigger him.
Know the audience.
Yeah, you gotta know your audience.
Gotta know your audience.
Hey, yeah, who's sequencing that situation, man? You know Michael's gonna be there. You gonna do the cocaine story right after that? Come on, you wild.
I think that was an ambitious host lady.
Yeah, you think it was?
Yeah, ambitious host lady.
I feel so too. I feel her fingers. She was doing it today too. She went to like Miami. So the stories today were both about the Florida teams losing, then Miami winning. Yeah. Right after that,
She doing too much, Lucius? She doing too much?
She's doing a lot right now.
She's doing a lot.
She ain't speeding yet though, but she's doing a lot.
Okay.
Let's go to Oklahoma. Head coach Mike Gundy.
Oh, jeez.
He's a grown-ass man.
He is a grown-ass man.
I'm 40.
Yeah.
I think he's got to be like 60 now.
I'm glad that you said that because he's
he
not.
knows lyrics.
I think he got a perm, by the way.
Did he?
In his hair.
Got
It's
a little-
curlier than ever.
Little bouffant, little blowout.
Yeah.
I think he boofed
That
his hair.
Billy Ray Cyrus look.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Achy breaky. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he has some IT problems. Being an older man, he doesn't know how to fix the IT situation, but he knows how to fix the IT situation.
I can't. They won't let me hear it. If anybody's a good IT guy, we get the guy from Michigan down here and let him hook me up.
Nice.
Even though he didn't do it. What was that song in? What was that song? You should know.
Damn.
He had a song that it was kind of a partial rap, and in the shower he called me. I
Wasn't
didn't
me.
do it. It wasn't me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Shaggy.
What was it? It wasn't me. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't me.
You should know it.
No, that was you. It wasn't.
Yeah, I wanted to see who you pointing at. Hey, man, you should know it.
I think
Weren't you just cheating on your wife last week?
You should know.
What do you mean by that?
I think he pointed to a young lady.
Oh, he pointed
I,
to a young lady.
I think he pointed to a young lady because if you play back, listen to her response. I think if you could get it.
Oh, you heard this.
You know it.
Even though he didn't do it. What was that song in? What was that song? You should know. Yeah, the song that it was kind of a partial rap, and in the shower he called me. I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Yeah. Hey, you should know.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're going with this, coach.
He pointed right at her on that one. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey. good song.
It is.
That's when they used to talk before the song.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't do that anymore. Ain't no talking before the song.
Let you catch him.
Unless it's a bunch of threats. Let's see what else we got here for you,
That
boys.
was year 2000.
Yeah.
On the money.
That's a good start to a song.
Yeah.
Did I forget?
That's that Eddie Murphy joke. Hey, it wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
She let you catch you?
yeah, exactly.
Like his buddy was like surprised.
Exactly. Jared Sandler called in yesterday for some smoke.
Oh, we got Jared.
I think
he got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh, he wants to
got
get
some smoke
spicy.
with Dawson. Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. Wait, so this is true or true? Jared's here.
I think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected
That is wild.
was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text, not sound like a total.
Okay, so you say you were trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you
That's when it got
address
real.
somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
Honest.
so
No, I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
He said, but did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Right after that.
I'm proud of you for admitting you didn't.
Yeah, you were honest.
You could have danced that one.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Man, you know how many game-watching arguments have happened on this
Oh
station,
gosh!
bro?
Did you watch the
Game-watching
That
arguments?
is like the worst thing you could call somebody. Like, you don't even watch the damn game.
I go home and I still watch more.
Yeah. Here's how it ended, though.
Is even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a
No,
guy.
Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's
Like,
the
I get
second
it. I
insult you've given
understand.
me in the last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.
He gave you the see.
They gave each other the see ya. They was all polite at the very end. See ya, see ya too, man. Right.
How many minutes before I was in the truck last night before I was on the phone with Jared Sandler?
No. dude, are you okay? Are you mad at me?
Yeah, no. we're good.
I told Jared he'd be all right. Yeah. You think Gavin? He seems pretty mad, man. I said, "You'll be all right, bro. You'll be all right. It's a long week. Don't worry about it. It's a long week.
We're just getting started.
Yeah, don't worry about it, bro.
Don't worry about it.
I do love having Jared on the show. He's great.
Oh yeah, Jared's amazing.
Phenomenal.
Very helpful.
He's a star.
That was a great back and forth.
You never know when Mount Sandler will erupt.
Man, that Whopper looks
He'll
good.
come tap you on the shoulder, brother. I'm telling you that right now.
Do we need to vote?
Yes, please.
Is it Michael Irvin on with
So
Cam
late.
and Mace, our
So
champion? It's uncomfortable, isn't it, Brian? You know all about people replaying your fights.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You don't want you, but I'm going to vote for you today, so just go to me. I'm voting for Dawson today.
You're voting for Jared Sandler calling in.
I vote
Had
for
to
Dawson.
smoke for Dawson.
The disagreement.
Mike Gundy has IT problems as your other nominee. That's what I'm voting for, Chief. How about you?
I'm voting for screw you, Jared.
Yeah, that's all I hear.
Lucius?
Jared said, "Hey man, Jared called in. He said, "Hey man, put me on. It's only fair that I get to stand up for myself here. It's only fair.
Put me on."
Did you
Put
ask
me
him
on,
if he was
buddy.
standing up?
Oh.
He was attacking me. I felt attacked yesterday, Wolchuk. Who are you voting for?
Yeah, I'm going to go for the attacker here, Jared Sandler.
Isn't that like when Dale Hansen said Barry Switzer was attacking him?
Yeah, exactly.
That was assaulted.
Yeah, it was insulting.
Okay, coming up next here in the nation, it's time for some restroom revelations, Chief.
You've never seen an alpha level deuce dropping like this mad pooper in Kentucky who is still at large. Restroom revelations next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
One Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see him today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
972 says Jared was in the right no matter how you try to gaslight Gavin. Well, I will tell you, first of all, I'm not above gaslighting you, okay? But I'll tell you
that's
this.
the truth.
Which one of us is doing the gaslighting? The one looking at the evidence and the stats and letting the stats be the stats, or someone that has an alternate view of the stats and is interpreting it that it's actually good to give up 1 run per inning? Which one is gaslighting? Which one is real, and which one is an interpretation creating, perhaps a false reality? That's what I would
find that suspicious.
Huh? What do you say? It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's Restroom Revelations. Here's the Chief.
877-881-1053. I need the Tolos to come up with the nickname for the latest delinquent defecator. We'll get into the breaking news right after this.
Who does number 2 work for?
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
All right, now, unfortunately, it seems like we do have a Cowboys fan dipping their toes in the poo wars, if you will, and we will get to that momentarily. But as the headline goes, we got ourselves a manhunt. Louisville police are frantically searching for a man who keeps taking dumps on a random person's front porch. That's the direct headline. Ward Joles was all over this beat here for Wave 3 News. You've heard of porch pirates, he says, exclusive. But what about porch poopers? Right now, LMPD looking for one man who's been pooping on, now keep this in mind, one homeowner's porch multiple times this week. This is a different iteration of the Mad Pooper from a few years ago who didn't necessarily have one victim in mind. This person has singled somebody out.
Any connection?
Here's the news story.
It all started with this. Sunday night, a young man in a red shirt walks up to one Louisville home well after midnight and begins peering inside. The homeowners have no clue. After a few seconds, the man runs away in his socks and disappears into the night. But the next night, he returns and leaves a horrific surprise.
Tuesday morning, I went out to my front porch and noticed this, what I thought was a cat poop.
The homeowner, who wishes to remain anonymous but who we'll refer to as Jim, then checked his doorbell camera and realized it was no cat at all.
And it turned out to be a person. Right. And not only did he defecate, but he also urinated on our welcome mat.
That's tough.
He didn't even have much either. He just gave you what he had.
No,
My man thought it was cat poop.
Thought it was cat
Must be a little small pellets. He didn't even have much.
That's not good colon health.
That's a wasted effort.
Yeah, that's a wasted effort.
You know, not
He
to
ran
profile
away
the
in his
guy.
socks.
I'd say he's at least in his 40s and probably not getting his fiber.
What are we doing?
He said, hold on a few times.
Okay, so that's what's amazing about this guy, and that's just part one of the news story. We'll get to part two here in just a second, but that's what's incredible. They have exclusive footage, Wave 3 News does, of the doorbell camera for these people. This guy is not trying to be sneaky in any way. He's not trying to be inconspicuous. He's up there and he's showing full face. He's pulling pants down, just letting it rip right there on the doorstep. He's looking at the gate. He does not care.
We thought it was cat poop.
He is now. That was shocking.
Sounded
to me.
sounded like he was lifting weights on the porch.
What's this guy doing out here?
And he's a young buck. Like you're saying, like maybe he's a guy who's in his mid 40s. This dude's probably in his 20s. Wow. I cannot believe he's still at large. But it gets even, I guess, a little bit crazier.
What's even more disturbing is that the man returned a third time the very next night. Jim got an alert on his phone and tried to confront him, but the man was already gone.
You have no idea who this guy is or why he's doing this.
I have no idea. We're good neighbors. We, keep to ourselves. We behave ourselves, and I can't imagine that somebody would want to do some kind of retribution.
Jim has now filed 3 police reports for each night his home has been targeted, but so far, no arrest. Just a big mess he's now forced to clean up.
I'm relieved that he's not violent or he's not trying to force entry. He's just doing his deed, but it's very disconcerting and disturbing.
In Louisville, Ward Jollis, Wave News.
He's not trying to force entry. He's not violent. He's just defecating and urinating in front of my house. Gosh, it's good.
You think he's just doing this for comic relief?
That's what it's interesting that he's singled out this one person. It makes me think that anonymous Jim here, who's during these interviews, is like it's a blackout interview, like he's some sort of insider criminally or whatever. So he's trying to stay anonymous, but it does make you wonder why. What is it about this dude's house, this dude's porch, that keeps bringing this serial defecator back? You know what I mean? It makes me think that maybe there is some type of, this feels more personal than anything. You know what I mean? The other lady, and it was a lady the last time, Mad Pooper lady, and this has been like probably 3-4 years now.
Yeah, that's Colorado, right?
I think it was Colorado, and she was just going, there was no rhyme or reason for where she was going. But this dude keeps going back, and he's now done it 3-4 times. So
there was a couple years ago, we had an issue down on Katy Trail with
we did,
runners just stopping and letting it go because they were on really long runs and had to use it apparently mid-run.
Yeah, emergency, like whatever situation, understandable. It's a one-off, you learn from that. But this guy is this guy's being a bit malicious. And again, it's Alpha Deuce dropping at the highest level, looking into the doorbell camera and dropping out his cat litter.
But I thought it was cat poo. The
Pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, pretty hilarious.
And he runs off.
Anonymous
in his
Jim
socks
is really
also
hilarious.
Just a great vision.
So incredible story. We will continue to track it.
I think what you do is you get your younger family members gathered, and you come up with a price, right, for what it's going to take for a few nights of their services.
Yeah,
and you have them, prepared and laying
hiding in
wait.
the bush.
Probably, yes. Maybe with plastic gloves and dog poop. But we're throwing poop at this dude, a lot of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
You go on the offense there a little bit.
That's right.
Better give them some hazmat suits.
Yeah. We'll make sure everything's safe.
Yeah. I'm not going to cut any corners.
Can I ask a question here then? Our guy Wade, is that Wade who's doing the story? Did we say? I heard this name Wade.
Yeah, his name is Wade Joles.
Okay, Wade Joles.
Ward Joles. First name Ward, last name Joles.
Story?
Yeah.
All right, is his career going down the tubes then right now?
It's going down the toilet.
It's going in the tubes.
Well, but what I'm saying though is he, by having to report this.
This is putting him on the map. This is his big moment.
I kind of feel like this is kind of their disrespecting him a little bit.
This is his big break.
I think that this is a big
I don't think this
maybe in the 90s this would be disrespectful, but these days, no, you're going viral.
You think that? So this
is a badge of honor.
You think this is a badge of honor?
Absolutely.
He graduated from like Missouri journalism school to cover poo.
Probably.
Poo stories?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like to me if they said, hey, Ward, get out there and cover this story, I would go, pound sand.
I think this is one of the best news stories we've received in.
I would just say, I would think
he can finally wipe a story like this off his resume.
Absolutely.
It can drop at any time.
Yeah, I just don't know. I think if they're giving me this story, I would do something else. Like, is there an opening in weather I can handle or something? I'd do something else.
Well, we do need to address the unfortunate elephant in the room that is Cowboys fan dipping his toe into the poo wars that the FSU guy started.
Uh-oh.
Here's the sound.
I'm Jordan Garnett. I'm a stand-up comedian. A couple of years back, I got a Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl tattoo claiming that we would win Super Bowl 51, and then I went back-to-back and did 52. It went viral. Obviously didn't happen. But I'm a man of my word. I got the tattoo. I kept it. I haven't changed it. But I'm going to top you, Mr. FSU. If the Cowboys do not win the Super Bowl this year, I will not only eat dog poop, I will actually eat human feces, human shit. I will eat human shit. That's how confident I am that the Cowboys are going all the way this year. Bet on it. I don't welch.
He doesn't welch.
He doesn't welch.
And now we have stooped down.
Now we're going to have to watch this guy eat human poo.
To the Philadelphia Eagles level of rabid disgust. That's what I mean.
And
right?
Horse poo, human poo worse than horse poo.
I don't know how you rank them.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, absolutely, 100%, yes.
Well, then, I'm not in favor of this anymore.
Let me see the person. Let me see the horse.
This is horrible. We don't want to be doing this as Cowboys fans.
I know.
Take
honestly,
this down. Disappear.
Take it down.
They're not going to win the Super Bowl. Now you're going to have to eat crap, or you're going to do what the other guy did, which is bail. You will welch.
He bails.
Is this one of those Cowboys fans that's like really in New Jersey or something? And it is really like a toxic Northeasterner that happens to be a Cowboys fan?
I don't know. Maybe we can get Jordan on the show. I'll find out.
Yeah, he's apparently a comedian, so hopefully he's a Northeastern
Jordan and I go way
comedian.
back.
But yeah, pretty unfortunate there. We have now arrived and stooped down to the levels of FS Poo and filthy fans.
Comedian specializing in bad bits, if you ask me, Brian.
I think so.
Okay, coming up next, it's time for the NFL news of the day. Woolchuck, where are you taking it?
Shout out to Micah Parsons for this audio gold. We've got extensions, and shout out to the neck of Davis Mills. That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We do have Danny Cannell coming up in 20 minutes. We'll be talking college football with him. The big Michigan game coming up. That'll be a good conversation here. He's got a hard stop at 37, guys, though, so don't be too long-winded with him. Just wanted to give you the heads up on that.
Time now for me.
I want to go full PJ Carlissimo.
Yeah.
PJ.
That guy is the GOAT, isn't he?
He is.
Holy cow.
I think that was a 3-question interview.
Yeah.
It's like
And
interviewing
Red
Jared.
Cross dropped supplies to us. We were there so long.
They went 3 minutes late.
Needed an IV after listening to that guy.
Wow.
Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news today, though.
Thank you very much. We're going to get to Micah and some of his comments here in just a moment. But news of the day, shout out to Patrick Surtain. What do you like to say he just got today, Eric?
The fatty boomba.
Hell yes,
Record
he did.
setter.
Heck yes. He has agreed to terms on a massive 4-year extension worth $96 million with the Broncos. $77.5 million guaranteed, 24 years old. As that deal's done, making him a rich man, and well-deserved. He's been one of the best corners in the NFL, if not the best, since he became an NFL player. So he's fantastic. Commanders guard also gave former Texas Longhorn Sam Cosmi a 4-year, $74 million contract extension. That includes over $45 million guaranteed. He's been a different player. He played tackle at Texas, not good.
Right.
But as soon as they've kicked him inside to guard, much better. Probably, I mean, it might be their only good line. It's very possible.
Yeah, they're trying to stay ahead of it. They do need to replace a bunch of those guys there on that crew.
Now, when it comes to Alabama and Surtain's deal, in terms of the total of former Alabama Crimson Tide players that have gotten deals this year, they've made $1 billion this offseason in former Alabama NFL players and their contracts. Tua, of course, got the big deal. Patrick Surtain being one of them. Derrick Henry, his new deal, of course, with the Ravens. I mean, the list goes on and on. I think Jalen Waddle got paid. Yes. He's one of them as well.
Amari
Devontae
Cooper?
Smith.
Did Amari Cooper get some money?
I think Amari got a little bit of a bump as well. I mean, it's crazy, but they all got paid this year, and $1 billion from one school. It just shows you the power of the Crimson Tide. Now, I talked yesterday about Darius Slay. Slay's crawfishing a little bit.
No.
He was talking about he didn't want to go play in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and with the NFL, what are they doing? They're sending us here. The crime rate's crazy. I asked Jane's there for NFL Network. I was like, is it really that bad? Like, are you scared to go out? She said no, but Uber drivers will kind of tell you like there are spots to avoid. So maybe we can get Jane on tomorrow and she can kind of give us an update on what life's like there in Brazil. But Darius Slay took to social media. said, I want to apologize to anyone I offended. That wasn't my intention.
Mhm.
I'm looking forward to playing in your beautiful country, and I've heard y'all are very passionate, just like our amazing Eagle fans. Just a few more days. Can't wait. Can't wait. You went full Bart Scott.
Especially to you gang members I offended.
Yeah, I think the people from Brazil are really going after him. That's actually a good point, too.
Yeah.
You want to make sure you save your fame, man. Ooh, Brian.
Yeah.
I think the worst part about it for me would be the flight. Isn't that a long flight?
9 hours, he said?
DFW to Brazil is 10?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's 9 hours?
So you're adding 3 or 4 from Philly?
How long's the London flight? You got to go in 2014,
That
right?
was about 9 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're flying. That one is a lot faster, of course, going from here to because of the jet stream.
Well, the Eagles are not going to have Devin White, the linebacker. They signed this free agency from the Bucs. He's ruled out with an ankle injury. So there's a starter they're not going to have Friday night. Hollywood Brown, Chiefs wide receiver, also not playing in the season opener tomorrow. We did know that, but it has now become official. And fantasy football fans breathe a big sigh of relief. Jamar Chase showed up, full pads to practice today.
Sure.
I know Diana Rossini Scoop City on The Athletic was saying, hey, if he didn't practice, that's an indication he's probably serious. He's not playing Sunday. But he did show up. Joe Burrow said he's good to go. So it looks like Jamar Chase is not going to hold out. He is going to play week 1 for the Bengals.
Game checks, guys. Game checks.
You're not missing that.
Yep.
The neck of Davis Mills, one of the best necks
What happened to
in the
it?
history of the sport.
Long neck.
Oh, no.
Him or
He's-
Mike Glennon?
He's sticking around. Texans are signing him to a 1-year, $5 million deal to be the backup to Stroud.
The neck lives on.
The neck lives on. Let's
Lives
go,
to
Davis
fight
Mills.
another day.
We got you, bro.
Hey,
I'll tell
Mike
you what.
Glennon guy's got like saggy turtlenecks. His
He
neck
does,
is so
yeah,
damn long.
yeah.
Glennon and Mills, we should have a neck off between the two of them. Which one's longer?
Yeah. I think Travis
Bring your 3
Etienne-
best neckers.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
3,
Lucy's
huh?
got a roster we can use.
I got pasta
I'm fresh
mouth.
out, dog.
I thought
fresh
I'd ask
out.
you first. I thought maybe you had 3 we might be able to use.
I'm fresh out, bro.
All right. Just let me know when you get 3.
Now,
Travis Etienne is a new name to throw into the mix. It's just an honorable mention for a current big-time
really?
net guy
I need
in
to check
the
out
NFL.
Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
All right.
No, he's hiding in plain sight that way.
Is Merton
Is Peyton
Hanks
Manning the GOAT? Oh, Merton Hanks.
Merton
Hanks
There
is
you
the
go.
GOAT.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, it depends on what you're going for. Are you going for more length? Or are you going for more Paul Puslesny, Takeo Spikes girth?
Oh,
You
okay.
know?
Now, Takeo Sprite. Well, see, his that was big neck.
2
There's a
different
thickness.
categories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. No question.
I admire both.
those are guys without necks.
Yeah, but short, but like very thick.
I guess that's a fair way to put it.
That's like
That's more
like,
girth, less tonnage.
It's like head on shoulders, not even neck.
You know who might have been the perfect mix of length and girth as it pertains to the neck is Leighton Vander Esch. And crazy enough, he had neck issues.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Spinal. It's tough. Kyle Pitts, uncertain for week 1 against the Steelers. Falcons tight end.
Why?
So when you're getting, he's got a hammy.
Oh.
Yep, that's a hammy.
So do I. I
issue.
got out of the car today. I parked too close to the guy next to me. I think I pulled my hamstring getting out of the car.
I noticed you limping around, but I thought that might have been the bunion or the gout.
No.
I could have swore that was a gout.
Yeah,
limp.
no, I'll let you know that. But man, I pulled a hamstring getting out of the car. It was a little too close.
overextended?
No, I had to like kind of snake my way out. It didn't work too well.
You were slithering
Yeah, it
between
didn't
the cars.
work. It didn't work.
Sorry
it
to hear
sucks
that.
getting old, man. It really does.
Comeback player of the year. Actually, didn't win that award. It went to Joe Flacco.
What are you making up stuff over there
But
again?
DeMar Hamlin, he's making his first start in nearly 2 years after he's
Nice.
now moved back to the front of the Bills depth chart.
Well, that's an example of some of the talent no longer being there in the building to some extent.
You taking shots at
Man, the
DeMar?
guy rallies, and you're going to do
Are
that.
you watchdogging that depth chart?
He is.
A little bit.
That's
yeah.
a
I gotta
Miami
make
Dolphin
preseason
fan
predictions,
over there.
man.
That's
You
Miami
putting the
Dolphin.
Bills in the playoffs, or are they out?
No, they're in the playoffs.
They're
yeah.
in. They're not out.
We're just not going to win the division.
Ooh, who is? We saving it for tomorrow?
Not the Jets.
Is it the Dolphins?
It's the Dolphins.
It's the Dolphins!
It's the Dolphins. You heard it here
Yeah,
first.
Barnwell says,
Let's
not
go.
so fast.
Yeah, Barnwell's got the Saints going to the dance.
Dude, I'm all for it. More Mike McDaniel audio. Give me the Fins. I'm here. All right, let's go to Micah
What are those
Parsons.
pants he's wearing, by the way?
Joggers.
McDaniel?
Yeah, he's a big jogger guy.
Yeah, he's a big jogger.
We
yeah.
had a whole
Are those-
conversation about
are
last
those-
week. We broke it
I think
down.
he just
Are
hikes
those-
them up a little
They're
bit.
like capri jogger
Are they
deals.
skinny guy pants? Is that what those are?
He
definitely.
wears skinny guy pants, then he wears
Yeah.
like 2 sizes too big shoes. Remember that was a thing that he gets made fun of. by
Dawson,
some of
you
his
like
players?
those pants, don't you?
Well, I'm a soccer coach,
That's
so
what I'm saying.
I can't hate on him too hard.
You're that guy
Yeah.
in Germany
Shows
that
a little-
scratches himself and sniffs it.
Shows a little too
Okay.
much.
That's a little vulgar.
calf.
And that is
that's
quite the
Dawson.
accusation.
It's a little
sir.
too form fitting for my chicken legs, to be honest. But I won't turn a pair down.
Oh, we
You
got to
know,
vote
if
for
they're
John
low good with the
Curse
team.
when it comes to the necks. And Javon Curse still out there looking for a gig right now. All right, Micah Parsons talking today.
Hold on. J-Ron Curse, not Javon Curse.
J-Ron, not the former freak. Yeah, J-Ron. J-Ron Curse. Thank you for that correction. Man, so much football in my brain right now.
I bet Javon Curse could, in a
Still
Mike
play?
Zimmer defense next to Micah Parsons, I bet he could go get you as many sacks as our rookie Nealon can.
All right, you
this
need
year.
one sack from an old retired veteran stud.
DeMarcus
DeMarcus
Ware.
or Curse?
Ware.
Which one are you going for?
Ware. I saw Ware in the weight room today on his Instagram. It's like, yeah, he still got it.
He is so just physically.
Where can get you one?
Yeah, he looks like he could still play. So does Michael Irvin. All right, here's Micah today at the Star. What does he want to be this year?
Matthew Stafford definitely.
Whoops.
We got 2 Micah cuts. We'll get to the Matthew Stafford one in a second.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Thank
Sorry.
you, buddy.
Yeah,
You're good. You're good.
I'll clean that up in post. Don't worry about it.
I appreciate
all right?
you.
Yeah.
It's the killer, the hitman, and the assassin. You know, the killer, sloppy. You know, he's probably going to get caught. You know, he's not very good at what he does, but he's a killer. You know, he's raw on the streets. Call it like that. And you got the hitman. The hitman might not get caught, but you know who did it. He's probably a little bit more clean. And the assassin, you don't even know he's there. You don't even know he done it. You know what I'm saying? So each time you really want to develop, and I think at this 4th year mark for me, I think I'm ready to be an assassin.
He's ready to be an assassin.
Wow.
Doesn't want to be the killer, but he's ready to be the assassin.
That's quite the word picture there.
I do love some of his analogies, man.
I mean, he was barely there. You would not know he was there in the offseason. So maybe that was just him practicing.
Oh, no.
Dawson's on to something.
You're saying he's an assassin late in the season when it matters?
From far away, assassin.
Like he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
So killer's the lowest rung of this here
Yeah, he
category.
said sloppy. He said sloppy.
Yeah, because it's simply on the dictionary, it just says like a person or thing that kills. That's a killer. But once you get to the hitman, it's a person who is paid to kill.
Professional, yeah.
But then you get to the assassin. That's a person who murders an important person for specific type political reasons.
So do you want to be the assassin? Like, are you going for the quarterback? That's an
I
important person.
I think the hitman's probably what he wants.
The
to
hitman
be.
sounds badass.
Mm-hmm.
Hitman.
You get paid to do it.
Yeah, but I think you're right where he's trying to go after the quarterbacks. He's like, I'm not here to.
Well, the assassin gets paid, right?
The assassin's kind of doing it for the love of the game a little bit.
Oh, that's like personal gain?
Yeah.
There's something more invested there.
Might be political. You might be an agent working for,
An assassin's probably on retainer.
Is like James Bond an assassin? Or like John Wick?
I think so.
John Wick is an assassin.
John
James
Wick's-
Bond is an agent.
He's an agent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Agent, yeah.
Okay.
Agent 007.
Let's get back to Micah. On his podcast yesterday, he was going through the most underrated players in the National Football
He was
League.
going through the list of assassins.
And he did do that afterwards. But here was his most underrated quarterback.
Matthew Stafford definitely doesn't get his light. I think because of his time in Detroit. But he's also a Super Bowl champion. I think his career is definitely super underrated. They don't ever put him in a category where he's different. I think he's easily a top 10 quarterback, top 5, depending on what you're looking for, what attributes. And just being around him over the past 3-4 years, competing against him, he's definitely one of the more complicated guys to go through with no-look passes. He's been doing that. His ability to read defenses. I mean, Matthew Stafford really does it all.
He does. And he's gotten a lot of love this offseason. Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud, myself, Bobby Belt going after it. Matthew Stafford, for whatever reason, I don't think gets the praise he deserves. But Micah, the latest to say, hey, underrated. He also said Brock Purdy would be the other underrated quarterback right now. It's hard to argue. Purdy does a lot of winning in the postseason, but he does have a great team around him. I think that's the next thing he needs to check off. Like the injuries, hey, if you don't have Debo, you don't have Trent Williams, like are you able to now elevate your game to get some dubs? It's the one thing Purdy has not quite done yet.
I mean, Stafford's just had so many years with double-digit interceptions. He's kind of like a...
He's got some Favre in him.
Yeah.
Gunslinger.
I was going to say, like a modern version of Favre. But, I think when it comes to reading the defenses and you need a great arm to make a big-time throw, and he's an athlete, he'll go get, 4th and 1. He can go run for
super tough
3rd and long first downs.
Yeah.
I would definitely think that. And, yes, it's all due to being with the Lions. We
100%.
evaluate quarterback wins and losses and being
look,
in
he
Detroit.
still went to 2 playoffs with them. And those rosters, he had Calvin Johnson, granted, but the rest of those rosters, they were a bad call away from beating the Cowboys in that wild card game. That was, they picked up the flag. Thank God they did. And then we went on to Green Bay. We know what happened there. Final thing here, NFL news
Is
today.
Kirk Cousins underrated?
No, I don't think Cousins is underrated. Because Cousins is also one that's like ranked in these top 10 lists, and he's probably right there with Dak.
I mean,
like,
he kind of finds ways to win games.
Yeah, like he's a winning,
right?
he's a good quarterback.
I mean, when he goes out, his team falls apart.
What do you guys think of passer rating as a stat?
I think QBR has now kind of overtaken passer rating.
Yeah, for sure. Because, I mean, Stafford he lives in the 80s and 90s. Only has had a couple of years in the 100s for passer rating, where Kirk Cousins consistently is in there.
Yeah.
But I feel like
Crazy
Stafford's a better player.
Right, like I would take Stafford. I mean, and Stafford, he finally got on a good team, wins 4 playoff games in the Super Bowl.
If Stafford does not win the Super Bowl, do you take him over Kirk Cousins? Because we were always doing radio where it was Dak, Eli Manning, Stafford, Cousins. We all had them lumped together, right?
And it's tough to really differentiate, like once you've got your top 2 guys, which I believe are Mahomes and Burrow, and then I'd probably put Allen, even though there's things you can nitpick about his game, at number 3. After that, it's basically like ice cream flavors, like we always talk about in the draft.
Yeah.
None of all of these guys have things that they need to prove, but the Super Bowl is what sets apart the playoff success to me that Stafford now has accomplished is what sets apart him to.
I wonder if this is the year that Rodgers finally falls off the cliff.
Could happen.
Very likely that it could happen. Yes.
It appeared like it was maybe already happening late in Green Bay, and then you have the injury last year, and it might just, hit you front and center this season. All right, NFL News Today every afternoon, 3 o'clock. We have Danny Cannell coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Thanks for making this part of your day. Let's talk some college football with one of our favorite college football guests, Danny Cannell, here on The Fan. Segments brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. You can buy two, get two free. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And this segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Or jump online to frankelfirm.com. Danny Cannell joining us courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated college football playoff conference, Heisman, and college football week 2 lines. And a good afternoon, Danny. How the heck are you?
I was doing better before the season started as a Florida State grad. Now 0-2 has not been kind, but first weekend of college football was awesome across the board. So I'm doing pretty good. How about you guys?
We're fantastic, and we are licking our chops for this Texas-Michigan matchup this coming Saturday. I don't know for you. I mean, I've seen some Michigan fans that they're talking big. Some people are projecting, hey, Texas isn't even going to score 10 points there at the Big House. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, if I was a Michigan fan and I had just watched that Fresno State game, I wouldn't be talking too much smack after what they put on display in week one. Now the question is, was that just an aberration? Were they a little bit flat? Maybe they were looking ahead to the Texas game, which I do think is probably what happened. But Texas is going to be in for a physical ball game. That is the one thing that pops that Michigan still does have. Will Johnson, one of the best defensive backs in the country. He had a pick six in that game. He's going to challenge Texas's wide receivers. But I cannot wait to watch the matchup, sort of the chess match in the game of Steve Sarkisian, the offensive mastermind, going against Wink Martindale, who is Michigan's defensive coordinator, who's there for the first time. He's back in college. He was with the New York Giants. He spent some time along most of his career in the NFL. He's going to have some blitzes dialed up to try to confuse that offensive line, to try to confuse Quinn Ewers, force some errant throws. That, to me, is sort of the game within the game.
Danny, who had a better win, USC or Notre Dame?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll say USC. I'll lean USC because I do feel they answered some more questions for me. USC looked so good on both sides of the football.
Sure
and
did.
That was the one thing. Like Miller Moss, he had 6 touchdowns in the bowl game, but it was sort of like, well, that was just a meaningless bowl game. Like bowl games don't mean as much. And what he's showcased going toe-to-toe with Garrett Nussmeier, who a lot of people think is going to be a top 5 pick in the NFL draft, going like trading jabs. Like it was a lot of fun. That game was a ton of fun to watch. But then probably more impressively was the defense for USC, which was absolutely atrocious last season and the last couple of years, really, for Lincoln Riley. And they brought in this new defensive coordinator, and they didn't really bring in a lot of new personnel, but they looked physical. They looked well coached. They tackled outstanding. So I thought they were a little bit more impressive, not to take away from anything that Notre Dame did, because I thought that was one of those, defensive slugfests. But I do want to see their quarterback, Riley Leonard, take another step forward in the pass game. Both those offenses sputtered a little bit. And what I'm trying to figure out is it more because the defenses that were on display, which were outstanding, or is it kind of, some concerns potentially for both of those teams on the offensive side of the ball?
So I'm going to get myself in trouble because those are two big fan bases with Texas A&M and Notre Dame. But watching that game, Danny, this is the Pretender Bowl. These are two teams that come in super hyped every year, but realistically are not going to be competing for anything substantial.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. This is one of those things about the 12-team playoff, the expansion. It's going to give a lot of teams and fan bases a lot of hope, right? Oh, we can make the playoffs, and they're going to. But then I think there is going to be a pretty big gap and a disparity in the teams they're going against, the top-tier teams like Georgia, like Ohio State, some of these really complete teams that are out there. So I don't disagree with you, but I will say this. It sure does feel like Notre Dame punched their ticket. And I don't know if I would have said the same about Texas A&M. Clearly, they would have been in a much better position than losing the game. But Notre Dame's schedule is an absolute cakewalk. Yeah. And I was joking about Florida State. That was supposed to be one of their harder games, who they do play in South Bend. All of a sudden, they might be a 2-touchdown favorite in that game. And then the team we were just talking about, USC, that's the finale. Notre Dame's probably undefeated at that point. They're going to be favored in every game this season. They might be favored in that one. We'll see how it unfolds. But even if they lose that, I do think an 11-1 Notre Dame team is in the playoffs, no matter any way you look at it.
Danny, did Nebraska figure out their quarterback situation?
Boy, it sure feels like it. I mean, he looked pretty good. In a blowout, that's always, you kind of have to take that with a grain of salt. We'll find out about him because it is a big stage. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs watching that game because they're going against Colorado. We know what Colorado brings to the table. A lot of brash, confident, bold statements, bold declarations from them, an outstanding offense. The thing that I think is going to be really interesting is Dylan Raiola, their freshman quarterback, who looked great so far. He's going to have an opportunity against a defense that got sliced and diced all last year, and then it continued against an FCS opponent where their quarterback looked awesome. So there are going to be some opportunities for Dylan Raiola to look really good. But on this stage, you always kind of wonder, how's he going to respond? Is he going to, the light's too big? It doesn't feel like that anyway whatsoever. So I feel pretty good about him. But there's always that little bit of, man, he's still a really young player. How's it going to look when he's out there with on that type of stage.
What about Miami? Are they the real deal? You think? I mean, they should be able to win that conference pretty easily.
Yes, they should, and they're clearly the front runner right now with the way Clemson looked, and then Florida State falling off the map. But I felt like this season coming in, I was pretty bullish on the Canes. They have the best roster that they've had here since joining the ACC. We're talking almost 2 decades that they've been in the ACC, and they've had talented teams, but this is by far the most talent they've had across the board. And it really does start with Cam Ward, who I thought was the most attractive quarterback in the transfer portal market this offseason. You saw it on display in Gainesville. He's dynamic. He's cool, calm, collected. He never panics. He did have one ill-advised pass that was kind of like, he does remind you of today's quarterback, which is sort of that Patrick Mahomes, Caleb Williams style, where it's a little bit more gunslinger type, where you're just kind of going out there. Sometimes there's nothing there. You sit back, you buy some time, and you go for that big play. He got burned on one of those early in the game, had an interception, but like most great quarterbacks, it didn't faze him one bit. He, followed it up. And I would say the only caveat with that conversation is, Florida, how good are they? But I tell you, going into the Swamp, week 1 opener, it was going to be loud. It was a hostile environment, and they embarrassed the Gators on their home field. So I do think Miami's the real deal.
Talking about this conference in the ACC, SMU at 2-0, first year in the conference. Are they a sneaky team that could maybe even make that conference championship game?
Absolutely. They definitely could. That's the interesting thing about the ACC now is there were really 3 teams coming in that everybody kind of was like, oh, yeah, it's going to be some mixture of these 3 teams. And it was Miami, it was Florida State, and it's Clemson. Well, we saw Clemson, look to struggle mightily against Georgia. Now, I do give them a pass because Georgia embarrasses a lot of teams, so we'll have to see. Florida State's 0-2, and it's like dire times there, so they're out of the race. And then it's like, okay, well, who's going to step up? Georgia Tech looks pretty good. And, oh, by the way, Virginia Tech, who was a trendy team to be that pick, they lost to Vanderbilt on the road. So why wouldn't it be SMU at this point? And I got to tell you, a game on the beginning of the season that I wasn't that nervous about, all of a sudden that first ACC game with Florida State coming to town, I think they have to feel pretty good about their chances. So, yeah, I think Rhett Lashley's team has to feel as good as anybody right now in the ACC.
Danny, when you looked at Alabama, Kalen DeBoer, usually Alabama will schedule 1 or 2 games where they kind of get their bearings and stuff. But how would you assess the Alabama's coach's debut?
Oh, it was as solid as you could get. I mean, I do think, if you were really nitpicking, there's some concern that you do have. A couple big plays were there that Western Kentucky's quarterback missed. But, talk to Oregon, who barely beat Idaho, an FCS squad. Talk to North Carolina State, who was losing in the fourth quarter. Bama was in control of the game from start to finish. They looked the part. And that's kind of what I believed all the time. I know people like Georgia, people like Texas. I do too. But do not count out Alabama. They will be in this race come November towards the back end of the season. They'll be a factor. I don't know if they're good enough to be that national championship contender just yet, but I absolutely think they're in that conversation as one of the 12 teams that are getting that invite at the end of the season.
Danny, is Clemson, we're talking about ACC, and it just kind of clicked with me about Clemson, as you mentioned. Is Dabo Swinney being punished for not playing in the transfer portal game?
Yes. I love Dabo, and I love his philosophy. I used to have that philosophy probably 10 years ago that, I didn't really like transfer guys. I viewed them as quitters. I saw them as guys that didn't want to be in for the long haul. And, kind of the old school mentality of, I want guys that are homegrown, that are guys that came in together and you keep a class together for 4 years and 5 years. That has all changed. I've changed my philosophy. I've adapted today's game just in the perception of the way I view teams. Most every coach in the country, I don't think there's anyone that has just ignored it. It really is the equivalent of an NFL franchise saying, you know what? We don't want to tackle free agency. We'll just win through the draft. And it's like trying to win a fight with one arm tied behind your back. I do hope, because I kind of root for them in this kind of bucking the trend and doing it more old school. I think they can rebound because their talent is there. They do have a ton of 4 and 5 stars across their roster, but I thought you saw the depth get exposed because for a half, they were right there with Georgia, right? It was just an ugly game, low scoring, and then they get outscored in the second half when some of the depth starts to come to the forefront. So, yes, I do think Dabo is being way too stubborn, and it's not like he has to turn into Deion Sanders and bring in 50 new players. He could just pick and choose 5 or 6 guys, bring them in at positions of need. No one will get upset. It won't disrupt the chemistry in the locker room, and they can hopefully get back to where their fan base wants to be, and that's being one of the national title contenders. See, the thing is, this is where it gets tricky. Clemson can be good. I just don't think they can be great until he adapts his mindset.
Danny, which as the season wears on, which games are you excited about? And I'm not asking specifically the games, but are you more like these Big Ten teams traveling to like the old Pac-12 teams? We got like Michigan going to Seattle to play. Are you more excited about that, or what's going on maybe in the SEC with Texas and Oklahoma, or even what's going on in the Big 12 with some of these now cross the country matchups?
Give me all of it, all of it. The one thing that I would like to see change, and we saw a lot of them on display this weekend, and it kind of hurts those smaller schools. I'm kind of done with let's see Ohio State play Akron as a 49-point favorite.
Yeah.
We saw multiple SEC teams put up 60 and 70 points versus FCS schools. What I really would look forward to is when there's Power 4, which is what, Power 4 now is what we're calling it, where there's 10 Power 4 games. That's
right.
what you have on your schedule. And then you get 2 games where you can take a break. There are too many right now. The SEC still only plays 8. The ACC only plays 8 conference games. And then a lot of them schedule lighter opponents to kind of pad your record. But the reason, and I'm more old school. I didn't love seeing the Pac-12 dying. I don't like seeing losing some rivalry games, although we are getting back an incredible one in A&M in Texas. But I am a fan of the matchups. Like, you could just go down the list and look at Penn State traveling to USC. Like, that game is going to be phenomenal. Ohio State going to Oregon, in October. There's matchups across the board. Georgia going to Texas.
Yeah.
Georgia going to Alabama, which has already been there. But there's just so many games that are really key matchups. I just want more of them. I'm a little bit selfish because I'm like, let's get rid of some of these blowouts. Give me more of those matchups that are so compelling with some of those big brands going head-to-head.
Well, we want more of Danny Cannell talking college football. We'll take it whenever we can, Danny. Thank you so much. Enjoy the games, buddy.
Oh, you guys are awesome, man. Great catching up. We'll talk to you soon. Enjoy the games this weekend.
Salute. Danny Cannell, brought to you by Bet Online. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Broadus, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to you about this Cleveland Brown offense. We'll do that next.
But I want to talk to you about Prize Picks. It's football season. Prize Picks is here, and all the fun.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well for being part of this. If you're new to the broadcast, this is the part where I take a look at the opponent, the weekly opponent for your Dallas Cowboys, do the offense generally on a Wednesday and the defense on a Thursday, and then we'll do the referees on Friday. So just try and get you ready for this broadcast this week coming up in the game. So hopefully you get something out of this. If you're into the podcasting scene, just got a new, Bobby and I did a Love of the Star that's posted. So after our show today, feel free to give it a listen and tell us what you think. But we're really proud of what we've done there. And it should be 3 of those a week for you now that the season started. So hopefully everybody will take a listen to that as well. Okay. This Cleveland Brown offense and what a little bit of some of the struggles you'll go through early is because you don't have a lot of games. So you have to go back and watch games. And what I did was I went back and watched the games where Deshaun Watson was actually healthy enough to play, and then he got hurt. So then you have to kind of deal with that, the shoulder problems and things that he was dealing with that cost him to miss the majority of the season last year. But I went back and watched the games that he was able to play and how the team responded. I will point this out that before we get going, I think yesterday I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Bless you, Eric, by the way.
Bless you.
I did talk about running game Moses no longer being there for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, offensive line coach Bill Callahan.
Bill Callahan, yeah. And so they've replaced him with a guy named Andy Dickinson. And Andy was with them. He was with Seattle the last several years, but he was a guy that was at Cleveland and went on to be Seattle's line coach. And then
they bring him back.
And they brought him back. So, that's something that, you keep an eye on with. I think Bill Callahan, I have the utmost respect for. I think that everywhere Billy's been, with the exception of the head coach and stuff at Nebraska, when he's the offensive line coach, he's going to be creative. You're going to have a physical front. You're going to be able to run the football. He just makes players better. And this crew right here is
Cowboys run game really never recovered.
Yeah, I mean Dallas had some good players when you look back at with Ron Leary and Frederick and guys like that.
Doug Free.
I mean, he did. He took a group of guys that have talent, but boy, I mean, he made them even better. And I think he did the same thing to help this Cleveland Brown offensive line. But I'm going to talk about Deshaun Watson first, because when you look at Watson, the thing that I noticed with him is he's not always just accurate. He did have if you look at metrics, he was the 4th lowest when it came to completion percentage. He was at 45% when he was under pressure. So if you find ways to get to him, and I'm going to tell you a couple ways I think you can get to him, but he's a guy that makes receivers work for the ball. He's got a really over-the-top throwing delivery. It's like he's up on his toes, and sometimes it causes the ball to sail on him a little bit. He's got some guys that, Amari Cooper, we all know Amari Cooper. He's a good bad ball catcher. There's several times you see guys running routes and he's throwing the ball and they're having to go down to get it, or he's throwing the ball, it's too high. He's got arm talent. There's no question. He just doesn't know where the ball's going to go. And what I have to think about, what the Cowboys need to think about is you have to guard against his ability to scramble. That's where I think that when Kevin Stefanski, the head coach, primary play caller, Ken Dorsey's now in the building with them as a coach, as the offensive coordinator. Ken Dorsey did a good job of working with Allen, Josh Allen, and his accuracy problems in college. So I guess that's why you bring a guy in like this to trying to help him become a more accurate quarterback. But I mentioned you have to guard against that scramble because he'll run out of the pocket if he senses trouble at all. You have to bring him down in the pocket. This guy's strong enough to shake off poor tackling. You get around him and all of a sudden it's an arm tackle. He'll just push you aside and keep going. So you got to make sure it's not a weak tackle. You get an opportunity to bring him down. I felt like he could be a little late with the ball to the outside. It gives DBs the opportunity to drive on a lot of his passes. And I think it makes it far more contested catches than probably what you want from your quarterback. Amari Cooper, I mentioned him. He's going to play in the slot. He's also going to play on the outside. He's quick out of the break. He will lull you to sleep, and then he'll just explode in his route. So how they match him up, maybe inside with Jordan Lewis. Will Jordan Lewis be able to handle his quickness? Will Carson, when they put him on the outside? when you look at Cooper is one of the best receivers in the league when it comes to sideline catches. He works with such small space on the outside, and you think you got him covered, and he'll make a play. He'll just extend and then tap out of bounds. He'll go.
It's brilliant, the adjustment that he's but don't you think that's the play for them? You get Amari Cooper matched up against the rookie, and you pick on Carson until he proves he can cover you.
I think, to me personally, the guy that I would pick on is Lewis. Is who I would pick on. I would put Amari Cooper. I would make Lewis have to cover all the ground and just let Cooper run routes.
Interesting.
You know, when you play the slot, you're more open to use. You can use the whole field. When you play on the outside, you tend to have to maybe they can use the sideline. But I was telling you about Cooper. We've all seen him. It's his ability to adjust on the sidelines is really, really impressive. You know, he's the best when you put him on those vertical routes, the post routes, the corner routes, the go routes. Those are the routes that he really, really will excel at as well. But you know, this I think where you look at maybe the place to attack this group. Now, they've got some questions on their offensive line, and they've got questions at their offensive tackles. And their offensive tackle, when Jedrick Wills, he's not been completely healthy with a knee, and then Jack Conklin is another one that's been dealing with injury as well. They've struggled with that. DeJuan Jones had been a backup last year, and he played a lot of games for the Browns last season. And he's a guy that if Conklin or that Willis can't go, then you'll see him in the action. So there's some questions about their offensive tackles availability. We got the injury report just a little bit ago. They were both limited in their reps to practice today. We'll just keep an eye on that.
That's huge, man. I mean, questions with the health on the O-line, shuffling things around perhaps. Losing the best offensive line coach in the sport in this offseason. You don't have Nick Chubb in the backfield. I understand the guy who's replacing him was solid last year. Yeah, Jerome Ford. But, I mean, and then you factor in a bad quarterback. I mean, my gosh, dude.
Well, and Mary Kay Cabot, who was on this morning with Sean and RJ, neither of those tackles have practiced at all.
Yeah, and you know what? That's clearly the focus. I think if they do play, then we'll see how well they play without the reps that they've had for the training camps and things like that. I think that Willis is a better player than Conklin myself. When you watch him, he's gotten better. You watch him, the left tackle, the reps that he's taken, and he could be pretty impressive. He's very athletic, and he's gotten better each year. Where I feel like you need to attack these guys is their two spot. I don't think Wyatt Teller, the right guard, is particularly good. I don't think he handles power all that well. And then Ethan Posick, the center, neither one of them, when they have to deal with combo blocks or they have to deal with twist stunts or any type of games inside, neither one of them play with very much strength.
Welcome to Mike Zimmer's double-A gap.
I think that's exactly. I would not be surprised. And both teams, I think, are going to do this with both defenses. I could very well see covering these guards up and then letting like Ethan Posick go one-on-one when they go with against Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
And Parsons see if he could win that matchup with him. Because we've seen the double-A gap blitz stuff with Zimmer. But I think the Browns are going to do the same thing to the BB. I think they're going to cover both your guards and put Garrett on that over the center.
Well, Stefanski was Zim's OC in Minnesota,
right?
So they know each other very, very well.
They do know each other well, but to me, it's the right guard and the center are the two guys that I kind of feel like you need to attack on this offensive line. When I feel like that their tight end is a good player, David Njoku, I think is a good player. Where you're going to deal with him is in the flat. Mainly, that's where a lot of his catches are.
Boots,
swaggles. Screen game is huge for these guys. And I have a feeling with Watson, if they're going to try and kind of make him feel comfortable, they're going to have to understand that David Njoku, it's block, and then get
Release.
Out. Block, and so now you're kind of lulled to sleep thinking he's going to stay in and protect, and now he's out in the flat and they're going to catch the ball. But he's a guy that's really, really good at catching it, getting up the field. He's an athletic tight end, and he can make some things happen. Ford, the running back, they'll do things. They'll get you in 11 personnel. They'll try and spread you out and then hand the ball to these backs and let them just work off that. A lot of that zone blocking stuff where it's a gap to them, and then they'll just take that gap, and then they'll let the backs cut off that. So a lot of different things they could do, but I think losing their line coach will hurt them. The questions of some health at the tackle, the lack of accuracy at quarterback, and some weakness on the inside at their positions, at their guard and their center, I think that bodes well for the Cowboys in this matchup.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Getting some great reaction on text, the 817. I think Brian just said we're about to face Trey Lance, and I'm good with that. Broadus is the GOAT, says the 214 with the info. Been looking forward to the pregame analysis during the week. It is back. What are we doing tomorrow, Brian?
That would be the Browns defense, and I've already taken a peek at them, and so there's going to be some things. You think that you have some advantages on against their offense? That would be true. They've had some advantages against you on their defense, so it'll be something we'll talk about tomorrow.
And we'll get into that tomorrow at 3:40 here in the Nation. Brought to you by Reliant. Little sports hodgepodge coming up, Chief.
Yes, sir. Let the gamesmanship begin in Ann Arbor, plus a new installment of Why You Got to Bring Up Old Stuff next here in the Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're a couple of hours from Jared Sandler joining us as we'll be talking Rangers-Yankees baseball with him as we go into tonight's 6:30 pregame. All the big storylines going around with this baseball team. And there's a lot to get to. Okay, it's time now, though, for a sports hodgepodge, and here's the Chief.
Okay, so tell me if you guys believe what is being alleged here on Texas Longhorn Twitter. We have Tori Raspberry. Apparently a message was shared in the Texas Parents Group alleging that one of the parents has heard that Cooper Manning, father of Arch, paid to have the Texas flag fly outside the Graduate Hotel near campus in Ann Arbor, and the people are not happy about it.
Oh, buy-in. I love it. It's a
You're
good
buying
bit.
this?
Yes, first trip ever. Michigan and Texas have never played in the regular season. Last time they met up was 2005, the Rose Bowl. I like it. Talk trash.
I love it. Yes, I'm just trying to decide. Like, I don't know. Is Cooper Manning the alpha dad who's willing? He's clearly got the money to throw out, but is he wanting to go plant the flag of hostility right there in the heart of Wolverine country as your son and his team are getting? Especially for you're writing a check that your son doesn't even necessarily get to cash as the backup quarterback. If you're Ewers' dad, maybe you say, "Hey, watch my boy go do something."
I love the buy-in from the backup. You know, a lot of parents will be like, "Well, if my kid's not playing, I ain't even coming. Just let me know."
I like that. Yeah.
Right? We're not even going to show up. He's like all in, even as a guy that went to a different school. I do like that level of commitment.
Eric, help me here. Okay, I didn't hear the first part of what you were saying, but did you say this is the Texas Player Hotel where they're staying?
This Texas flag is flying outside the Graduate Hotel near campus in Ann Arbor.
Okay, so this is not the hotel that the team's staying at, right?
No, this is where Michigan players or whatever, Michigan alum. Or,
I've been on the road with teams that have stayed at hotels that the hotel itself will put the flag up, your flag up. Like they'll have
the road
because
flag.
the road team's staying there. That makes sense.
Yeah,
so this is a hotel, not a dorm room. It's not like one of their player dorms.
See, I thought he was paying to put the flag up at an Ann Arbor hotel where Texas was staying.
Love it.
I don't know I don't know many details other than what I see the screenshot circulating on
I'm buying it.
Twitter
I think it's
now.
A great bit.
So, well, I mean, hopefully
should we enlist Bennett Broaddus in this because him and
holler at your son Bennett.
Him and
who's
Arch are
attending.
friends. All right, let me ask.
Is Bennett going to Ann Arbor this weekend?
No, he messed up his ticket.
What? He messed up?
Yeah, he messed up. He had a chance. He had a ticket, and he had to put in his request. They said, yes, we'll give you one. He let the request lapse.
Oh, so he got too hammered.
Fail.
He failed. He didn't get it. And
damn it, Bennett.
He had his mom. He had the airline ticket. He had a place to stay. Everything was lined up.
He lost his ass.
And when it happened, when he got the news, he said, "Hey, I lost the ticket." His mom and I just said, "Hey, you learned a lesson. We didn't. It wasn't like, well, let's get you another one. Let's,
Yeah.
Like I was talking with Derek Eagleton. He said, I don't want to put his business out there, but him and Clarence Hill are going to the game. They're flying up. These tickets aren't cheap to this thing.
Not at all.
Yeah, that's an opportunity that you'll regret not taking advantage of.
He went. See, last year he was in Tuscaloosa for the Texas Alabama game, and he was hoping to get to be a part of another one. But he learned a lesson. Like if you don't follow through with what you're supposed to do,
there you go.
You ain't going to the game. He had a ticket. He just didn't follow through.
Ouch.
Yeah. So let's see if Arch's dad did this. Okay.
I wonder how much it costs to do that. Like how much to get an Ann Arbor hotel to fly the Longhorns flag, knowing it's not going to be good for business. These people are going to remember what you did.
Yeah. It's
see, that's why I thought it was the hotel that Texas was staying at.
Yeah.
Because
Graduate Hotel.
Because I've been on the road. I've been on the road before. I was on the road with the Cowboys, and the hotel we're at, they put the Cowboys flag up on when we pulled in.
It helps when you're America's team, though,
But but it doesn't help if you're Cooper Manning. You don't have the cash to write a big check.
No, this was probably they all came together.
Is your dad and your brothers Help take him down, big money that you can just throw bags around.
He's a made Manning.
You don't think
he's got the
you
cheddar.
don't think Cooper's part of Omaha Productions?
Maybe. I guess, they'd loop him in. You're right. They probably feel bad about it.
I think Archie, Cooper, I think they're all in. I think they're all part
I would just feel like a bum walking around like I'm big shooter guy because my brothers and dad were famous.
No, but you
know?
did. You are big shooter. You shot out Arch.
You did.
And that guy's got some potential.
Now, Arch was pretty good, I think, right?
Arch has got the money to do this. Arch has got over 3.
No, you're right.
Arch could do this.
Maybe Arch broke him off a little cash.
Yeah, like
your dad calls son. Hey, Dad, you just need a quickie.
Here's 10 grand.
You know I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it.
Yeah. Arch,
John, I need a cash.
I'm thinking about doing this bit.
Yeah, Arch could have borrowed some money for your old man.
Great idea.
Some cash for the hotel too.
All right, $235. That's the cheapest ticket right now to get in the door for Michigan, Texas. Most expensive ticket over $2,500. Holy crap!
Derek gave me a pretty pricey number when he
was talking. Is it more than $2,500?
It was less.
Okay,
but
you got to spend big if you're going to the big house because if you get the GA up north, you're like a half mile from the field. You need some damn binoculars.
235. Where are we sitting?
That's got to be probably where Gavin's talking about. Yep.
But it's a stadium. It's a bowl. So you're not like in the upper deck of something. It's a bowl. It's just stretched out. You might not be close to the field, but you're in the stadium, right? At 235.
You're in the building.
Might be obstructed.
You're on a bench.
I'd rather be in my recliner.
80 rows up.
Mooney DeMayer, big-time Wolverine fan, texting in 214, flying their little flag. Tell them to fly a national champion flag. Mooney DeMayer, go blue.
I like that. Here we go, boys. It's game week.
It's over. It's over. Enjoy the flexing while you can, Mooney. It was a good run. Maybe in another 20 years, a good coach will come back to you.
Let's get Connor Stallions back. Maybe you got a shot.
I think Connor Stallions deserves a national championship ring.
But a statue outside the big house?
I think so.
Well,
maybe they should carry him off the field.
He got a game ball.
Yeah, of course he did.
Hey, why we got to bring up old stuff? TMZ got the leak from somebody in the Southern Cal atmosphere.
Dude, this story is amazing.
I mean, why you got to do it to my guy Miller Moss? He's off of a huge victory as the now star quarterback of the USC Trojans. He hands LSU their first loss of the season, and now we find out 2.5 years later that he had been investigated by the school. Did Miller Moss, now the quarterback for the Trojans, a little less than 3 years ago after he was involved in a feud with his roommate. He says, Miller Moss, 2.5 years ago, the university conducted an investigation related to a personal dispute between me and a roommate. I fully cooperated, took accountability for my decisions in the matter. It was resolved. There's no reason for the news to come out about him rummaging through the belongings of his roommate in a video and grabbing a T-shirt on the bed before telling someone off camera, quote, "I'm stealing this shirt, dude." In another clip, he can be seen farting into a pillow he took off the bed before telling someone in the room to take a jacket out of the closet. So there was some college dorm room shenanigans taking place. Classic, prank.
Boys will be boys.
You fart on the pillow. You messed with a couple of his clothes, but the roommate did not take too kindly to this. So he reported to the authorities, and now the Miller Moss story is coming out. They should have come out in real time. Okay, 2.5 years later.
Yep.
And now somebody's going to get the leak. They waited for this moment. They're like, we're going to wait for Miller Moss to do something cool, and then we're going to drop he's a pillow farter guy.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley called it out. He was like, very interesting timing here, huh? That this story's coming out. And then it sounded like he was being a little aggressive towards TMZ. Like, you better watch out. He's not the kind of guy to mess with.
Oh, he will fart on your pillow.
He's going to sue the hell out of you. I don't know.
Clearly. Might get end up with a wicked case of pink
eye. He might be this poop guy. Maybe Riley Moss is undercover.
If someone were to come after me, I would hope it would be the Laramie Tunsil gas mask thing. That's what I would want. I would want to be remembered as that guy. With the,
one of your old friends has footage of you taking the Blue Dolphin in college.
Somebody has some old pictures or video of me doing something really stupid on the ski slopes or something like that. I want to be remembered for something like that, not farting in a pillow.
Yeah. Well, we can't all get what we want. I mean, that's still pretty dang impressive.
Yeah.
I would say.
It's a good bit.
Give me the Laramie Tunsil gas mask thing. That's what I want to be remembered as.
I think he'd be
hey,
more
he's
like
the guy that had the gas mask. Yeah, that's right.
He's the gas mask guy.
He's a fun guy. Yeah, not the farting in a pillow guy. That's not a fun guy.
It's
No,
crazy
you're
how
right.
much the world has changed. Wasn't that just like 8 years ago, the Laramie Tunsil gas mask? Now
yeah.
I don't think anybody would even like the Sports Center crew would be laughing about it on set. Ha ha ha.
I would be in the war room like, we need to trade up for Laramie Tunsil. He's not fall. If he falls to us, we're drafting that guy. Get ready.
What stands out to you guys about this college football sentence?
Sentence.
Elite. Did I say that word wrong?
Sentence.
It was just an interesting inflection at the
I'd
end.
say.
Elite 2027 wide receiver Booby Feaster will visit Oklahoma this weekend as they face Houston.
If your last name's Feaster, you can't name your kid. Maybe it's a nickname, but Booby. Come on. Booby Feaster.
Remember, there's a Booby Clark that used to play for the Cincinnati Bengals, I think, back in the day.
Shout out to Booby Miles.
Booby Feaster,
Motorboat, son of a gun.
Booby Feaster was.
You'll Feaster you.
Do you think he got the name because he was a feeder?
Oh, well, I mean.
Yeah, he got after it.
That's what I'm saying. That like mom, like he loves some booby.
He didn't become Booby until he was like 2-3 years old.
His real name is Emmanuel, but then his nickname is Booby because mom was like, boy, he was aggressive.
That's a first ballot.
He loved that Booby.
He was
name Hall of Fame type situation
Booby
there.
Feaster, definitely.
He's apparently a pretty dang good player as well. So, congrats to Carter Freeman and the Oklahoma Sooners getting a chance to woo Booby Feaster with their big weekend versus Houston. That's pretty dang exciting stuff right there. Now, we also have...
Titusville, Alabama.
What did you just say?
What did you just say?
Titusville. That's the way it's spelled.
Oh,
okay. All right. I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Nice work over there, Broadus.
I'm trying.
He's proud of himself.
Now, we also have some basketball news, actually. Well played, actually.
Sometimes I tell you what, if you give me like real headphones to work with, I have a chance. Early in the day, I had no chance. I had no chance early in the day.
No, you've been really in your bag today. We've all been impressed.
Hey, you guys were talking about boobies earlier.
I like to take on boobies.
I have an auntie. We call her Aunt Booby.
Aunt Booby.
My whole life, Aunt Booby.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought it was just a pet name or whatever, a little nickname.
Yeah.
And then at some point in my life, I realized,
Yeah.
Aunt Booby, I get it now.
Yeah.
She had them bangs on her, bro. She had them bangs.
All your buddies were like, Aunt Booby.
She had them bangs on her. I get it now. Yeah. I was like, Uncle Jules, I get it now, bro. I see what you was doing.
Uncle Jules and Aunt Booby.
Yeah, I see what you're doing,
It's a match
dog.
made in heaven.
I had an Uncle Jules once.
What happened?
He ended up just not being a good dude, to be honest.
Oh,
really?
At one point, I did.
Was
have
he
an
with
Uncle
Mercury
Jules.
Morris as well?
No, he was married into the family. He's not a by blood uncle,
Oh.
but he ended up being a bit of a bleep hole. But there's your sports hodgepodge. We'll get to the basketball stuff a little bit later.
Bada bang. There it goes. Eric Chiafalo
Shout out to Uncle
Sports.
Jules.
Shout out to Hodgepodge here in the
We
nation.
need to get back to that
Glad we
story.
brought that one
It's
up.
my nephew on the radio there.
He just said, I'm done with this segment now.
No, he dropped me
Goodbye.
and everybody else. I can assure you that. Bleep you, Uncle Jules.
We're about an hour away from the Expressway. We'll give you the Micah Parsons audio from his weekly podcast, what he's thinking going into week 1 of the NFL season. But up next, Wolchuk's a top 10 at 420, buddy. What do we got?
Top 10 jewels. I posted a poll. We've got the top 10 tailgate foods in honor of the return of the National Football League. What are you going to be grilling and cooking up over the course of this weekend? That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
True Chat, welcome back, Nation. 214 says, love y'all. General, try not to fight with Jared again this evening. I promise we're not going to fight. You know, we might throw back some friendly jabs at each other, but yeah, it's all good. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you are hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for your free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Yes, sir. Time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. The top 10 most popular tailgating foods. What are they? 877-881-1053 as we have the return of the National Football League tomorrow night.
We do. That's very exciting. I was going to throw out a tailgating food because, our guy Matt Pittman from Meat Church.
Legend.
We have some audio of him talking about Dak that actually I think we're going to play in the Expressway. He just posted this video. Delicious party, not wings, ribs. For football watching. They're made in 2 hours on a smoker. You cut them before you cook them, Brian.
Yeah, the thing, Matt has done a really good job. If you want to learn about cooking, and he explains it in such a good way and an easy way to follow along. He's like, listen, you don't have to do this. You don't have to, he just wants you to get out there and cook. But if you're into that, if you really want to learn how to barbecue stuff, or cook stuff or make specialty stuff, his videos on YouTube are incredible.
Great educator.
Oh, God.
Amazing cook.
And he explains it in such an easy,
no doubt,
friendly manner that you're like, oh, that looks too intimidating. He's like, listen,
he's walking you through it all.
He's like, hey, I trimming briskets, I mess them up all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It makes you feel like, oh, geez, if I cut a big gash into this thing, it's gonna. No, he makes you don't worry about it. It just. Get outside and cook.
I love the game day rib, too.
Yeah.
I love some of the dips that he has put out there.
Oh, my gosh. But wait, they asked this morning about the brisket mac and cheese.
Oh,
and because
man.
Yes, please.
Bobby was like, well, do you think you could put bacon in a mac and cheese?
Well, Sean was gushing about this Costco mac and cheese apparently he had at the party.
Pittman goes, well, yeah, you put bacon in it, sure. But you can also put brisket in it too, and it makes it even better.
Brisket would make it better.
Yeah.
That's
he said
delicious.
his dad had triple bypass, had surgery, triple bypass surgery. Like 2 weeks later, his dad goes, hey, can you make me some of that brisket mac and cheese?
Oh, get back on that.
It's that good, yeah.
I love that. Oh, very quickly here on your home of the world champ, Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
So we can say for a little while longer.
We can.
Corey Seager officially is on the 10-day IL. He's got a hip issue. And it might be one of those things where maybe we don't see Corey Seager again this year. I think the team will have to evaluate that, but he could return as early as September 16th against the Mariners. But at that point,
no need to.
Yeah, 2 weeks left of the season.
Let's get all these guys some extra rest.
Yeah,
they worked
let
extra
them
hard
rest.
last year. They
Let them
deserve
rest.
it.
Yeah.
They're
and
legends.
then tomorrow, before the game, very special, Elvis Andrews is going to retire as a Texas Ranger. There will be a press conference that will include Michael Young and Ron Washington.
How about that?
Along with Elvis. That is pretty badass. So, hey, congratulations, of course, on a phenomenal career for Elvis, which I'm sure will result in maybe being the newest inductee into the Texas Rangers Hall of Fame here very, very soon.
Deserves it.
Shout out to Elvis. All right, let's talk some tailgating. What do you guys got going on for this weekend? Epic football, Thursday through Sunday. Tomorrow, we got Chiefs-Ravens. We got Eagles-Packers from Brazil on Friday. An amazing slate of college football action, starting with Texas and Michigan at 11 on Saturday. And then your Cowboys are back, 3:25. We'll have it right here on 105 through the Fan. Pregame with Eric and Brian. I'll have halftime postgame with Brian. This is a legendary football weekend. What will you be grilling up? And what's your favorite tailgate food? Lucius, tailgating foods, my man. What do you
Favorite
gotta have?
tailgating situation? If it's a noon game, give me those breakfast burritos, please.
Oh,
Made on that
geez, yeah.
flat grill situation?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here for you.
Right, can't go wrong with breakfast burritos. That's a heady play. Honestly, I didn't
He's
even have
right.
that on
In
my
the
radar.
early games.
Lucius, that's an incredible. Yes, absolutely.
That's a big time move. I know, Chuck, you'll do a little Sunday run to Whataburger from time to time. In
the morning.
and double up on those taquitos and things like that. I mean, it's sort of the same idea there, and that's fantastic. I think the chicken wings are obviously hugely important, but I'm going with the cheeseburgers, and I'm going with the guacamole, where you just douse it in salt and you douse it in some lime, and you're pretty much job well done. It's the easiest thing in the world.
I'm with you on that. The buffalo chicken dip.
Did you
is the
mess
buffalo
that up
chicken's
one
a
year?
favorite.
No, the guac I've nailed. The mac and cheese is what I ruined Thanksgiving.
So you're making your own homemade guac.
Yeah, homemade guac. Yeah,
mashing those avocados.
I think a big key too is keeping the avocado seed or whatever, the big giant deal in there. Keeping a couple of those in the bowl. You know?
Right. You work around it?
Yeah, you work around that.
Yeah,
Absolutely. There's
like
something. I think there's a presentation aspect to it, but then I also think there's like a flavor saver situation.
Kind of like a football in there. It's like a little bit of a fumble.
Yeah, there's no risk of choking on that.
Yeah. No, you're not choking on that.
That's too big of a seed.
Not. But that's why you want to have some vitality with the chips as well.
So here's your top 10. Number 10, we've got the Italian sub coming in as the best.
As a tailgate item?
Tailgate food. Yep.
Okay, so we're getting like a sub tray. And we're bringing like a giant sub that feeds 20, something like that.
I think you're hitting. I think that you're hitting the 6-footer.
We got to toast that thing.
Yeah.
I'd like to get a toast. I mean, I guess a game day cold cut's not going to hurt.
I mean, they were doing this. I believe the Giants game. You had Tommy DeVito's parents out there making cold cut sandwiches for people.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
no, that wasn't cold cuts. That was chicken cutlet sandos.
Chicken cutlets.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the game day sub is definitely something that people are using. And an Italian sub, I mean, it might be one of the goats of the sub sandwiches. So, it's hard to argue that.
Yeah.
9 is pulled pork.
I love
Best
it.
tailgate food.
Yeah, you get some rolls, you get a big old pork butt, and you smoke that thing up, you pull it.
Versatility
Yeah,
there.
you're rocking.
Dude, what if we do the King's Hawaiian pretzel freaking slider deal with the pork?
I love this.
I was going to bring it up. If I had to bring something to our tailgate party, I'd go back and circle back. You guys like the pretzel bun with the beer cheese and the brats? Remember that?
Yes,
that did?
yes, the brat burger deal.
The brat burger with the pretzel rolls with the beer cheese on top. That's what I would bring to a tailgate party if we were all going to doing something.
Yeah, there's a lot of versatility with the pulled pork. You make some pulled pork tacos, sandwiches. You can have it just straight. Number 8, and I'm surprised it's low on here, is the chicken wings. Comes in at number 8.
That is crazy how low it is. It's synonymous with tailgating.
I agree.
Can I ask a question, Dawson? And you do a lot of wings. Is it hard to cook a bunch of wings? Like a bunch of wings, like for a tailgate,
50 wings, or 100 wings.
Yeah, is it 100 wings? Would that be
right there around 80 wings? You're getting to the point.
You can't watch them all.
Wings, yeah,
you can't watch them all.
You're going to need multiple cookers. You need a big like industrial cooker to go over about 75 of them.
Okay, that's why it's a little lower.
The full bags at Costco, they sell them fresh in these little packages.
Is that
like
30
6.
or 40?
That gets to like 60. And that will fit on like a regular size Traeger or, green egg.
But anything over 60, you're kind of like it's a little bit too much.
You're going to need to get 2 involved.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, 2 different cookers.
Gotta be careful. Yep.
214's got love for the nachos. And the 682 is saying avocado seed actually helps the guac from turning brown.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the other thing that I think I heard
oxidation.
about. Yeah, keeps it fresh.
Yeah.
It's a good play.
And I like I like to put it in the fridge for a little while, bring it out cold.
I agree.
I don't know about you guys.
I like it chilled.
100%.
Yeah, it's better that way. Number 7 is chili.
I think once October gets here, now we're in chili season.
Yeah, I'm not interested in an early September game
like
and throwing
this
a pot
weekend,
of chili out there for somebody.
We're not doing the chili, but give it a month.
Give it a month,
and we'll break out
after
the chili.
Texas OU weekend, like that.
Okay,
the third week of
mid-October. It's time to really go.
Give it a go. Yeah.
6 is buffalo chicken dip.
I think, by the way, chili on a hot dog is better than just chili plain. If you're going tailgating.
Chili dogs?
Yeah, chili dogs.
Yeah, you might as well dog
Hand me a chili dog with all the fixins instead of just a bowl of chili.
Okay.
Maybe even throw it on a cheeseburger too. If you're going to do dogs and burgers, and then you have the chili. Yeah. Now it's like,
we do some chili tacos.
Gosh, you could do the tacos. You could do the nachos.
Heck, you can use the chili as a dip if you want to. Get those Tostitos scoops. Go ahead and scoop them up.
100%.
Okay, you're going to get the queso, aren't you?
Well, the buffalo chicken dip comes in at 6.
That's a good one. It's a really good one.
That's the last of the dips that we're going to get.
Okay, real
top
quick.
5 there's no dips in the top 5.
Okay, real quick. Somebody tell me how to keep queso. I keep it warm, but it has to be stirred like every 2 minutes.
And then you get that weird layer on the top.
It gets like where it's plaster.
Yeah.
If somebody were to tell me how to keep queso where the consistency is not like plaster, I would do more queso. But I felt like I have to constantly. The other day at Sean's party, I'm like lifting the thing and helping out by stirring.
Yeah.
Because it gets to like that plaster. I don't want that plaster.
If you overheat it, it turns plasterous.
It's just
or just leave it sitting.
If you leave it sitting,
maybe a fondue pot on low.
That's what I'm saying. It was in a slow cooker.
But you got to keep stirring every once in a while.
We got to get like one of these. We need to do like a whirlpool kind of deal. where
it
you're putting, and
automatically
it's just
stirs.
moving
Yes.
forward,
It moves
you
the
know,
food.
like
You've
some
got
type of
something in
ice
there.
bathtub.
All right, you
It's-
might have an idea that could make us millions. We don't need to be talking about that on the air.
682
I'm glad
says
we did.
add milk. Add milk is the secret there. Maybe we can
like
try
at
it.
the end, just pour a little milk in there.
But no, I'm saying I could see the milk to thin it out, but then it's going to warm up. The milk, when you make biscuits and gravy, when you
Yeah.
put milk in, what does the milk do? It seizes the flour up, so it's
Several
going to make
texts
it
with
thick.
milk. Yeah.
Thick, I guess.
Honey hot fried party ribs getting texted in as well. We got bacon wrapped poppers. That sounds delicious.
That sounds
I'm
delicious.
doing these ribs this weekend, man.
Yeah, let us know.
You doing the
Pittman's
party
ribs?
rib?
You're doing Pittman's ribs? Okay.
All right, here's the top 5 best
Pocket
tailgating
one of those
foods.
and bring it in on
Okay.
Monday.
Number 5, we've got the cheeseburgers.
Yeah, it's hard to beat a really good cheeseburger on a grill.
Cheeseburgers.
And Lucius is right with the flat top. Cook it on the flat top for me too.
And there's
please.
the just the convenience factor, just the simplicity of it,
Easy,
you know, where it's like
you can fix it how you want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're tailgating, you're grilling. What better? Dogs and burgers,
Yeah.
brats. You know, these are
Beers.
this is the way.
Lots
Frozen
of beers.
patties from Costco.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gas mask maybe occasionally.
Maybe a little pot
Yeah,
pie.
just
You
a
have to have
little
the
pot
gas
pie.
mask there. That's
That'd be
part of
delicious.
it.
Yes.
While somebody's cooking, you could be wearing the gas mask.
Okay, the gas mask returned. Number 4 is the nachos.
Yes. Yeah.
That seems dicey.
Why?
Seems dicey.
For a tailgate?
Yeah.
I think everybody can enjoy some nachos.
I'm just saying, transporting nachos doesn't seem like
No,
a very...
I'm with you. Like parking lot nachos,
Yeah.
that is going. You're trying to
can't you
tackle something that's a lot
assemble
here.
them there?
I got a bowl. Where are my chips? I need a separate plate for the chips. It's just
If you're in
chips
the
in the bowl.
elements, you're going to be battling
It
the hell out of
just
them.
doesn't seem like very conducive to, like, if you're talking like, okay, we're going to make them while we're there.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I think it's like a top 3 watch party at the house item.
Yes.
No question at the house.
100%.
Parking
Parking lot.
lot. You in parking. I think you could make these there and be fine. You're under a tent. Well, elements aren't going to get on that.
I love
I'll
your-
challenge you. I'll challenge
Your
you.
ambitiousness.
No, I'll challenge you on this
nachos.
one.
They're nachos.
No,
A lot
I'll
of
challenge you,
cleanup.
and I think
you're
you're
right.
going to be like, damn it, this sucks.
Yeah, you could be.
know,
You'd be onto
kind of-
that.
I think you're going to say
I can't
that.
say I put together the nachos there to tailgate. I've only done them indoors, at home at the watch parties.
Yeah.
Maybe you're onto something.
If you're going to do nachos,
the
please make
na-
them better than just the cheese.
Nachos are the Jared Goff of football.
Only good indoors.
food items.
Yeah.
They're an indoor
big
team.
time drop off when you go on the road.
Yeah, they're splits indoor to outdoor, like completely 2 different teams.
I tell you, I like
it's a
what you're
Jekyll
saying.
and Hyde of
We might
nachos.
how about we make Jared Goff nachos?
I like this.
Just like name him after
like
him,
this.
Yeah.
Kind of half-ass.
All right, here's your
Nacho
top
Goff.
3. Number 3, Dawson's giving a shot this weekend. It's the ribs.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Party ribs, cutting them first, dunking them
I
in
can't wait for
barbecue
this.
sauce,
This is
putting
actually-
them back on the smoker.
See, like, gosh, when you're and what's the? Do you have to wake up like we got a 3:25 Cowboy kick?
We're good. I'll start this process at 11 a.m. Wow.
Yeah.
1 hour prep time, 2 hour cook. We're good to go.
Do you think that by cutting them in half, they cook quicker?
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
575 perfect case so that doesn't congeal. I use 2 cans of the Lay's jalapeno cheese dip, a pound of ground beef or pork, and a big can of Rotel, and then add spicy Hatch green chilies to it.
So it keeps it moist, and
Apparently it does.
and keep it moving.
559 says cream of chicken.
Interesting.
Into the
Cream of
queso.
chicken can do a lot of good things.
All right, here's your top 2 best tailgating foods. Not really a shocker here. Number 2 is the hot dog,
Yeah,
and the chili dog can factor in here.
let's go.
But number 1, and Chris Beam, you'll be very happy.
Hey, Beamer.
It is the beer brat.
The beer broth. Yeah.
Beamer, who
number
runs all
one
the
tailgate.
operations over on the media side over there at the Cowboys. Beamer
Yeah, doing a
texted-
heck of a job.
He said he would for a Green Bay Packer brat, he'd walk 3 miles in snow.
Holy cow.
3 feet of snow.
I thought it was going to be like a mail-it-in pizza. Like you just bring boxes of pizza
didn't
and
even
throw
have
them down
pizza
on the
listed
fold-up
here.
table. Nope, didn't even make the list.
Proud of our country with the way we
Yeah.
did this
Yeah.
because the
Go.
chicken wing is usually the headliner and the rib gets forgotten about. But clearly,
There were some big
mixed it
hitters in
up.
that top 5.
Dawson's right. Over 60 wings, you're taking chances you probably shouldn't take.
Yeah. Yeah,
Cooking for, I mean, if
it's
you,
much better for a smaller party or get together.
You,
yeah.
you
We're
roll
putting the
in there
chicken wing with the nacho?
You roll in there with like 30
Indoor?
wings at a party. Somebody's going to
Ooh.
laugh at you.
Yeah,
aren't
what are
they?
you
They're gonna
doing?
laugh. What do you like? It's
They're
like,
gonna
it's like bringing a 6-pack of beer. Like you show up with a 6-pack. You're like, oh, hey, here.
Yeah,
like,
thanks for nothing.
Yeah, thanks for, what
Thanks
are
for
you
the
trying to
tease.
do? Yeah.
We're at 1 hour from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Yeah, we are about 45 minutes now from the expressway. We have Micah Parsons audio. We have a Matt Pittman insider report on the Dak contract that could be approaching. But coming up next, what are we doing, Wolchuk?
Ooh, let's do a little football audio bonanza featuring Man Campbell, Rob Ninkovich, and our buddy Tank Lawrence. That's next.
I want to check.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Chevrolet in Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. An edition of the finest at 5, the Expressway at 5:20. We have Micah Parsons audio. We have Matt Pittman from Meat Church who was on talking about, what he thinks with the Dak deal. Apparently, they're good buddies, Brian.
They are really good buddies. When we were out at camp, I was watching them dap it up. They cook crawfish and stuff together. So, anyway, that was he's being a little bit of a Cowboys insider right now on the radio.
It's very interesting. Yes.
That.
Okay, so and then by the time we get to 6:30, it's Rangers pregame. We'll have Jared Sandler on. A huge sports afternoon here for you on The Fan, including right now a football audio bonanza with Wolchuk, buddy. Take it away.
Let's do it, fellas. You want to start with our buddy Tank Lawrence, Rob Ninkovich, or Man Campbell?
Man Campbell.
Manly man. All right, here he is. Man Campbell has himself a new commercial, and it's with Applebee's.
It's a good one.
Hilarious. If you haven't been able to see this yet, and I would still encourage you to watch the video of it, because I will say, as Man Campbell comes up and is taking an order as if he is a waiter, he is hiding his mouth with the menu. That is something that will play into this, and because this is radio and not visual, I wanted to just inform you on that. So here is how the Man Campbell brand new Applebee's commercial sounds.
Welcome to Applebee's. Can I interest you in America's favorite boneless wings for just 50 cents each?
I have the 50-cent bone.
Cover your mouth. They could steal your order.
I'll have the 50-cent boneless wings.
I'll have the same.
Perfect. They'll never see it coming.
He's good, man. The delivery and everything. I thought Man Campbell crushed this.
It's pretty good when you watch it. Like you say, he's kind of bent down.
He's got it covering. He's like, hey, you got to cover your mouth. Connor Stelling's going to steal your signs.
The kids look at him. It's pretty funny, too.
Yeah.
The kid's like.
And then he puts up the menu to his mouth. Yeah. I'll have the 50-cent boneless wings. Pretty good stuff there, Dan.
I love it when these unhinged guys that don't really fit in with the other CEOs make it, whether it's, Ed Orgeron or it's Mike Leach, Dan Campbell is just, and these guys are so quirky that they could very easily never get the opportunity to be a head coach. But by a twist of circumstances, they got it, and damn it, they're good at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I, Coach, do you think Nick Saban's getting better or worse as a pitchman?
Better. I think the commercials like he has with Dion Affleck, I think they're getting better.
I think the last one he did with is it the bed and breakfast place?
Verbo, yeah, he's got his own
It seems very kind of weirdish, but
I thought he did a great job.
I like the Affleck ones myself, though. I kind of, but this last one, I'm like, man, this doesn't seem like.
I couldn't believe he was a shirt on in the hot tub guy in that commercial.
Yeah. Really surprised?
He definitely doesn't have acting chops.
No,
they're not that refined.
He looked really uncomfortable on the set the other day.
Yeah,
when
McAfee's going crazy.
Like he saw what McAfee did in Ireland, and then he's like, and then he
was getting hammered,
and then he's next to him, and McAfee's got his shirt off, jumping around and stuff like that. Nick's kind of looking at him like, I got 14 more weeks of this?
He's going to loosen up. Yeah. He's going to end up. I mean, he was swearing there on the set.
He did swear.
It was great. Okay, let's get to our guy, Tank Lawrence. This is our buddy from 2 years ago. Did the Players Show tomorrow. We got our first edition with Eric Kendricks coming up at 5:20. Looking forward to this. But DeMarcus Lawrence going on the Level Up Lifestyle podcast, and he was recounting a story of, it's the end of his third season, and he had gone broke.
At the end of the third year, I go completely broke. I get that phone call from my account, and he's like, hey, man, like, you don't have no more money in your account. I'm like, what do you mean, no more? You mean like $0? Like, what are you saying? He's like, I mean, like, negative $100. But I never forget, like, 2 minutes later, my dad called me. He's like, hey, son, I need you to help me out. I need something. I'm like, Dad, man, I ain't even let him finish telling me what he needed help with. I'm like, Dad, like, man, I'm completely broke. He's like, what do you mean? Like,
you're in the NFL.
You're in the NFL. Like, what are you talking about? Dad, man, my account just said I got $0. He's like, huh? What's going on? Are you stupid? when he said those words, like it hit my soul. It's like, are you? You had a huge blessing right here, and you did not steward it well. You did not
squandered it.
Yeah, I definitely squandered it, and it's like now you have to really take accountability into what you're bringing into your life.
Who's that doing the interviewing right there?
You really squandered.
You threw it away, man. You just blew it. Wow. Tell us about it.
I mean, he's already talking about like how he felt in that moment. Are you stupid? Am I? And here you are, kind of piling on a little bit.
Yeah, you are kind of
Squandered it, man.
stupid.
Definitely didn't steward that cash.
Jeez, what an idiot! I would have never done that.
The interviewer might be just as broke as him. You know,
It could
one of
be.
those
So
That must have been terrifying, though. After year 3, it was not clear he was going to stay healthy or get a second contract. Very, very clear, though, that things turned around for the better for him after that.
Yeah, the franchise tag alone that they put on him was for $17 million. And then, of course, he's made over now a total of $117 million across his career. So, you know, I'm sure things are much better now for
Tank,
Tank,
as a
but
second-round pick, you're
learning
only
moment.
making $1 million. So, and not, I mean, only is still a lot, but that's hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
If you buy a house and a couple of cars, your first year's money is gone.
Yeah, he got a $2.3 million signing bonus as a rookie, but his base salaries for those 3 years were $420K, $670K, and $703K.
I squandered it.
You feel like he's gotten better as an interviewee?
Yes.
Yeah. Remember we had him on. He was working at it and stuff like that, but I kind of feel like that was.
I think he's gotten.
Yeah,
better.
he's got an on-air personality
He's
or
gotten
whatever.
that. Yeah,
that's kind of developed.
Yeah.
All right, we'll wrap up the bonanza here with Rob Ninkovich, former New England Patriot. He is not a fan of one Mac Jones, former Patriots #1 pick, now a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Here's Nink talking Mac.
You don't like us either.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like you.
I don't give
He
a.
just
You think I'll smack the shit out of?
He does not like you.
I don't care.
I'm fine with him. He does not like you.
I don't care. Do you care if somebody doesn't like you?
No.
Exactly.
I'm just telling you.
I hope he has a great career as a backup. And he makes a ton of money.
Well, that's I always love how everybody's like, he's going to look at him. We should never got rid of him.
Who?
Like,
Oh, God.
There's people that are out there.
It didn't work out. It didn't work out. They needed to change the demeanor alone between Mac Jones and Drake May are completely different.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I could listen to I just got to keep working and got to get better and, I'm just going to keep working hard and we're just, everybody together and, it wasn't my best and I got to be better and over and over and over and over again. I'd rather listen to Drake May talk than, my modeling career didn't work out. So, now I'm back down here in Jacksonville and
I got to go. My mom's picking me up.
Like, it's just, I'm a nice guy too. I'm a nice guy.
I know you got a freaking bicycle club.
I'm in a bike club.
What a bike club?
I needed some more nuts.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I want that out of my quarterback.
His Mac Jones impression is actually pretty damn good. That is how he sounds. That's from the
almost
Dan and Minko show.
Almost as good as your Andy Dalton impression.
Well, let's have fun and play together.
That was one of those hype up speeches where you're like, man, we might need to. Can we rewind and start this whole plan over?
It's like our buddy Ben DiNucci. Stay in the huddle, guys. Stay in the huddle. Let me get the full playoff, okay? Stay in the huddle.
We all clap in unison, fellas.
Come on, guys.
Ready? Break.
Yeah.
There's your bonanza.
Thank you, sir. It is the G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, in addition to the finest, Chief, what you got in store?
Well, I got a Browns nugget for you, and one good reason why the champs could be toast in their own division next year in the nation.
You want to be that alpha starting quarterback in the pocket.
That was it. Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot, yeah, it's hour number 4. Yeah, hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Look at this. Time flies when you're having fun. We're talking sports here with you. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. You'll hear from Micah Parsons. We might have time for the 10 things the Cowboys must do to win the Super Bowl. Right here, though, it's an edition of the finest. Here's the Chief.
817 just texted in, who the F is this Zach Gell on the Sports Minute? Said Cowboys don't make the playoffs, but the Bears do. Garbage take. We got a garbage take alert here.
Zach Gell.
There's a lot of bets to make right now on the Cowboys because the public is so down on them. They're treating them like they're going to go from winning 12 games to winning 7 games because you lost Tyron Smith, Dorrance Armstrong. What's that different?
Hey, Dante Fowler.
Yeah,
Tyler Biotish, bunch of
losses,
average to below average players. There's something to be said for that, depending on a lot of rookies at important spots.
Sure, I don't see him being a contender.
It probably sure. But there has been an overswing. I mean, when the opening line came out for this Cowboys-Browns game, Cowboys were favored. Now it's their 2.5-point dogs. What's changed? I don't really know. I don't understand how they could be favorites weeks ago.
The rookie lineman?
That could be. I mean, I think the Browns should be
they
favored
also,
in this
in
game.
the rookie lineman, the loss of Bland, maybe?
Yeah, the Bland loss could swing some things.
But then you look at the Browns, their loss of Chubb, that's huge for a team that, runs the football like they do.
Well, I do have a little nugget here, and I know tomorrow, Broadus, you'll be breaking down the Cleveland Browns defense.
Yes, sir.
And we'll see how much this jumps out to you because I am confident in a Cowboy victory on Sunday in Cleveland, and I'm expecting this to be an under-hitting situation.
I was going to ask you that question.
I mean, at the very least, Cowboys cover the 2.5 as a road dog. But Cleveland, as it pertains to their defense, they allowed 7.2 yards per pass attempt on the road last year, but at home it was only 4.7.
Yeah.
They're a completely different defense when at home. Their run defense held up better at home, under 4 yards per carry last year. On the road, it was closer to 5 yards per carry. So that is something to consider. You will be getting the best version. If they're anything like last year's version of themselves at home, they are a much better defense. And we've seen the Cowboys, especially if they want to do the motion stuff, and when you get to Buffalo, all of a sudden on the road, the offense doesn't quite work as well. So I don't expect to come out of the game feeling good about the Cowboys offense, but I think they can score just enough. I mean, the over-under is like 41.5 or something, and I think that's totally fair because I don't see both teams touching 20 points.
Yeah, it's two defensive-oriented football teams where that's the strength. You've got massive question marks about Deshaun Watson, and this is what we've been knocking on Dak for, right? Can you beat a good defense? And Cleveland, they don't get enough love for how damn good they are on that side of the football. Their corners, they got 3 corners they can play. They got an all-pro in Denzel Ward. You've got Zadarius Smith and Myles Garrett at the edge. I mean, their defense is the real deal. Juan Thornhill, who came over from Kansas City. Grant Delpit's developed into a nice player. I know you're going to break him down tomorrow, Brian, but, I mean, Dalvin Tomlinson's a big boy in the middle of that defensive line. Cooper Beebe in that strength. Thank God they're starting Cooper in this one, but this is going to be a tough task for the 2 rookies. Welcome to the NFL Week 1.
I saw 67% at DraftKings is on the Cowboys at plus 2.5 right now.
Okay.
So a lot of people like the Cowboys at plus 2.5. Hopefully they come through. Who's the rookie that you're most concerned for on Sunday? Is it Guyton? Is it Beebe? Is it Carson? I think those are the 3 important ones. Leafau is going to be doing some playing for sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, your left tackle, your center, and your corner are about to get thrown into the deep end of the pool here.
Can I circle back real quick? I was just curious. Home games last year versus San Francisco, Arizona, Jacksonville, Chicago, and the Jets. That goes along with the division games they played Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. So at home they played dog-ass teams.
They got the 49ers.
Yeah, okay.
They played them really well. They played them better than anybody else.
They won the game.
Yeah.
Trent Williams, I think, was out that game. Or something.
So was Debo.
Yeah, it's the week after they beat San Francisco, beat Dallas. They went to Cleveland and I think lost. But those take out Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore. Take out the division opponents. You played San Francisco at home, Arizona, Jacksonville, Chicago, and the Jets. I would say that the Chicago, the Jets, Arizona, those games are probably bad games of offense for the opponent.
Yeah, not even worth watching it when you're scouting the team.
Yeah, I would not watch those games if I was breaking down the.
Well, that's a great. Thank you for doing that because that's another one of those cases where sometimes it can fool you.
Yeah, the context matters on that for sure.
Regardless,
I
was
they
just curious.
As a top 5 defense.
No, it doesn't change the fact they're an awesome defense. But
no, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you look at the they give up 200. All right, they give up 215 yards to San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up 58 total yards to Arizona. They gave up, let's get past that. They gave up 293 to Jacksonville. They gave up 236 to Chicago. The Jets got them for 360 in this game. And that was it. Those were the games that we were dealing with. So,
yeah. Well, I expect the Cleveland defense is going to be legit, but answer the question
Guyton.
now. The rookie,
I think the
Guyton.
Myles Garrett matchup is that one. Now, I think Guyton, he has shown, and he showed it at Oklahoma, he can correct and adjust in game. But Myles Garrett is a different beast. I think he's the best defensive player in the sport, and that is such a tough challenge in your first NFL game. Guyton would be one for me.
I wanted to run this past Mike Lombardi, and Mike Lombardi hired Jim Schwartz in Cleveland. You know, Mike was the GM there. And so he knows Jimmy pretty well. I think, and I wanted to run this by Michael. And I said, hey, I think that Schwartz is going to attack Terrence Steele in this game and not Guyton.
Well, the last time we saw Garrett and Steele, that was not good either.
That was Terrence Steele's first start, and that was a sad deal.
I have a feeling that
was a sack fumble in the blink of an eye.
They are going to realize that Cleveland's looking at this game and saying, who's going to get all the help? It's Guyton.
Yeah, it's Guyton.
Who's going to get singled up the most?
It'll probably be Zadarius Smith and Terrence Steele.
Yeah. Well, that means
unless they move Garrett over.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think they're going to move Garrett over. I think they're going to attack.
Well, that's who you should be helping. Whoever has Myles Garrett, that's the guy you should be helping.
Well,
to
that's
be fair.
But
if you're the Cowboys,
but you're looking at you're looking at the program. Yeah, you want to slide to him. You want to slide. You want to be able to slide. But everybody's worried about Guyton in this game, and Guyton can actually, I think, match up in a way of he's got length, he's got athletic ability, he's got more upper body power than what Terrence Steele has. But if I'm Jim Schwartz and I'm watching the tape, that's why I asked Lombardi this question. I said, he's going to attack Steele. Get ready for this. And he feels like too, he goes, watch what he does with BB. And like he's going to cover all those, he's going to cover Martin and he's going to cover Smith. So BB then is one-on-one with a rusher, with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
He gets no help.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-on-4s, like, I don't think they're going to let Myles Garrett wreck the game. They're going to chip. They'll put a tight end.
Okay, this is
which I hear you, but
as often as you can.
Every team does that to Myles Garrett.
This is the problem. You can't chip him when he's inside.
And he'll rush over the center.
Okay, now you're worried about, you've got a rookie left tackle, just say, but he is a rookie left tackle.
Yeah.
How many opportunities you think he's had to work with, say, Zeke or Dowdle in these chip situations?
Not much.
Yeah, see, that's where all of a sudden you're like, if you're a tackle, you would rather not get any chip help because backs will mess up where they're supposed to be. And as far as you want it to be like a little bit like offset, these backs get too aggressive and then they all of a sudden they get in your way. Now you're not able to set because you got a back hitting your left shoulder and now you can't pass set like you need to set.
Well, and with Guyton, whose hands and feet aren't always aligned right now, that could be a problem.
And this is the issue too that you run into as well on that outside because Myles Garrett. I'm giving all my stuff up for tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't have to do that.
No, it's cool. I don't mind. We'll circle back. I'll talk about some other things. But the thing about Myles Garrett, the way he plays, he doesn't give you any hitting surface. He gets a lot of direction and a lot of covering a lot of ground with his first step, but then he'll get really small. And so now you try and put your hands on him and he doesn't really give you might get one hand on him and then try and get the second hand on him, but he's shoulder to you and now he's by and now you get a chipper. And I've seen him like the team that chipped him the best were the Ravens. The Ravens have this big fullback, number 42. And
Ricard.
And they put him over there. So they got big tight ends and this big fullback, but there was coordination between the two, between the tackles and Ricard and these backs that they were able to kind of handle. And then so they started moving him to the other side to get away from the chip help.
Yep.
So he's banking, what Schwartz is probably banking on, if Zeke is not the back in there when they're having chip help, well, Dowd will be able to be aware. Zeke will be aware of who he's got.
Well, he better be. That's why he's here.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised in this thing if Zeke is the third back in this going forward.
And just in terms of how much touches he gets?
No.
You mean like
how he plays?
Really?
I think
he's only going to start week one? He's RB1 on the depth chart right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if Dowdle is your primary starter, Deuce Vaughn's the backup, and Zeke is your third guy.
Okay.
As far as blitz pickup guy,
short yardage
guy, throw the ball to guy, not make mistakes guy in the scheme of things. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden they were okey-doking us.
If it was really a meritocracy, I think it would be that way. If you're like power ranking the backs,
we all realize that,
but like my guess is they will be like their deference to Zeke as the starter is just like I feel like that's set in stone.
We saw it in 2022 with Pollard. It was just nasty.
I just kind of feel like that maybe they're going to look at their team and say Zeke as the third guy makes much more sense for us than him being the starter.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. That would be some common sense way of conducting business.
Maybe when Christy Scales, we talked to her on the field, that she'll give us an idea about that rotation on the pregame show. I just Zeke is better off as blitz pickup guy, chip guy, short yardage guy than he is primary back guy.
Well, as the NFL zigs, Jim Harbaugh zags. welcome to Los Angeles, where the Chargers, I would like to introduce you to Scott Matlock, a 6'4", 300-pound fullback.
Let's go.
Who's also a ginger with one hell of a chin strap beard.
Hell yeah.
This is pretty incredible. Physical football back and, better than ever as it pertains to the Los Angeles Chargers. This is incredible. This guy was an interior defensive lineman for them. He wore the number 99, but his athleticism knows no bounds. They see in training camp, this guy's got some other capabilities here. He goes from 99 to number 44 on the jersey, still 300 pounds at 6'4", and he is listed as a fullback / D-line on the depth chart. He's number 1 in the fullback depth chart
I love
area,
this.
though.
And he caught some touchdowns at Boise State.
Soft hands.
They would throw him the football.
This
so.
isn't like we're going to get
He's
big
been
man
building.
TDs.
Yeah, he's been building for this moment.
You know, I'm guessing now we'll get at least 4 or 5. Usually in a season you get 1 or 2 at most big man TDs, and we cannot wait for it. With this guy being a 300-pounder fullback and Jim Harbaugh's just nature, you know he's going to want to see a big man TD as much as humanly possible. TD Tuesdays are about to be historic.
What do you think? Is this going to work?
Smith, huh?
I mean, Harbaugh's had so much success everywhere he's gone, last 4 or 5 stops.
Yeah, I'm not here to doubt Jim Harbaugh. I know they're in a tough division, obviously, with Mahomes and Andy Reid and company with Kansas City, but to me, he's going to be building. And I say it jokingly about zigging when zagging, but he's building a physical football team that week in, week out, teams are not going to be really prepared to handle for the most part. And I believe in Justin Herbert. So I think the most important thing, do you have a quarterback and a head coach? I think the Chargers do.
They definitely got a coach.
I buy on the Chargers. Maybe not year one. You know, I could see them being a wild card team in year one, but over the next half decade, I expect them to build into a real legit team who cares about the trenches, physicality, and when you have a good quarterback with that and a good coach, you're going to do some serious winning.
Yeah, everybody thought he was going to take a skill guy, and he took that big tackle from Notre Dame. Yeah.
And now Alt versus Max Crosby week 1. That's going to be another fun matchup.
Yeah, everybody said skill. They're taking skill. They're taking one of these wide receivers. Neighbors are going to take one of these guys. And he says, no.
They got
how sophisticated is the Michigan blocking scheme when you compare it to a Shanahan system?
Well, see, I got fooled by watching Michigan blocking scheme with Luke Schoonmaker.
Schoonie.
Yeah. You know?
Wow.
I got fooled by watching Michigan defensive linemen play, too.
Yeah.
That was another one.
Just the D tackles. The ends have been pretty good.
Blake Corum was a big part of how they ran the football. And they got Edwards was another guy.
Yeah, Donovan Edwards, who's back.
Is back. They have some physicality running the football.
Can you imagine being a linebacker, though, and having to do some hole plugging with a 300-pound fullback screaming downhill?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, and I think that's the interesting thing is as the defensive players get smaller after the first 4, you know, is this you know, you said zig when the NFL is zagging. It'd be really interesting if anybody else beyond Jim Harbaugh was doing it. I'd be like, you're an idiot. You're a caveman trying to take this sport back decades into the past. But I won't be surprised if Jim Harbaugh figures out a way to get it done.
Especially if you have a legit quarterback. And when it's time to, hey, I'm still going to need, no matter how my team's built, I need my quarterback for at least 3 to 5 plays a game, making, big time, hey, this one's on you right now, bro. And I think he's got that in Herbert. I'm excited with what they got going on with the Chargers, and a 300-pound fullback is just absolutely insane. And then one college football nugget for you. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the tradition for the past 6 years or so in Columbus with Ohio State and the football team, but it's their Let's Dance TikTok situation they've been doing at pregame, where they gather around together and they do these TikTok dances, and then they like get embarrassed by Michigan. They're dancing at the big house and they're doing their TikTok Jackson Mahomes, Juju Smith-Schuster bit, and then they lose again to Jim Harbaugh, speaking of. And so they have, apparently, Ryan Day has finally put his foot down and said there will be no more pregame dancing stuff that has gone on in years past, because it's made him look foolish. I think they actually might have a chance now.
What does Micah Parsons want to become this season, and what did he learn from his conversations with Tom Brady? We have the cuts, and we'll play them for you. React next year on The Nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercial.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Bacon Plumbing.
Is there a ticking time bomb in your yard? Don't wait for sewer surprises. Bacon will stop sewer leaks before they erupt. Contact us to schedule a hydrostatic test and get a free camera inspection for peace of mind. Just another reason why.
Everyone loves bacon.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. LA Live's coming up in 17 minutes right here. Everything that's been breaking in the world of sports, including Micah Parsons' weekly podcast. We have the audio coming up here in just a second. We'll start with Matt Pittman from Meat Church. This was with Sean and RJ, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And this segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts, a proud sponsor of our Expressway, commercial-free every afternoon at this time all the way to the top of the hour. So Pittman is like the official pit master. He's a barbecue celebrity, absolutely blowing up. And as the official pit master of the Cowboys, he's got relationships with a lot of these players, a lot of music stars, have him out to cater their concerts. And, he's just like the pit master to the stars. Anyway, he was talking about his prediction for Dak and the contract situation. We assume talks are still ongoing with week 1 coming up. And here was his perspective on it with Sean and RJ.
I think I got everything in there from the official pit master of the Cowboys, Matt Pittman. Keep killing it.
Hey, we're going to try. And hey, little parting shot. The Dak deal is closer than it is further away.
Oh, wow. Oh.
So you have that.
Choppy was at the height of pleasure hearing something like that. He's a big Dak guy.
If that comes together, I think that makes Mike a certified insider.
Yeah, Bobby needs to find another gig.
Matt Pittman, yeah. I know who's the new host of Love of the Star with Ryan Broaddus.
Exactly.
But what a pro, too, to just like on the way out. Like, hey, oh, by the way, he lobs a grenade and then he just runs away. And the explosion's behind him. And Choppy's, having to change his pants.
It does make a lot of sense they would get it done before the season starts. It would also make a lot of sense that the elevated discourse, the war of words in the media last week is just, two great negotiating sides that have had epic battles before, I think, throwing their final shots. But I expect this to get done here, before kickoff Sunday. I don't know the exact day, but I think over the next four days or so, we're going to see resolution on this. Okay, let's get to some Micah Parsons audio for you, G-Bag Nation, what he wants to become this season. Micah going viral. Here he is.
It's the killer, the hitman, and the assassin. The killer, he's sloppy. He's probably going to get caught. He's not very good at what he does, but he's a killer. He's raw on the streets. Call it like that. And you got the hitman. The hitman might not get caught, but you know who did it. He's probably a little bit more clean. And the assassin, you don't even know he's there. You don't even know he done it. You know what I'm saying? So each time you really want to develop, and I think at this 4th year mark for me, I think I'm ready to be an assassin.
Yeah, I think after listening to that a second time, I think you want to be the hitman.
Yeah, some people are saying the hitman's more badass because you're kind of looking the guy dead in his eyes like, hey, the last thing you saw was me as I put you to sleep forever.
Yeah, you are a little bit more up in your face, and that's more like, a football player. I think maybe as an assassin, maybe like a golfer. I'm silent. I'm sneaking in here. I'm getting I don't know. I don't know if the assassin plays in any sport analogy now that I'm thinking about it.
That's got to be basketball. A shooter.
Yeah.
Assassin.
Yeah.
3-pointers, putting you to
Silent
bed.
Assassin.
Definitely basketball.
Yeah, and they're both great. I mean, if you get called the assassin, if you're known for being the assassin in sports,
John Wick,
you're feeling incredible. If you're known as the hitman, I think you're also feeling pretty incredible.
Yeah.
But I like where his head's at. Ultimately, the assassin is going after the top of the hierarchy.
Sure.
He's coming after your quarterback.
Yeah, I like that. That's good goals. I think his head's in the right spot. Okay, what he learned from conversations with Tom Brady this offseason. Here's Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I think Tom gave me the idea to just pick it up in practice and bring in that spirit and hold everyone accountable, even when things aren't looking good, and finally using my voice. He's like, out of all my years, when we won the Super Bowl, I know what it looked like. So, he was like, man, this is not how we practice. And he said that year in Tampa when they weren't winning, he was like, man, we got to get the F on. Like, he's like, come on, man. Like, this is how you do it. Like, this is how the discipline, the structure, the commitment, everything that it takes to dial in for these 6 months. That's the type of stuff that I'm looking for, man. And that's why I think for me, I got to bring more out of the guys. And I'm bringing my best self every day. And I'm pushing myself, trying to show a standard of play that we need to sustain and that we need to show week in and week out.
Yeah, and from what we could tell in Oxnard, he was doing that. He's making that effort to be that guy and hold the teammates accountable. They're rare. They're the guys that are willing to look at their peers and say, hey, we need to do better. Usually players don't want to risk it, and usually players are complaining about the coaches doing this or doing that. And you can be part of the cool club by just sitting around bitching, The real players say, I don't need the acceptance of my teammates. What I need is to make sure my teammates, who are a bunch of slappies, are focused, And as a coach, you appreciate the rare times you get a player like that can keep everybody on task, because you can say it as much as you want. You're the old guy, and they're going to tune you out. They can't tune out the player that's up in their face, especially if the player's really good.
Sure.
So I think all great teams have an element of that. And, maybe Micah Parsons can be that guy for this Cowboys defense, help take them to the next level. Okay, how does Zimmer plan on using you? Here's more Micah.
I know y'all look at that lot of PFF stuff, but y'all gonna see I'm moving around a lot. Like, I don't think there is a side. I think I got my own personnels and stuff. It's gonna be exciting. I'm gonna say that. And I think I'll probably play every single person. And I think this is the first year where I could be in the 2-eye. I could be in the 3. I could be in the 4. I mean, it don't matter. Like, I could be a linebacker, be in a slot. I could almost be the safety if you look at it that way. In some personnel.
How many different positions do you think you'll play someday?
I don't know. He got the packaging, but, at the same time, it's all about calling a good game. If we're giving up a lot on first down, it's going to be hard to get in those packages. If we're giving up, and, they're winning in the marks of the field sticks, all that stuff matters. But if we do what we do, I think I can play a lot of different positions.
I just don't think they have enough other great players around that can rush the passer that you're using Micah to be a decoy for. Like, if we could get Micah being a decoy here, that guy's going to win his match. It just the guy's not on the team. Since
other
Sam
pass
Williams'
rushers,
injury.
sure. I mean, we got to see what Nealon can do as a rookie, but that definitely wasn't his strength, at least from what we saw at Western Michigan. Carl Lawson, I mean, that's the guy that they're going to have to try and see. Does he have anything left? Maybe he doesn't, right? So I agree with that 100%, but the way that they can match him up, maybe Tank steps up, you get some one-on-one matchups, Osa in the middle, but this is probably the defensive player of the year this year. I think everything's lined up the way Zimmer's going to utilize him, and it's also contract time. Like, you're not going to be more committed than ever if you're Micah Parsons, but I also think everything's just lining up here. Mike Zimmer is going to be able to utilize his skill set even better than what we saw with Dan Quinn.
Yeah, and the best way to do it is, where is he coming from? But he's got to be on his way towards the quarterback over 95% of the time.
Yeah, I think where Mike is, it'll be interesting, depending on what you think that Micah Parsons plays. If you think he's a linebacker or an edge, these linebackers might lead the team in sacks.
With the blitzes?
I love that.
Yeah, and you might, and this is where also, too, where maybe a little bit of Jordan Lewis, too, with the slot blitzes
and the
stuff.
safeties. I mean, Harrison Smith did a lot of that with him in Minnesota.
I could see Marquise Bell and Wilson.
Tank will hopefully get his share of those, but I think it's going to be Micah Parsons and a lot of other linebackers, and I think it's going to be some secondary guys. This team might not. It'll be about the pressures. They'll create pressure, but do you get sacks? I don't know if it's going to come from your defensive linemen or your edges, for that matter.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the way Zimmer dials it up and the guys that he's bringing in there, So I'm totally with you.
Coming from.
But
it's awesome.
I'm with you, Dawson, where it's like, it's just about where is Micah coming from for the most part. It shouldn't be dropping into coverage unless it is such a surprise element that you really do fool the defense because of it, and somebody comes home because they were worried about Micah on the offensive line and he was dropping into coverage. But for the most part, that dude needs to be getting after the quarterback.
All righty, one more cut here, then we'll get to some of this news that's been developing. How much does Zimmer's vision fit with yours? Here's Micah.
I think we align. I think I just had to show Mike, what I'm capable of and what I can do. And everything that he thought I would be, I probably think I achieved that more. And, he come up to me and was like, man, you say you want to do this, you say you want to do that. And he was like, man, if you just do this detail so you could be the best ever. And I think he just he just opened up to my idea how I see things, you know. There's not too much more six tech for me, you know. He's like, all right, we'll get you out there. I was like, I make a living getting people out in space, Mike. Like, I play six tech if you need me to on certain times, but he's like, don't worry, we got you. And, you know, there's certain things that, you know, I think it's just part of life that you evolve and we grow. And I think at being with him, I grew as a player. And definitely on the mental side. And he grew, you know, into his players and he adjusted me. So I think we evolved in a good way. Like, me and him about to meet again probably after lunch right here. So, you know, it just goes to show our relationship and how we're getting closer and how the faith he has in me into the system.
He's talking about, he said earlier about 2-eye, that's inside technique. 3-eye, that's inside technique. 6-eye is if you're 5 technique, you're playing head up on the tackle. If you're 6-eye, you're playing outside the tackle. So he said, hey, don't put me in a lot of that 6-eye. You know, he says, I'll play it if I have to. I think that's where Dan Quinn felt like that he needed to play Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Hand down, 6-eye, outside, rush guy. The fact that Mike is saying, hey, put me some inside, put me, you know, he feels like that he has a better shot of winning some inside matchups. They were just showing some highlights on ESPN, and it was a couple of different rushes. He had a sack against the Rams where he just destroyed the guard.
He had one against Carolina, too.
Yeah, so he feels like that him playing inside at that A gap, B gap, that kind of attacking that area might be better for him than playing hand down outside. Not that he's not going to play it, but I don't know how much he's going to play it here.
I mean, he has so much speed, you know, the deception of and the wondering where is he coming from, his ability to cover ground. He's predictable out there. We can help out there.
Right.
Oftentimes our best offensive lineman is the left tackle.
Yeah.
You know, I do think Mike Zimmer is going to be better for Micah than what Dan Quinn was.
You could slide to him, and I said it's hard to chip. You can't chip a inside player. You can't chip it. Then the back would have to step up, and you know you're not going to chip. Everything on the edge gets chipped. They could also space you. And I say space is they could put a tight end over there and remove you from it. Instead of being a 6-eye, you become like a 9.
Yeah.
Like an outside.
Like a wide 9, yeah.
Yeah, like a wide 9 guy. And that buys you space too. That buys the quarterback. You have to come another man to get to the quarterback. And then not to do, you might have to deal with a back, a tight end, whoever's to that side.
Yeah.
So spacing is something to weigh. We'll get into Myles Garrett tomorrow because spacing doesn't affect him like it does others. You know, and that's something I kind of felt like, you know, when you play against the Joey Bosa's, the Nick Bosa's, these guys that are really good passers, spacing hurts them because it puts them further away from the ball. But this guy, it really doesn't do that.
Well, I'm excited about Micah coming up the middle, especially with how quickly these quarterbacks are getting the ball out.
Yeah.
I think it just cannot hurt at all.
Amen.
And the effectiveness of your pressures, I think, coming up the middle can, you know, have more of a disruptive factor on the rest of the play, even if you don't get the sack. What do you guys think about the big Commander story? They suspended the employee who made comments about the team's players being anti-gay and accused Jerry Jones of being racist and anti-gay, and called Roger Goodell a $50 million puppet.
Yeah.
Team says it suspended its VP of content. Raul Enteen is his name. He had been with the organization for 4 years for comments he made. An undercover reporter for the O'Keefe Media Group. He met this gal on a dating app, right? On Hinge.
Wow.
Met with her twice at local restaurants. According to James Keefe, the CEO of the O'Keefe Media Group, the interviews took place at a restaurant in Washington, D.C. in June. The language used in the video runs counter to our values at the Commanders organization. Team spokesperson said in a statement, we have suspended the employee pending an investigation and will reserve further comment at this time.
It's funny they call it they say the interviews, but like he probably just thought he was on a date.
Yeah, those
He's
aren't
just sitting there
interviews.
having a drink.
Now, what do you do for a living? Yeah. I'm a content creator. Yeah.
The interviews. You mean our dates?
That is funny, dude.
I bought dinner.
So what, is he going to get bleep canned now? I mean, is this the suspension that's indefinite?
Yeah,
and
Washington.
It becomes definite forever. You're gone.
This is to kind of control the story, and then the next thing they will say conduct detrimental in the
Especially
league.
that organization.
You can't. You know, people say things about the league all the time. The commissioner, I get it, but they'll. It's in your contract that if they determine that it is detrimental, they will fire you.
It's in your you can't say anything, even if you're getting spied on, even if you think you're having a private conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder what sort of protection he might have, like if he has evidence that homophobic language was being used or racism was being used and people were just overlooking it. Because I guarantee what he's saying has a very high probability of being based in evidence of what he observed.
Yeah, but you could say that, but you can't let it get out that you're saying that. That's the problem that he has right now.
I know, but there's like discrimination and why was I fired? If I was blowing the whistle on something that is against the law, it could be more of a mess for Washington.
If he's got real receipts on it, for sure.
Yeah, it's leverage he can use.
Then it's a different deal. But
it's still a messed up way how he got caught. I mean, it is kind of wow. But yeah, he's gone.
Yes, indeed. He's gone, and I'm interested to see how this story continues to evolve. Eagles linebacker Devin White ruled out of Friday's season opener against the Packers with an ankle injury. He'll not be making the trip with the team to Sao Paulo, Brazil. He's always hurt, isn't he? He's listed as a limited participant on Tuesday's practice report before being declared out officially today. Okay, Project Veritas strikes again. Do folks like that really belong in NFL offices?
What does that mean?
I'm not sure. Not sure what that means.
Project V, not familiar.
Project Veritas.
Project X.
Haven't heard of that, sir. I mean,
I know what Compound V.
Maybe that's the media conspiracy. I'm not quite sure.
Did you just walk into that one?
I'm not sure. I was just trying to get some feedback going here on the text.
I don't know. It's the NFL. Are you surprised though?
No, not at all.
It's the NFL. They had to make a rule, the Rooney Rule. All right, we'll look at you.
Yeah, no, you're right.
My whole life, you couldn't be a black quarterback. Now all of a sudden, there's like 18 of them in the league.
Yeah,
they don't have one. You're going to be not very good. Yeah.
360. Jerry's not anti-gay. He's a glory hole kind of guy. There's a blast from the past.
Gotta have it.
One of the great days there in Oxnard. All right, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Where Lucius Alexander.
Here we go.
Man.
Has LA Live.
I hit a wall about 4 o'clock, bro. I'm fighting for my life in here in the Pimp Cup right now. I'll tell you what.
I know that feeling.
I am fighting for my life. Today was a leg day.
Oh.
Yeah, I was listening to this song, too. Hold on, let's see. While doing squats.
Oof.
I felt like a superstar, like a superhero. I kept throwing those weights on that joint. Oh yeah, Madonna was in her bag on this one, bro. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You were up at least 10-15% today.
Oh, I was doing too much. I was going fast and slow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You got to capitalize when you hit a moment like that.
Yeah, man. I had a cup of coffee before I hit the gym.
That's huge. That's everything.
It woke me up.
See, Madonna was huge in the 80s, but like every 15 years now, she just comes out with a straight banger. Has a video, pretends like she's 20 years old again, and then just leaves.
The videos keep getting weirder and weirder.
Dude.
Yeah. Oh, man, I was killing it to this one. All right, shout out to Leg Day. It's a hump day. Let's get into it right into the great ring. Hold on. I was killing it. All right, let's go.
All right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance.
You're getting parallel in there, which is all the way down.
Gosh.
Everybody get high.
What?
You know how to answer this. You got it.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you got to give them the hot turd, spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't get you. I think you got to demonstrate.
Hot turd, spit on it, spit on it.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
They AI that?
Yeah.
No, that's real.
We had that one awesome Arnold impression.
Is
that the Terminator?
Yeah, it was good. Hold on.
Make love on the song. We're busting out in the bedroom. Put your hands in the air and sing along with me.
This is LA Live for Wednesday, September 4th. I believe it is the 4th, right?
Yes,
It is the 4th.
2024. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Word to Miss Badu. 2 was born underwater with $3.06. Hey, LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. What'd you say earlier, Eric, about them squats? Oh, you just put some food in your mouth.
He was getting parallel.
I surely was. I put my butt all the way to the ground a few times.
Coach said, if I don't see splinters in your ass
That's
at the
it.
end of this, then you weren't getting it done.
It. My butt was on the ground. I said, I'm screaming in that gym. Hey, I got some random hump day info for you right here. I seen today. The original Batman, Adam West.
Adam West.
I met that guy. Well,
Where?
Dallas Convention Center. He was signing autographs in front of the Batmobile. The old
Was he
school.
really?
He's like the Wilt Chamberlain of actors.
Oh, that's badass.
It was like 1990.
Him and Burt Ward. That was Robin.
Yeah. Well, the original Batman, Adam West, was allegedly sprinkled in, allegedly, slept with so many women in Aspen, Colorado, that he was banned from the city for 15 years.
What? They had to ban him from the city?
Yeah, for all the philandering and all the drinking and the boozing. Even the cops told him, hey, man, you got to get on out of here.
He just got into character.
He was in
Bruce
that
Wayne.
Ime Udoka lifestyle.
I'm
Bruce
just telling you,
Wayne.
man. If he had something in the utility belt for all of them.
He
sure did.
There we go.
Yeah.
He had to get permission to come back to the city, allegedly. Signed permission.
Was there a bat signal that brought him back?
Yeah. He just bought the damn city.
Yeah. So over the mountains, there was a bat signal. And
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I can come back.
Somebody put their panties on the flagpole. He was up to 8 women's a day. 8 women's a day. He told this to The Independent back in 2005.
Yeah.
When he was about 76 years old, my man started, confessing.
Yeah.
It's the real reason they called him Batman.
So shout out to you and rest in peace.
Is that
Mr.
8
Adam
arrivals
West.
as well? Is that 8 apexes?
I don't know what that is. I think it's cap when he says 8 women's a day because we're the men in that damn town.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he's not allowed back.
They're like amazed.
Yeah,
like, honey,
They found out what Honey was doing while they were skiing.
Yeah, honey, you're sleeping with Batman. All right, yeah.
Did you know Adam West moved into town?
Wow, bam.
I ran into him today.
Ran into him today.
Yeah, me and Betty. 6 of our friends.
G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up. What happened?
No, he was married to a lady from 1970 to 2017.
Damn, poor girl.
marriage. And then he was, wow, man, there's a lot going on here. From 1957 to 62, and then from 50 to 56. So, yeah, this Marcel Lear was like his wife for all those years. So he must have been doing some stuff while.
Maybe she joined in. It was the 70s, you know?
Could have been participating.
Yeah,
Could have been swinging.
Yeah, it was group stuff back then, man. Into the group thing. Yeah, you can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P.O. social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Now, our winner right here is very controversial. Good Lord. Oh, man, you guys are really kicking it up there on the social medias, like you always do, though. Like you always do. Jared Sandler called into the G-Bag Nation yesterday with some smoke for our General Gavin Dawson.
Oh, we got Jared?
I think he got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh, he wants
He
to
got
get
some smoke
spicy.
with Dawson, yeah.
Oh, this
Lucius
is perfect.
loved Lucius knew it was about to happen.
This is true Jared's here.
I think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected, was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text, not sound like a total.
Okay, so you say you were trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
He's trying to help you out.
I was trying to help you out.
Trying to help you, man. Where are you about?
I was trying to help you out. First, I had to dunk on you first and help you out.
I mean, his word, I guess, I don't know.
You be careful because he'll come call you up.
Yeah.
Here's how it ended.
No, he wanted the smoke.
Yeah,
he did. He wanted the smoke.
He lives for the smoke.
But on the other side of his mouth, he's like, "Oh no, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to help you out."
He can't help it.
No,
he can't help it. Dog.
I mean, he's fighting.
He's confrontational.
And throwing jabs, and then be like, "What are you talking about?"
Back it up. Bow, bow, back. Bow, bow.
Buddy, I mean, come on.
He's saying nice things while you're
We
punching
good?
him.
I just wanted to help out your pathetic little baseball brain. I mean, what's the misunderstanding here? Yeah, that's the energy.
Here's how it ended.
Is he even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second insult you've given me in the last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
See ya.
See y'all at 6.
Bye. See you too, then.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh boy.
That was just so incredible, man.
Yeah,
Thank y'all for that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love
Had
that.
to take my turn.
I haven't gotten a chance to say thank you yet.
I
gotta
think it was,
deal with it.
Bang bang. I agree with the Jack Leiter point you made in terms of he's been disappointing. And I think Ranger fans, we feel that way to this point. But he still has time to turn it around.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe he'll be a number 4 starter for you, which apparently would be a great result of being the second overall pick. You're just hoping to get a starter pick in the top 5. Yeah. I wanted an ass in 3 years.
You may not drive. This is LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a butt naked Wednesday. It's a hump day. We made it, baby. Getting close. Got a question for the Tolos that I asked on Facebook. Shout out to Facebook, too. I like how they give you like a Facebook memory every time you log on.
Yeah.
That's neat.
And it says, hey, did you know 4 years ago your dumbass sent this out? And I'm like, oh, I didn't. Delete. Thank you.
Yeah.
The memories.
Yeah, every day. Oh, you sent this out too, idiot. Delete.
Memories.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yes, I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook. In lieu of the NFL football season starting this week, tomorrow, in fact, name a Dallas Cowboy that should have won a Super Bowl in a Dallas Cowboys